Chapter 1. The Universal Maritime Survival Game. Welcome to the Universal Maritime Survival Game. From now on, you shall spend the remainder of your existence upon the sea. Do not fret regarding any ailments or disabilities you may possess. This system shall heal you, granting you a relatively equitable starting point. You are free to navigate the vast ocean and pursue whatever ambitions you desire. Whether you become an inconspicuous individual or a figure of great renown is entirely dependent upon your own choices. The ocean presents boundless possibilities, yet there is but one thing you must heed. Keep moving forward and do not allow the encroaching black mist to catch up to you. The black mist currently travels at a speed of 10 knots. A peculiar voice echoed within his mind. Yang Yi awakened to find himself lying upon an ancient, worn bed. He attempted to rise, only to be engulfed by a cloud of dust that provoked a fit of coughing. Surveying his surroundings, he discerned that he was in a narrow, dimly lit, dilapidated house. Not far off stood a table, upon which lay a desiccated skeleton, its left hand clutching a rusted flintlock pistol, with a significant portion of its skull mysteriously absent, suggesting a demise by suicide. What is this? Yang Yi did not betray any fear. Instead, he gazed at his emaciated hands in astonishment. He had managed to stand. It was nothing short of a miracle. Merely moments ago, he had been a bedridden patient. Now he had inexplicably regained his health. Diagnosed with multiple sclerosis at the age of 12, by 20 he had become entirely paralyzed. Yet, he had not surrendered to despair, playing games and streaming with his mouth, sustaining himself with the income he earned until the age of 25. Often indulging in horror games, he felt little reaction toward the immobile skeletal remains. This voice proclaimed, "It is true." Yang Yi murmured to himself, casting his gaze out the window. Before him stretched an endless expanse of ocean, occasionally stirred by rolling waves. Simultaneously, the peculiar voice resonated once more, its gender indiscernible. You should all be aware of your current location. Indeed, you are all at sea, each of you separated by more than 500 nautical miles, ensuring you will not encounter one another in the near future. There should be a small booklet nearby, titled Sailing Log. It contains numerous useful features that will facilitate your communication. You shall discover this for yourself.as for further information. It will be conveyed later in the form of announcements, so stay tuned. The voice faded away. Yang Yi glanced down to discover the small booklet resting upon the bed, inscribed with the words Sailing Log upon its black cover, measuring no larger than the palm of his hand. It emitted a faint glow, seemingly beckoning Yang Yi to open it. He picked it up and opened it. The first page contained the rules. 1. An O1 may board your vessel without permission. 2. Items aboard your ship cannot be stolen by other players unless you have perished. 3. Each ship is equipped with an indestructible grappling hook. Boldly seize the drifting items that come your way. For that you must upgrade and enhance your vessel to ensure it appears sufficiently secure. Be wary of the night. Heed the mist should you find yourself ensnared within the black fog. Behind, death shall be your fate. This manual is bound to your soul and can be perused within the recesses of your mind. At sea, solitude shall never be your companion. This booklet feels akin to skin, and Yang Yi leafed through its pages. On the second page, the weather conditions of the day were mentioned, which he chose to overlook for the moment. The third page detailed his status information. Yang Yi, status: healthy, a large human silhouette rendered in green. The average attributes for adults are 5, which can be enhanced through diligent training to a maximum of 10. Attribute 10 represents the pinnacle of mortals. Strength, 3050. Spirit, 7108,000. A higher spirit enhances resistance to madness and accelerates the recovery of sanity. Agility, 40100. Constitution, 3050. Perception, 50200. Sanity, 100100. Should sanity fall below 50, madness ensues below 30. Suicidal thoughts may arise below 10. Stamina, 100,000. 100 stamina dropping below 50 induces drowsiness. Below may 30th lead to fainting. Health, 100100. Talent, iron will. You are indefatigable. Your mental limit increases by 1, ensuring at least 1 point of sanity remains, preventing suicide. A significant drop in sanity 50 or below will induce a state of frenzy. Upon reviewing his attributes, Yang Yi felt a modicum of relief. The experience required for low attributes was minimal, suggesting that enhancing his abilities would not be overly arduous. He continued to flip through the pages until he arrived at the chat channel. This channel was divided into world chat, regional chat, and private chat. The world channel was currently the most vibrant, with a steady stream of voices contributing. Is anyone there? What on earth is happening? Well, never mind. In the blink of an eye, I find myself on a ship. Am I the only one here? Does anyone have a phone? Call the police. Who abducted me? Do you know who my father is? Perhaps your father is here as well. Son, is that you? Stop your wild guesses. My broken hand has miraculously healed. I can still feel pain. This is no dream. The number of individuals online reached into the billions, suggesting that everyone had been drawn into this predicament. Yang Yi refrained from hastily chiming in, opting instead to observe the chat messages and gather potential intelligence. Each individual could only send 10 messages in the world chat per day. Exceeding this limit required the expenditure of conch coins, 100 conch coins per message. What these conch coins were remained a mystery to Yang Yi, as he possessed none. After a span of several minutes, the cacophony of chaotic messages gradually diminished, giving way to more substantive discussions. Do your manuals contain 7 rules as well? Seeking allies. Is there anyone for a team? The distances are too vast, and without coordinates, forming a group is currently impossible. We ought to share information and assist one another. Have you all inspected the ship? I discovered a piece of equipment. Accompanying this statement was information regarding the equipment. Name, bloodied harpoon. Type, relic quality, good. Item grade, ordinary, good, fine, rare, exquisite, heroic, master. Description, exceptional sharp, capable of inflicting minor damage to aberrant entities, thus provoking their ire. Note, utilizing relics carries a risk of diminishing sanity. At that moment, the world channel erupted with fervor. What are aberrant entities? Are there monsters in this world? I have found nothing but a few fresh water, bread, and vegetables in the cabin. You have vegetables? I've only got sausages. In the vastness of the sea, vegetables are far rarer than meat. What about your ship? Is it large? Mine is over 100 meters far, 2 grand. What? My vessel is merely 10 meters. The individual quickly shared details about their ship. Iron Heart, level 1, durability 50005000, capacity 8,000 units, speed 5 knots. Ship skill, full broadside, increases cannon firing rate to 200 for 15 minutes. Triple shot Leviathan harpoon, capable of penetrating and ensnaring a particular object. Description, its speed may not be swift, but your pace must be swift. Damn, this game is utterly unfair. His ship has cannons at level 1. Special ships possess skills. Mine is entirely blank. I want to restart. Is there a pay-to-win shop? I have plenty of money. Are you all fools? His ship speed is only 5 knots, slower than the Black Mist. Indeed, the Black Mist is 10 knots. He's doomed, ah ha ha ha. At that moment, an announcement appeared. Nautical announcement. All of you start under different circumstances. Ships, onboard items, personal talents, and starting positions are predetermined based on your personality and experience's descent is unwelcome. Who believes that? There must be some underhanded dealings. Some begin with weapons while I only have provisions. While others hoard food, I hoard firearms. They are my granary. Could it be that those with cannons will encounter monsters nearby, while you won't? Yang Yi closed the log and began rummaging through the room. He discovered that the flintlock in the skeletal hand was indeed an equipment item. Name, waterlogged rusty flintlock. Type, relic. Quality, fine. Description, once a masterful creation, it has suffered extensive rust from prolonged submersion. With only a 50% chance of firing, it inflicts moderate damage to aberrant entities. This firearm requires no ammunition, with an automatic reload time of 1 minute and a capacity of 1. Fine equipment? Yang Yi's expression turned grave. As the announcement indicated, the starting conditions were ostensibly equitable. Thus, acquiring this firearm could signify a nightmarish beginning. He brushed aside the skeletal remains on the table and discovered a decaying piece of paper beneath, with only fragments of text barely legible. The ship has run out of supplies. I can only attempt fishing. Today, fortune smiled upon me. I caught a tiger grouper, sufficient sustenance for 2 days. Hee, I've snagged an antique pistol. Although its sound is peculiar, it appears to be worth quite a bit. The remainder was stained with blood, revealing only the final line. What manner of thing could possibly exist in the depths of the sea? Yang furrowed his brow slightly after perusing the information. Rising from the captain's quarters, stepping onto the deck corridor, he raised his gaze to scrutinize his vessel closely. Chapter 2. The Phantom Ship Nightmare. Nightmare, Level 1. Durability 300, Capacity 400 units, Speed 40 knots. Ship Abilities. Nightmare, Sleeping aboard. This ship induces nightmares, reducing stamina recovery efficiency by 75. The Angler's Curse. This vessel is cursed, rendering it incapable of catching ordinary fish. Description. This ship has drifted at sea for centuries, finally welcoming its new master. Upon reading the ship's details, Yang Yi's expression soured. This vessel was a phantom ship. The hull was encrusted with barnacles and seaweed, neglected for countless years. The deck was damp, creaking underfoot with every step. Having played numerous horror games, he recognized that such scenes often concealed lurking horrors. Fortunately, after a thorough search, he found no other animate entities. Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He had no desire to engage in a fierce confrontation with inexplicable creatures right at the outset. With a clearer understanding of the ship's condition, he noted its approximate length of 12 meters, comprised of the helm, captain's quarters, deck, and hold. The helm was elevated on the foredeck, providing an unobstructed view. Behind it lay the captain's quarters, furnished with a simple bed and minimal amenities. Further back was the ship's midsection, dominated by a tall mast, while the aft housed the hold, leading directly into the ship's interior for storing cargo. Upon inspecting the hold, he found it utterly barren, void of even insects. Only a damp, unpleasant, moldy odor assaulted his senses. His initial supplies amounted to nothing after all. This ghostly vessel had drifted for an indeterminate number of years. Any provisions would indeed be a remarkable anomaly. Yang opened his logbook and continued to explore the world channel, curious about what discoveries others had made. Most of those chatting were showcasing their ships. The majority were ordinary vessels, though a few stood out as particularly remarkable. Swift Wind, Level 1, Durability 800, Capacity 500 units, Speed 70 knots. Ship Ability, Riding the Wind. Increases ship speed by 100 for a duration of 5 minutes. Description. You won't even catch a whiff of its exhaust, trust me. This seemed to be the fastest ship currently available. The other basic vessels had speeds ranging from 30 to 40 knots, depending on their size, with larger ships generally boasting higher durability but lower velocity. Radiant Fortune. The cherry blossom tree aboard emits a radiant energy that occasionally alters crew attributes, potentially triggering evolution. Description. May the crew retain their human forms. This information momentarily hushed the world channel. My ship is incredible. I feel as if I am evolving. WROY. Are you certain that isn't a mutation? The Sakura, is it? I advise you to speed up, lest you cross paths with me otherwise. I shall certainly aim my cannon squarely at your rear. The speaker was the Steel Heart, who had revealed his identity, displaying his ship's name. Accompanying the message was a photograph, a screenshot from the log. It was a formidable ironclad vessel, armed to the teeth, boasting no fewer than 20 cannons on either side, its firepower truly formidable, exuding an aura of martial virtue. Yet, when one considered its woeful speed of merely 5 knots, it elicited peals of laughter from the onlookers. Baka, let's see if you survive till tomorrow. Damn it, just you wait. What followed was a torrent of meaningless curses, many of which were obscured by the system. It seems that regardless of the language, the system translates everything into one's native tongue. Yang silently typed, "Count me in." He then scrolled upward, finally unearthing some intriguing information. Have you all tried fishing? Shush, I'm currently fishing. Having discovered the ability to fish, I suddenly have no desire to return. I fish once a week, catching enough for the entire week. I just set up my fishing spot. Your ship is in motion. How can you establish a fishing spot? Are you foolish? Come on. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm accustomed to this, my precious black bread. Guess what I caught? A bottle of Farmer's 3 Fists. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled. If freshwater fishing were indeed possible, that would be splendid. His ship also possessed a fishing rod, lying on the deck. Name, barnacle-encrusted moldy fishing rod. Type, tool relic. Quality, good. Description, reduces the probability of catching normal fish, slightly increases the chance. of reeling in unidentified objects. Trust me, you will not cherish what it catches. This unidentified object likely includes freshwater. Yang deduced. However, before commencing his fishing endeavors, he needed to adjust the ship's heading and speed. Currently, lacking a specific destination, he resolved to proceed along the default course, advancing at full speed. In the distant horizon, obscured by an unknown expanse, a dark silhouette loomed, presumably the boundary of the black mist. Thus, moving forward could hardly be a misstep. Navigating the vessel was remarkably straightforward, requiring no technical skill, all facilitated by magic. With merely a hand upon the helm, he could effortlessly alter the ship's course and control its movements. This included adjusting the vessel's speed and employing onboard equipment, such as grappling hooks. Overall, the experience was akin to playing a maritime game, simpler than driving, bypassing the learning curve, merging seamlessly with the ship. The helm was located at the bow, allowing players to steer while constantly observing the conditions of the sea ahead. Were it not for this design, it would be nearly impossible for a single person to operate the ship. As for the propulsion, Yang glanced at the mast, which bore only a few ragged strips of fabric as a symbolic sail. He chose not to dwell on this matter and focused on retrieving floating debris. Rotten wood 1. Rotten wood 1. Tattered cloth 1. Rotten wood 1. The maritime log continually updated with new activity notifications. This gameplay resembled that of a gold miner, albeit with dynamic targets to capture. Once items are captured, they are converted into resources and stored in the ship's hold, where they can be reviewed in the log. Each piece of rotting wood has a probability of being converted into a unit of lumber, while a scrap of cloth yields a unit of fabric. Yang calculated that this probability is less than 10. Thus, for every 10 pieces of decayed wood, one can expect to obtain approximately 1 unit of lumber. If one consciously selects better quality driftwood, the likelihood increases. Yang collected over 100 floating objects, ultimately acquiring 5 units of timber and 3 units of fabric over the course of 3 hours, a rather inefficient endeavor. However, it is a skill that, with practice, can lead to improved efficiency. These materials can be used to upgrade the ship's hull to elevate his vessel to level 2. Yang requires the following materials: 200 units of lumber, 100 units of fabric, and the captain's remains. He has already surmised that the remains in question are those of the captain in the captain's quarters. Thus, he cannot afford to discard the bones. Collecting such a quantity of lumber and fabric will conservatively take over a week, even for a level 1 ship. As the levels increase, upgrading is likely to become even more arduous. Yet, to his astonishment, the requirements for upgrading a ship include remains. Yang suddenly realized that the upgrade materials for special ships might differ. He promptly opened the chat channel to inquire and, as expected, discovered that this was indeed the case. The materials required for upgrading a basic ship are significantly less. They need only 100 units of lumber and 50 units of fabric, with no requirement for remains whatsoever. As for the Steelheart ship, it astonishingly requires iron for its upgrade. Damn, where on this ocean can one find iron? What a farce. It is well known that iron sinks in water, it will only lie at the bottom of the sea. The fisherman can catch anything. I just reeled in a unit of iron. Huh, am buying iron at a high price. Whoever brings me iron will be made my subordinate. Baka, you're worrying about iron when you might not survive until tomorrow. The dark mist is closing in on you. So it's the Sakura, is it? Don't eat behind anonymity. Just wait until I catch you. Yang closed the log. It appears that special ships are not without their drawbacks. The difficulty in upgrading may lead to a lag in levels. He picked up his fishing rod, preparing to fish. Chapter 3. Is this what you call fish? Current weather: the sky is clear with not a cloud in sight. An ideal day for fishing. Location: Sea of Origins, remaining daylight. 5 hours temperature, 12 to 20 sea wind speed. Level 1. Yang took a deep breath and glanced at his status. Rationality: 100 energy. 9100. He utilized the simplistic synthesis feature of his journal to craft a rudimentary spear from 5 pieces of wood, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. He also secured a flintlock pistol at his waist. Once he hooked a formidable catch, it might be necessary to employ physical means to subdue it. As for bait, Yang had already verified in his journal that fishing here did not require bait, likely due to the system's power. However, Attaching bait could enhance fishing efficiency. With preparations complete, it was time to cast his line. Yang Yi swung his rod, the hook tracing an arc before plunging into the sea. Though not particularly skilled at fishing, he now possessed ample time to learn. 15 minutes elapsed, yet the bobber remained motionless. Yang Yi opened the world channel to see what other anglers had caught, seeking some psychological readiness. How do you know I hooked a fish? 100 cm, accompanied by a photo of a large bass. Who asked you? I also caught a giant. How big? Enormous, but I couldn't reel it in. What a pointless statement. As Yang Yi scrolled upward, he finally stumbled upon an intriguing comment. Fishermen, heed this advice. If you encounter something unusual, be sure to cut the line immediately. There's no penalty, as long as you don't lose your rod. The fishing line regenerates infinitely. What did you catch? It looked like a human figure. I cut it right away. A mermaid, perhaps? You released your wife. That thing was definitely suspicious. Just look at my fishing rod. Name, carbon fiber refined fishing rod. Type, tool. Grade, premium. Description, an exceptional fishing rod that can be passed down to your grandchildren. It increases fishing success rates, reduces energy expenditure, and slightly enhances the probability of catching unidentified objects. What a fine item. Why is my rod merely a basic model? Be grateful. I'm a seasoned angler and don't even have a rod. I'm still using a claw hook. A simple fishing rod requires 10 pieces of wood to craft. You're envious far too soon. Just take a look at my boat. Fisherman-S vessel, level 1, durability 345-400, capacity 500 units. Speed 25 knots, ship skills, none. Description, it is neither sturdy nor equipped with skills, but it certainly makes you feel more like a fisherman. Upon seeing the 25-knot speed of the small boat, the number of envious onlookers dwindled significantly. How did the durability of your fishing boat decrease? I just pulled up a 3-meter great white shark, and it nearly swallowed me whole. Now, for larger catches, I simply cut the line. Otherwise, who knows who might end up as the meal? Yang Yi continued to browse and discovered that fishing could yield not only fish, but also other peculiar items, including treasure chests and fresh water. I caught a treasure chest, he exclaimed. A treasure chest? What lies within? A secret, someone replied. You all managed to catch fish, yet I have not even glimpsed a shadow of one. I have only caught a sock, a peasant's punch, and even a balloon. A peasant's punch. Is that balloon even legitimate? Surely it cannot be used. Upon reviewing the chat logs, it became evident that fishing in this realm could unearth a myriad of astonishing items. Even monsters. Yang Yi steeled himself. Should anything unusual surface, he would immediately sever the line. Moments later, the bobber began to tremble, indicating something was nibbling at the bait. Yang Yi held his breath, armed with a spear and a pistol. If it was merely a fish, he anticipated little trouble. As the bobber submerged, he seized a moment to pull the rod. With a vigorous tug, he fixed his gaze upon the azure sea. He did not perceive any colossal shadows. With a mere flick of his wrist, he yanked the creature from the water with negligible resistance. What emerged was a diminutive fish, roughly the thickness of a thumb. It was not entirely fish. Measuring around 3 centimeters in length, its streamlined body resembled that of an ordinary sardine. However, this creature sported 4 elongated legs, each 5 centimeters long, standing upright on the deck of the boat. Yang Yi was taken aback, locking eyes with the fish. Was this truly a fish? Yang Yi was astounded. You have discovered a bizarre fish. Sanity decreases by 2 points. In the next moment, the fish adeptly utilized its long legs to flee back into the sea, only to be struck down by Yang Yi's spear. Name, long-legged sardine. Type, food. Description, abyssal fish species, said to confer long legs upon frequent consumption. Edible, non-toxic, and delicious, though consuming it requires courage, may reduce sanity. Yang Yi picked up the fish, which weighed less than 100 grams. Its 4 pale legs were already fractured, mirroring the structure of human legs, with a remarkably bouncy texture. Could this be consumed? He recalled the ship's skill, the fisherman's curse, the inability to catch normal fish. He documented the fish's image in his log and shared it in the World Channel. Has anyone here caught such a fish? This revelation sparked a considerable uproar. What in the world is that? Mental pollution, sanity -8. You dare call that a fish? Why must you assault my eyes? Sanity -10. Blocked. Blocked. Never to be seen again. In an instant, Yang Yi found himself blocked by a multitude of users, each experiencing varying degrees of sanity loss. However, one individual suddenly messaged him privately. Is the water in your region black? It would be wise to leave quickly. Otherwise, you may face an attack from some unidentified monstrosity. Yang Yi glanced at the expanse of azure beneath his vessel, feeling somewhat speechless. It is not so. My vessel is a ghost ship. Ah, you are quite capable. May we become friends? Captain Su Dao of the Gale submits a friend request. Yang Yi accepted. Adding a friend incurs no loss. You would do well to refrain from sending such photographs again. My sanity has dwindled to a mere 54, and another decline may drive me to madness. Understood. Yang Yi recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet for the sake of sustenance and fresh water, he must persist in fishing. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a long-legged sardine with a missing leg. Blast! Your sanity decreases by 1. Yang Yi felt as though the system was conspiring against him, providing him with an abnormal vessel. A common individual would surely succumb to madness after merely a day of fishing. After 3 hours, he had managed to catch 8 long-legged sardines, some of which were missing a leg. Yet, fresh water remained elusive. What of the promised, bountiful harvest? One can survive over a week without food, but without water, a person may perish within 3 to 5 days, unless one resorts to drinking their own urine. Yang Yi, unwilling to resort to such desperation, steeled his resolve, grasped a long-legged sardine as bait, and commenced his next fishing endeavor. Chapter 4. The waterlogged treasure chest. After fishing for over an hour, dusk began to settle in. The first night was fast approaching. Yang Yi, now ravenous, found the long-legged sardines scattered nearby to be quite appetizing. However, consuming such fish would likely lead to a loss of sanity. Unless absolutely necessary, he was not inclined to partake, especially since there was no stove aboard the vessel, leaving only the option of consuming them raw. Suddenly, the buoy quivered, stirring Yang Yi's senses. With a vigorous tug, he reeled in a black fish. This catch lacked the long legs of the sardines, instead bristling with sharp spines and covered in a slimy membrane. As it hit the deck, the membrane ruptured, releasing a noxious black pus. This fish is repulsive. Sanity decreased by 2. Before Yang Yi could pierce it with his spear, the fish perished. Name: cystic pufferfish. Type: food. Description: abyssal fish. Its bodily fluids are highly toxic. No sane person would consume it unless they wish to end their life. Toxic? Yang Yi hesitated to handle it, opting instead to spear it and discard it into the hold. He deliberately stabbed it several more times until the spear's tip was stained black, transforming it into a venomous weapon. As darkness enveloped the horizon, less than an hour remained until nightfall. The system had warned of dangers lurking in the dark, so Yang Yi had no intention of fishing after sunset. Just as he was about to stow his fishing rod and return to the captain's quarters, a peculiar object floated across the surface of the sea. It was a chest, specifically a treasure chest, roughly the size of a briefcase, drifting past the side of the nightmarish. His heart raced as he swiftly approached the helm, redirecting the vessel to pursue the treasure. This opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. Maneuvering the grappling hook, he aimed for the chest. Yet, the chest proved elusive, slipping away as if it were alive, constantly evading his grasp. After much effort, he finally secured the chest and rushed into the cabin to examine it. Name: waterlogged decaying treasure chest. Type: treasure chest. Description: perhaps this is not the kind of treasure you sought. Cautiously, he held his flintlock pistol at the chest and pried it open with his spear. Inside lay a severed human head, devoid of hair, its skin a pallid gray, seemingly coated in a layer of slime. Upon opening, the head reacted, its murky eyes fluttering open, and it began to speak. Sir, may I trouble you for a few minutes to introduce you to the omniscient Lord? You cannot comprehend its words. Sanity decreased by 5. A chill ran down Yang Yi's spine, his body trembling. Sir, may I? In an instant, the head sprang forth, revealing its true nature. It was an octopus, its head replaced with that of a human, its body a mass of twisted tentacles. It lunged towards Yang Yi, extending its tentacles and exposing its beak-like teeth, seemingly intent on biting him. But awaiting it was. Boom! The weapon discharged with a shower of sparks. The gun did not misfire. The dull roar of the shot resonated, akin to a monster's growl. The octopus erupted, scattering into a mass of flesh. Hearing the peculiar sound of gunfire, Yang Yi felt a surge of pent-up frustration rising within him, almost making him nauseous. He promptly checked his status. Rationality: 88, 100 energy, 62, 100 health. 100. It appeared that a decline in rationality could disrupt one's mental state. Fortunately, Yang Yi possessed remarkable mental attributes. With a will as unyielding as steel, and he swiftly regained his composure to examine the creature's remains. Name: head octopus. Type: food material. Description: a species from the abyss. Do not attempt to comprehend its words, as they are merely a tactic to ambush you and divert your attention. However, if you can understand it, then good luck to you. Edible and usable as a material, it has mild toxicity. Consuming it temporarily increases strength by 1, constitution by 1, but reduces spirit by -1 and rationality by -20. Note: the limits of mundane items cannot exceed a maximum attribute of 10. This creature possessed a modicum of value. Yang Yi gathered the scattered flesh and arranged it neatly before continuing to inspect the chest's interior. Inside, he found some corroded coins. He retrieved one, adorned with a conch shell design on one side and a cartoonish octopus head on the reverse. You have obtained 100 conch coins. Apart from these, the chest was devoid of any further treasures. What had happened to the promised fresh water? Conch coins were of no use. The sky was rapidly darkening. Yang Yi disposed of the captain's remains into the ship's hold and returned to the captain's quarters. He had no intention of fishing or hunting by night, as the system had warned of imminent dangers. He preferred not to take risks at the outset. As for fresh water, he could strive for it again tomorrow. When it came to food, he could always resort to consuming long-legged sardines. To survive, Yang Yi was unperturbed by the prospect of eating peculiar things, as long as they provided protein and energy. He never relinquished hope. He had persevered in the past, and he would do so now. He lay upon the old bed, tossing and turning. The mattress was damp and bore a musty odor, rendering it quite uncomfortable. Yet, he had no alternative. Night had fully descended. Only the faint light of the moon filtered through, while the only sounds in the vicinity were the crashing waves and the whispering wind. Yang Yi found himself unable to drift into slumber, so he opened the world channel to peruse the information. Claw hooks could be utilized to seize treasure chests. He sent forth a piece of information, though it bore little value, as anyone who spotted a treasure chest would undoubtedly pursue it. Releasing it could garner goodwill and further intelligence from others. Indeed, I too have captured a wooden resource chest, which yielded 1 unit of steel, 20 units of wood, and 20 units of cloth. Then you could swiftly upgrade your vessel. How innovative! I managed to secure a bronze equipment chest and obtained a remarkable treasure. A bloodstained pearl necklace. Type: relic. Quality: good. Description: it once belonged to a bride as her dowry. The owner has been searching for it ever since. Wearing it grants 1 agility, but reduces spirit by -1 and lowers the rationality cap by -5. I find this contraption to be anything but a treasure. You are merely envious of me. The darkness is profound. My vessel lacks illumination, and I suspect an upgrade is necessary to acquire it. I have no blankets, and the cold is unbearable. Sleep eludes me. Have you all noticed how the waves upon the sea seem to have grown larger? As the tempest intensifies, the fish become more valuable, my friends. Let us embark on a fishing expedition. Night Fishing 1-2-10086. Have you heard that melodious singing? It is rather enchanting. No, do not frighten me. In the vastness of the ocean, where could such a song originate? I see it now. A beautiful maiden is singing, so alluring, and she is beckoning to me. My friend, do pay attention to your rationality. That is a siren, good heavens. She is exquisite, and she is swimming closer to me. Quickly, retreat to the captain's quarters and secure the door. It's over. He has already fallen under her spell. Are you still there, my friend? It is late at night. Do not play tricks. Hello. There was no further message from that person. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. The system's warning is certainly not without merit. He listened intently, but the song was absent, so he rose and pushed open the door to the captain's quarters. The door of this ghost ship was ancient and decrepit. The lock had long been broken, serving merely as an ornament. He opened it a crack to observe the outside, scrutinizing his surroundings by the light of the moon. After a few minutes of vigilant observation, he confirmed the coast was clear before dashing outside, arriving at the bow to manipulate the helm, reducing the speed to 10 knots. Lowering the speed minimizes the likelihood of encountering monsters. Should one appear while he is asleep, it would be a death from which he would not even comprehend how it came to be. However, remaining stationary is not a viable option either. Yang Yi deemed a speed of 10 knots to be just right, maintaining a safe distance from the ominous fog behind him. After addressing all matters, he returned to the captain's quarters, positioning his flintlock pistol upon the bedside and leaning his spear against the wall. He continued to peruse the chat channel until the late hours of the night before gradually succumbing to sleep, the faint whispers echoing in his ears. His brow was furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were ensnared in a nightmare. Chapter 5. The First Nightmare. The first night at sea was destined to be sleepless. Yang Yi lay in bed, tossing and turning, his forehead damp with cold sweat. He was trapped in a nightmare. Meanwhile, within the confines of the nightmarish ship's cabin, the captain's skeletal remains stirred unexpectedly, its bones trembling as a flicker of soul fire ignited within the hollow skull. Creak, creak. The bones clashed and scraped against one another, and the skeleton rose to its feet. It exited the cabin and ambled towards the captain's quarters at the bow of the ship, gently pushing open the door. Inside, Yang Yi remained ensconced in slumber, occasionally shifting in his sleep. The corpse regarded Yang Yi for a prolonged moment before its gaze was drawn to a fishing rod encrusted with barnacles nearby. It approached, seized the rod, and without hesitation, left the room, proceeding to the relatively spacious atrium of the ship to fish. After a brief span of about 10 minutes, something snagged on the line. A pale, bloated hand emerged from the depths of the sea, grasping the fishing line. Yang Yi was still ensnared in his nightmare. He jolted awake, his hand instinctively reaching for his abdomen, and upon finding it unharmed, he sighed in relief. Just moments ago, he had dreamt of a swollen corpse silently pushing open the door and entering. The dream had felt so vivid, as if witnessed firsthand. He recalled the sound of its movements, slap, slap, like a damp mop striking the floor. Upon awakening, the ghastly figure was alarmingly close. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the flintlock pistol from his bedside and fired at the corpse. Click! The gun misfired. In the next instant, he was pinned to the bed by the corpse, rendered helpless as it disemboweled him, his crimson, steaming entrails spilling onto the floor. You have experienced death, subjected to brutal slaughter. Your sanity decreases by 15 few. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. Yang Yi exhaled deeply. Yet, suddenly, he noticed that the door to the captain's quarters stood ajar. Grabbing the flintlock pistol tightly, he wondered, was it the wind? Impossible. There had been no breeze at sea today. Slap, slap. The familiar sound of footsteps echoed. A bloated corpse appeared in the doorway. It seemed to have lingered in the water for far too long, swollen and emitting a foul stench, clad in tattered sailor's garb, adorned with seaweed. At that moment, it fixed its ghastly, pallid eyes upon Yang Yi. Fuck! Upon encountering an unknown entity, your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi cursed vehemently and immediately fired his weapon. Click! The gun jammed. The corpse appeared to retain a semblance of awareness, and upon realizing the pistol had misfired, it grinned widely. Its mouth, mostly toothless, allowed a crab to scuttle out. This scene bore a striking resemblance to his nightmare. And Yang Yi had prepared himself. As the gun fell silent, he hurled the flintlock like a stone, striking the corpse squarely in the head. Seizing the moment of its disorientation, Yang Yi grabbed a nearby spear and charged at the abomination, thrusting it into the corpse's neck, colliding with its body. However, his intention was not to inflict harm, but rather to escape the confines of the captain's quarters. Only by breaking free from this cramped space and reaching the deck could he hope to confront the corpse. The force of the sprint was immense, and with his weight, Yang Yi barely squeezed himself out from beside the drowned corpse. The foul, putrid stench nearly made him retch. Nauseating odor. Your sanity decreases by 5. Yi was not particularly strong. It was impossible for him to overturn the corpse by force. He hastily ran to the bow of the ship. Here, he had ample space to engage the drowned body in a game of cat and mouse. Yi glunged back. As expected, the bloated and sluggish corpse was no match for his speed. Victory was within reach. Excitement surged through him, adrenaline coursing wildly as his breath quickened. On the bow deck, there was a raised platform with the ship as helm. He merely needed to emulate the wise of old, using the grand helm as a shield, circling around it to evade the corpse's pursuit. Simultaneously, he began to count down in his mind. 48, 47. A wooden spear pierced the drowned body's neck. Yet it continued to pursue him, as if unfazed. 3-2. Yi ceased circling, breaking away from the corpse and sprinting back to the captain's cabin. He picked up the flintlock pistol at the doorway, aiming it at the corpse with bated breath. With only a few meters separating them and the target being so large, he had no reason to miss, as long as it didn't misfire. Bang! The gunshot rang out deafeningly, akin to a shrill wail, provoking nausea. Strange gunshot. Your sanity decreases by 2. The shot veered slightly off target but still struck true. The majority of the corpse's head shattered, dark, viscous fluid splattering onto the ground, causing it to stagger and fall heavily forward. Victory. The tension in Yi's nerves began to ease. He approached the corpse, ready to reclaim the spear from the ground. Just then, the seemingly lifeless corpse suddenly stirred. Despite the extensive damage to its head, it was still able to move. A pallid hand grasped Yi's ankle with tremendous force, sinking into his flesh and leaving behind deep marks. What? It's still alive? Yi immediately reacted, a fierce glint in his eyes, picking up the spear once more and thrusting it into the corpse. The spear pierced through the gaping wound in the corpse's skull. After the strike, the grip of the corpse weakened, indicating that it was effective. Yet, for reasons unknown, in its final moments, the corpse turned its head to look at Yi, its eyes filled with malice. Suddenly, its abdomen began to swell rapidly. Self-detonation. Yi instinctively reacted, stumbling backward. With a muffled bang, the rancid flesh and shattered bones exploded forth, resembling a rain of blood. The corpse had detonated, creating quite a commotion. Fortunately, it had been lying face down, so much of the force was directed against the deck. He fell just in time to avoid the splattering debris of flesh and bone. However, his foot was not spared from injury. Pain shot through his left foot as 2 teeth pierced through the sole of his shoe, penetrating into his flesh. His right arm was grazed by an unidentified shard of bone, though the wound was shallow. As for the falling remnants of flesh, they had lost their lethality, merely drenching Yi and invoking disgust. Corpse fragments are repugnant. Your sanity decreases by 2. Yi struggled to rise, prying the severed hand from his ankle and assessing his condition. Status: injured rationality, 55-100 energy, 40-100 health, 91-100. He removed his left shoe, gritting his teeth against the pain as he extracted the tooth lodged in the sole of his foot. Fortunately, its force was not akin to that of a bullet. Upon piercing through the shoe, it merely broke the skin. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Yi rose to his feet despite the agony, casting his gaze upon the drowned corpse, only to be met with a chilling sight. On the deck lay nothing but a fragmented skeleton, the spine entirely absent, presumably having been propelled into the sea. All the ribs were embedded like arrows into the deck, penetrating deeply. The self-detonation had considerable power. He had merely been situated in the direction of its weakest point. Had he been struck by the rib-like projectiles, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Simultaneously, information about the drowned corpse appeared in his log. Name: drowned one. Description: an unfortunate soul who perished in the sea, rising again with a grudge against the living. Could be used in a monster gotcha machine. What on earth is a monster gotcha machine? He was engulfed in confusion. Yet, as he regained his composure, he became aware of a crucial oversight. The drowned one approached the captain's quarters, and Yi happened to spot him. However, what mechanism had opened the door to the captain's quarters? It had been ajar long before the drowned one's emergence. With this thought, a chill ran down his spine, and he heard footsteps drawing near from behind, followed by a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Something had pierced him. Chapter 6. Madness. There are still things on the ship. He came to his senses, but it was too late. A fishing rod lunged at him, piercing into his left shoulder and embedding itself deep within the flesh. He immediately dashed forward, turning back to clutch his wounded shoulder with his right hand. Before him stood a skeletal figure, its cranium severed in half, with a ghastly green flame of the soul flickering within. It was the captain's skeleton, revived and brandishing the fishing rod, its tip stained crimson with Yang Yi's blood. The creature regarded Yang Yi with a jaw that opened and closed incessantly, as if mocking him. "You wretched creature," Yang Yi cursed, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Attacked by the deceased, your sanity decreases by 10, sanity below 50. You enter a state of madness, becoming immune to most negative mental states. Strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, sanity -2, pain ignored, tirelessness, and courageous until sanity is restored. Negative mental states, such as charm, mental control, fear, despair, etc. P.S. When energy reaches 0, health will be consumed instead of energy. The limit of madness is 10, and cannot surpass the limits of the mundane." He raised his firearm and aimed at the skeleton. Click! The gun misfired. The skeleton, wielding the fishing rod like a spear, charged at him. Although he felt no pain, his injured foot would inevitably hinder his movements. The risk of circling the skeleton in his wounded state was too great. One moment of carelessness could see him impaled by the rod, which exceeded 2 meters in length. After a brief moment of contemplation, He altered his strategy, opting not to retreat, but to advance directly towards the foe. He hurled his spear, striking the skeleton and lodging it within its bony structure, causing it to momentarily freeze. Seizing this opportunity, he closed the distance and engaged in close combat. He still possessed a weapon, a bludgeon. By gripping the barrel of his flintlock, it transformed into a short hammer, proving exceptionally effective against the skeleton. With a mighty swing, he raised the flintlock and aimed for the gaping fissure in the skeleton's skull, targeting the flickering flame of its soul. However, the skeleton reacted swiftly, extending its hand to block his strike. It seemed to fear the firearm, abandoning the fishing rod to seize the weapon instead. Of course, would not yield it so easily. The two engaged in a struggle for possession of the gun. The skeleton's strength was slightly inferior to Yang Yi's in his mad state, likely around 4. Yet, in their entangled grappling, He found it difficult to launch an effective attack. Should the firearm misfire, he would be doomed. He needed a strategy. In his state of madness, He remained lucid and quickly devised a plan. If it desired the flintlock, he would feign surrender. Calculating the timing, after a brief tussle, he took aim and pulled the trigger. Click! The gun misfired once more. He decisively relinquished the weapon. As anticipated, the skeleton's focus shifted predominantly to the flintlock. He seized the moment to break free from their entanglement and sprinted towards the ship's cabin. By the time the skeleton arrived, it could only glimpse a shadowy figure in the dim light of the cabin. That figure was Yi, shrouded in darkness, ravenously devouring a pool of unknown flesh and blood. The skeleton pulled the trigger, but the gun remained unresponsive, still in cool down. From the bow to the stern of the ship, a mere dozen meters separated them, and both had been running. Thus, the flintlock was still cooling down. A handgun that cannot be fired is no different from a hammer. Yi charged forward, his mouth smeared with dark, viscous liquid, and his eyes bloodshot. You have consumed the head of a human octopus, gaining 1 in strength, 1 in constitution, -1 in spirit, and -20 in sanity, lasting for 1 minute. Thus, Yi's strength surged from 3 to 6, doubling in magnitude. Madness 2. Furthermore, He discovered that the increments in strength were not linear, but rather exponential. This meant that an increase of only 2 points in strength could lead to overwhelming dominance. He pressed forward. At this moment, the skeleton had yet to react, seemingly perplexed as to why the gun had not fired. In the next instant, it was brought down by Yang Yi, its arm bones violently wrenched off and flung aside. Yang Yi, seizing the advantage, thrust his right hand through the gaping hole in the skeleton's skull, reaching for the soul's flame within. At this juncture, the skeleton exhibited signs of fear, its jaw opening and closing incessantly as if pleading for mercy. But it was too late. It had no means of resistance. Yang Yi grasped the flame, which was not hot to the touch, but rather pleasantly warm. The skeleton reacted violently, trembling uncontrollably, soon disintegrating into a mundane pile of bones. The soul's flame extinguished completely. Yet, had the skeleton truly perished? Not necessarily. Having previously been outsmarted by a drowned victim, he had become considerably more cautious. Yang Yi clutched the skeleton's skull, picked up the flintlock pistol, and placed the skull upon the ship's railing. He harbored grave doubts about the skeleton's demise, even though he could now examine its details. Name: Captain's remains. Description: he was once a captain who adored fishing until he caught a monster that could be input into a creature gacha machine. 2 minutes later, as expected, a ghastly green light flickered back to life within the skull. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi fired his weapon. Bang! The flash of fire erupted, and the gunfire rang sharply. The skull was obliterated into fragments by the flintlock. The gunfire is peculiar. Your sanity decreases by 1. It appeared that subduing or slaying a creature could yield information about it, Yang Yi concluded. However, what exactly was this creature gacha machine? He had never encountered it before, nor did the ship harbor any such thing. To be on the safe side, it was prudent to retain the corpses of these creatures. Yang Yi disposed of them into the ship's hold and took possession of the skeleton's arm and thigh bones. After all, a headless skeleton soldier might still exist. He had seen such a thing in a game before. To err on the side of caution, it was wise to carry away parts of its body. Having learned from past misfortunes, Yang Yi felt as though he had gained 100 extra senses. After simply tending to his wounds with cloth, he returned to the captain's quarters. Simultaneously, he reviewed his status. Yang Yi status: injured in a human figure icon. Both the left and right feet have turned yellow, as well as the left shoulder. Sanity: 24 100 energy, 21 100 health, 82 100 with such low energy. It was no wonder he felt utterly exhausted. Yang Yi opened the world chat channel and casually typed a message. When you go to sleep tonight, remember to lock your doors. Responses came swiftly. Big shot, what did you encounter? A siren? Goodness, you haven't really taken it down, have you? Is it difficult to defeat? Will it drop any equipment? Yang Yi replied with a hint of irritation. No, it's purely torment. He disregarded the responses from others, turned off the world channel, and lay on his bed, using the thigh bone of a skeleton as a pillow beneath the mattress. At the same time, he kept his weapon close at hand, ensuring it was within easy reach. Tonight was fraught with peril. Any misstep could plunge him into irretrievable doom. Tomorrow, he planned to set up some auditory traps to serve as an early warning system. If he could detect threats in advance, many dangers could be averted. While contemplating this, he struggled to fall asleep, but throughout the night until dawn, slumber eluded him. Chapter 7. The Monster Gacha Machine in the early hours of the morning. Yang Yi had scarcely slept. As dawn broke, he resolved to rise, discarding several decayed bones from beneath his mattress into the shadows beneath his bed. It had been quite some time. Surely, the captain's remains had succumbed to death long ago. After a single night, Yang Yi seemed transformed. His complexion was pale, marked by deep dark circles under his eyes, which were bloodshot and weary. Upon stepping out of the captain's quarters, he was taken aback to discover a peculiar statue on the bow of the ship, a figure that resembled a cartoonish octopus creature complete with wings, perched upon a stone. What was this? Simultaneously, a notification from the logbook appeared. Last night, a total of 13,000 individuals successfully vanquished the aberrations, with one remarkable individual achieving a double kill. The system shall bestow a special talent based on your accomplishments. Moreover, the Monster Gacha machine is now open. You may deposit monster remains into the machine to receive gacha rewards, with the bodies being forcibly reclaimed. Please be cautious not to indiscriminately discard refuse or living creatures into the machine, for this may incite its wrath. The world channel erupted in excitement. Are there truly monsters in this world? What do they look like? Has anyone seen them? Please return me home. I would offer anything. A talent reward? What a loss. A skeleton creature knocked on my door last night, and I chose not to answer. Had I known, I would have opened the door for a chance. You might have met your demise had you done so. The monster gotcha machine? Has anyone found this contraption? I have. It's on the bow deck, resembling a large adorable cat. Mine, however, is in the cabin and resembles a cartoon robot. Damn, mine is a clown. Truly terrifying, and it's positioned in the captain's quarters. Are none of you different? Young, he turned to gaze at his own gotcha machine, which depicted a cartoon octopus creature. Its mouth agape, eagerly awaiting sustenance, with tendrils covering its lips. Reward distribution. You have received the talent. Unlock conditions. Attempts 03. What is this? It requires unlocking? How absurd. Young, he opened the chat channel. Others were inquiring as well about why the gifted talents necessitated unlocking. Each individual's unlocking criteria varied, with some requiring tens of thousands or even millions of attempts, while others needed merely a few dozen. His requirement of only 3 attempts was indeed rather minimal. Soon, someone discovered the conditions for unlocking their talents, revealing that they were quite straightforward. My unlocking condition is to walk. I must take 100,000 steps. What a hassle. Yours is better. Mine requires breathing 3 million times. Just a matter of fate. You at least have a goal. Mine reads 0100, leaving me utterly in the dark. Perhaps it's about surviving for 100 days. This system. If you do not wish to grant a talent, you need not. Young, he glanced at his 03, shook his head, and resolved to leave it to fate for the time being. He proceeded into the cabin, preparing to exchange the monster remains inside for gotcha rewards. The captain's remains could not be used for gotcha, as there was but a single set. Thus, he merely retrieved the severed hand of the drowned and cast it into the octopus-themed gotcha machine. As soon as he deposited it, the machine's eyes illuminated with a crimson glow, and the tentacles beneath its chin swirled in a spectrum of colors. Young, he twisted the dial on its chest. The sounds of capsules colliding resonating within the air. The ambience was utterly intense. What a twisted sense of humor. Young Yira Marquette. Before long, a luminous orb rolled forth. He picked it up, and it transformed into a bottle of ethereal blue potion. Name, Grievance of the Drowned. Type, consumable. Quality, good. Description, upon consumption, sanity -20 for 1 minute. The user will be regarded as a drowned individual and will not be subject to the active attacks of lesser aberrations. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This item could serve as a valuable lifeline. In survival games, such items held significant worth. The world chat soon erupted with excitement as a multitude showcased their prizes. I drew a token. Name, skeletal token. Type, relic. Quality, exquisite. Description, can summon a skeleton to fight on your behalf for 15 minutes. After the time elapses, it will lose control and turn against the summoner, with the corpse vanishing upon death. Cooldown period, 24 hours. When using it, ensure you can contend with the skeleton. Impressive. Sell it to me. I'll offer 1 billion. A billion is meaningless here. We deal in conch coins, and there are no means of trade unless in person. What about my dagger? Name, serrated dagger. Type, treasure. Quality, exquisite. Description, a sharp dagger with a comfortable grip, inflicting minor damage. Its sole drawback is its length. All right, we're all aware of your limitations. I would purchase this weapon even if you offered it. I cannot afford such embarrassment. Many individuals paraded their gotcha spoils, yet exquisite items were scarce. Only these 2 were observed, while the rest were of good quality. Overall, relics tended to possess superior effects compared to treasures, albeit with the risk of sanity depletion and potential side effects. The rusted flintlock in Yang Yi's possession could inflict moderate damage, while most other exquisite weapons typically dealt minor harm. Quite formidable indeed, albeit with significant limitations. 1 shot per minute, and it could misfire, resulting in sanity loss. A form of balance, perhaps. Young, he withdrew his gaze and devoured half a long-legged sardine. He was famished, and following the events of the previous night, his concerns had diminished considerably. To survive, such matters were inconsequential. Consuming raw, long-legged sardine, your sanity decreases by 2 points. The fish, albeit slightly off, was fortunately not rotten. It provided energy and a modicum of hydration. Yang Yi consumed the entire sardine, finally experiencing a semblance of satiety. Then checked his status. After resting last night, both his energy and sanity had recuperated. However, due to nightmares and insomnia, the recovery of his energy was rather poor. The wound had yet to heal properly, leaving him uncertain of the risk of infection. Yang Yi's status, injuret. Rationality, 74-100. Energy, 52-100. Vitality, 83-100. He entered the cabin, with the immediate priority being the creation of sound traps. The intelligence of these otherworldly fiends was rather low. Thus the traps did not need to be overly concealed. It sufficed to craft some long ropes using simple synthesis, and then pierce large holes in thin wooden planks to string them together. The wood was readily available, easily obtained. In this game, wood could be molded into any cubic shape, with one unit roughly equivalent to a cubic decimeter of timber. After assembling the wooden pieces, he tied knots to separate them and hung them in the corridor before the captain's quarters and on the door. Yang Yi tested the setup. The sound produced by the wind or when someone bumped into it was significantly distinct, providing a useful alert mechanism. By the time he completed this task, the entire morning had elapsed, and the previously gathered wood and fabric were entirely consumed. Yang Yi was not overly anxious about these resources. The pressing concern remained fresh water. He needed to fish more diligently while keeping an eye out for drifting supplies, searching for any treasure chests. While deep in thought, Yang Yi suddenly sensed something was amiss. He felt an unusual warmth, his face flushed, and a slight pain in his abdomen. Alerted, he checked his status once more. Yang Yi's status: injured corpse poison infection, mild food poisoning, mild diarrhea. His entire body had taken on a yellow hue, the area around the wound being a deeper shade. This was disastrous. The very scenario Yang Yi had dreaded had come to pass. The drowned had carried corpse poison, and he had fallen victim to it. Yet here he was adrift at sea, devoid of any medicine. Chapter 8. Caught a fruit? Today's weather a bright sunny day, ideal for fishing. Location: sea of origin remaining sunlight, 8 hours. Temperature: 15 to 25 C. Wind speed: level 1. Yang Yi was fervently fishing, as it not only needed fresh water, but also urgently required medical supplies. Both could be procured through fishing. He perused the global channel and discovered that someone had once caught a bandage of ordinary quality, which possessed healing acceleration and anti-inflammatory properties. Although the bandage would not significantly aid Yang Yi's current injuries, other medical items surely existed. He needed to seize the moment and continue fishing. You caught a piece of rotten wood, you caught a long-legged sardine, you caught a long-legged sardine, you caught a piece of tattered cloth. Damn it! Yang Yi cursed, gripping a long-legged sardine, biting off its head in one swift motion, and swallowing it whole along with its entrails and long legs. He recalled a survival expert once stating that one could eat it after removing the head. Yang Yi was famished, so he consumed each catch immediately. As for the potential decline in sanity from eating raw long-legged sardines, that was not a concern for him at present. With starvation looming, who cared about sanity? In a state of desperation, anything would suffice. After indulging, Yang Yi made a new discovery. The decline in sanity would diminish with repeated exposure to the same event. For instance, consuming long-legged sardines now only decreased his sanity by 1 point, occasionally 2 points. If this continued, he would likely become accustomed to it, no longer experiencing a loss of sanity. Moreover, his mental experience points were rapidly increasing. Mental growth seemed connected to the stimulation of sanity. 2 hours later, Yang Yi felt his condition deteriorating. His wounds had become unbearably itchy. He fought against the urge to scratch, determined not to aggravate the infection. Simultaneously, due to diarrhea, he had lost a substantial amount of fluids and salts. Coupled with a fever, his vision gradually blurred, and he felt lightheaded. Status: injured corpse poison infection, moderate. Fever, food poisoning, mild. Diarrhea, just a little longer. He was certain he could reel in life-saving medicine. Yang Yi steeled himself and continued fishing, and at last, he pulled up something he had never seen before. You caught an eyeball fruit. It was an eyeball that blinked roughly the size of a fist. Name: eyeball fruit. Description: Despite its bizarre appearance, it is a fruit originating from the abyss, mildly sweet, and replenishes vitamins, salts, and fluids. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi took a bite, splattering black juice, as the eyeball fruit quivered slightly in his hand. Your sanity decreased by 2, though the fruit appeared terrifying. Its flavor far surpassed that of sardines. The flesh was grainy and subtly sweet, and Yang Yi devoured it entirely. After consuming the eyeball fruit, he felt considerably better. His diarrhea had mostly ceased, but the corpse poison infection lingered. Was it possible that fishing could not yield a remedy for corpse poison? It seemed improbable. A fisherman could catch anything. Yet, until nightfall, he had not managed to catch any medical supplies. However, he did reel in a bottle of fresh water. His haul was as follows: fruit X2, long-legged sardine X8, wood X10, fabric X9, cystic puffer X1, fresh water 1L. The remainder of his catch had been consumed by Yang Yi. This 1L of fresh water represents a single unit that can be stored in the ship's hold. Though extraction requires a container, it is important to note that this hold does not pertain to the physical conception of a ship's hold. It instead represents invisible data for resource storage, such as wood, fabric, fresh water, and steel, which can be withdrawn as needed. Yang Yi felt barched, having already consumed a third of a 1.5L bottle of Farmer Brew. He needed to ration his intake, as the yield of fresh water was dismally low. As night descended, Yang Yi dared not linger on the deck. He concluded his fishing and retreated to the captain's quarters. As customary, he placed his flintlock beside him and lay down to sleep. However, fever and infected wounds relentlessly tormented him. This was destined to be a sleepless night, compounded by the curse of nightmares. Unable to find rest, Yang Yi opened the chat channel to peruse its contents. It remained lively, yet the observant would notice that the number of online participants was no longer displayed. The deceased remained silent, their absence felt without a sound. I just crafted 2 spears. If those skeletons dare to approach tonight, I shall make them spill gold. Brother, have you never played this game? Don't you know skeletons lack flesh and possess innate piercing resistance? Using spears is no better than throwing your fists. Still need 982 units of steel. Message me privately for specifics. Steelheart, are you still alive? For heaven's sake, you all may have perished, but I refuse to meet my end. How can you outrun the black mist with a 5-knot speed? Give me steel, and I will divulge secrets. Shut it. I have no desire to know. In the rear of all the vessels, a steel warship was racing for its life. Not far behind, the black mist approached at a speed of 10 knots. The seabed teemed with schools of fish, all equally terrified of the black mist, fleeing in a frenzy. A portly middle-aged man stood on the bridge, unkempt and smoking a cigarette, gripping the helm. Despite his boastful demeanor in the chat, he was, in truth, filled with anxiety. A moment's distraction could cost him his life. Chatting served as one of his few outlets for relieving stress. His ship boasted ample supplies, infinite ammunition, and remarkable durability. Its only flaw was its sluggish speed, making it vulnerable to the encroaching black mist. Moreover, his starting position was perilously close to it. Fortunately, he had not been forsaken entirely. His ship was equipped with a giant harpoon gun designed to penetrate the bodies of massive marine creatures, making extraction exceedingly difficult. He was currently in search of his next target, hoping to attach this oceanic behemoth to his vessel to increase its speed. Curse it! Can't this foolish fish hold out a little longer? Its stamina is woefully inadequate. He retracted the harpoon, aiming for the next target, striving to select a fast-swimming, large-bodied specimen. Thus far, he had managed only 3 hours of sleep. At other times, he sought targets, for even this colossal fish could bleed, tire, and ultimately perish. As for the foolish fish that dared to attack him, he would impart upon them the true meaning of firepower and the notion of a civilized cannon. The following day, Yang Yi awoke with great difficulty, his head throbbing painfully. He was unaware of when he had succumbed to slumber, only that he had dreamt of unsettling visions that left him feeling nauseous. The vessel was in far worse condition than he had anticipated. Without alternative means to restore his energy, his gaming efficiency would plummet dramatically. After a full night's rest, His vitality had only replenished by 30 points. Moreover, the infection from the corpse poison had intensified. His wounds no longer itched, but instead throbbed with a slight sting, a disconcerting sign. A foul, nauseating odor emanated from the wounds, reminiscent of long-dead fish and the scent of a drowned soul, eerily similar. Humanity's immune system proved no match for the poison of the dead. His attributes, including strength, agility, and constitution, had all diminished by 2, plunging him into a state of weakness. Yet, Yang Yi did not succumb to despair. He had endured far worse circumstances, being bedridden for 5 long years. He stepped out of the captain's quarters and into the cabin, consuming 2 eyeball fruits and several long-legged sardines for breakfast before resuming his fishing endeavors. Fortune favored him today, as he began by catching an eyeball fruit. You have caught an eyeball fruit. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a piece of rotten wood. You have caught. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the deck, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 9. Unlocking Trade and the Cold Arrow. System announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the 5th day. The trading system is officially open. Please refer to the logs for details. A peculiar voice echoed in Yang Yi's mind, and he gradually awakened. The 5th day. Have I been unconscious for over 2 days? Yang Yi felt as though his limbs were laden with lead, his body icy cold, his lips cracked, and his throat ablaze. He promptly checked his status. Status: severe injury, corpse poison infection, serious. The entire body has turned red. Rationality: 100 energy, 100 vitality, 100 below 100 indicates injury, below 50 signifies moderate injury, below 30 denotes severe injury, below 10 indicates near death. Attacks while in a near-death state may lead to immediate demise. Yang Yi's condition was perilously close to death. He struggled to rise, parched and desperate for hydration, intending to consume something to replenish his fluids before checking the trading channel to see if he could procure life-saving medicine. However, just as he stood, he was startled to discover a ship docked beside him. It was a pirate ship flying a skull flag, over 20 meters long, with 2 grappling hooks securing it to the Nightmare. A narrow wooden plank connected the 2 vessels, allowing passage. This is bad. Yang Yi's instincts flooded. But it was too late. An arrow flew toward him, striking his left arm with great force, piercing through. The arrow reduced his vitality to a mere 9 points, plunging him into a near-death state. He immediately collapsed, hiding beneath the ship's edge. Soon after, there was movement on the wooden plank between the 2 ships. Someone was crossing the bridge. They must be coming to ascertain Yang Yi's fate. This arrow was not fatal, having missed any vital points. However, Yang Yi's rapid descent might have obscured his condition. The assailant needed to approach for confirmation. Due to the rules, they could not directly board the Nightmare. Hence, the intruder followed, waiting for the ship's owner, Yang Yi, to reveal himself so they could kill him and then seize the ship. In an instant, Yang Yi understood the unfolding situation, a fierce determination igniting in his gaze. If they wish to kill me, then surely to be killed. They would harbor no grievances. He resolved within himself, having made the decision to retaliate. Yang Yi's left arm was injured, but not in pain. His right arm was unscathed, capable of aiming and pulling the trigger. Thus, he grasped his flintlock pistol, discreetly disabling the boarding restrictions. He was confident that his opponent possessed no formidable firearms. Otherwise, they would have already attacked. As the man boarded, his first glance fell upon a figure lying on the deck. The man appeared deathly pale, with bloodshot eyes, resembling a zombie, exuding a repugnant stench of decay due to the corpse poison. More alarming was the sight of this zombie clutching a large-caliber flintlock pistol, the dark muzzle aimed directly at him. Do not move. The moment you dare to draw your bow or make any aggressive gesture, I shall blow your head off. Yang Yi threatened, slowly rising from the ground. The intruder, confronted by the firearm, hesitated, unsure of his next move. Yet in truth, Yang Yi also refrained from firing too readily. After all, this gun was most threatening when not discharged. Once he opened fire, 2 possibilities would arise: a misfire or a gunshot. Should it misfire, Yang Yi would be doomed. If it discharged, the opponent would likely be shattered by the tremendous force of the flintlock. Drop the weapon and refrain from any unnecessary movements. Yang Yi's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with formidable authority. The adversary hesitated, momentarily frozen, uncertain whether to comply. Unperturbed, Yang Yi stood up, an overwhelming stench of brine and decay wafting around him, almost inducing nausea. An arrow still hung from his left arm, yet he appeared unfazed, not even blinking as he reached into his garment with his left hand and extracted a massive eyeball, taking a bite. The orb quivered, seemingly pleading for mercy. However, Yang Yi was far too parched to resist, swallowing it down in 3 greedy gulps, the viscous black juice smearing his lips. The opponent was rendered speechless by shock. Stimulated, your sanity decreases by 10. He glanced down to find several rotting, long-legged sardines on the deck, a foul cystic pufferfish, and a heap of severed sardine heads. You observe some unidentified creatures, exhibiting signs of being eaten. Sanity decreases by 7. Your sanity is below 30. The activity log incessantly pinged with notifications. Yet the man remained oblivious, a wave of intense dread surging within him. This fear disrupted cognition, leading one to become irrational, suspicious, and aggressive towards the weak, or to flee in the face of danger. The man let out a shriek, startling Yang Yi, nearly prompting him to fire. Subsequently, he cast aside his weapon and turned to flee in disarray. Yang Yi, somewhat perplexed, could not fathom the cause of this man's madness. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his weapon and, after the man had distanced himself, pulled the trigger of the flintlock. Click! The gun misfired, the sound barely audible, unnoticed by the fleeing man. Yang immediately bent to retrieve his bow and arrows. Name: Pirate Longbow. Type: Treasure. Grade: Good. Description: slightly increases archery accuracy and reduces the strength required to draw the string. A trusty companion for pirates. Without hesitation, Yang Yi decisively jabbed the arrowhead into the cystic pufferfish and drew the bow, aiming carefully. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth. Weakened, Yang Yi could not fully draw the bowstring, and his aim was poor. Yet, with only 3 or 4 meters separating the two vessels, he still struck, hitting the opponent's thigh, though the wound was not deep. In truth, he had intended for the shot to land in the man's chest, but a hit was a hit. The adversary promptly yanked out the arrow, not pausing, and dashed towards the bow of the ship, seemingly attempting to escape. Yang Yi made no move to pursue. Instead, he reclined back. His condition was exceedingly poor. Should the opponent retaliate, the outcome was uncertain. Fortunately, the man fled in terror, sailing away. Only when silence enveloped him did Yang Yi muster the strength to rise. He now resembled a zombie, but indeed, he was at risk of becoming one. He felt no pain, the wound bled not, but dizziness enveloped him, and his body felt sluggish. He entered the cabin, replenished his fluids, consumed all the eyeball fruit, and after regaining a modicum of strength, he gazed out at the sea. The adversary had fled a considerable distance, the vessel now merely a shadow in the distance. Yang Yi maneuvered the nightmarish ship, trailing behind. He awaited the onset of the opponent's poisoning. After all, the cystic pufferfish, as its name suggests, is notoriously venomous, likely a pufferfish tainted by abyssal corruption. The toxin derived from pufferfish is renowned for its potency. After pursuing for nearly a quarter of an hour, he finally caught up, employing a similar tactic. He grasped the opponent's ship with a grappling claw and, upon drawing near, constructed a bridge from timber. It must be noted that Yang Yi was in a rather poor state, having to rest for 3 to 4 instances while transporting the planks. Once aboard the enemy vessel, with a flintlock pistol in hand, he maintained vigilance as he cautiously approached the foredeck. The enemy appeared lifeless, sprawled on the ground without a hint of movement. However, this could very well be a ruse intended to lull Yang Yi into a false sense of security. He might possess an antidote. Yang Yi remained on high alert, maintaining a safe distance of 4 to 5 meters, and fired a shot aimed at the adversary's head. Click! The gun misfired, leaving him utterly exasperated. Nevertheless, Yang Yi exhibited remarkable patience. A minute later, a resounding bang echoed as the opponent's skull exploded, leaving a gruesome mess. Only then did Yang Yi approach with complete assurance. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. After being deceived by a drowned soul, Yang Yi had become exceedingly cautious. He examined the corpse and discovered a luminous orb. You have acquired 400 Kong coins. This must be the opponent's wealth. Furthermore, the pirate attire he wore was of notable quality. Bloodstained, magnificent pirate outfit. Type, relic, quality, good. Description, this garment belonged to a self-important fool. Agility 1. Wearing it causes a gradual decline in sanity, though if one's sanity is above 8, they are immune to this effect. Given that the adversary donned this attire, it was likely their sanity was not very high. They might have already succumbed to madness. Yang Yi accepted the garment, preparing to scour the pirate ship for further treasures. Yet, he suddenly noticed that the unlocking condition for his question mark skill had changed from 0-3 to 1-3. Could it be that the criterion for unlocking was to take a life? Yang Yi was uncertain, as he could not ascertain when exactly this increment had occurred. Chapter 10. The first transaction. The first murder. Yang Yi felt no psychological burden after his initial act of killing. Perhaps it was due to his elevated mental state and high resilience. Clad in his pirate attire, he made his way towards the ship's cabin. The garment was chilling against his skin, resulting in a slight decrease in rationality. However, given his robust mental fortitude, he could easily disregard the debuff. Upon entering the cabin, he immediately acquired information about the vessel. It was a unique ship. Pirate ship, level 1, durability, 1,000 capacity, 800 units. Speed, 45 knots. Ship skills, extra grappling hooks. This vessel possesses 2 grappling hooks on each side, capable of seizing objects or other ships. Pirate assault. Speed increased by 25 for 15 minutes. Description. The skull and crossbones flag is the soul of this ship. Strive to become the pirate king. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi attempted to change ships, but after searching through the log for quite some time, he found no related function. It seemed that changing ships was not an option, nor did he intend to. Although this ship was commendable, boasting 4 additional grappling hooks compared to a standard vessel. Its efficiency in resource acquisition would greatly enhance if utilized skillfully. Yet, it could not compare to the Nightmare's ship. The foresight provided by the Nightmare was far more valuable than mere grappling hooks. As he explored every room in the cabin, Yang Yi unexpectedly stumbled upon a female corpse. She was completely naked and appeared to have suffered severe abuse prior to her demise. One of her robust eyes was missing, and there were clear ligature marks around her neck. The blood was still fresh, indicating that her death had occurred quite recently. Thus, Yang Yi deduced that he was the second victim, while the first had already perished. You ponder the whereabouts of the missing thigh. Rationality decreases by 2. Furrowing his brow, Yang Yi realized that the previous owner's mental state might be even more precarious than he had anticipated. He began to inspect the supplies he had discovered, which included 2 hard loaves of black bread, sufficient to provide sustenance for 2 days, along with 5 liters of fresh water, 125 units of wood, and 98 units of cloth. System notification. You have successfully claimed an unoccupied vessel, the island ship. You may choose to dismantle the ship. The basic supplies within will be transferred to your cabin. Before dismantling, please ensure your ship's capacity is sufficient. Otherwise, excess supplies may damage the hull. Upon dismantling, you will receive 100 units of wood, 50 units of cloth, and a blueprint for the pirate ship, which can only be obtained by dismantling special vessels. Each ship can only be modified once using the blueprint. Please make your choice wisely. This notification only appears upon the initial dismantling of a special ship. No wonder this ship contained such an abundance of wood. The previous owner must have dismantled a standard vessel. He checked the Nightmare ship and noted its limited capacity, only 400 units. Capacity, 25,400, wood, 14, cloth, 10, fresh water, 1L. Insufficient amounts are calculated as 1L. Only supplies would occupy the ship's capacity, while other items, such as weapons and gear, could be arranged freely on the deck. As for whether excess items would overload the ship, that would remain to be seen in due course. Yang Yi calculated briefly. After dismantling the pirate ship, he found that his vessel was just sufficient to accommodate all the supplies. and the resources would enable him to elevate his ship to the second tier, a fortunate windfall indeed. After searching thoroughly and confirming that there were no other valuable items, he returned to the Nightmarish, now equipped with over a dozen makeshift arrows. Subsequently, Yang Yi accessed the log to initiate the dismantling of the pirate ship. Almost instantly, the vessel disassembled before his eyes, transforming into scattered fragments that surged into the hold of the Nightmarish. He now possessed ample resources to upgrade to a second-tier ship. However, before that, he had a more pressing matter to attend to, purchasing medical supplies through the trading system to secure his life. If upgrading his ship left him without sufficient resources for medication, it would spell his demise. Yang Yi remained vigilant regarding his condition. His vitality had only diminished by 1 point at a slow rate, and his wounds had ceased to bleed entirely, likely due to the effects of the corpse poison. In contrast, his sanity was steadily declining, having fallen below 80. This was not a consequence of the pirate attire, but rather the poison eroding his mental faculties. He promptly opened the chat channel to browse the listings. First up was a sale of first aid bandages for 10 shell coins, with only 5 remaining. Name: first aid bandage. Type: consumable. Quality: common. Description: clean bandages that effectively stop bleeding and prevent wound infection. Next was rum, which could also serve as a disinfectant. Priced at 30 shell coins per bottle, with only 1 bottle left. There were also balloons for sale, the implications of which were understood by those in the know. Yang Yi quickly skimmed through the listings. The trading had just commenced, and with limited shell coins in circulation, prices lacked a benchmark, relying instead on gut feelings. Many were engaging in barter, with some refusing shell coins altogether, believing it to be a safer option. Sellers of resources were scarce. Currently, timber and cloth served as hard currency in trade, more sought after than shell coins. Salt was being sold for 100 shell coins per bag. Name: sacred salt. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: can dispel minor curses, ward off evil when scattered, and yes, it is also edible. This too was not viable. He continued scrolling until he finally spotted his target, a premium quality item. Limited edition holy water was available for private inquiries. Name: holy water. Type: consumable. Quality: premium. Description: blessed water, suitable for internal or external use, and can be thrown as a projectile. It is always advantageous to have holy water when confronting otherworldly demons. It can cure various toxins and curses, accelerate wound healing, and slightly restore energy. This is the one. Yang Yi checked the assets he had available for trade. They included the Mourner's Curse, a pirate longbow, a rusty flintlock pistol, a bloodstained pirate outfit, a barnacle-encrusted fishing rod, the blueprints for the pirate ship, and a variety of resources along with 500 shell coins. If possible, he wished to retain the weapons, the pirate outfit, the fishing rod, and sufficient resources to upgrade to a second-tier ship. The blueprints for the pirate ship could be traded, but their value would undoubtedly be exceedingly high, making them unsuitable for sale at this moment. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Yi privately messaged the seller. Before adding friends, everyone is assumed to be anonymous, and players may choose to display their real names or ship names. Yang Yi, how much? Minutes passed before the seller responded, indicating that many were reaching out to him. Anonymous: I require a substantial quantity of fabric, as well as life-saving items, equipment, fresh water, and food. These are all acceptable. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. In truth, having the power to negotiate rendered him somewhat passive. If he offered too little, he would be perceived as a nuisance. If he offered too much, he would incur significant losses. However, with his life hanging in the balance, he had no inclination to haggle and promptly provided his highest acceptable bid, ready to transact immediately if possible, or to seek another option if not. Thus, he sent a private message. The grievance of the drowned. Attributes are for your review. It is a quality, life-saving item. In addition, I offer 400 con coins, 30 pieces of wood, 58 pieces of fabric, 1 black bread, and 4 liters of fresh water. He included the attributes of the grievance of the drowned. After sending the message, he did not wait for a reply and continued browsing other items. Yet, this time the seller responded swiftly within mere seconds. Your offer is considerably more sincere than others. Simultaneously, a friend request arrived. Captain Joe Dai of the Radiant Goddess requests to add you as a friend. Yangi accepted without hesitation, soon receiving several messages. Compared to you, others are merely causing trouble. I have 4 vials of holy water on hand, but given your dire situation, 1 vial may not suffice. Therefore, I will give you 2 as a token of our introduction. My name is Joe Dai, and my ship can produce holy water, allowing for potential long-term cooperation. Hee. May the Radiant Goddess bless you. Yang, he found it hard to believe until he received the trade request. It was almost too smooth. Clearly, the seller also needed the grievance of the drowned as a life-saving item. Moreover, she seemed quite kind, at least from this transaction. The Radiant Goddess. It appeared that a player's ship was reflective of their personality. On the other side, the Radiant Goddess was a pure white, 3-masted sailing vessel, crafted from sturdy white oak, exuding an aura of sanctity. Captain Joe Dai, with her golden hair and azure eyes, possessed a tall and voluptuous figure, yet bore the delicate features of an Asian, suggesting a mixed heritage. Within her ship's unique structure, known as the prayer chamber, stood a statue of the Radiant Goddess. Currently, the ship was only at level 1, and the prayer chamber could produce holy water, albeit at a low yield. Additionally, Joe Dai faced a significant dilemma. She was frequently visited by sea spirits, especially at night. Thus, each evening, she would take refuge in the prayer chamber. Items like the grievance of the drowned were precisely what she desired. With a means of protection, she would have ample time to retreat into the prayer chamber. Chapter 11. The astrological vessel. The transaction was swiftly executed. All that was required was to log the transaction details and secure them. Subsequently, the traded items were cast into the monster gacha machine, which would then teleport them aboard the counterpart's ship. There was no need to worry about default. The gacha machine ensured the completion of the trade. Typically, contraptions like gacha machines, which bore a distinctly different aesthetic, were classified as extraordinary bosses, and it was advisable to refrain from testing their prowess. Yang tossed the agreed-upon items into the machine. As for the resources, the system would directly deduct them from the ship's hold. Shortly thereafter, 2 vials of holy water were dispensed from the monster gacha machine. This was a colorless, pure liquid contained in reagent vials. Yang opened one, inhaled, and detected no scent before consuming it in one gulp. Instantly, he felt as though his body was aflame, every inch of him ablaze with excruciating pain, even emitting a charred odor. Yet, his mental state was significantly enhanced as he felt invigorated. Effective. Yang rejoiced and examined his status. The corpse poison infection had diminished to a moderate level, and his vitality began to gradually rise. Thus, he drank another vial to consolidate the effect. He then spent 50 Kong coins to purchase 5 emergency bandages. These were presumably made from fabric, but lacking the recipe. Yang, he had no choice but to buy them. He removed the arrow embedded in his left arm, the sharp pain eliciting a grimace. However, the pain was a positive sign, indicating that the corpse poison was lessening. After cleansing the wound with a small amount of fresh water, Yang bandaged himself before once more scrutinizing his status panel. Yang status. Injured corpse poison infection mild. Improving. An anatomical figure, pale yellow, with darker hues at the wound site's rationality. 93-100 energy. 35-100 vitality. 19-100 gradually recovering. He exhaled deeply, relieved to have survived. The remaining resources could be utilized to upgrade the nightmarish vessel, and he resolved to proceed with the enhancement. Resources sufficient. Are you certain you wish to upgrade? Yang confirm. The nightmarish vessel emitted a ghastly green light, as if phantoms encircled the ship, causing its hull to extend outward. Upgrade complete. The nightmarish vessel has been elevated to a level 2 ship. Specific changes can be viewed in the ship interface. Nautical announcement. The number of level 2 ships has surpassed 10,000, heralding new changes in the Origin Sea. In 3 days, an unprecedented storm will descend upon this maritime expanse. All players are advised to prepare. Upon the announcement's release, the chat channel erupted with excitement. 10,000 level 2 ships, damn. I still need 8 more pieces of wood. Is anyone selling wood? Friends, who understands? I've made it to the game world, yet I'm still caught in this whirlwind. High-priced recycling of wood and fabric, DM for sales. A wave of upgrades surged through the channel, causing the prices of wood and fabric to soar. Yet, the most disadvantaged were those with special ships requiring additional materials for upgrades. Steel heart vessel. Fish traded for steel. DM for long-term supply of fresh fish. Everyone, don't buy. His fish has a gunpowder taste. Inedible. Just ask if it's fresh. And I guarantee it's freshly killed and sold. Does anyone have low-tier wind essence? Prices are negotiable. The speaker is the swift wind, and Yang, he has friends. So the channel is no longer anonymous. They're selling organic cucumbers, organic cabbages, organic apples, and organic bananas, rich in vitamins and moisture. Those in the know understand the value. Additionally, they are willing to pay a premium for seeds. Where do you source your fruits and vegetables? Can your ship cultivate fields? You clever one, you've guessed correctly. He included the ship's information. Farmer ship, level 1, durability 600, capacity 1,000 units. Speed 25 knots, ship skill, efficient cultivation. The ship has land, and the harvest time varies according to the type of seed. On description, farmer. No, you are now called father. Yang, he was somewhat taken aback. He never expected a ship capable of farming. This was truly unimaginable wealth. Each special ship possesses its own unique advantages. Yang, he glanced at the blueprint in his hand. This item must be a treasure. Name, Pirate Ship Blueprint. Type, Blueprint. Quality, Special. Description, this can transform your ship into a pirate ship, which will boast greater speed, more grappling hooks, and even cannons. Yang, he did not see cannons on the pirate ship, likely something to be acquired post-upgrade. Moreover, as he suspected, using the blueprint does not consume materials. This means that a high-level whiteboard ship utilizing the blueprint will reap enormous benefits. For instance, a level 3 whiteboard ship, when using the blueprint, will transform into a level 3 special ship, saving considerable resources needed for upgrades. The higher the level, the greater the savings. Thus, in the later stages, the price of this blueprint will not collapse. He examined his own ship interface. Nightmare ship, level 2, durability 600, capacity 1,000 units. Speed 50 knots, ship skill, nightmare. The quality of sleep aboard is extremely poor, leading to nightmares, with energy recovery efficiency reduced by 75. Fisherman's curse. Normal fish are not compatible with this ship, increasing the likelihood of encountering unusual creatures. Description, this ship has grown larger, yet it cannot change the fact of its dilapidation. The ship's durability has doubled, but it remains low and cannot withstand much wear. The ship's length has increased to 20 meters, with a rusted iron chain binding a skeleton at the bow, the remains of the former captain. The cabin has also added a room that can be expanded, offering 3 branching options. 1. Additional cargo hold, increasing ship capacity by 100, requires 300 units of wood. 2. Ancient war room, providing 2 waterlogged cannons for offensive use, requires 200 units of wood, 10 units of steel, and 10 units of sulfur. 3. Great statue, which can intimidate passing ships and incite panic, requiring 300 units of wood, 300 units of cloth, and a corpse of an otherworldly creature. After a moment of contemplation, Yang set his sights on the ancient war room. Nothing brings a greater sense of security than cannons. In maritime combat, cannons are indispensable. His current resources are as follows. Capacity, 1000 wood 9, fabric 0, fresh water 2L, if less than 2 liters, count as 2 liters. Steel and sulfur are likely advanced resources, yet I have yet to encounter them. The upgrade interface for Tier 3 vessels remains inaccessible. It is presumed that completion of expansion is required for its unlocking. Once Yang had settled all matters, he began to fish, for sustenance must be adequately prepared. Behind the nightmarish vessel, several dozen nautical miles away, lies a remarkable ship, approximately 10 meters in length, adorned with an enormous crystal sphere exceeding 3 meters in diameter. Astrology vessel, Tier 1, durability 500, capacity 800 units, speed 50 knots, vessel skills. Astrology displays a nautical chart of the surrounding 100 nautical miles, revealing the vessel's name. Scry, allows for the visualization of a specific ship on the chart, excluding islands, limited to one target per day. Description: merely revealing the chart, not exploiting it. The captain is a stunning woman with dark hair and tan skin, her rare red eyes having already taken notice of the nightmarish vessel. After all, it is quite unusual for two ships to advance side by side. However, a change soon transpired. The icon of the pirate ship suddenly vanished from the chart. Had it been eliminated? The woman gazed at the diminutive crystal sphere before her, which displayed the nautical chart of the nearby waters, including the vessel's name. She extended her hand to manipulate it, employing the scry skill to observe the image of the nightmarish vessel. She beheld Yang Yi aboard, diligently fishing. A long-legged sardine was caught, and before it even touched the ground, it was devoured by Yang Yi. The woman's red eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. Moments later, another eyeball was reeled in and likewise consumed. Finally, a puffer fish, laden with toxins, was disdainfully cast aside by the man. Yet, the sight of this perilous fish ignited a spark of fascination in the woman. How had he procured such treasures? She mused enviously. Her rationality remained intact, yet her curiosity surged, for she possessed a unique gift. Gift: blood of the witch. You yearn for knowledge. Your red eyes are its testament, as well as your innate curse, raising your mental limit by 2. You exhibit high resistance to bizarre creatures and phenomena. However, remember, to touch the forbidden will result in expulsion by holy light and searing by sacred fire. Chapter 12. Islands and trees bang. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, each report slightly distinct. He was honing his marksmanship. The flintlock proved unreliable, compelling him to enhance his accuracy to compensate for its shortcomings. A piece of wood dangled from the stern of the boat, while He stood at the bow, taking aim. Each shot was spaced a minute apart. Misfires were inconsequential, for it was merely practice. Beside him lay a fishing rod, and he occasionally glanced at the sea, hoping for a catch. After a morning's toil, he had managed to hit the target a mere dozen times, still a far cry from being a sharpshooter. He munched on a long-legged sardine. By now, he had grown accustomed to its delectable taste, especially relishing the 4 long legs, which were crispy and reminiscent of chicken. A day remained until the storm foretold by the system would arrive. He had stockpiled 10 eyeball fruits, a black loaf of bread, 6 liters of fresh water, and several long-legged sardines. During this period, he also caught a hefty specimen, measuring 1/2 meter in length. Name: scarlet-lipped eel. Type: food. Description: a premium, fiery scarlet lip, regrettably found on the fish's mouth. Would you dare to engage in a passionate kiss? A denizen of the abyss, edible and non-toxic, with tender fish lips. This fish startled him at first sight. Eating it raw would necessitate gnawing on its fiery lips, a thought that even he found a bit daunting. Unless hunger truly set in. Gazing at the scarlet lips, he was reminded of the nightmare from the previous night. The memory lingered vividly. In the dream, a woman with crimson eyes had aimed a gun at his head. Those vividly red irises sent shivers down his spine. Your heart races. Reason diminished by 8. The weapon in the woman's grasp was all too familiar. It was his own flintlock. Yet, he could not fathom how it had come to be in her possession. The mere recollection sent a wave of dread coursing through him. Thus, he had endured another restless night, his eyes shadowed by dark circles. Fortunately, the poison within him had been purged, and his wounds had healed considerably. His vitality stood at 76, albeit his energy recuperation remained painfully slow. After a full night's rest, he had only regained about 30 points of energy, severely limiting his daytime activities. This could not persist indefinitely. He needed to discover a means to swiftly restore his energy to counteract this drawback. Holy water could rejuvenate energy, yet it was prohibitively expensive with only modest effects. As he pondered, an anonymous message arrived. He glanced to the upper right and noticed an island. "Who are you?" He inquired, but the other party remained silent. In this world, to initiate a private conversation with someone, one must at least know the name of their vessel. For non-special ships, one would also need to know the individual's name. Yet, he had never disclosed his own information. How had this person acquired such knowledge? Could they possess an external advantage? After a brief contemplation, he arrived at two conclusions. 1. The individual may possess a unique skill, allowing them to see him and learn his ship's name, and they were not far away. 2. This could be a special task bestowed by the system. He circled the boat, yet saw no suspicious vessels. In the upper right corner, there indeed exists an island. This island, though modest in size, boasts a hint of greenery, likely adorned with trees. These trees could potentially be felled for lumber, and there may be additional resources to be gleaned from the land. Had he stumbled upon it by chance, he would surely have ventured ashore to explore. Yet, with the recent warning from others, doubt began to creep in. Ultimately, Yang Yi resolved to circle the island first, observing from a distance. Should he find no signs of other vessels or players, he would select an opportune spot to land. His firearm instilled him with confidence. At this stage, few players possess guns, at least none had been seen in the chat channels. As the boat approached, Yang Yi beheld the island's full splendor. It was a tropical haven, approximately 3 kilometers in diameter, not particularly large. The periphery was lined with golden sands, where crabs scuttled about. To Yang Yi, these creatures represented pure protein. However, what captivated him most were the coconut palms, particularly the tallest among them, which bore a bronze treasure chest. Furthermore, there were no signs of players having set foot on the island. These coconuts remained untouched. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi resolved to disembark. He chose a suitable location to anchor his vessel and stepped ashore. The moment his feet touched the land, he experienced an almost surreal sensation, as though he had traversed through time. Just days prior, he had been at sea. On the beach, he gathered an assortment of food: green crabs, clams, and scallops. Name: green crab. Type: food. Description: a common crab, entirely natural and unpolluted, with succulent flesh. Name: clam. Type: ingredient. Description: a common shellfish, edible and perfect for crafting a delicious clam soup. Name: scallop. Type: food. Description: if grilled with garlic and vermicelli, they will leave you wanting more. Yang Yi collected a bounty and stowed them in the ship's hold for later consumption. Now came the main event: a cluster of lush coconut trees. These trees stood tall, generally between 7 to 8 meters, with the tallest reaching over 10 meters, their branches heavy with coconuts. This represented a crucial source of fresh water, durable for storage, and the coconut flesh offered dietary fiber. The flavor was quite agreeable. Such treasures, once sighted, could not be overlooked. However, climbing trees was not Yang Yi's forte. A misstep could lead to a broken leg or even spinal injury. Lacking healing resources, he could not afford such risks. While using his gun to sever the coconuts would be expedient, the noise could attract unwanted creatures lurking on the island. As he walked along the base of the trees, his attention was drawn to a collection of stones of varying sizes. Name: stone. Type: resource. Description: collectible for crafting purposes. If there are large stones, it is advisable to have a pickaxe ready. Yang Yi gathered a selection of stones of moderate size and arranged them along the shore. He then swam back to his ship, adjusted its position, and used a grappling hook to retrieve them aboard. After 2 trips, he amassed a total of 25 units of stone. To craft a simple stone axe, he required 5 units of stone and 5 units of wood. This is the integrated synthesis feature provided by the log, capable of crafting some of the most rudimentary tools, including fishing rods, spears, bows, and arrows. The quality is undoubtedly subpar, as it does not even display attributes, rendering it inferior to ordinary equipment. He disembarked with a stone axe in hand, making his way towards the tallest coconut tree. It bore over a dozen large coconuts and a bronze treasure chest. This was the first tree he intended to harvest. Chapter 13. Revitalizing coconut juice. The sailing log offers numerous convenient features. Yet, beyond the confines of a logbook, the world is indistinguishable from reality. Chopping down trees is both a laborious and skilled task, especially with a somewhat dull stone axe that vibrates painfully in one's hands. After felling the largest coconut tree, Yang Yi's energy was diminished by 13 points, leaving him with only 30. At full capacity, he could manage to fell no more than 5 or 6 trees. Any further would risk his energy dropping below 30, leading to potential fainting. Once the tree toppled, Yang Yi promptly began to gather coconuts. Upon picking one up, a smile of joy spread across his face. Name: Revitalizing Coconut. Type: Food. Description: A rare and special coconut, rich in vitamins and minerals. The juice within enhances energy recovery speed. Without hesitation, Yang Yi cracked open a coconut and drank deeply, receiving a buff that accelerated his energy restoration. This was precisely what he desperately needed. This endeavor had proven exceptionally rewarding. He opened a bronze treasure chest, from which several luminous orbs emerged, transforming into 3 items upon contact. Name: Revitalizing Coconut Juice Recipe. Type: Recipe. Quality: Good. Description: Grants the recipe for revitalizing coconut juice upon use. Requires a reagent bottle, salt, and a revitalizing coconut. Name: Edible sea salt, 500 grams. Type: Food. Description: A seasoning that enhances flavor and replenishes salt content. Name: Reagent rack. Type: Tool. Quality: Good. Description: An essential tool for crafting various reagents. Can be synthesized with crystals. It provides reagent bottles, which vanish once the reagent is consumed. This treasure chest contained not only the recipe, but also the other 2 necessary materials. Overjoyed, Yang Yi immediately utilized the recipe and began to concoct the revitalizing coconut juice. Require materials: 1 revitalizing coconut, 10 grams of salt. Essential tool: reagent rack. Yang Yi successfully crafted a bottle. Name: Revitalizing coconut juice. Type: Consumable. Quality: Good. Description: A vivacious beverage that restores 10 energy and enhances energy recovery speed by 50, lasting for 8 hours. Each effect has a cooldown of 24 hours. With a smile, Yang Yi turned to gaze at the coastline, abundant with coconuts, as he wielded his axe with flair. As his energy neared 30, he decided to recline on the beach to rest, planning to continue his tree felling once rejuvenated. By evening, he had felled 4 trees, yielding 38 revitalizing coconuts and 43 units of lumber, all transported back to the nightmarish vessel. The amount of lumber obtained from a tree varies based on its thickness and length, with larger trees providing even more. He had no immediate plans to depart, intending to spend the night aboard the ship and resume chopping the following day. However, before returning, he made a new discovery. On the beach lay a glimmering trail, merely 100 meters from Yang Yi. As dusk fell, the trail emitted a faint glow, catching his attention. This luminescent trail led inland, and the shimmering substance appeared to be a viscous secretion from some creature, exuding a foul odor. He followed the trail and took 2 steps into the island. Here, the absence of crashing waves made the marks even clearer. Judging by their shape, they resembled the imprints left by a serpentine creature slithering across the ground. Yang Yi measured the width with his palm and realized that this serpent was at least half a meter thick, quite a formidable size. It was indeed wise not to wield a firearm. Yang Yi reconsidered his plans, opting not to spend the night by the shore, deciding instead to retreat further away. For there were other large creatures on the island. Gripping his flintlock tightly, he remained vigilant, backing away cautiously. Upon returning to the nightmarish, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Seated in the captain's quarters, Yang Yi pondered for a while, ultimately deciding to gather more vitality coconuts, despite the inherent risks. Such treasures were rare and could alleviate the shortcomings of the nightmarish, making them too valuable to overlook. Beyond this island, there was no guarantee such coconuts would still be available. He steered the nightmarish away from the island, anchoring approximately 20 nautical miles off. At this distance, the island was no longer visible. Even if the unknown creatures could swim, it seemed unnecessary to venture so far just for a few morsels of flesh. Wouldn't it be more enticing to feast on the abundant fish of the sea? He drank a refreshing coconut juice, savored a few scallops, indulged in an eyeball fruit, and relished half a red-lipped eel. Before surrendering to slumber, he clasped the flintlock in his right hand, allowing it to dangle beneath the bed, his fingers carefully avoiding the trigger. This was Yang Yi's latest tactic, enabling him to aim and fire at any intruding creature at the door with utmost swiftness. He soon fell asleep, plunging into a nightmarish dream. In the dead of night, a melodious female voice wafted through the air outside the ship, ethereal and enchanting. akin to a celestial serenade. Yet this was the sea. Where could a woman possibly be singing? Gruggily, young Yi sat up, his eyes clouded with confusion as he succumbed to the captivating melody, losing all semblance of control. A look of obsession spread across his face as he gazed towards the door of the captain's quarters. There stood a humanoid creature, half woman, half fish, resembling the mythical mermaid of lore, with cascading golden hair and an alluring figure. She was drenched, as though she had just emerged from a bath, her modesty preserved by 2 large shells. Her waist was slender, and below her navel, delicate scales began to form, culminating in a fishtail. Such beings are typically referred to as mermaids. However, at sea, they bear another name, a siren, a nightmare for sailors of yore. The siren sang sweetly, flashing a beguiling smile at Yang Yi, flaunting her charms. The acoustic trap at the door was triggered, producing a series of chimes. Yet, Yang Yi had lost all control, rendering the trap utterly ineffective. With an entranced expression, he approached the siren, flintlock still clutched in hand. Bewitched by the enchanting melody, you have lost control of your body, rationality decreased by 10. You behold a woman of extraordinary beauty, your heart and mind ensnared. Rationality decreased by 7. Approximately 50 nautical miles from the nightmarish, another vessel floated, the astrologer's ship, which had been following closely behind. Captain Suna sat in the captain's quarters, scribbling in a small booklet. He could expressionlessly consume bizarre food and kiss an eel, devouring the red-lipped eel, without a hint of concern. Most astonishing of all, he exhibited no signs of madness whatsoever. This was simply unfathomable. This booklet is entitled XX Observation Diary. Due to her ignorance of Yang Yi's true name, she has yet to inscribe it. Within its pages lie private details about Yang Yi, including the duration of her slumber, the time she awakens, the fish she catches, and the meals she consumes. Such behavior is indistinguishable from that of a stalker. In a conventional society, she would undoubtedly be classified as a dangerous individual and subjected to confinement for re-education. Does he not feel fear? Suna mused, nibbling on the cap of her pen. The intelligence regarding this island was also provided by her, as she wished to observe the man's reaction. Just then, on the nautical chart, the night terror ship suddenly sprang to life, racing towards the island at full speed. Anomalies are often harbingers of mischief. Suna, having utilized the astrological ship's spying ability to monitor Yang Yi for several days, was aware of his cautious nature. He would never venture out into the night, let alone approach the island after dusk. She promptly activated her spying skill to track the night terror. Could it be a sea witch? Suna exclaimed, her eyes alight with fervor and delight. Chapter 14. Ahold a gun. Yang Yi was plagued by a nightmare. In his dream, he encountered 3 exquisitely beautiful women, encircling him in silent observation. Suddenly, the scene shifted drastically. One of the women produced an object and began to gnaw at it, chewing with fervor, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Initially bewildered, Yang Yi focused his gaze and realized, to his horror, that it appeared to be his own right arm. Furthermore, he discerned the features of these women. While their upper bodies were human, their lower halves were adorned with scales, transforming into fishtails. His own arm is severed, and an excruciating pain shot through him. Startled awake by the agony, Yang Yi found himself completely naked, sprawled upon a slick floor. The dim light suggested he was in some cavern, with walls and ground smeared with a bioluminescent liquid, reminiscent of the remnants left by mollusks. A thick layer of the substance coated his body, invigorating and awakening his senses, as if he had been fasting for 3 days. He quickly glanced to his right, relieved to find his arm intact. The source of his pain was a woman, who was fiercely biting into his arm, her teeth sinking deep, causing him to grimace in discomfort. "Let go. Are you a dog? Why are you biting me?" Yang Yi exclaimed in anger. Upon hearing his voice, the woman finally released her grip, leaving 2 rows of deep bite marks on his shoulder. "Awake now? I thought you were still unconscious," she retorted, her crimson eyes glistening with an alluring intensity. "I'm sitting up, so do you think I'm awake?" Yang Yi replied, irritated as he rubbed his sore arm. He scrutinized the woman before him. She bore a quintessential Asian visage, strikingly beautiful yet appearing somewhat malnourished, her skin a tempting shade of wheat. Bound by an unknown type of aquatic vegetation, she had evidently exerted considerable effort to reach him, evidenced by the marks on the ground. "Who are you?" Yang Yi inquired, his head throbbing painfully. "You were ensnared by the sirens. It was I who saved your life," the woman informed him. At her words, Yang Yi immediately checked his activity log. It displayed a series of enchantment alerts, and his sanity was precariously balanced. Sanity, 51,100. It's miraculous that these sirens refrained from consuming you for 3 days, nurturing you instead to a plump state. She continued, gazing at Yang Yi. Realization dawned upon him. I was captured by sirens? Has 3 days truly elapsed? Indeed, and there is more than one siren? Yes, there are 3 in total. They are a social species adept at enchanting men with their songs, serving both as mates and as sustenance. Yang Yi glanced at his exposed form, a chill running down his spine. Not far off lay the scattered remnants of pirate attire and a rusted flintlock pistol. They are legendary fantastical beings, yet they exist in this world, their behaviors mirroring the tales. The woman continued, seemingly fascinated by the siren species. However, Yang Yi was engulfed by a sense of dread and hastily donned the pirate attire, grasping the flintlock pistol from the ground. Draped in a tattered pirate garb stained with blood, an inexplicable chill enveloped him, causing his sanity to dip to a precarious 50. Any further decline would plunge him into madness. The viscous slime was utterly revolting. How could a siren secrete such a substance? In the ocean, numerous soft-bodied or scaleless creatures excrete mucus for self-protection. Thus, the presence of slime in a siren is quite natural. Moreover, this slime glows in the darkness, illuminating and luring prey, akin to the bioluminescent lure of an anglerfish, facilitating the display of its alluring form, thereby aiding in the hunting process. Perceiving Yang Yi's bewilderment, the woman commenced to elucidate the rationale, interspersed with her personal views on sirens. You must be a player. How did you end up here? Yang Yi abruptly inquired. The woman's origins were shrouded in mystery, her entire demeanor peculiar, especially her striking crimson eyes, which sent a shiver down his spine, resembling the eyes he had encountered in his nightmares. This ignited a heightened sense of caution within Yang Yi. Although she appeared devoid of malice, seemingly attempting to assist him, he remained vigilant. I am Suna, merely a passing player who unfortunately fell prey to a siren and became emergency rations, she replied. Did you not mention that sirens typically target males? Why would they capture you? Yang Yi questioned. Suna was well prepared with her retort. She had no intention of revealing the truth, but instead gestured toward a shadowy corner. I am not alone. My companions have already been devoured by the siren. For reasons unknown, they chose not to consume you, Suna explained. Following her gaze, Yang Yi observed a half-consumed male corpse, already in a state of decay. Its abdomen opened and entrails extracted, the visage contorted in agony, limbs mutilated, suggesting unspeakable torment in life. Scattered nearby were numerous human bones, stripped clean, a testament to the siren's ferocity. But did Suna truly recognize that man? In truth, she did not know him at all. She merely exploited the cadaver to fabricate a plausible narrative for her capture. In reality, Suna had come alone, trailing Yang Yi and the siren. Enraptured by the siren's allure, she had been ensnared by 2 others that had emerged unexpectedly. Initially, she had believed only one siren to be present. As for the corpse, it had been there before Yang Yi's arrival. However, once he appeared, the man seemed to lose all value and was subsequently consumed by the siren. Thus, Suna remained oblivious to the identity and origins of the unfortunate soul. After hearing Suna's account, Yang Yi believed her to some extent, yet maintained his wariness. You mentioned 3 days had passed, yet I do not feel the slightest pang of hunger, he queried, inspecting his status, which revealed that apart from his diminished sanity, all other metrics were nearly full. Suna then indicated another corner. There lay a large sailfish, a fierce predator of the sea, its sharp jaw as pointed as a spear. However, the sailfish was deceased, its body bearing marks of gnawing. It appeared that Yang Yi had survived thus far, by consuming this very sailfish. But what of water? Am I not to drink? Yang Yi found himself devoid of memories from the past 3 days, enveloped in a haze that felt utterly surreal. Meanwhile, Su Na was becoming increasingly anxious. Could you help me unbind first? In half an hour, the sirens will return. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity, she urged. Up until now, she had remained in a state of confinement, moving only like a caterpillar. After observing the sirens for 3 days and deciphering their behaviors, she had taken the risk of crawling over to awaken Yang Yi. Yet, his gaze toward her was fraught with complexity. This woman was astute and seemingly devoid of malice. However, the more he perceived her intelligence, the more wary he became, sensing that she was not to be underestimated. Her composure was unsettling. If another were in her predicament, teetering on the brink of danger, how could they speak so fluently? Moreover, she had appeared in his nightmares, foretelling that she would aim a gun at his head with lethal intent. Thus, Yang Yi found himself in a quandary, torn between the decision to save her or not. Yet, the thought of taking the life of a woman who posed no threat and even exhibited a semblance of goodwill weighed heavily on him. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi resolved to proceed with caution. He sensed that she was concealing something and decided to probe her further, regardless of the outcome. His gaze turned icy as he directed the dark muzzle of his gun toward Su Na, threateningly proclaiming, "Woman, 3 sentences, provide me with a reason not to kill you." Su Na's pupils dilated, seemingly bewildered by Yang Yi's line of thought. "What are you saying? Has your mind been devoured by the sirens?" "I am armed," Yang Yi replied with a smirk, brandishing his weapon like an audacious brigand. He raised a finger to signify, "This is your first sentence. You have 2 more chances. So seize the opportunity." The ominous gunpoint cast an oppressive silence over the atmosphere. After several tense seconds, a flicker of panic crossed Su Na's face, tinged with frustration and regret. She spoke rapidly. "I can offer you all my resources and equipment, including the food on the ship." Yang Yi shook his head dismissively. "Not sufficient. If I kill you, all of that will naturally belong to me." Panic surged through Su Na as her gaze darted uncertainly. Moments later, she revealed her secret. I can provide you with a navigation chart. It would make your journey significantly safer." "A navigation chart?" Yang Yi mused. "My ship is called the Astrologer, and it can access charts of the surrounding waters." Realization dawned on him. "So, it was you who lured me here, was it?" He remained unperturbed, reaching into the pocket of his pirate attire to extract a piece of parchment. "You likely haven't seen this before, have you? This is the blueprint for a ship. By eliminating its owner, one can acquire the unique abilities of that vessel." He inquired, "Tell me, why shouldn't I kill you and claim the skills of your ship for myself?" Su Na turned pale, for it was the first time she had heard of such blueprints. It dawned on her that Yang Yi spoke the truth. The pirate ship had indeed fallen to him. At last, she displayed a countenance of reluctant fury, her face devoid of any semblance of calm. She glared at Yang Yi with venomous disdain. "You are truly a greedy, despicable wretch. How dare you? Go ahead and shoot. I shall curse you from the depths of hell." With that, she closed her eyes, bracing for the sound of the gunshot. There was a certain defiance in her stance. "Then I shall grant you your wish," Yang Yi replied coldly. Su Na trembled slightly, yet she waited in vain for the expected pain and the crack of a bullet. When she finally opened her eyes, she beheld Yang Yi approaching, having found a sharp bone amidst the remains. "Surrender half of your supplies and provide a month's worth of navigational charts, and I shall save you," Yang Yi stated earnestly. Initially, Su Na's that's reflected astonishment, which quickly morphed into anger. She comprehended that Yang Yi was deliberately trying to deceive her. Infuriated, she retorted, "What if I refuse? I possess the gun, and you have no choice but to comply." Yang Yi, with a casual flick of his weapon, assumed the demeanor of a victor. Su Na, however, found herself at an impasse. Chapter 15. The two of them are quite ill. Su Na had no choice but to acquiesce to Yang Yi's demands, though she felt no remorse whatsoever. Her ship, the Astrologer, contained merely 8 units of timber, 5 units of fabric, and 4 liters of fresh water. Dividing these resources in half for Yang Yi was of little consequence to her. Her vessel possessed unique upgrade requirements, needing 100 crystals and 50 steel units instead of wood and fabric. Therefore, timber and fabric held little value for her, as she had exchanged them for food and water. Naturally, she had no intention of revealing to Yang Yi that she was utterly impoverished. Moreover, she eagerly anticipated witnessing Yang Yi's expression when the truth unfolded. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Yi believed he had successfully extorted a significant sum from her, oblivious to her dire financial situation due to the disparity in information. He severed the seaweed binding Su Na with a broken bone, granting her freedom. However, having been bound for so long and deprived of sustenance for several days, she was exceedingly weak and could not rise immediately. Yet, her actions astonished Yang Yi. "What are you doing?" he inquired, perplexed. Su Na was gathering the viscous substance from the ground, forming a small mound, and then she opened her mouth to ingest it. One must understand that this slime was exceedingly foul-smelling. "I am parched. The slime secreted by this sea creature can provide me with moisture, salt, and some nutrients." Su Na replied nonchalantly, "Herr Burol Furovit." Clearly, the taste was far from pleasant, yet she bore the nausea and did not expel it. "Aren't you afraid that this slime is toxic?" Yang Yi asked. "Not at all. You've consumed it for 3 days without any signs of poisoning." Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words, perceiving that this woman was somewhat eccentric. As Su Na replenished her hydration, her complexion improved significantly. She produced a small knife from her garments, crouched down, and approached the corpse of a large marlin, skillfully slicing through its skin to extract several fresh pieces of fish flesh to chew and swallow. This small knife was also a piece of equipment. Name: Witch's Dagger. Type: Treasure. Quality: Good. Description: A dagger favored by witches, versatile in function, including the ability to slice open your belly. Inflicts minor damage on otherworldly beings. While Su Na gradually regained her strength, Yang Yi began to survey the cave. The space was modest, featuring a single passage leading to the outside, from which the sound of gentle rain and howling winds emanated. There was also a bottomless pool within the cave, likely connected to the sea. He examined the male corpse, surmising it had been deceased for some time. Upon inspection, he found no valuable items. From where do these sea creatures generally return? The pool or the cave entrance? Yang Yi asked Su Na. "Either is possible," she replied. "Do they operate in unison?" "Not quite," Su Na elaborated. Having observed this group of sea creatures for 3 days, she had discerned certain patterns. They typically divided into 2 factions, with the larger one acting independently and the other 2 measuring approximately 1 meter and 40 centimeters, usually moving together. "I see. So, which typically returns first, the large one or the smaller ones?" Anything is possible without a discernible pattern, yet the intervals of their return are brief, approximately 15 minutes. Yang Yi nodded, having grasped the situation broadly. Should 3 sirens habitually act in unison? The wisest course of action would be to flee. After all, engaging in direct combat with 3 sirens entails considerable risk. However, if only 2 should appear, there would be a chance of victory. "Can you distract one?" Yang Yi inquired. "If it's a smaller one, I should be able to manage. I've fought them before," came the response from Su Na. She replenished her salt and hydration, consuming fish meat, gradually regaining her strength. It was evident that her physical condition was quite robust, perhaps even superior to Yang Yi's. The sirens wield their primary weapon, their enchanting songs, but such melodies do not affect women. Moreover, their upper body strength is rather feeble, comparable to that of an average woman, estimated at around 4, similar to my own. In a terrestrial confrontation, it suffices to avoid their claws and teeth, Su Na elucidated. She bore several shallow lacerations, likely inflicted by the siren's grasp. Had I known there were 3 sirens initially, I would not have been captured. You possess a firearm, which should be more than adequate to deal with them. Simply block your ears and fire swiftly. Unbeknownst to Su Na, Yang Yi's gun might misfire, leading her to perceive no difficulty in the endeavor. Yang Yi had no intention of revealing this flaw, as exposing his vulnerabilities did not align with his character. He began to examine his attributes panel. Yang Yi status: healthy and outline of a human figure. entirely in green. Strength 3, 4950. Spirit 71, 892, 8000. Talent bonus agility for 1, 69 100. Pirate outfit bonus constitution 4 for 100. Perception 5, 32 200. Rationality 50 100. Energy 92 100. Health 99 100. 1 health point lost due to a bite from Suna. He had comprehended the growth conditions for each attribute. Engaging in physical exercise could enhance his strength, constitution, and agility. Sustaining injuries and recovering would yield additional experience in constitution. Fluctuations in rationality, particularly significant shifts followed by restoration, could substantially boost spirit experience. Activities such as fishing, shooting, and using grappling hooks would improve perception experience. The methods of enhancement were notably realistic, coupled with Su-Na's intelligence. It became clear that sirens possess average combat capabilities on land, with strength around 4, and do not typically operate in groups of 3. Thus, if he could swiftly elevate his strength to 4, combined with a frenzy strength bonus, 2, he could effectively subdue the sirens. After all, they are marine creatures, and their agility on land would undoubtedly be lacking. The only aspect to remain cautious of was their powerful tails, which could potentially deliver devastating blows. Having reached this conclusion, Yang Yi promptly took action, believing that accumulating experience should be quite feasible. He surveyed the cave, searching for suitable heavy objects to aid in his training. Yet at first glance, he found nothing. The cave was barren, comprised solely of stone walls and light, drifting bones. Yet his mind was remarkably agile, unbound by constraints, and he swiftly directed his thoughts towards alternative objects. For instance, Su-Na could serve as a means to enhance his strength. The deceased marlin on the ground also appeared to possess a suitable weight. And then there was the male corpse lying on the ground. After careful consideration, Yang Yi deemed the male corpse to be the most appropriate choice. Opting for the marlin would lack a proper leverage point, while selecting Su-Na would undoubtedly elicit resistance, potentially resulting in bites. Thus, the male corpse was ideal. It would not resist or bite. Although his arm was reduced to mere remnants, the weight was just right, and with the head and neck intact, it offered a firm grip. Consequently, Yang Yi grasped the male corpse's neck with both hands and began his weightlifting training. "Are you out of your mind? Have you gone mad?" Su-Na gazed at Yang Yi, profoundly shocked by his bizarre actions. "Tell me, how much rationality do you have left?" "Fear not. My rationality stands at a robust 50. 50? Su-Na regarded Yang Yi with disbelief. A reduction in rationality could indeed impact one's mental state. Even if it remained above 50, there would still be some effect. Yet Yang Yi seemed utterly indifferent to his rationality levels, or perhaps he perpetually existed in a state of delicate madness. Su-Na's gaze towards Yang Yi gradually intensified, akin to observing a rare creature. Unaware of her scrutiny, Yang Yi continued with his lifts. Regrettably, just as he completed his 9th lift, a peculiar slithering sound emanated from beyond the cave entrance. From the noise, it appeared to be a singular entity. "She's back. Quickly, insert this into your ears." Su-Na handed Yang Yi 2 appropriately sized chunks of fish meat, freshly sliced from the tuna. However, Yang Yi shook his head in refusal. "No need, I have my own methods," he replied, turning his attention towards the sea demon. Chapter 16. The storm approaches. Before them loomed a sea creature, approximately 2 meters in length, its fishtail trailing heavily upon the ground, supporting its form. Upon returning, the mermaid was taken aback by the sight of the 2 individuals, particularly as Yang Yi had his hands clasped around the neck of a lifeless body. However, her reaction was swift. She immediately began to sing a captivating melody. You hear the enchanting tune, becoming entranced and falling under its spell, with your rationality diminished by 5. Yang Yi abruptly ceased his actions, discarding the corpse as his hands fell limply to his sides. Alas, this fool had succumbed to enchantment once again. Suna giripit her dagur tightly, bracing herself for a desperate struggle. This mermaid would likely not spare her, intending to keep her as a reserve supply. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Su-Na's forehead. In stark contrast, Yang Yi appeared utterly captivated by the mermaid, his steps light and unsteady as he meandered towards her. The mermaid was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, embodying the archetype of allure with her golden, wavy hair and strikingly delicate features. She possessed a voice of celestial quality, her skin glowing like porcelain, and her figure was voluptuous and alluring. Yet, simultaneously, she harbored teeth capable of puncturing skulls, claws sharp enough to rend open abdomens, and a tail powerful enough to shatter human bones. Yang Yi, enraptured by her beauty, sought her embrace, nestling into her arms. The mermaid, seemingly fond of her prey, momentarily abandoned her intent to attack. Her gaze softened, and though she opened her mouth several times, she refrained from biting Yang Yi. "I apologize, but alas, we are not of the same kind," he murmured softly in her embrace. "With rationality below 50, you fall into a state of madness. Strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, spirit -2, immune to most mental anomalies." At some point, Yang Yi had drawn forth a flintlock pistol, pressing it against the mermaid's form, aiming for her head. By the time the mermaid sensed the anomaly, it was too late. Boom! The gunfire echoed deafeningly, resonating with lingering vibrations. The flintlock proved its worth, firing true on the first shot, its sound reverberating throughout the cavern. The sharp bone fragment that had been tucked in his belt seemed now to be of no use. "Can you resist enchantment? Then how is it you came over willingly?" Suna's crimson eyes brimmed with confusion and incredulity. "Your gun makes a peculiar sound, and it even cost me some of my rationality. Only a little." Yang Yi immediately grasped the crux of the matter. This woman was indeed peculiar, even with a mental fortitude of 8. He had lost 3 points of rationality upon hearing that gunfire for the first time. Yang Yi chose not to elaborate. He stepped back, observing as the headless body of the mermaid slowly slumped, twitching in its final throes. Thick, dark red liquid and bits of flesh splattered across Yang Yi. Suna rushed over, casting a regretful glance at the mermaid's corpse. "Your gun is far too powerful. Could you not have spared the head and left me a complete mermaid skull?" She produced a vial from seemingly nowhere, beginning to collect the mermaid's blood, brain matter, and surface mucus. "What are you doing?" "I killed this mermaid. The spoils belong to me." Yang Yi furrowed his brows and promptly picked up a piece of flesh, placing it in his pocket as he reminded Suna. After all, the capsule toy required only a small amount of tissue. Subsequently, the monster's corpse would be reclaimed by the system, thus eliminating the possibility of utilizing the same body for the capsule twice. Upon hearing this, Suna halted her actions, raising her gaze to Yang Yi deep in thought. "In that case, you shall leave me the most intact corpse, and I will provide you with all the resources aboard the ship, along with an additional month of navigational charts." How does that sound? Yang Yi pondered for a brief moment before acquiescing. The sea monster's combat capability was inferior to that of the drowned, and without its song, the majority of adult men armed with spears could easily dispatch it on land. Therefore, its spoils would likely be of lesser value compared to the navigational charts. You mentioned earlier that the intervals between the 2 batches of sea monsters returning to their lair were approximately 15 minutes, correct? Yang Yi inquired. Indeed. The 3 intervals were 20 minutes, 17 minutes, and 18 minutes, Suna replied, clearly recalling the details. "You must add a new piece of data. It's less than 2 minutes." Yang Yi pulled it, Suna closer. Just as 2 sea monsters surged from the pool behind her, lunging at the spot where she had previously stood, only to miss their target. Moments ago, Yang Yi had noticed ripples on the surface of the pool, which alerted him. As a head emerged from the water, he swiftly yanked Suna away, saving her from peril. The 2 smaller sea monsters, upon spotting the corpse of their kin on the ground, erupted in furious cries. Their pale skin began to flush red as they bared their sharp teeth. The enchanting melody resumed, this time a duet, with their voices taking on a sharp edge that reverberated through the cavern. Even Suna found herself dazed by the sound. The song is both piercing and captivating. Your sanity decreases by 5. Although Yang Yi was immune to enchantment, the sound still caused a heaviness in his chest, his eardrums ached, and he felt his vitality waning. He immediately raised his gun to aim. Click! The gun misfired. "Quickly, we must retreat outside. The space here is too confined, and their song echoes in the cave to our disadvantage." Yang Yi digicifali commanded. Suna was also in a poor state, with blood trickling from one ear. Appearing somewhat dazed, he seized her hand and urged her to flee towards the cave's exit. Luckily, the sea monsters were not swift, as they lacked legs. Their fishtails were ill-suited for terrestrial movement, rendering them comparatively slow. The pair successfully burst forth from the cave, at which point Suna regained her composure and no longer required Yang Yi's assistance. Your pistol, while it does not require reloading, tends to misfire from time to time. Does it not? She queried. Yang Yi frowned, somelhat display asset. This woman had a penchant for fixating on inconsequential matters that offered her no tangible benefit. The two continued to sprint forward. Yang Yi aimed to buy time until the flintlock cooled down, ensuring a more effortless victory. However, they had not run for long before stopping in their tracks, confronted by a murky expanse of sea. This island was submerged for the most part, leaving no path ahead. Above them, the sun was obscured by thick clouds, and torrential rain poured down. Only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the entire world, followed by the deafening roar of thunder. A tempest at sea. Yang Yi immediately recalled the system announcement that had forewarned of an impending storm. What's more, the tempest had already been raging for 2 days, and now all players were desperately fleeing this maritime expanse, as Suna explained. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Yang Yi exclaimed. Would have made a difference? We still have to contend with the sea demons, Suna replied with an air of calmness. Her words rang true. Ignoring the sea demons would surely lead to both of them being hunted in the storm, a predicament fraught with peril. Calculating the time, Yang Yi glanced back. 2 sea demons were still nearly 20 meters away. As they approached within 5 meters, the cooldown of his flintlock would be just about over. 5 meters was a range in which Yang Yi felt reasonably confident, and he had a high probability of hitting his mark. He raised his weapon and began to aim, holding his breath in concentration. As the sea demons breached the 5-meter threshold, he fired without hesitation. Bang! The shot rang out, and an arm was sent soaring into the air. Yet, the demon's head remained intact. Yang Yi had missed his target. Your marksmanship is atrocious. Suna critiqued. Like yours is any better. Yang Yi retorted nonchalantly. You keep that disarmed sea demon occupied, and I'll take care of the other one, then return to assist you. All right. They both dashed towards their respective targets. Chapter 17. The turbid sea. Yang Yi charged towards the mermaid on the left, her body intact. Unarmed, he had long since lost his broken weapon. Yet this was land. While other resources may be scarce, stones were in abundance. He swiftly seized a rock and dashed forward. Midway, his strength surged, elevating his base power to 4 points, enhanced to an impressive 6. The mermaid hissed a threat, her scales erupting in fury. She was astute, seemingly aware that her charms would not sway him. Thus she refrained from singing and prepared to rend him with her sharp claws and teeth. What she failed to comprehend was that, bereft of magic, humanity stood as the singular dominator of the land. Even without firearms, their supremacy remained unshaken. Humans wield a multitude of weapons, often denying an opponent the chance for close combat. Yang Yi embodied this principle, disregarding the codes of combat entirely. As the distance between them diminished, he hurled the stone directly at the mermaid's face. With a strength of 6, surpassing the average of 5, the impact staggered her, blood spilling from her head. Seizing the opportunity, he mounted her, picking up another sizable pebble to rain blows upon her visage, devoid of any compassion. This was a beast cloaked in a veneer of beauty, and a rational being would show no mercy, let alone a man in a frenzied state like Yang Yi. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, until he felt the crunch of something beneath him, and the mermaid ceased her resistance. He finally halted. He was not unscathed. His back bore dark bruises from her tail, and several claw marks marred his skin. The force of that tail was indeed formidable, though fortunately, her upper body strength was akin to that of a human, as Suna had indicated. As long as they fought on land, humanity held the advantage. The tides would turn in the water. After vanquishing this mermaid, Yang Yi casually pocketed a piece of her flesh and raced towards the last remaining mermaid. The battle here was tense. Suna and the mermaid were entangled, rolling about like a tumbling gourd, their faces and bodies smeared with muddy water. The mermaid, injured and with one arm severed, grappled with the weakened Suna, neither able to gain the upper hand. It was only when Yang Yi intervened that the equilibrium was shattered. In a 2-on-1 scenario, he pinned the mermaid down with his foot and drew his flintlock pistol, preparing to deliver a fatal shot. "Don't shoot. I want her intact, especially her head." Yang Yi recalled Suna's earlier request and halted, inquiring, "What should I do? I've observed that her chest rises and falls. She likely breathes using lungs. Try strangling her," Suna instructed, using her full weight to press down on the mermaid, signaling Yang Yi to act. He nodded, without hesitation, firmly grasping the mermaid's throat with both hands. Before long, her struggles began to wane. Minutes later, she lay utterly still, her eyes rolling back, seemingly lifeless. To prevent any feigned death, Yang Yi maintained his grip for 5 additional minutes until Suna tapped him, prompting him to release her. Thus, the 3 mermaids met their demise. To his astonishment, Yang Yi realized that the siren breathed through her mouth. He had assumed they possessed gills. He jested while observing the creature, which at first glance appeared to be a grotesque fusion of human and fish. Suna, meanwhile, was curiously exploring the area behind the siren's ears. She discovered gills situated there, but the precise nature of their function would require dissection to fully comprehend. As she examined the siren's body with the enthusiasm of a child playing with a cherished toy, Yang Yi's interest waned. He merely needed to ascertain the siren's vulnerabilities and methods of dispatch. The intricate anatomy was of little concern to him. He opened his logbook to review detailed information about the siren. Name: Lesser Siren. Description: the siren is a magical creature that ensnares men with her song and beauty. Being half human and half fish, typically living in groups, they enjoy toying with their prey before consuming them bit by bit. This specimen is of a lesser variety, possessing limited intelligence and strength. The existence of greater sirens filled Yang Yi with trepidation. Had he encountered a higher siren, he might have succumbed to her charms before triggering his frenzied state. Even if he had, the odds of prevailing against such a creature were slim. Truly, they were terrifying beings. He hoped that upon their next encounter, he would be able to resist their allure. Meanwhile, Suna had begun to dismember the siren's corpse, a gruesome sight that prompted Yang Yi to avert his gaze and check the weather forecast. He urgently needed to gather intelligence to understand the events of the past 3 days. Today's weather: a storm is approaching. Seek refuge from the ominous clouds above. Location: Sea of Origins, stormy waters, sunlight duration, unknown temperature, 12 to 20 sea wind force. Level 8. Yang Yi then perused the announcement from the previous days. A tempest of unprecedented magnitude has swept across the Sea of Origins. You must hasten to escape this stormy region on the brink of chaos. Friendly reminder: the speed of the black mist will increase to 15 knots. Those who lag behind may meet their demise. Upon reading this, Yang Yi furrowed his brow. 2 days had been squandered. He needed to set out without delay. He began searching for the trace of the nightmarish vessel. Currently, the island was largely submerged, with less than a kilometer of land remaining. The boundaries of the isle were marked only by a few treetops protruding from the surface. The water's depth estimated to be around 10 meters. He spotted the shadow of the nightmarish vessel to his left, relieved that it had not been swept away by the winds, perhaps due to the fact that its sails were tattered. The distance to the nearest land was a few hundred meters, likely not exceeding a kilometer. In maritime terms, this was a considerable distance, especially for a terrestrial creature. Yang Yi was not an adept swimmer. He had only learned the basics as a child. While he could manage to swim a few dozen meters, attempting to traverse several hundred was an entirely different challenge, particularly with the turbulent waters and potential undercurrents. Just as despair began to set in, he witnessed Suna devouring a piece of the siren's corpse. What? Yang Yi focused intently on her actions. It was only then that Yang Yi discovered a black pouch affixed to Suna's abdomen beneath her clothing. Could this be a spatial pouch? He had not anticipated that she possessed such a rare artifact. Name: Witch's personal treasure bag. Type: treasure. Quality: premium. Description: this pouch can be adhered to any part of your body, impervious to theft, and provides 1 cubic meter of storage space, though it cannot contain living beings. A qualified witch must first possess her own treasure bag. An idea immediately took shape in Yang Yi's mind as he approached Su Na. Chapter 18. The fighting style of the madman. How can one fold a lowly sea demon into a cubic meter of space to minimize its volume? Su Na, disinterested in pondering this conundrum, opted for a more pragmatic approach. She decided to divide it into several parts. The fishtail could be one segment, the human torso another, and the arms and head could be detached as well. Arranged neatly, they would occupy minimal space. Su Na was currently engaged in this task when Yang Yi approached and inquired, "Do you have any simple ropes?" "Ik gave Bakenist units," Su Na replied, "with one unit equating to 1 meter." "Splendid," Yang Yi exclaimed with delight. "If you could hand over the ropes, I shall construct a raft, allowing us to traverse this expanse of water. Swimming across will be perilous due to the considerable distance." Upon hearing this, Su Na paused her work and gazed at the sea. Her vessel, the astrologer, was moored beside the nightmare, approximately a kilometer from the shore. A daunting swim indeed. Very well, she mused briefly before acquiescing to Yang Yi's proposal and relinquished the ropes. At this juncture, collaboration was the most prudent choice, and the recent skirmish had fostered a fundamental trust between them. Yang Yi accepted the ropes and hurried back to the cave, where he transformed the clothing from the male corpse into fabric. After rummaging through the pile of bones, he procured 5 pieces of fabric, which he combined to create 5 units of simple rope. Thus, his total length of rope now amounted to 20 units. Next, he turned his attention to the timber. With a flintlock in hand, capable of delivering a powerful shot sufficient to fell a moderately sized tree, he spent some time shooting, securing ample wood for their needs. Using the witch's dagger, he then meticulously refined the logs before binding them tightly with the rope. In this manner, a small raft, measuring 1 meter in width, was successfully constructed. The endeavor consumed 13 units of rope and 8 logs. The surplus rope could be fastened around the waists of both Su Na and Yang Yi, ensuring that should one of them fall overboard, the other could effect a timely rescue. With preparations complete, the next step hinged upon their execution. After all, they had only recently become acquainted, and uncertainties loomed. "All right, come aboard. The raft is ready." Yengi called to Su Na. He had inspected the raft and confirmed its buoyancy was adequate to support the weight of 2 individuals. Meanwhile, Su Na finished disassembling the sea demon and approached the raft. Climbing aboard, both equipped with makeshift paddles fashioned from the dagger, they began to propel the raft towards the ship. Thanks to the presence of trees and the island, this stretch of water was notably calmer than the open sea. The journey proceeded smoothly, and they quickly drew nearer to the vessel. Yang even entertained thoughts of the coconut trees. Despite being submerged, many still bore fruit that could be snagged with a grappling hook. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a tremendous force surged from beneath the raft, nearly tossing both into the sea. Something substantial lurked below the surface. Yang immediately became alert, aiming his flintlock towards the water. Su Na, having narrowly avoided a fall, now crouched atop the raft and caught a glimpse of a shadow gliding through the depths. "A giant serpent resides in the waters," she exclaimed, pointing in its direction to warn him. Yang, he was just about to take action when the raft was once again thrust upwards, causing a rope to snap with a resounding crack. The raft began to disintegrate, and if this continued, it would undoubtedly fall apart. At that moment, both of them would plunge into the water, directly exposed to the fierce assault of the sea serpent. The consequences were too dire to contemplate. They were still 200 meters away from the ship, and swimming there in the short term was utterly impossible. In light of this, Yang Yi's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. He was in a frenzied state, courageous and unyielding, thirsting for battle. If the sea serpent wished to consume him, then it would find no complaints from him if it were to be devoured in turn. A smile crept across his face as he attempted to submerge his flintlock pistol in the water and fire it. Boom! Water erupted around him. As expected, the flintlock was impervious to water. Being drenched or even submerged did not hinder its ability to fire. Su Na, hearing the commotion, turned her head and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Testing the gun," he replied. Su Na frowned, unable to comprehend Yang Yi's intent, and suggested her own approach. "Perhaps we could use the flesh and blood of a siren to lure it away. I could throw it farther." Unnecessary. That would be futile. Yang Yi shook his head, fixating on the dark silhouette in the water. I can sense it. It has set its sights on me and is inviting me to a duel. Sensing it? Are you out of your mind? How much rationality do you have left? Yang Yi did not respond to her, resembling a madman as he leapt into the water, leaving behind only the words, when there's a commotion underwater. Just pull me up. You plan to fight in the water? That is nothing short of suicide. Yet in reality, Yang Yi had a substantial chance of success, and a high one at that. He remained remarkably composed, carefully calculating the time. In another 15 seconds, he would be able to fire again. With the power of the flintlock, a single well-placed shot would be sufficient to claim the serpent's life, while the serpent would take several minutes to kill him. This was because serpents did not have the sharp teeth to tear apart their prey. They typically constricted and suffocated their victims. During this interval, Yang Yi would have the opportunity to fire at least 3, if not 4 shots. As long as he landed a single shot, the serpent would be severed in 2. The creature, eager for its prey to descend, quickly coiled around him. The serpent was as thick as an adult's thigh, remarkably agile and adept in the water. Had they been on land, Yang Yi might have stood a chance. However, in the water, without suitable weaponry, his odds of victory dwindled perilously close to 0. The serpent ensnared him tightly, leaving him barely able to free his right hand for a shot. What did it matter to the serpent about the rest of his body? With a swift motion, Yang Yi pulled the trigger for the first time. Click! The gun misfired. No matter, he still had another chance. The serpent tightened its grip, and Yang Yi felt his ribs grinding against each other, rendering him unable to resist. Counting the seconds, he fired the second shot. Click! Once more it misfired. The air within his lungs had been forced out, and the risk of fractured ribs loomed large, his entire body tingling. Yet he remained calm, waiting for the next opportunity to fire. The serpent sensed something was amiss. Yang Yi was unlike any prey it had encountered before. It sought to deliver a fatal blow, sinking its teeth into Yang Yi's left shoulder. Do you dare to bite me? Yang Yi retorted, and in turn, he sank his teeth into the serpent's body with such force that it pierced through its scales. At that moment, his third shot was fired, aimed at the serpent's head on his left shoulder. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the water. This shot obliterated half of the sea serpent's head. Yet, it did not perish instantly, emitting a chilling shriek before relinquishing its tenacious prey. However, its demise was inevitable. Survival was no longer an option. Victory was his. Yang Yi felt a sense of relief and relaxation wash over him. Despite the arduous journey, he had triumphed. His body began to sink slowly. Oh no! I must swim to the surface. Yang Yi attempted to control his body, only to discover, much to his dismay, that he was powerless. Above the surface, a tremendous noise erupted, and a spray of water shot into the sky. Following this, a substantial amount of black blood floated to the surface. Suna had been vigilantly monitoring the underwater commotion. Upon hearing the gunshot, she instinctively pulled on the rope at her waist. However, the other end of the rope was frayed. At some point during the fierce struggle between Yang Yi and the sea serpent, it had snapped. Suna glanced at the surface, hesitating for several seconds before ultimately leaping in. Minutes passed. Yang Yi expelled a large mouthful of water, along with a piece of serpent skin that had been bitten off. Once he regained his breath, his vitality surged back, and his consciousness returned. It was Suna who had saved him, performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Thank you. I owe you my life, Yang Yi expressed gratefully. He had noticed the broken rope before losing consciousness, initially thinking he was doomed. Little did he expect that this woman would jump in to rescue him. Simultaneously, he observed that the conditions for unlocking his question mark skill had changed to 2-3. By now, Yang Yi had surmised that this condition likely involved facing death 3 times. On the other hand, Suna was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. The way she looked at Yang Yi was peculiar, akin to observing a rare species. To gamble one's life in battle without hesitation was a violation of biological instinct. How strange! She would have to note this in her observation diary. Upon reflection, she noticed the wound on Yang Yi's shoulder. You've been bitten. This serpent is likely venomous. Suna approached him, attempting to suck out the toxic blood with her mouth. She only ceased her efforts when the expelled blood turned a vivid red. Yang Yi gazed at her, feeling a surge of gratitude. After all, such an action carried its own risks. Although serpent venom is primarily composed of proteins that can be digested by gastric juices, any damage to the mucous membranes in the mouth or digestive tract could lead to poisoning. Once the situation was addressed, Yang Yi regained his composure. The two of them successfully approached the boats and boarded their respective vessels. Yang Yi's observation diary. His frenzied state is utterly captivating. He would never retreat, possessing a clear awareness and the ability to formulate battle plans. Yet, he may not even realize the intensity of his desire for combat. His thirst for annihilating the opponent. He would not hesitate, even at the cost of his own life. But what if the adversary were overwhelmingly powerful? What choice would he make then? This warrants further observation, which soon at Chapter 19, trade again upon returning to the ship. Yang Yi found that the previously caught fish and shellfish had spoiled and were no longer edible. He decided to keep only a single cystic pufferfish, returning everything else to the sea. His provisions were reduced to a solitary piece of black bread, 3 eyeball fruits, and 38 vitality coconuts. With merely 1 liter of fresh water remaining, Yang Yi consumed 3 eyeball fruits and picked up a vitality coconut, preparing to concoct a refreshing vitality coconut juice to restore his energy. Player Suna requests to board the ship. Yang Yi readily consented. She climbed aboard from the stern and soon entered the cabin of the nightmarish. At that moment, Yang Yi was busy mixing the vitality coconut juice. "You can brew potions?" Suna exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. I acquired a recipe on the island that allows me to create vitality coconut juice using salt and vitality coconuts. Would you care to try?" Yang Yi offered the freshly concocted juice to Suna. Since she had saved his life, he thought it fitting to share something with her. Suna accepted it, examining it curiously for a moment, but refrained from drinking it, instead storing it in her bag of holding. "I want to take any supplies from your ship," she declared. Yang Yi suggested, "Perhaps we should collaborate once more?" Given the fierce storm at sea, their combined efforts would significantly increase their chances of survival. Moreover, the astrologer could provide navigational charts, preventing them from becoming lost amidst the tempest. Agreed. Suna replied, as that was indeed her purpose for being there. Yang Yi exited the cabin, only to be greeted by a dim and foreboding atmosphere. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds. The howling wind, mingled with sea spray, caused the vessel to sway violently. He did not intend to set sail immediately, as there were urgent matters to address. He had been poisoned by a sea serpent and required antidotes, with a status panel in his log indicating the presence of poison. The information on the sea serpent confirmed its venomous nature. Approaching the monster gacha machine, Yang Yi discarded the flesh of the 2 sea sirens along with the serpent's skin into the device. Name: Large Sea Serpent. Description: a cunning giant serpent lurking beneath the waves, larger than an ordinary python, known for torturing its prey. Can be fed in the monster gacha machine, mildly toxic. Are you certain you don't wish to exchange that sea siren corpse for a gacha? Yang Yi suddenly inquired, recalling that Suna still possessed another sea siren's body in her bag of holding. Absolutely not. Suna vehemently shook her head. In her view, the corpse held immense value, far surpassing that of a mere gacha. By studying the physiological structure of the sea siren, she could acquire the knowledge she sought. And knowledge, indeed, was far more precious than mere items. Yang Yi shrugged, opting not to press further. He turned back to the octopus-headed gacha machine and spun the dial on its chest, eliciting the sound of capsules colliding. Before long, 3 capsules were ejected. Suna stood behind Yang Yi, observing his every move and diligently jotting down notes. Yang Yi resides on a ghost ship. His mental state is concerning. His gacha machine is a fearsome octopus head, yet Yang Yi appears quite fond of it. Unbeknownst to him, he picked up a glowing orb from the ground. Firstly, there is a canister adorned with an illustration of a mermaid. Name: Siren's Voice. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: contains a special gas. Upon inhalation, it emits a piercing shriek that briefly paralyzes surrounding creatures and diminishes their rationality. Inhaling it results in a loss of 20 sanity. You have acquired the Siren's Voice, but evidently, you are not gifted in song. The second item is a blue crystal pendant. Name, Siren's Tear. Type, relic, quality, good. Description, wearing this reduces mental acuity by 2 and grants immunity to charm effects. If one hears the siren song, it transforms into a shrill lament. Occasionally, it induces auditory hallucinations, as though a siren were whispering in one's ear, leading to a decline in sanity. You can only hear me sing. You belong to me. The third item is a short sword. Name, Sea Serpent's Fong. Type, treasure, quality, good. Description, a short sword crafted from the fangs of a sea serpent, possessing a slight paralytic effect and capable of inflicting minor damage to aberrant creatures. Yang, he has had fortunate luck, as he obtained 2 pieces of equipment from 3 capsule toys, one of which is a weapon, perfectly compensating for the awkwardly low output during the cooldown of his flintlock pistol. As for the other 2 items, Yang Yi pondered for a moment, contemplating selling or trading them. The Siren's Tear is a formidable weapon against sirens, but due to his insanity state, which grants him immunity, the Siren's Tear is somewhat superfluous for him. Regarding charm effects, this mental assault can be swiftly adapted to by players with high mental attributes. The first time he was charmed, Yang, he lost 10 sanity, but subsequently, it only deducted 5. In future encounters, he likely would not lose even 5, rendering it ineffective. The siren's voice, however, is a commendable item. Nevertheless, Yang Yi is in urgent need of healing and reluctantly decides to part with it. He promptly messaged the captain of the glorious goddess, Zhou Dai. Yang Yi, I require 2 vials of holy water. Do you have any in stock? It seemed she was quite busy, as several minutes passed before a response arrived. Zhou Dai, to be brief, I am currently occupied with navigating the ship and have little time to produce holy water. My available stock is limited. Yang Yi understood her implication. Essentially, she had the item, but at a high price. However, he was prepared with sufficient bargaining chips and replied, 1 vial of invigorating coconut juice, the Siren's Tear, and the Siren's Voice. These items in exchange for 2 vials of holy water. This time, Zhou Dai's response came much more swiftly. You must be a male player to have slain a siren? I find that hard to believe, she remarked, incredulous. After all, numerous male players had already fallen to the siren's grasp in the chat channels. For this price, I can offer you 3 vials of holy water. Let us collaborate again in the future. The transaction was swiftly completed. Yang Yi deposited the items into the monster capsule machine, and shortly thereafter, 3 vials of holy water were in his possession. He immediately consumed one and handed another to Suna. You were right. That sea serpent is venomous. Just in case, you should drink a vial as well. It can aid in both detoxification and healing. Suna took the holy water but did not drink it immediately. Instead, she curiously examined the bottle and attempted to stow it away in her treasure pouch. I meant for you to drink it, not to tuck it away. Yang Yi interrupted her actions. If you refuse to drink it, please return it to me. Meanwhile, Yang Yi found her behavior rather peculiar. Whether it was the invigorating coconut juice, the holy water, or the siren's essence, she seemed to enjoy hoarding everything into her pouch. Suna paused for a moment, taken aback, but she could see that Yang Yi was serious. Ultimately, she relented, uncapped the bottle, and consumed the holy water. You can't just hold it in your mouth. Yang Yi observed keenly, noticing that she had merely puffed her cheeks with it. Suna frowned, seemingly displeased, but under Yang Yi's insistence, she reluctantly swallowed it. Show me your mouth. Suna obediently opened her mouth, appearing to have truly ingested the liquid. Yang Yi nodded in approval. In truth, Suna bore injuries as well, and this would aid her recovery. However, discreetly, she took out a small notebook and began to jot down notes. Yang Yi is quite fierce and enjoys coercing others. What are you writing? Yang Yi inquired as he approached. Nothing, Suna replied, concealing her notebook with composure. Noticing her reaction, Yang Yi felt hesitant to pry further, respecting her privacy. Have you seen the chat channel and announcements? Everyone is desperately fleeing this maritime region. We must escape as well. Yang Yi assessed their situation and asked Suna for the details regarding her astrological vessel. Her ship was only at level 1, which made it 10 knots slower than the level 2 Nightmare. The two of them deliberated and decided that they could use grappling hooks to tether their ships together, ensuring that none would lag behind. Before we depart, please assist me with one more task. Yang Yi gestured toward the coconut trees, their crowns barely visible. With the coconuts nearly floating on the water, let us circle the island together and gather some coconuts. Collect whatever we can, but let us make it a swift round without lingering. Suna nodded in agreement. Yang Yi had initially intended to collect them all, but he realized that such an endeavor would be excessively time-consuming. The two ships circled the small island and managed to harvest a total of 92 invigorating coconuts. This quantity was quite satisfactory, and Yang Yi generously shared half with Suna, resulting in each of them acquiring 46 coconuts. Alongside the 34 coconuts already aboard the ship, they now had a total of 126 invigorating coconuts. Yang Yi with 80 and Suna with 46. For considerable time ahead, Yang Yi would not need to worry about restoring his energy. Chapter 20. Voyage of the Storm. Today's weather. The storm has intensified. Caution is advised to avoid floating debris at sea. Location: origin sea, stormy waters, duration of sunshine, unknown temperature, 13 to 18 sea wind force. Level 9. Yang Yi and Suna have formed a fleet and have been traversing the tumultuous sea for 2 days. During this period, they have not witnessed the sun. The ocean surface is shrouded in darkness, and visibility is severely limited. The wind has escalated by a notch, creating turbulent waves, and maintaining a ship speed that was once in the dozens is now a considerable feat. Initially, when the storm commenced, the wind was merely at level 4, marking the golden opportunity for travel. Unfortunately, Yang Yi fell prey to the allure of Siren, missing this critical window and now lagging significantly behind the main fleet. From the chat channel, he learned that his friend, Captain Suda of the Swift Wind, had escaped the tempestuous waters the previous night. His ship, capable of reaching speeds up to 70 knots, stands as the fastest vessel in the game. If it were already at level 2, the speed would be even greater. He disseminated information that beyond the stormy sea, calm waters await, basking in radiant sunlight. It is anticipated that in the next 2 days, numerous swift vessels will break free from the storm's grasp, with the exception of 2 unfortunate souls, Yang Yi and Suna. Damn it! Yang Yi, deprived of sleep for days, bore bloodshot eyes and an irritable temperament. He consumed a bottle of coconut juice to regain his energy and privately messaged Suna on the log. Suna, are there no islands or reefs ahead? He was desperate to avoid inadvertently running aground on an island or colliding with submerged hazards. No, don't disturb me. This is a critical moment. Since her return to the astrologer 2 days prior, she had not shown her face again. What on earth are you doing? Yang Yi inquired, but Suna remained silent. Inside the ship's cabin, a wooden long table lay before her, accompanied by a basketball-sized crystal ball revealing nautical charts within 100 nautical miles. Yet, her focus was not on the charts, but rather on the corpse of the siren before her. Utilizing the witch's dagger as a surgical tool, Suna meticulously dissected the siren's skin, examining the intricate network of nerves and blood vessels, speculating on its organ composition, and documenting her findings in detail. Several organs, including the brain and eyeballs, have been entirely removed and preserved in glass jars. She had expended considerable resources to acquire these jars, all for this moment. This siren's anatomy exhibited multiple flaws. It would be more appropriate to classify it as a mermaid. Within its being, an immune rejection response persisted, akin to the violent amalgamation of human and fish organs that repelled each other. It required the consumption of flesh to alleviate this rejection. As she murmured her discoveries, she recorded them diligently. Yet, this rejection response seemed to be diminishing, if it were to vanish entirely. The siren's body might undergo a remarkable transformation. Meanwhile, Yang Yi remained at the helm, skillfully navigating to evade debris carried by the currents. Were it not for the storm, many would eagerly employ grappling hooks to seize such floating objects. However, in these circumstances, all were inclined to steer clear as if from a plague. The debris floating around is substantial and swift, with some fragments unmistakably belonging to the hulls of unfortunate vessels. Consequently, Yang Yi has remained perpetually vigilant, his nerves taut as he skillfully navigates around these obstacles. His nightmarish vessel is in a state of disrepair. With a meager durability of merely 600, constructed from dilapidated timber, rendering it far from robust. After just 3 collisions, its durability has already diminished by over 100. A few more encounters, and his ship may very well disintegrate. In this dire situation, Yang Yi briefly contemplated utilizing the blueprints for the pirate ship. However, the system cautioned him that his current environment was unsafe, prohibiting any modifications using the schematics. With no alternatives, he pressed on, steeling himself against the odds. Simultaneously, he monitored the world channel to keep abreast of the shifting tides and developments in the waters. The news was predominantly grim, filled with player grievances. Alas, the wind was too fierce just now. I seem to have steered off course. Can anyone guide me? How much farther must I go? I'm in a hurry. Collecting wood, paying top prices. I have millions in my bank account. For just 10 units of wood, I'll give you everything. Fool. Damn it. My ship is taking on water. Who's selling wood? 30 conch coins for 1 unit. I'll buy infinitely. Wood is essential for repairs, and its value is soaring, becoming increasingly difficult to procure. At times, a single unit of wood could fetch a staggering 50 conch coins. Something from the depths is assaulting my ship. Suddenly, a message caught Yang Yi's attention. This might signify a new development in the waters. Monsters are on the attack. His plight drew the interest of numerous players, who began to inquire. Brother, did you hear correctly? Did you collide with an obstacle? No, I'm already in the cabin. The hull is reverberating. Something is definitely striking my ship. Heavens! Haha, the monsters are spawning. You all have fun. I can see the boundary now. Farewell. Help! It's a merman. The message abruptly ceased, likely indicating the player's demise, leaving behind his unfinished last words. Yang Yi felt a surge of anxiety. A splash of seawater hit his face, chilling him to the bone. He immediately reached out to Suna. Suna, there may be monsters in the sea. We must prepare. What is happening on your end? Yang Yi inquired. Suna, having completed her dissection, bore a flushed visage from overwhelming excitement. Her eyes glowed crimson, her breath fragrant, as she gazed at the information popping up on her log. Conditions met. Dissection research on aberrant creatures 2-2 completed. Your talent has been unlocked. Forbidden Scholar. Forbidden Scholar. Permanently reduces rationality cap by 20, opens the mysticism system. You can now construct special buildings, develop your unique formulas, and create distinctive items. You have ultimately succumbed to your curiosity. Little do you know, this may be a path of no return. Suna, I'm speaking to you. What are you doing? Respond. Yang Yi's irritation began to surface. Only then did Suna take a deep breath, steadying herself before replying. What is it? How is your ship's durability? Yang Yi asked. It's almost unscathed. Very well. Make your way to the nightmarish vessel. I grant you permission to repair the ship and restore its durability to its fullest. Very well. Suna replied. She gathered her precious organ fragments into her magical pouch, seized the crystal ball, and made her way towards the nightmarish vessel. The two ships were tethered together by ropes, their proximity allowing for a simple wooden plank to bridge the gap under normal circumstances. However, with both ships swaying in the water, it was advisable to crawl instead, ensuring greater stability. As Suna carefully traversed the plank and boarded the nightmarish ship, she was summoned into the cabin by Yang Yi. Your authorization has been granted. Utilize the stone materials to forge a stone hammer, then replenish the durability of the nightmarish ship. Remain aboard, as we may encounter monsters ahead. Parting ways would be perilous. Chapter 21. The greater the storm, the more abundant the fish. Messages began to flood the global chat channel, reporting players under siege by various monstrous entities. Red lanterns flickered in the water, drawing closer to me. Has anyone encountered these peculiar beings? What on earth are they? Just fireflies, fear not. Alas, a dozen little fishmen have trapped me in the captain's quarters. Let us settle this one-on-one. Who is that standing on the water, obstructing my course? An aberrant creature triggered my trap. It appears to be called the Drowned One, and I have already turned it into a hive of chaos. Wait, Yang Yi offered a moment of silence for him. He was likely obliterated by the Drowned One's explosion. Every minute, someone succumbed to an attack. Yet simultaneously, numerous players managed to escape the tempestuous waters unscathed. As for Yang Yi, perhaps due to the delayed departure of the nightmarish star, he found himself distanced from the main group. thus avoiding any monstrous encounters. However, another predicament weighed heavily on his mind. He had run out of provisions. Water was not a concern, for he had vibrant coconuts, but he desperately needed protein and energy. Suna, do you have any food on your ship? Yang yi mesagit prifatali. Only 1 L of water. Suna's voice resonated in his ear. She had just finished repairing the ship and approached the bow deck holding a crystal orb. This orb served as a dynamic nautical chart, reflecting the surrounding sea conditions within 100 nautical miles. Currently, only 2 vessels were displayed, the Astrologer and the Nightmarish Star, both marked perilously close to each other. Can your ship's map be dismantled? Yang Yi inquired in surprise. This orb is merely a receiver. As long as the distance is not too great, it functions flawlessly, Suna explained. The nautical chart was rather rudimentary. It displayed only large obstacles in the sea, such as colossal floating debris represented by small black dots, whereas islands appeared as large, shadowy masses. By avoiding these dark spots, they could effectively evade being caught in the turmoil of immense floating objects. Furthermore, the existence of the chart ensured they would not lose their way. As another day passed, even a resilient individual like Yang Yi required rest. Their navigation transformed into a relay system, with one person steering while the other took turns resting in the captain's quarters. The nightmares of the Nightmarish Star seemed to haunt only the captain, as Suna had not mentioned experiencing any such terrors. Throughout this period, Yang Yi remained vigilant in the chat channel, hoping to procure some food. Yet, disappointment was his constant companion. Due to the storm, most players had depleted their supplies and were reluctant to sell. Those who did offer food were the fortunate few who had escaped the tempest. And even if the prices were exorbitant, they were impossible to acquire. Yang Yi sent private messages, but responses took ages, often amounting to a mere 3 words, sold out. Some even went unanswered. This was true hunger marketing. Those unable to purchase would ultimately starve. This could not continue. Yang Yi rose from the captain's quarters, his stomach growling incessantly. At present, Suna was at the helm, and the wind had escalated to level 11. One had to crouch slightly on the deck to maintain balance. His clothes, perpetually damp, carried an enduring scent of salt and fish. Yang Yi realized the urgency of procuring sustenance. Otherwise, he would soon be utterly depleted of strength. Quietly, he consumed a vitality coconut, draining its water and feasting upon the flesh until nothing remained. With no other food available, he was left with no choice but to rely on coconuts. However, these alone would not suffice to satiate his hunger. He needed a more substantial source of energy. After much contemplation, the only means of obtaining food that Yang Yi could devise was fishing. Conveniently, he possessed a fishing rod. Suna, if this continues, you'll surely starve. I will attempt to fish while you navigate the boat for a while. Yang Yi sent her a private message. All right, Suna replied succinctly. With the fishing rod slung over his shoulder, Yang Yi made his way to the center of the boat, selecting an opportune spot to cast his line. As the adage goes, the stronger the winds and waves, the more valuable the fish. In this case, it seemed that the greater the storm, the more peculiar the fish might be, or perhaps even larger. However, he underestimated the difficulty of fishing amidst a tempest. The boat rocked violently, the waves surged, and he could barely see the bobber, let alone any signs of catch. An hour passed, and Yang Yi had nearly unlocked the achievement for human baiting, but had yet to catch a single fish. 2 hours in, frustration began to set in. He opened the global chat channel and sent a message. Has anyone tried fishing? Along with a photo of his fishing endeavor amidst the storm. Fishing? Are you still able to fish while dodging debris? Came a reply. Indeed, it seemed that only Yang Yi had the luxury of time to fish, while others were preoccupied avoiding floating obstacles. Next, you'll catch a mermaid and be devoured yourself. In truth, if a sea monster were actually caught, who would consume whom remained uncertain. After a flurry of enthusiastic responses, a credible message emerged, presumably from an experienced angler. The waves are too high. The fish are deep. Your bobber is useless. If you insist on fishing, remove the bobber, lengthen the line, and attach a weight to sink it to the depths. Yang Yi experienced a moment of clarity, promptly adjusting the line's length, discarding the bobber, and affixing a small rock to the hook. In this world, Bait was optional. Half an hour elapsed, and at last, there was a response. The fishing line whirled wildly. Yang yanked back, a tremendous force nearly pulling him overboard. He narrowly steadied himself against the boat's edge to avoid tumbling into the sea. He continued to pull, but the other end ceased to struggle. What was happening? Had the line snapped? Curious, Yang leaned over to investigate. He spotted a faint red glow rising from the depths, resembling a red lantern, and it was as large as his fist. What could this be? Instinctively, he drew out his flintlock pistol. In the next moment, a shark burst forth from the water, lunging directly at Yang. This was a bull shark, over a meter in length, its body a striking red and streamlined. Its head was peculiar, flat like a spade, with two eyes glowing eerily crimson in the darkness. More astonishingly, it possessed two robust hind legs, bumpy like those of a frog. This fish is suspicious. Your rationality decreases by 5. The shark erupted from the water, baring its gaping maw, intent on biting Yang. Fortunately, Yang was well prepared and immediately lay down to evade the attack, simultaneously pulling the trigger of his flintlock pistol. Bang! A burst of flames erupted. The force of the shot was tremendous, cleaving the shark, which was as thick as an adult's waist, in two. It was not dead. The upper half writhed violently, attempting to beat the Yang. Seizing the moment, Yang grasped the sea serpent's tooth and mounted the creature. With a swift thrust, he plunged his weapon twice into the beast before it finally lay still. Name: Devilfish shark. Type: food. Description: the devilfish shark, tainted by abyssal corruption, is a cruel and bloodthirsty creature. Its flesh is edible and can also be used for gacha. Note: if consumed, it cannot be used for gacha again. Choose one of two options. Please be advised, this is a gregarious species. Discovering one implies that a multitude follows. Upon reading the description, Yang's pupils constricted, and he immediately cast his gaze upon the sea. One by one, red lanterns flickered to life, increasing in number as they converged upon the nightmarish vessel. They mourned not for their fallen kin, but instead surfaced, displaying their fins as if yearning to leap aboard the nightmarish ship. The quantity was likely nearing 100. Suna, we are in trouble, Yang exclaimed, sprinting towards the bow of the ship. Suna, having also sensed the disturbance, abandoned the helm and hurried to join him. Another devilfish shark leapt onto the deck. Despite possessing some mobility on land, using its hind legs to hop like a frog, it was rather cumbersome, managing a leap of only 1 or 2 meters at a time. However, the sheer number of them rendered any resistance futile. Observing the sharks, an idea suddenly sparked in Yang's mind. Chapter 22. Defying death. Suna, we must ascend the mast. It offers our only glimmer of hope. Yang determined. He had observed the movements of the devil sharks and noted that they could only leap on the deck, relying solely on their hind limbs. This indicated that the devil sharks lacked the ability to climb. If they could merely take refuge atop the mast, they would secure an invulnerable position. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. Yang wielded a flintlock pistol in his left hand and the tooth of the sea serpent in his right, adept in both ranged and close combat. Yet, Suna found herself without a suitable weapon. Facing a shark with a mere dagger was far too perilous. There's a bow in my cabin. I'll grab it when we sprint over. It will be perfect for you, she proposed. Nodding in agreement, Suna's hair danced wildly in the fierce wind. Her face bore no trace of fear. Rather, there was a flicker of excitement as she occasionally glanced at the devil sharks. I want a more intact shark, especially the eyes must remain whole, Suna suddenly declared. Let us worry about that once we survive. The duo immediately dashed towards the starboard side. The sharks had congregated on the port side, making the starboard route comparatively safer. They crouched low and advanced swiftly against the strong wind. The captain's cabin on the starboard side lacked a door, but Yang could fashion one temporarily with his flintlock. The cool-down time should be just right. He fired a shot, blasting a sizable hole that allowed him to reach inside and retrieve items. As he rummaged, he discovered a pirate longbow nestled in the corner, along with over 20 simple wooden arrows, all coated with poison. He handed the bow and arrows to Suna before they hurried towards the courtyard. The wind in the courtyard was considerably calmer, situated between the captain's cabin and the hold. providing significant shelter and minimizing the impact on their archery. As they stepped into the courtyard, a devil shark lunged from the shadows. Had it not been for Yang Yi's timely warning, he might have been knocked to the ground. He drew the tooth of the sea serpent, poised to strike, when suddenly an arrow shot forth from behind, striking the shark squarely in its eye. This eye appeared to be the Achilles heel of the devil shark. Once pierced, it plunged into utter chaos, rolling on the ground and losing its fighting capability. Yang Yi cast a glance back at Suna. "Your archery skills are remarkable." They pressed on towards the mast. By this time, 7 or 8 devil sharks had appeared on the deck. They congregated on the left side, leaping towards the two like frogs upon spotting them. Suna displayed her prowess, drawing her bow and shooting arrows with precision, hitting each shark's eye. Despite the shark's large, luminous eyes, each arrow struck true, an impressive feat. "What did you do before this?" Yang Yi asked, swallowing hard. "I studied medicine. Yet during high school, I won the provincial archery championship and was even eligible for the national team. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Yang Yi replied incredulously. "Why didn't you use a bow against the sea demon? I was ambushed and my bow fell into the sea." Had he known Suna was this formidable, he would have prepared an ample supply of arrows, fearing not the leaping sharks. However, their arrows were limited now, and they could not afford to linger. Some devil sharks had even swum to the right side, preparing to launch a pincer attack. New sharks continually leapt onto the deck. Fortunately, both individuals had already reached a position beneath the mast. Seizing the moment while the newly arrived sharks were still at a distance, they needed to ascend the mast promptly. "You go first. Once you're up, provide me cover with your arrows." Yang Yi pressed his back against the mast, his gaze fixed on the approaching sharks on either side. This was the most logical plan he had contemplated. If Yang Yi were to climb first, he would only have his flintlock pistol at his disposal. Although it was powerful, it was far less effective in this scenario than a bow that could unleash multiple shots. Suna understood Yang Yi's intentions and wasted no time. She stowed her bow and arrows in her bag of treasures and began to climb. Yang Yi gripped the sea serpent's tooth with one hand, while holding the pistol in the other, preparing for battle. The shark on the left arrived first, leaping towards Yang Yi. He had observed them for some time and discovered a peculiar trait of this shark. It could only leap forward. Before jumping, it would select a direction, and its head would point where it intended to go. Utilizing this characteristic, Yang Yi deftly sidestepped the shark's assault. As it passed him, he thrust his sword forward, piercing the gills of the devil shark. The creature continued its momentum, sustaining a massive wound. Upon landing, a cascade of entrails spilled forth, making it evident that it could not survive. "It's working," Yang Yi noted, keenly aware of his surroundings as he evaded another shark's attack. He repeated his technique, driving the sea serpent's tooth into the gills of yet another predator. Through this method, he dispatched 3 of the encircling sharks. However, Yang Yi was not a seasoned warrior. Only recently, he had been a bedridden patient, unable even to stand. His rudimentary swordsmanship was a product of keen observation and remarkable composure, but success was not guaranteed. On the 4th attempt, he miscalculated, failing to evade in time and suffering a bite to his right shoulder. The piercing pain threatened to render him unconscious. Fortunately, Yang Yi's will was as resilient as steel. He swiftly aimed the flintlock pistol at the flat head of the bull shark. This shot had to fire. Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Click! The cursed weapon misfired at a critical moment. Damn it! Undeterred, Yang Yi quickly devised an alternative plan. Releasing his grip on the sea serpent's tooth and switching it to his left hand to stab at the shark. Just then, an arrow whizzed past Yang Yi's scalp, striking the shark directly in the eye. The creature recoiled in pain, allowing Yang Yi to break free, though his right arm was now a mangled mess. "Hurry up, Sunarth." She perched on the crossbar, approximately 5 meters above the ground, safely out of reach of the sharks. At that moment, she drew her bow, unleashing her formidable strength to cover Yang Yi as he climbed. "I have few arrows left. You must be quicker." Yang Yi secured the flintlock pistol at his waist, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain as he began his ascent. The sharks pursuing him were struck down by Suna's arrows, ensuring his temporary safety. Yet his climb was agonizingly slow. He exerted his legs, pressing his left arm and cheek against the mast, straining to ascend. Please hurry. I only have 3 arrows remaining. Yang Yi had barely climbed 2 meters when he heard the grim news. Soon, the last 3 arrows were exhausted. Suna could only cling tightly to the mast, attempting to lower her body as much as possible while trying to pull Yang Yi up. However, the distance proved insufficient. At that moment, a shark, poised to strike, leaped towards Yang Yi and sank its teeth into his calf. The collision of teeth against bone produced a horrifying sound. Yang Yi, Suna exclaimed in alarm. Yang Yi's body froze, trembling violently as waves of nausea washed over him from the excruciating pain. Yet, he dared not release his grip, gritting his teeth in defiance. He understood that should he let go and fall, death would be inevitable. The shark remained latched onto his leg, its sharp teeth tearing at his wound. Dizzy and breathless, Yang Yi's vision blurred from the tears welling in his eyes. He cast a glance downward at the shark, meeting its 2 enormous, crimson eyes that seemed to mock him, as if to say that despite his struggles, death was unavoidable. No way. A sudden surge of rage erupted within Yang Yi's chest, searing with intensity. At that moment, a notification emerged. Condition met. Facing death 3-3. You have unlocked the talent. Refusal of death. Refusal of death. When health falls below 10 or when receiving lethal damage, it triggers, preventing health from dropping below 1 for 5 minutes. Additionally, all attributes except for spirit increase by 2, while spirit decreases by 2 and sanity drops by 50. Following this, a 24-hour period of weakness ensues, during which all attributes except for spirit decrease by 2. During the weakness period, refusal of death will no longer take effect. P.S. Refusal of death can transcend the limits of mortal attributes. Your sanity is below 50, entering a state of madness, granting immunity to most mental negative states, with strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, spirit -2, pain ignored, tirelessness, and unparalleled bravery until sanity is restored. Under this dual enhancement, Yang Yi's strength surged to an astonishing 8 points, while his spirit dwindled to 4 points. His eyes reddened, veins pulsating with blood, and his previously limp right arm inexplicably regained its strength, gripping the mast with unwavering resolve. Simultaneously, he extended his left hand, reaching for the eyes of the monstrous shark below, and with a casual squeeze, he burst one of its eyeballs, causing its fluid to splatter everywhere. Chapter 23. The Great Harvest and the Golden Legend with sheer force. Yang Yi crushed the eye of the shark beneath him. The creature, racked with agony, released its grip, but Yang Yi did not relent. He seized the ruptured eye and lifted it, hurling it towards another shark. With a strength rating of 8, Yang Yi could effortlessly shatter the skull of the shark with a mere punch. However, he was no brute. He preferred to avoid direct combat when possible. At least for now. With a surge of power through his right arm, he leaped gracefully, landing lightly upon the horizontal beam. From this moment forward, it was solely his turn, his expression cold and resolute. He aimed the dark muzzle of his weapon at the devilish shark below. Bang! The devil shark was cleaved in 2. What has transpired? Sunagazit at Yang Yi Indispidiev. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a near victim to a triumphant avenger, reversing the tide of battle in an instant. Such a peculiar turn of events. Suna's gaze towards Yang Yi grew fervent and insatiable, as though she wished to devour him whole and understand him completely. The intensity of her stare unsettled Yang Yi, prompting him to dismiss her curiosity with a casual remark. It's nothing. I've unlocked a new talent. Is that so? Suna refrained from probing further. Even if she had, Yang Yi had no intention of revealing the truth. This was his trump card, an extraordinary power that could turn the tables at a critical moment. Yet, the side effects were equally formidable, leaving him in a state of weakness for a full 24 hours. Thus, the fewer who knew, the better. On the other hand, Suna felt a twinge of fear. Her rationality had plummeted by over 20 points, nearly overwhelming her with the impulse to dissect Yang Yi with her dagger. Fortunately, she managed to restrain herself, her composure stabilizing just above 50. Suna, patience is key. One must observe slowly. She silently admonished herself, Unaware of Su Na's tumultuous thoughts, Yang Yi retrieved the holy water, consuming 2/3 of it, and poured the remaining third onto his wound. The effect was remarkable. The bleeding ceased rapidly. He then took out his flintlock, aiming to shoot. One misfire followed by a successful shot, resulting in another shark's demise. The sharks, thwarted in their attempts to bite the two, grew increasingly agitated. Some began gnawing at the mast, while others resorted to feasting on their deceased kin. However, the mast was constructed from the sturdiest wood of this ghost ship, thick and robust. The shark's jaws were not capable of causing significant damage in the short term. Yet, the risk lingered. Would the mast break first, or would the shark succumb? With only just over 30 unscathed sharks remaining, Yang Yi felt confident in his chances. Wait, there is no need to fire. Su Na suddenly called out to Yang Yi. Why? He turned his head to inquire. Look, the toxin from a cystic pufferfish is beginning to take effect. She pointed to a shark that had been struck in the eye. This particular shark was likely the first to be affected, now lying motionless and askew on the deck. Soon, its carcass was being consumed by its fellow sharks. Yang Yi understood instantly. Cannibalism among kin was a common phenomenon in the insect world. Consequently, certain pesticides are designed to delay death, allowing insects to return to their nests before perishing, effectively exterminating an entire colony in one fell swoop, Su Na elucidated. Understanding the situation, Yang Yi nodded and pulled the trigger, killing a shark. But if I shoot, wouldn't that accelerate their demise? After all, bullets cost nothing. Suit yourself. Just leave me one intact, replied Su Na. After several minutes, all the sharks lay lifeless, leaving no trace behind. The deck was strewn with their carcasses, reeking of blood. Yang Yi, feeling weak, took a considerable amount of time to climb the mast. With only 15 health points remaining, he had to be cautious. A single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. Su Na had already descended. She had chosen the largest and most complete shark corpse, promptly cutting it into pieces to prepare for storage in her treasure chest. This could be quite lucrative. It's enough for about 70 gacha pulls. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous mobile gaming experiences, he had always relished the card-drawing segments. Many games he played were deleted right after he had finished drawing. Shall we split it? Yang Yi inwided, Gunanjink Atsuna. You go ahead. I only need one. She replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the gacha pulls. What pity. Very well. I shall reluctantly take on the task of pulling for you. Yang Yi, brimming with anticipation, began to slice into the carcass of the double-headed devil shark. He processed a batch and drew from another, causing the bodies to gradually disappear. In total, he made 72 gacha pulls. There were 74 double-headed devil sharks. One was dismantled by Su Na, and one became reserve food. To avoid poisoning from mistakenly consuming one, Yang Yi had specifically chosen the first shark that had been cut in half. Fortunately, this shark had not been consumed by its kin and would serve as sustenance. After completing the processing, Yang Yi checked the course and map, confirming everything was in order before turning his attention to the gacha machine below. There lay 72 glowing orbs. He refrained from opening any, intending to save them for a collective reveal. What treasures might await within? Yang Yi was filled with anticipation as he began to draw from the gacha. You have obtained 1 unit of steel. What? You have obtained 200 con coins. You have obtained 5 units of wood. You have obtained 5 units of stone. This is infuriating. Yang Yi exclaimed, slamming the piece of wood onto the deck. The latter slowly vanished, transferred to the warehouse. Did he, Yang Yi, truly lack such items? Were the relics? The treasures? At the very least, he expected some adornments. As time passed, Yang Yi became increasingly numb, his expectations dwindling. The contents were primarily fundamental resources, including fresh water, steel, wood, fabric, and even crystals. Additionally, there were 12 loaves of black bread, 5 sausages, and 3 watermelons. Perhaps the devil shark was too weak, not comparable to the sirens or drowned ones. Or perhaps his luck was simply abysmal. After finishing the draws, Yang Yi had managed to uncover only 3 items of worth. 1 exquisite, 1 good, and 1 ordinary. Name, low-tier fire element. Type, consumable material. Quality, exquisite. Description, can be affixed to altered equipment bestowing the power of fire. P.S. Equipment can undergo repeated transformations, with the final transformed attributes taking precedence. Name: glowing red fishing net. Type: tool. Quality: good. Description: this net can be placed by the side of a boat to capture unfortunate fish that happen to swim by. However, the unsettling red glow emitted by this net keeps ordinary fish at bay. This red light, where have you seen it before? Name: sharkskin swimsuit. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: while swimming, it increases speed by 25 and reduces energy consumption. It can easily help you clinch victory in swimming competitions. Yang Yi carefully stored these 3 items. The abysmal drop rate reminded him of some rather unpleasant memories. Yet, he quickly contemplated a possibility. Could it be that submitting the same type of monster too frequently causes a dramatic decline in drop rates? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The system might be encouraging players to hunt a variety of unfamiliar monsters. The method to verify this hypothesis was straightforward. He could simply have others try their luck at the gacha. Without hesitation, Yang Yi summoned Su Na, who was still in the courtyard, and handed her a fish fin for her to try her luck at the gacha. This devilish shark was initially intended as food, but with plenty of black bread available now, there was no need to risk consuming raw flesh. Give it a try, Yang Yi urged. If Su Na succeeded in getting a drop, it would confirm Yang Yi's theory that repeatedly submitting the same monster's carcass results in a steep decline in drop rates. Conversely, if Su Na failed, it might simply be a matter of luck, with previous successes being merely fortuitous. Su Na promptly tossed the fish fin into the gacha and activated it. Suddenly, the octopus head's eyes emitted a golden light, and even its tentacles transformed into a golden hue. Wow, a golden legend. Yang Yi felt as if he were hallucinating. A golden orb of light was expelled from the mouth of the octopus head, which Su Na eagerly retrieved. Could this be the distinction between the fortunate and the unfortunate? Yang Yi felt an unusual warmth within, for the first time perceiving the game as profoundly unfair and filled with malice. Chapter 24. The shadow quivering in the storm. Su Na picked up the luminous orb, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, before promptly stowing it away in her treasure pouch. What did you find? Yang Yi inquired with curiosity as he leaned closer. Do you wish to know? Beg me, and I shall reveal it. Su Na replied, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes narrowing like 2 crescent moons. If you choose not to divulge, then so be it, Yang Yi retorted, showing no signs of impatience or envy. After all, he possessed 3 treasures of his own. While not golden, their sheer quantity was undeniably impressive. Simultaneously, various esoteric conjectures danced through his mind. Could it be that this particular shark had perished the earliest, hence yielding the best loot? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. However, the specifics would only become clear with time. One thing was certain. Repeatedly submitting the remains of the same type of monster would significantly diminish the odds of obtaining quality loot. Yang Yi allowed Su Na to continue steering the ship while he tidied up the battlefield. It must be said that the monster gacha machine was quite convenient, as it efficiently reclaimed the shark's carcass and blood. However, the damaged deck and mast, along with the gaping hole in the captain's cabin, would necessitate material repairs. Furthermore, during the skirmish, they had collided with several floating objects, resulting in additional hull damage. The repairs alone consumed 40 units of timber. Fortunately, the gacha machine also dispensed resources. Currently, the available food and resources were as follows. Food: black bread X12, sausage X5, freshwater X8L, vitality coconuts X67, watermelon X3. Suna's cabin still contained over 40 vitality coconuts. Resources: timber X55, fabric X45, stone X32, steel X10, crystal X8, sulfur X6. Con coins, 2050. Materials like steel, crystal, and sulfur appear to be advanced resources, with a conversion ratio of 5:1 in the gacha. For the time being, food supplies were secure, unless faced with dire circumstances. Yang Yi had no intention of fishing in the stormy seas again. He opened the world channel to leave a message. It is best to avoid fishing in the stormy seas. Monsters may be lurking. You are truly brave, having survived. Impressive that you are still able to speak. Do you have proof? I find it hard to believe. Yang, he had no desire to argue. The reason he refrained from sharing images was to protect their sanity. A day swiftly passed. This marked the 6th day since the storm had descended. Today, the chat channel buzzed with activity as players continuously commented about successfully escaping the stormy seas. It appeared that most players were not far from the exit and would soon depart from this treacherous region. Only Yang, Yi, and Suna remained significantly behind, lagging by 2 days. When the storm had initially begun, the winds were mild, allowing everyone to sail swiftly. It was only later, as the storm intensified and debris and monsters emerged, that their pace had slowed. Yang, Yi checked the weather forecast. Today's weather location: origin sea, stormy seas, sunlight duration, unknown temperature, 8 to 12 wind speed. Level 10. The wind had picked up further, and the drop in temperature made Yang, Yi feel a tad chilly, though it remained within a tolerable range. In contrast, Suna continued to wear the same attire as before, seemingly unaffected by the chill in the air. Yang, Yi emerged from the captain's cabin and made his way to the bow of the ship. Suna, it's time to switch shifts, he called out. She nodded, handing over the crystal ball, and after the handover was complete, she headed towards the captain's cabin of the Nightmare. By the way, don't you feel cold in that light outfit? Yang, Yi inquired with curiosity. Not at all. This outfit is designed to keep warm, Suna replied in a private message. Name: which is casual wear, type, treasure, quality, fine, description, provides warmth and water resistance, enhances mental recovery speed. As a witch, one must always prepare a casual outfit to conceal one's identity. This was a piece of exquisite equipment that could enhance mental recovery speed. Was the game truly fair to bestow such a gift upon the witch at the outset? Yang Yi pondered, yet felt powerless. Fortunately, he possessed a formidable flintlock. Recently, he had utilized a low-tier essence of fire to imbue the sea serpent's fang with alter properties. Initially, he intended to modify the flintlock, but its tendency to misfire rendered it unreliable. The alteration was merely an additional attribute to increase power and did not address the inherent flaws of the weapon. Moreover, given the flintlock's high tier, it was unlikely that the fine essence of low-tier fire would effectuate any significant change. It seemed more prudent to enhance the sea serpent's fang. The results were impressive. The sea serpent's fang had ascended to exquisite quality. Name: sea serpent's fang, altered. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a short sword crafted from the fangs of a great sea serpent, now imbued with the power of fire, capable of causing burning wounds and infused with fire poison. The blade of the sea serpent's fang turned a vibrant red, becoming quite hot to the touch after prolonged handling and significantly sharper than before. Yang Yi continued to steer the ship, alternating shifts with Suna. Another day passed. Upon awakening in the captain's cabin, Yang Yi glanced at the logbook, realizing he had scarcely slept for 3 hours. He had been plagued by nightmares once more, and they were recurring. In the first dream, he envisioned Suna aiming a gun at his head, her gaze icy. Yet how could this be? If she intended to kill him, she could have done so during the battle with the sea serpent when he fell into the water. Why wait until now? Yang Yi dismissed the thought, shaking his head and feeling a slight headache from lack of sleep. In the second dream, he found himself swallowed by an enormous centipede-like creature. But where would such a giant centipede come from at sea? Could this so-called prescient effect be merely coincidence? After all, the system had not indicated such a possibility. Yang Yi fell into self-doubt, but soon dispelled the notion. Regardless, he was determined not to let nightmares dictate his actions. Even if these dreams possessed a prophetic quality, the decisions rested solely with him, not the nightmares. Otherwise, would he not become a disciple of his own nightmares? After consuming a vitality coconut, Yang Yi felt considerably better. His wounds had nearly healed, thanks to the efficacy of the holy water. With a couple more days of rest, he would be fully recovered. Why was it so dark? Yang Yi pushed open the door, startled by the scene before him. Outside, it was pitch black, as if one could not see their own hand. Just a few days prior, it had not been this dark. Yang Yi immediately checked the weather forecast. Location: the sea of origin. Duration of sunlight: none. Temperature: 12 to 18 C. Wind force: level 10. Compared to yesterday, the temperature had risen. Yet the duration of sunlight had shifted from unknown to none. A sudden wave of unease washed over him as he steadied himself against the edge of the ship and made his way toward the bow. "Suna, are you there?" He called out loudly, but received no reply. He took out the navigational log, a small booklet that emitted light, illuminating his surroundings. At that moment, he realized the Nightmarish was anchored, not sailing. The tumultuous waves had masked this fact from him. A tightening sensation gripped Yang Yi's heart as he dashed to the ship's deck, only to discover the helm was unattended. "Where is Suna?" His pupils constricted sharply, his heartbeat accelerating as he scanned the area for any sign of her. A faint glimmer caught his eye to the left, seemingly obscured by a shadow. Yang Yi rushed over to find Suna standing there, cradling a crystal ball, motionless and gazing blankly at the surging sea, as if entranced by something. "I called you. Why didn't you respond?" He chided, irritation creeping into his tone. Suna, showing little reaction, merely extended a finger toward the horizon, murmuring, "It seems we are surrounded." Yang Yi immediately followed her gaze. A shroud of darkness lay ahead, which was indeed unsettling. Yet, perhaps it was Suna's words that sparked the feeling. He began to perceive something undulating upon the sea's surface. What could that be? Narrowing his eyes, he endeavored to discern the truth. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the grotesque reality before him. It was a swarm of colossal, elongated creatures resembling centipedes, their segmented bodies undulating. Their heads bore 4 blade-like mandibles, gaping open like serrated jaws, poised to sever any prey that ventured too close. These beings bore a striking resemblance to the bobbit worm of the ocean, yet were vastly larger, their diameter difficult to ascertain from a distance. Their length was equally ambiguous, as most of their bodies remained submerged beneath the waves. Numerous in number, they extended far into the horizon, the nearest being approximately a kilometer from the Nightmarish. These monstrous worms swayed in the tempest, bobbing their heads as if partaking in some arcane ritual or revelry. Observation of unknown giant creatures. Sanity decreased by 20. Yang Yi's mind reeled as he glanced at the crystal ball. The maritime chart indicated they were entirely encircled by these monstrous longworms, numbering no less than 100. On the chart, these beasts appeared as tiny black dots, dispersed around the Nightmarish. They were ensnared by these leviathans. Chapter 25, Desperation. Surrounded by giant worms, Yang Yi ushered Suna into the captain's quarters of the Nightmarish vessel. What on earth transpired? He inquired solemnly. From whence did these creatures emerge? About 15 minutes ago. The sky abruptly darkened, Suna recounted. I was navigating the ship when I noticed an abundance of dark spots appearing in the crystal ball's projection. I halted the vessel and moved to the bow, hoping to discern the situation more clearly. As she reminisced, she added, "The subsequent events are already known to you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi immediately seized the crystal ball, scrutinizing it intently. Meanwhile, Suna commenced her conjectures regarding the colossal worms. These giant worms likely lack eyes or any visual organs. Otherwise, they would have already taken notice of the Nightmarish vessel. They must be creatures that have dwelled in darkness for eons, relying on their auditory, olfactory, or other sensory faculties to hunt their prey. The storm has severely hampered their perceptive range, rendering them oblivious to our presence, she articulated her reasoning. Yang Yi, furrowing his brow, was absorbed in examining the nautical chart. Concurrently, he activated the global channel to ascertain the circumstances of other players. Upon entering, he was met with a cacophony of distress. Why is it so dark? I am utterly lost. Can anyone direct me to the exit? There are countless giant worms at sea, and the nearest one is less than 200 meters away. My heavens! God, have you forsaken me? A new peril has emerged in the stormy seas. Those who have escaped revel in the misfortune of the trapped players. Are they spawning again? Serve you right for being so slow. Have you ever played a battle royale? You run too slowly, and now you're caught in the toxic circle. Who can you blame? Bakudan, just wait there to perish. You must not die. If you do, who shall I sell the fish I just caught to? Ha ha ha. High prices for second-hand equipment and items. Damn it. I would rather feed the worms than give you a single coin. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not rejoice too soon. Yang Yi, shutting off the chat channel, wore a grim expression. The majority of players had managed to escape the stormy seas. Perhaps the exodus of so many had prompted the storm to begin driving out and annihilating the remaining players. Both he and Su Na, having set sail 2 days later, found themselves ensnared in the chaos. Pacing back and forth, a vital piece of information suddenly struck him. 200 meters. Yang Eri opened the chat channel, scrolled to the message from the individual, and sent a private message. Are you still alive? Are you certain the giant worm is 200 meters away? The recipient, clearly on high alert, responded promptly, yes, indeed. It terrified me. The worm appears to be dozens of meters long and 3 meters in diameter. Stay calm. Please examine it closely. Are you certain it is 200 meters? No need to check again. I work in surveying, and I can ascertain that distance at a glance. Yang Yi's brow relaxed as a plan began to form in his mind. He scrutinized the nautical chart, employing its scaling function to set the scale to 1 centimeter representing 200 m, thus establishing that every centimeter on the map equated to a distance of 200 meters. He then gestured on the nautical chart. Eureka! Yang Yi regained his fighting spirit, his morale soaring as he spoke to Su Na. You are correct. These creatures are devoid of sight, and their sensory perception is severely hampered by the tempest. We can attempt to navigate through the gaps between them. Although the path may be treacherous, the distances separating these colossal insects are considerable enough for us to succeed. Upon hearing this, Su Na's eyes brightened. She was utterly captivated by these extraordinary beings and had not contemplated fleeing. Yet Yang Yi was different. His instinct for survival drove him, even at the potential cost of great sacrifice. But do you know what a safe distance is? Moreover, there may be individual variations among them. Yang Yi replied, an acquaintance provided me with a clue. I have set the lower limit of distance at 200 meters, with no upper limit. The farther, the better. We shall proceed towards the exit with this standard. Now, allow me to take the helm. To be cautious, you should not remain in the cabin. It will be best to stand on the deck. This way, should the insects launch an attack, you will be able to notice it immediately. If you jump into the sea, there may still be a chance for survival. Yang Yi was resolute in his actions. Once he had formulated a plan, he set it into motion. He held the crystal ball map in one hand while steering the ship with the other, adjusting the speed as necessary. When passing between two relatively close giants, he slowed down accordingly. As they drew near, illuminated by the occasional flash of lightning, he truly grasped the magnitude of these creatures. Their diameters ranged from 2 to 5 meters, with their bodies extending above the surface for dozens, if not hundreds, of meters. If one were to bite the ship, the nightmarish would surely be torn asunder. With careful navigation, he changed into a shark-skin swimsuit, for should the vessel be destroyed and he plunge into the water, this attire would prove invaluable. After 2 hours of gradual sailing, Yang Yi felt a measure of reassurance. At last, he had found a path to survival. Although the journey was fraught with anxiety, it was certainly preferable to a dead end. Yang Yi shared his discovery on the global channel. By doing so, he risked no tangible loss. Rather, he stood to gain goodwill and perhaps even unexpected rewards. Thus, he posted this message. I have discovered that the perceptual range of these insects is quite limited. As long as we maintain a distance of over 200 meters, they will not detect or attack us. We can traverse through the gaps between them. Really? You are quite brave to have uncovered this, came the response. But how we gauge the distance? It is too dark. Wait for the thunder. During a lightning strike, we can briefly see. Indeed, they lack nautical charts, making execution even more challenging. However, remaining stationary is undoubtedly a dead end. In the face of the hope for survival, humanity is never lacking in courage. Thank you, my friend. I successfully made it through. This method is reliable. You are truly my savior. In an instant, Yang Yi received numerous friend requests, some even offering gifts, though they were not abundant, primarily consisting of temporarily superfluous supplies. He selectively accepted a portion of these requests. The acquired materials included 3 units of wood, 227 units of fabric, 12 units of stone, 7 units of steel, 13 units of crystal, and 4 units of sulfur. A rare and exquisite item was gifted to him by the captain of the fisherman's ship, Hichi. Yang Yi consented to his friend's request. The vessel as progress was hindered by the colossal insects, causing it to hesitate, despite being quite close to the exit. Thank you. Were it not for you, I would have lacked the courage to proceed. This item serves as my token of appreciation. While treasures can be reeled in again, life is singular. So I wish you the best of luck. When this artifact emerged from the beak of the octopus, Yang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, the fisherman's ship is renowned. The spoils it yields are indeed extraordinary. Name, low-grade abyss soul stone. Type, consumable, quality, rare. Description, a stone capable of enhancing the quality of relics, elevating items of exquisite quality and below by one tier. Hold this stone to your ear, and you will hear the whispers of the deep sea. This remarkable stone is encased in a shell of translucent black crystal, within which flows a luminescent liquid. To his surprise, the first rare item he received was a gift from another. Yang Yi chucked softly. He promptly employed the soul stone to enhance his rusted flintlock. As the soul stone shattered, the luminous liquid surged into the flintlock, altering its attributes. Name, gleaming rusted flintlock. Type, relic, quality, rare. Description, once a masterpiece. It is gradually reclaiming its brilliance. Unlocks dual modes. Cannon mode. Fires a shot of remarkable power, inflicting substantial damage, with significant recoil. Aim carefully, as this will enter a 12-hour cooldown period, during which firing will result in a 100 misfire. Standard mode requires no reloading. Firing rate increased to one shot every 10 seconds, inflicting minimal damage, but beware. Due to corrosion from seawater, there is a 50% chance it may misfire. Yang Yi gazed at the rejuvenated flintlock, his heart racing. A shot every 10 seconds may yield lesser power, yet it signifies a clear improvement. Moreover, the cannon mode is an enticing prospect. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he beheld the undulating insects. Perhaps, as Yang Yi fixed his gaze upon the colossal creatures, his rationality waned to 48, plunging him into a frenzy, his heart eager to unleash the weapon. Yet, he maintained his composure, suppressing the urge to fire. No, until absolutely necessary. He could not afford to do so. Chapter 26. The storm has abated. Navigating through the gaps between two colossal worms was no simple feat, especially when these monstrous creatures were merely 500 to 600 meters apart. It felt akin to dancing on the edge of a razor. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to utter devastation. One had to remain perpetually vigilant regarding one's position and the storm's influence on the vessel. Yang Yi, with nerves taut, maneuvered skillfully, sailing for a full 8 hours, during which a plethora of vitality coconuts had scattered around his feet. The invigorating effects of coconut water manifested every 24 hours, yet the vitality coconuts lacked such constraints. However, excessive consumption could diminish their efficacy and induce a slight bloating. Thanks to this boon, Yang Yi felt as robust as an Iron Man, brimming with over 70% of his vitality. Yet, the extent of his discomfort was known solely to him. How far was it to the exit? Doubts began to creep into Yang Yi's heart. Nevertheless, his will was as resilient as steel. He soon shook his head, dismissing the thought, and pressed on with unwavering determination. His private message channel buzzed incessantly with notifications, predominantly from other players expressing their gratitude. During this period, a significant number of players had escaped the stormy seas. Their vessels, generally slower, had been obstructed by the colossal worms before reaching the exit. It was only after Yang Yi's encouragement that they mustered the courage to make their dash for freedom. Consequently, many harbored feelings of gratitude towards Yang Yi, bombarding him with messages. Of course, there were also those who had tragically fallen prey to the worms, but the deceased could not send messages, leaving Yang Yi oblivious to their fate. Simultaneously, through the private messages, Yang Yi gleaned some intelligence. The waters near the exit were designated as a buffer zone, stretching approximately 50 nautical miles, devoid of colossal worms and significantly calmer. Thus, sighting a vast expanse of open sea free from these creatures signified that the exit was near. Yang Yi focused intently on the crystal ball. Within 100 nautical miles, such a tranquil expanse was non-existent. There were invariably colossal worms present. The Nightmare's speed was relatively swift, and with the aid of the nautical charts, they should have been nearing the exit by now. 3 hours later, he finally glimpsed a region on the crystal ball devoid of black spots. It appeared as if it had been wiped clean with an eraser, distinctly visible. Approximately 80 nautical miles from the Nightmare. Suna, we are about to emerge, Yang exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, Suna did not display any signs of relief or joy. Instead, she extended her hand, feeling the air, and suddenly responded, "Do you not sense that the storm seems to be diminishing?" Upon hearing this, Yang immediately became alert. At this juncture, the storm had become a protective shroud for the stranded vessels. If the storm were to shrink, it would mean that the colossal worm's sensory range would gradually expand until it was fully restored. Yang promptly checked the weather forecast. Today's weather, the storm is subsiding. Surprised? Location: the Sea of Origins, storm zone, sunlight duration, unknown temperature, 12 to 18 sea wind force. Level 9. Indeed, the storm had indeed diminished. Yang recalled that upon waking, the wind had been at level 10. Moreover, the sky no longer bore the same oppressive darkness. It gradually revealed a hint of light. Yang, having been engrossed in navigating the vessel, was oblivious to the subtle changes around him. At this moment, he awakened from his stupor, drenched in cold sweat. If this continued, the wind would swiftly escalate to force 8, or even beyond. At that juncture, these colossal insects would reveal their razor-sharp fangs and tear apart every vessel in their path. Full speed ahead, Yang almost shouted, immediately altering the previously cautious course. He was now a mere 80 nautical miles from the buffer zone. Rather than cautiously maneuvering around, it was more prudent to select a route as short as possible, even if it entailed risk, for no one knew when the storm would cease. Yet, Yang had a foreboding sense that the speed would soon exceed expectations, inevitably leading to an encounter with the monstrous insects. Thus, he needed to expedite their journey as much as possible. After more than an hour of navigation, the nightmarish vessel finally reached the edge of the buffer zone, with less than 40 nautical miles remaining. Here, the density of the giant insects had significantly diminished. However, the wind had already decreased to force 4, barely impeding the insects' perception. Voices of curses erupted on the global channel, although only a handful of players were involved. Each one seemed to be cursing the system with fervor. "Damn system. The bugs have spotted me. I'm dead, Yang was in a similar predicament. 2 giant insects were trailing him, the distance between them gradually closing. He couldn't fathom how these enormous creatures managed to swim so swiftly through the sea with their elongated bodies. Suna, having noticed the imminent danger, rushed towards the ship's stern. "What are you doing?" Yang exclaimed. "I'm going to release the astrologer's grappling hook. That will buy us some time." This took Yang by surprise, yet he did not intend to dissuade her, for it was indeed a sound strategy. The giant insects lacked visual organs and were likely to target the unoccupied astrologer, thereby delaying their pursuit. However, this meant Suna would be left without a vessel. There was no time for hesitation. Survival was paramount. Suna decisively released the grappling hook of the astrologer. The astrologer, already slower than the nightmarish vessel, fell behind without the hook's pull, and predictably became prey to the 2 giant insects. Interestingly, these 2 giants were not allies. They began to clash over the spoils before them. Seizing the opportunity, the nightmarish vessel hastily slipped away, creating a considerable distance. Yet Yang did not relax. The loss of the astrologer meant that the crystal ball would no longer display the nautical charts. He had to rely on memory to navigate forward. He recalled that ahead lay another giant insect that he must confront directly. This route was indeed the optimal choice. Had he selected an alternative, he would have been pursued not by 2, but by a dozen giant insects, rather than perish under the relentless chase of many. It was far more prudent to confront this singular giant insect in a desperate fight. "Suna, it's your turn to take the helm. Just maintain our heading," Yang solemnly declared. "When I call for you to jump into the sea, do not hesitate. Leap immediately without standing dumbly at the bow of the ship." Suna nodded, taking hold of the helm. Yang stepped forward, positioning himself at the very front of the vessel. The nightmarish dream was devoid of weaponry. utterly defenseless against the colossal worm, merely a feast for it. Furthermore, Yang Yi harbored no illusions of evading the creature's assault by mere chance. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble, to determine whether the brute force of the giant worm could withstand the formidable caliber of his prized flintlock pistol. Clad in a sharkskin swimsuit, he stood at the bow, bracing himself for the impending encounter. Soon, a dark silhouette emerged ahead. Beyond this shadow lay a relatively safe buffer zone. Yang Yi switched the flintlock to cannon mode, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Let's wager. With the storm's interference dissipated, the giant worm's sensory range was astonishingly acute, swiftly locking onto the nightmarish dream as it swam closer. Yang Yi's mind was razor-sharp, his grip on the gun tightening to the point where his fingertips turned pale. He was far from a sharpshooter. Thus, he needed to be sufficiently close to ensure accuracy. The opportunity was singular. Failure would mean death. As the worm approached within 300 meters, Yang Yi assessed its size. With a diameter of approximately 3 meters, it was not particularly large among its kind, stretching about 40 meters in length across the surface of the sea. It crouched low, charging directly forward. Its jaws, sharp as blades, gleaming with a chilling light, resembling an open guillotine, poised to cleave the nightmarish dream in two. Suna, jump into the sea immediately. Yang Yi commanded, simultaneously aiming his gun at the creature's head. He scrutinized the giant worm's mouth parts, observing 2 rows of bristly appendages resembling arthropod limbs, circular in shape, akin to a coiled spider. These appendages were designed to deliver prey into its maw, where a multitude of razor-sharp teeth would crush it mercilessly. And the target of this monstrous hunger was none other than the nightmarish dream itself. In the face of such life-threatening peril, Yang Yi found an unexpected calm. Taking deep breaths to steady himself, he gazed at the giant worm, its presence so vivid he could almost smell the briny scent emanating from its surface, a testament to its marine origin. Simultaneously, this indicated that he was now within a dangerously close range, less than 10 meters. Now was the moment. Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Boom! The tremendous recoil propelled him backward, his right arm still clutching the gun, numbing from the impact as he collided with the captain's quarters behind him. The gunfire reverberated like a roar of civilization, a defiant challenge to nature itself. Its power was undeniably formidable, rivaling that of cannon. The shot struck the giant worm's head directly, causing it to explode in a shower of gore. Its jaws and cranial fragments scattered across the sea. Yet, the giant worm pressed on, crashing into the nightmarish dream. The nightmarish dream sustained a direct hit, durability -600. The vessel disintegrated. The fragile, nightmarish dream was cleaved in two by the monstrous creature. Chapter 27. I wish to merge with you. The winds in the stormy sea have dwindled to a mere level 1, and the number of survivors has plummeted drastically. Much like the toxic circle in a battle royale, when time runs out, those trapped within its grasp will meet their demise. However, the buffer zone is different. Devoid of colossal insects, it is serene, and an island with a diameter of several hundred meters rises from the sea. A man clad in a sharkskin swimsuit struggles ashore, none other than Yang Yi. He has clung to a fragment of shattered driftwood, traversing nearly 2 nautical miles to reach this refuge. Perched on the driftwood is a woman. Suna, you are heavier than I anticipated. Yang Yi gasps, exasperated. His choice of direction is not without rationale. There exists a small island at the periphery of the buffer zone, not far from their route. Should their vessel meet an unfortunate fate, they might still endeavor to swim to this island for temporary refuge. Yet, Yang Yi underestimated the 2 nautical miles. Halfway through his journey, his energy waned to nothingness, were it not for his frenzied state, enabling him to substitute vitality for stamina. He would likely have joined the ranks of the drowned. Upon reaching the shore, he yearns for nothing but repose, sprawled out on the sand like a lifeless fish. Beside him lies another hapless creature, Suna, who has fainted from sheer exhaustion. Although she possesses commendable swimming skills, her limited stamina necessitated Yang Yi's assistance for the latter half of the swim. As a result, his vitality is now nearly depleted, with only 17 remaining. He examines his status. Reason: 42-100 stamina, 0-100 vitality, 17-100 truly a matter of life and death. Though the nightmare had sunk, Yang Yi remains undaunted. Long before the astrologer met its demise, Suna had shared information regarding the sunken vessel with him. A ship, though destroyed, can be reconstructed. Yang Yi opens the ship interface, with a top line of information reads: materials required for ship reconstruction: wood 500, cloth 250. Materials from his ship's hold may be utilized. Each reconstruction requires a gap of over 1 month, and items aboard will be frozen. He assesses his available resources. The cloth is nearly sufficient, as he had previously received a generous supply from others. However, there is a significant shortage of wood, though he can still chop down trees. Lost in thought, he drifts in a slumber, this time devoid of nightmares, experiencing an unprecedented comfort in sleep. Time elapses, and he is roused by the system announcement. Only 3 players remain in the stormy sea. Please evacuate swiftly or be consumed by the black fog. Yang Yi opens his eyes to find himself within the interior of the island. Beside him sits Suna, her eyes of vivid crimson, fixated upon him. This scene feels eerily familiar, yet Yang Yi, still disoriented from sleep, struggles to comprehend. Do you have any idea how long you've been asleep? Suna inquires. I do not know, he replies. Over 12 hours. I woke up and brought you here. 12 hours have passed. She responds. Oh, I see. No wonder I'm feeling a bit hungry. Yang Yi muses, absent-mindedly patting his empty stomach. The long-awaited slumber has left him rejuvenated, his condition restored to 70%. Save for the gnawing hunger pangs. As you slumber, you resemble a lifeless pig, utterly immovable. Suna lamented. Likewise, when you faint, you too become as heavy as a dead swine. Yang Yi quickly retorted. Is that so? Suna, unfazed, allowed a trace of an enigmatic smile to grace her features. But it is well that you are awake. You can now respond to me. Her gaze suddenly turned icy, and she raised her hand, aiming a flintlock pistol directly at Yang Yi's forehead. This firearm was all too familiar to Yang Yi. It was his prized possession, the gleaming flintlock pistol. But how had it found its way into Suna's hands? Before Yang Yi could ponder further, Suna began her questioning, her inquiries echoing a sense of deja vu. Man, you have 3 senses to give me a reason not to kill you. Her crimson eyes shimmered with danger, and her half-smiling expression sent shivers down his spine. Simultaneously, Yang Yi recalled a past nightmare. In that dream, he had been confronted by a woman with red eyes, a gun aimed at his head. Was this not the very moment he now faced? He immediately became alert, adopting a more serious demeanor. Suna, you have taken this jest too far. Do I appear to be jesting? Suna countered. By the way, this is your first sentence. You have 2 left, so seize your opportunity. Yang Yi fell into silence, the ominous black muzzle instilling immense pressure upon him. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the rising tide. The island's diameter had dwindled to a mere 50 meters. All the trees that could be felled had been, evidently shattered by the flintlock gun, now lying as timber, heaped together. Judging by the quantity, there were less than 300 pieces, far from sufficient to construct 2 vessels. Thus, it seems Suna intended to monopolize the wood, building only the astrolabe. Yang Yi grasped the situation, narrowing his eyes. It is only human nature to flee when disaster looms. His voice turned cold as he replied, I can relinquish all my equipment to you. The wood on the island is yours as well. Just spare my life. No, no, no. That is insufficient. Suna shook her head vehemently. Have you considered that if I shoot you, all these belongings would naturally belong to me? You. Yang Yi promptly silenced himself, realizing that would constitute his 3rd sentence. He was taken aback by Suna's ruthlessness. How foolish he had been to trust her. Frustration welled within him. Yet after much contemplation, he could devise no further bargaining chip. Ultimately, he could only retort angrily, then go ahead and pull the trigger. Yang Yi rose, preparing for a counterattack. The ability to reject death granted him a temporary reprieve from demise, his final trump card. Ha ha, indeed. You too can be flustered when a gun is aimed at you. Suna suddenly erupted into laughter, her body trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. You! Yang Yi's expression hardened, his displeasure evident. Yet Suna added, let us negotiate. I will take half of everything you possess, and in return, I shall grant you a chance at survival. What? Yang Yi furrowed his brows. Do you not understand? I mean to merge our beings. What? Merge? Yang Yi's face registered sulk. Yes, precisely merge. Suna affirmed. Yang Yi was left utterly speechless. Yet he heaved a sigh of relief. Suna did not genuinely wish to end her own life. Her intentions were merely rooted in vengeance. After all, not long ago, he had engaged in similar behavior himself. He seated himself once more, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, and retorted, what if I refuse? The gun is in my possession, leaving you with no choice but to comply. Suna brandished the firearm with an air of triumph, then rummaged through her bag of treasures. Yang Yi relaxed entirely, contemplating. This woman is undoubtedly deranged. In the wilderness, suddenly seeking a union with him. He was no transforming mech capable of assembling a head. What union could possibly occur? However, judging by her earnest search, it seemed she was indeed serious. Could it be that she was extracting a balloon? Yang Yi's thoughts wandered as he glanced at Suna. Upon witnessing the assortment of items she produced, all hope within him swiftly evaporated. The collection included the tongues, eyes, brains, glands, tracheas, and hearts of sea monsters, all contained within jars. A plethora of peculiar organs and entrails. Your sanity decreases by 5. I apologize, there are just too many items, making it a bit challenging to find. At last, Suna unearthed her desired object, which was not a balloon, but rather a golden card. Yang Yi accepted it and, upon inspection, felt his vision darken. Name, Ship Fusion Card. Type, Consumable, Quality, Special, Description. With mutual consent, 2 ships may be fused. The resultant vessel will be larger, with more rooms, and will inherit the skills of both ships. A ship may possess skills from only 2 vessels at most. Thereafter, the materials required for upgrades will increase or alter appropriately. Is this the fusion you were referring to? Yang Yi awkwardly inquired, turning his head. What else could it be? What did you think fusion meant? Suna laughed exuberantly. Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words. This girl was undoubtedly being deliberately provocative, and this item was likely the golden treasure she had drawn earlier. Chapter 28, Fusion. Nightmarish Star. The captain of the astrological vessel, Suna, employs a rare item, the Ship Fusion Card, to request a merger with your ship, combining the resources within both cabins. Agree, disagree, agree. Please vote for the new captain. In case of a tie, the fusion will fail and the card will be returned. Note, the captain holds absolute authority. A new election will only occur upon the captain's demise. Yang Yi cast his vote for himself, and naturally, Suna will do the same. This arrangement was previously agreed upon by the two. The captain must be Yang Yi. Allowing Suna to take the helm would leave Yang Yi feeling insecure. Given her nature, there is a high probability she would steer the ship into a chasm to feed it to the lurking sea monsters, merely to ascertain whether their appetites were sufficiently vast. Once the fusion is complete, the ship interfaces and their logs synchronize, yet the primary authority resides with Yang Yi. He can allocate certain permissions to Suna, including resource distribution rights, hull expansion rights, navigation, and restrictions on access to particular rooms, among others. The ship is also granted an opportunity for renaming. Its default name, a concatenation of the 2 unique vessels, is Nightmarish Astrological Ship. Finding this name excessively lengthy, Yang Yi promptly shortened it to Nightmarish Star. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the Nightmarish Star is poised to become the first fused ship among players. Typically, a fusion requires a certain amount of resources for hull modifications. However, in this instance, those resources are accounted for in the reconstruction. To reconstruct the Nightmarish Star, a total of 700 wood, 300 fabric, 100 stone, 20 crystals, and 10 steel are required. Observing the quantities of steel and stone, Yang Yi feels satisfied, as the vessel should be sturdier now. The primary shortfall lies in the wood, with some deficiency in stone and fabric as well. Yang Yi had anticipated that Suna might provide some assistance with resources post-fusion, but to his astonishment, Her cabin is nearly barren, merely 1 wood and 2 fabric. She is even poorer than a beggar. Has she truly been earnest in her quest for survival? Currently, the wood count in the cabin stands at 59, with a staggering deficit of 641. The stone count is 44, lacking 56, while the fabric count is 274, falling short by 26. On the island, stone is readily available. On coastal shores, one can always find abundant rocks. Fabric can only be procured through fishing and luck. But fortunately, the shortage is not significant. However, wood, it remains uncertain whether there are enough trees on the island to fell. Suna, how much wood have you gathered over there? Young, he inquired. Before he awoke, Suna had used a flintlock gun to fell numerous trees. The commotion must have been considerable. Yet he remained blissfully unaware. No wonder Suna remarked that she slept like a dead pig. I have collected a total of 292 wood, and if I dig out the roots of these trees, I might be able to gather a bit more, she responded. Including the stock in the cabin, the total would amount to 351, which is rather insufficient. Young, he furrowed his brow. Trading is not an option at this moment. They must rely solely on gathering. He surveyed his surroundings. Even the trees submerged in the sea had been felled by Suna. Only the distant sea surface remains visible, with treetops protruding above the water, trees that were not felled in time before being submerged, standing 100 meters away. To retrieve the timber, one would have to attempt swimming over, using a gun to sever the branches, and then transport them back. Fortunately, the storm has ceased and the sea is calm, with the water level unlikely to rise any further. Return my gun. Yang, he reclaimed his cherished flintlock. You will gather some stones from the island and the shallow waters. We need 56 units. Let us not dig up the tree roots. Instead, we can craft a fishing rod for fishing. Yang Yi instructed. All right, Suna readily agreed. Yang Yi possessed a sharkskin swimsuit, which reduced energy expenditure while swimming, making him the most suitable for the task. However, before embarking on their endeavor, the two needed to satiate their hunger. Fishing in the water was the most convenient and swift option. Yang Yi also had a gun capable of firing underwater, making the task effortless. In just 15 minutes, he caught 2 plump grouper. However, as they were shot, the fish were in pieces, and the two made do with their meal. Subsequently, Yang Yi swam towards the distance, while Su Na began collecting stones and fishing. Perhaps due to the buffer zone, there were no monsters in the water. The entire process proceeded smoothly. After swimming over 100 meters, trees began to appear. Bang! Sparks and gunfire erupted underwater, startling the surrounding fish. After another shot, a log with a diameter of over 30 centimeters surfaced. This was the thickest tree in the vicinity. Yang Yi could carry a maximum of 2 logs back at a time, and he aimed to select the thicker ones for greater material yield. Half an hour later, he returned with 2 relatively thick logs, which the system recognized as 18 units of wood. The endeavor of swimming, diving, and pushing the logs ashore was akin to a triathlon, consuming over 30 units of his energy in one go. He could manage only 2 trips at most before needing to rest on the island to recover. Without the invigorating coconut juice, his energy replenishment was slow. By the end of the day, he had completed only 5 trips, yielding a total of 93 units of wood. On Suna's end, however, the stone collection was sufficient, even exceeding the requirement, as she gathered 74 units of stone. Collecting stones on the island could be deemed the simplest and most relaxed task, provided one found the island. As for fishing, Suna was particularly fortunate. Perhaps due to being in a beginner's protection phase, she caught 2 bottles of Farmwoman's 3 Fists, both in 2L sizes. The fish she caught filled both their stomachs. Additionally, she gathered 5 units of wood and 8 units of fabric. At this rate, they could reconstruct their vessel within 4 to 5 days. That night, for safety's sake, neither of them dared to engage in fishing or logging activities. Instead, they sheltered in the heart of the island, awaiting the arrival of daylight. They also arranged for a night watch, with Suna guarding the first half of the night and Yang Yi taking over for the latter half. Although there were no beds, Yang Yi slept soundly, far more comfortably than on the Nightmare ship, free from nightmares. In the chat channel, everyone speculated about the 3 remaining players in the Stormy Sea area, wondering why they had yet to emerge. I suspect those three are still trapped inside the belly of the giant worm, not fully digested. It is perhaps for the best that they do not emerge, for this way the game shall not advance to the next phase, allowing one to seize the opportunity to upgrade their vessels and gather resources. Could it be that they have stumbled upon a hidden quest at sea, embarking on clandestine missions? In any case, speculation runs rampant. Yet, they are oblivious to the fact that Yang, Yi, and Suna's ship has sunk, and they are currently in the process of gathering materials to construct a new one. As for the other individual, Yang Yi remains uncertain of their circumstances. They may very well be engaged in ship repairs themselves. Some of Yang Yi's friends have inquired about his safety and whether he has surfaced yet. These are individuals he befriended after receiving gifts in the stormy seas. In response, Yang Yi provided a succinct reply before retiring for the night. Consisting of merely 7 characters, the ship has exploded. I am building a new one. Remarkable. The Great One remains unscathed despite the shipwreck. Incredible. Do you happen to need any leg attachments? Chapter 29. The approaching black mist on the desolate island. A solitary man and woman toil. The man dedicates himself to swimming and gathering wood, while the woman focuses on fishing, collecting fabric, fresh water, and sustenance. Although somewhat fatigued, their current existence pales in comparison to the earlier trepidation of their maritime journey. It feels almost idyllic. If circumstances permitted, settling upon an island to cultivate the land would not be a poor choice. Yet, Yang Yi is acutely aware that such a dream remains unattainable. He gazes towards the direction from which he traversed the sea. At the horizon, a deep shade of black looms ominously. That is the black mist. Today, this darkness has intensified, signaling its encroachment. It is imperative that they hasten their departure from these waters. 3 days have elapsed since Yang Yi regained consciousness, meaning he and Suna have lingered on this island for nearly 4 days. Today marks the 5th day. Currently, they are short by 72 units of wood, while their supply of fabric and stone is ample. Yang Yi has encouraged Suna to gather additional stone, intending to take it aboard the ship for future needs. Although stone is relatively easy to collect, acquiring it at sea proves challenging. They must rely on fishing, which is inefficient. After all, stones and iron do not float on the water unless one fortuitously encounters a resource chest. If all goes well, they should be able to amass the materials necessary to reconstruct the Night Star before day's end. Having had breakfast, Yang Yi sets out early to commence his logging endeavors. After several days of exertion, he may not boast of being a swimming champion, yet he has certainly earned the title of proficient swimmer. With the enhancement of his sharkskin swimsuit, he feels emboldened to compete even against the finest swimmers. His initial 3 trips yield success, accumulating 57 units of wood. With just 1 or 2 more trips, he would gather sufficient supplies. However, during the 4th trip, an unforeseen disturbance arises. A tempest brews upon the sea. As Yang Yi prepares to sever the 2nd tree with his firearm, a tumultuous school of fish surges past him. These fish, varying in size, many of which Yang Yi cannot identify, share a singular trait. They swim frantically forward, as if pursued by malevolent spirits, desperately fleeing for their lives. Even the most ferocious carnivorous sharks abandon their predatory instincts, darting past Yang Yi like a gust of wind. The water churns violently, sweeping Yang Yi off balance, tossing him about beneath the surface. After considerable effort, he finally resurfaces, having only swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater. The fish merely brushed by him, seemingly avoiding contact, unwilling to pause even for a moment. This occurrence is unprecedented in Yang Yi's experience. As a result, the logs he had prepared have long been scattered, lost amidst the chaos. Even Yang Yi himself is propelled forward by the force of the water stirred up by the fleeing fish. Yang Yi, are you all right? Something seems amiss in the sea. Suna messages him privately. She, on the shore, has also noted the irregularity. Yet, Yang Yi, having recognized the anomaly earlier and experienced it firsthand, reassures her. I'm fine, just swallowed a bit of seawater. The fish in the sea have gone mad, frantically swimming forward as if sensing the impending arrival of the dark mist. I'm swimming towards the shore. Lend me a hand. Yang Yi called out. Lacking sufficient stamina, he felt uncertain about making it back alone, hence his request for Su Na's assistance. Fortunately, his foresight bore fruit as Su Na extended her help. Once ashore, Yang Yi found his energy reduced to 23, while he still needed 15 more units of wood, just a hair's breadth away. He struggled to rise and glanced back, noticing a swarm of colossal insects swimming towards them. Strangely, as soon as these giant creatures entered the buffer zone, a safe haven, they vanished as if traversing through a membrane into another realm. Thank goodness those insects cannot follow. Yang Yi sighed in relief. If they had managed to breach their sanctuary, he would have had to concede defeat. Su Na, we still require 15 units of wood, and it's impossible to dive back for them now. Fishing is also unreliable. Let's endeavor to dig up some roots instead. Yang Yi instructed. The missing 15 units of wood may seem trivial, yet acquiring them through fishing could take an entire day for both of them. Moreover, the dark mist might not grant them another day's grace. After regaining some of his energy, Yang Yi joined the effort to excavate tree roots. However, the efficiency of gathering wood this way proved excruciatingly low. By evening, they had only managed to unearth 7 units, still a significant distance from their goal. Yang Yi felt a surge of anxiety as he spotted the shadows of the dark mist looming in the distance. 3 enormous insects approached, each appearing meticulously selected, with diameters of 7 to 8 meters, advancing side by side and crashing into the buffer zone before vanishing. In the wake of their disappearance, 3 massive harpoons fell to the ground, accompanied by wails and howls. Ada, Aya, Dog Dan, where have you 3 gone? Behind the 3 colossal insects trailed a massive iron battleship. The voice belonged to the ship's captain, Yudawe. Yang Yi instantly recognized the vessel. Despite the smoke and charred spots on several parts of the hull, the ironclad body and the imposing 200-meter length unmistakably identified it as the Steel Heart. He was unaware of how Yu Daowei had procured 1,000 units of steel, upgrading the ship by 2 levels and breaking free from the swarm of giant insects. The ship bore the scars of fierce battles, blood staining its deck, and even a massive, sharp-jawed knife stuck in the deck, remnants of a tragically exploded giant insect. Following the upgrade, the number of cannons was astonishing. Besides a colossal cannon at the front, nearly 5 meters in caliber, there were at least 40 more cannons protruding from either side, many of which were misaligned or damaged. Captain Yu Daowei stood alone on the bridge, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, cursing incessantly as he occasionally glanced towards the encroaching dark mist. Not long ago, he had been a portly middle-aged man. Now, after a harrowing and intense voyage, he had shed weight to an enviable degree, sporting dark circles under his eyes, a stark contrast to his former self. As for the speed of the Steel Heart, it could hardly be described as slow. It was simply exceedingly sluggish. In the eyes of Yang Yi, who was accustomed to ships cruising at dozens of knots, this vessel seemed pitifully slow. Su Na stood beside him, both gazing at the colossal entity before them. Further back loomed the black mist, traveling at a speed of 15 knots, yet still a considerable distance from the iron will. Without the giant worm's pull, the iron will could not match the pace of the black mist. At that moment, the captain was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, darting about in desperation. Finally, he spotted a man and a woman standing on the distant island, his eyes lighting up as he waved and called out, "Hey, you two, I'm in dire need of assistance. Can you lend me a hand?" Unfortunately, the distance rendered his voice inaudible. With no other option, Yu Daowei could only steer his vessel toward the island. Following the upgrade, the speed of his iron will had increased by 100. Iron will, level 2, durability 58, 29, 10,000. Capacity 20,000 units, sailing speed 10 knots, ship skills, full firepower. Increases cannon firing rate to 200 for 15 minutes. Triple shot Leviathan harpoon, capable of penetrating a target, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Sea Monster Slayer, a formidable super cannon that can send sea monsters back to their origins, with a cooldown of 4 hours per shot. Description: it is larger, stronger, and sturdier. Speed increased to 200. Initially surprised to see Yang Yi and Su Na, Yu Daowei quickly realized that they were likely the other 2 survivors from the stormy seas. If they were willing to assist him, there was a good chance of salvation. In this buffer zone, he could not find an appropriately sized giant creature to help tow the ship. Seeing that his shouts were ineffective, Yu Dawei had a sudden inspiration and began to attempt using the regional chat feature of the logbook. Chapter 30. The Nightmare Ship Sets Sail. I am Captain Yu Dawei of the Steel Heart. Can you see my message? Yu Dawei transmitted over the regional channel. At this juncture, only 3 players remained in the buffer zone, and he was unperturbed about contacting the wrong person. Greetings. I am Captain Yang E of the Nightmare Ship. Yang responded. Captain Yang, may I inquire about the location of your vessel? I have not spotted it. It sank. What? Yu Dawei was momentarily taken aback. He was unaware that a sunken ship could be rebuilt, believing it to be the end of his journey. It was only after Yang explained the situation that he comprehended the reality. You lack 7 units of lumber? No problem. I shall send you 100 units of lumber. Yu Dawei replied instantly. But once your ship is repaired, could you lend me a hand? After a brief contemplation, Yang acquiesced. Time was of the essence. The dark mist was approaching, and their only chance of survival lay in their collaboration. With Yang's agreement, Yu Dawei's anxious heart finally found solace. And he responded, I shall approach now. Please do not attack me, for you are armed with a sidearm. Yang was somewhat astonished. The Steel Heart was still several kilometers away. How had he discerned such details? Did Yu Dawei possess a telescope? In truth, this was a manifestation of Yu Dawei's innate talent. He held 2 remarkable abilities. Eagle Eye, Perception 2, Exceptional Vision, adept at tracking and aiming. The second ability was unlocked only after he had vanquished numerous colossal sea beasts. Firepower Supremacy. As long as there is ample firepower, you shall confront any adversary without fear. Your rationality shall not dip below 50. The truth lies solely within the cannon's range. The Steel Heart gradually approached the island. The dark mist had enveloped half the sky, now merely 15 nautical miles from the Steel Heart. At this proximity, the players no longer required log chats. Their voices could be heard clearly. Yu Dawei called out, I shall send the lumber to you via the harpooning cannon. Do not be afraid. With that, the harpooning cannon of the Steel Heart fired, delivering a large bundle of lumber just a few meters away from Yang. This bundle contained precisely 100 units. With ample materials at hand, Yang did not hesitate. He promptly selected a suitable position and began the reconstruction of the ship within the log. Upon confirming, the materials ascended, dispersing into tiny fragments, which then assembled into a vessel resembling building blocks. The ship measured approximately 30 meters in length, retaining the spectral appearance of a ghost ship, yet significantly larger than before. The hull remained weathered, adorned with barnacles, and the bow was tethered with the remains of a captain, draped with strands of seaweed, as if it had just emerged from the depths of the ocean. In comparison to the Nightmare Ship, the most notable difference lay in the ship's midsection. A colossal crystal orb was now positioned before the mast. A portion of the hull was sheathed in rusted metal, appearing far sturdier than its predecessor. Nightmare Ship, Level 2. Durability 1000, capacity 3000 units, speed 60 knots, hull skill, Nightmare. The quality of sleep aboard is exceedingly poor, plagued by nightmares. Energy recovery efficiency -75. Effective solely for the captain. The curse of the angler. The likelihood of catching ordinary fish diminishes, while the probability of reeling in abnormal objects increases. Astrology. This skill reveals the surrounding nautical chart within a radius of 150 nautical miles, viewable through a crystal ball. It allows for the establishment of alerts, notifying other players of nearby appearances through vibrations. Scrying. This ability enables the retrieval of ship names and player identities, providing the coordinates of the vessel and a glimpse of its image, limited to 1 target per day. Introduction. Choose to merge with the ghost ship. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. After perusing the ship's information, Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. The vessel had fortified itself post-merger, and its speed had notably increased. Additionally, the skill of the astrological vessel had evolved, expanding the range of the nautical chart, while the scrying ability had extended to encompass the entire map. Less bored, Yang called to Suna. Upon entering the Night Star, Yang noticed the ship's interior had undergone changes as well. Adjacent to the captain's quarters, a new sleeping chamber had been added, designated as Suna's room. The cabin was larger than before, featuring 2 additional spaces that could accommodate extra constructions. It was as if the potential of 2 ships had been amalgamated into one. All the items remained intact, including pirate attire, fishing nets, fishing rods, coconuts, and a supply of food and fresh water. Surprisingly, a portion of the gigantic worm's corpse, which had previously met its demise at Yang Yi's hands, was still aboard, providing an unexpected delight. Meanwhile, Yu Dawei felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that Yang Yi might abandon him and sail away. Although he was confident in retaining the Night Star, should it come to that, his own fate would be sealed. Fortunately, Yang Yi was not a fool. Captain Yang Yi of the Night Star has requested to add you as a friend. Yu Dawei immediately accepted. Shortly after, Yang Yi sent a private message. I am at the aft of the ship. Please toss over the grappling hook. Upon reading the message, Yu Dawei exhaled in relief, exiting the bridge to the bow, where he and Yang Yi exchanged glances. However, the iron will was larger than the Night Star, allowing Yang Yi to only see half of Yu Dawei's figure. Though wary, the latter approached. Captain Yu, your ship is enormous. Thus, I must clarify, if my vessel cannot maintain a speed of 15 knots while towing your iron will, do not hold it against me if I abandon you, and likewise do not attack me. Agreed? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Dawei's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. Eventually, he replied, in that case, may I come aboard your ship for a respite? Of course. Yang Yi readily consented. After all, while ships could be rebuilt, lives were of paramount importance. If life were lost, everything would be irrevocably concluded. Yu Dawei tossed the grappling hook from the iron will. Yang Yi caught it and secured it at multiple points to distribute the load, ensuring no single spot would be overburdened. As for the durability of the grappling line, there was no need for concern. The log indicated it possessed infinite durability. Once secured, Yang Yi messaged Suna, instructing her to proceed at full speed. The iron will's engines roared to life. Both captains felt their hearts race as they watched the vessel's speed gradually increase. 11 knots, 12 knots. Only when the speed surpassed 15 knots, reaching 16 knots, did the tension within them begin to ease. If the speed drops below 15 knots, it becomes rather troublesome. Fortunately, the power of the Nightmare Star is formidable. Ultimately, the vessel achieved a speed of 17 knots, surpassing the pursuing Black Mist by 2 nautical miles. Chapter 31. The ocean map and the approaching frigid cold. The ship, Dream Star, pulled away from the buffer zone, towing the Steel Heart. As they broke through the boundary of the stormy seas, the skies suddenly brightened, and the 3 companions were greeted by the long-awaited sunlight. Shortly thereafter, a system announcement echoed through the air. You have exited the stormy seas. Nautical announcement. All players have now exited the stormy seas. The speed of the Black Mist has decreased to 10 knots. The ocean map is now accessible. You may view your coordinates. The number of level 3 ships exceeds 10,000. The extreme winter seas are beginning to expand. Please take care to keep warm. Yang Yi promptly checked the log and discovered an additional page. It was a rudimentary nautical map, capturing only the paths traversed by players and the conditions of the surrounding waters. Areas yet to be explored were shrouded in a yellow-brown fog of war. The Dream Star, equipped with a small map, recorded a broader area, encompassing a radius of 150 nautical miles. The ocean map primarily serves 3 purposes. First, players can ascertain their positional coordinates, facilitating meetings by simply agreeing upon a coordinate. However, what transpires during such encounters remains uncertain, and Yang Yi felt that. The less they met, the better. With no legal constraints at sea, it is challenging to discern the intentions of others. Second, players can observe the names of the maritime regions and their boundaries. Despite the presence of the fog of war, the names of the vast oceans remain visible. For instance, the area behind them was the stormy seas, while the front lay the extreme winter seas. The boundaries of these regions were not straight lines, but rather undulating forms, reminiscent of tectonic plates. Ahead, the extreme winter seas continued to encroach. Third, the limits of the Black Mist were also displayed on the ocean map, allowing players to constantly gauge their distance from it. This feature effectively mitigated the risk of being unexpectedly engulfed by the Black Mist. Yang Yi immediately opened the chat channel to gauge the players' reactions and obtain first-hand information. Wow, no wonder it's so cold. I'm nearing the extreme winter seas, exclaimed the player, Swiftwind. Yang Yi recognized the name as he had him on his friends list. Hey, what's your ship speed? How cold is it? Give me a heads up. My ship speed is 100 knots, currently on the periphery of the extreme winter seas, with temperatures ranging from 0 to 2 degrees. It's certainly below 0 ahead. 100 knots. That's double my speed. You must have a special ship. We need to gather sufficient supplies to ward off the cold. Collect food that can be preserved long-term. Message me privately if you wish to trade. Anyone need winter coats? 100 fabric per piece. Color options available. Just trying to earn some pocket money. Name, winter coat. Type, treasure. Quality, ordinary. Description, offers excellent insulation against the cold. However, be cautious not to get it wet. 100 fabric? Why don't you go rob someone? 80 fabric, that's the lowest I can go. Scram, you're not the only one selling. I'm selling down jackets. They're more effective than winter coats. Good quality gear. 120 fabric. Name, insulated down jacket. Category, treasure. Quality, good. Description, who can resist the warmth brought by a down jacket in winter? After browsing, Yang Yi realized that winter clothing is indispensable. When temperatures plunge to -10 or even 20 degrees, this pirate outfit feels no different from being unadorned. Only by donning a thick cotton jacket or down coat can one ensure they do not succumb to the cold. Sunaz, which attire possesses some cold-resistant capability, yet it appears somewhat flimsy, akin to thermal underwear. Thus, Yang Yi resolved that once market prices stabilize, he must procure several cotton jackets or down jackets. At least 4 pieces, reserving one set as a backup, just in case. He made his way to the stern. The Ironwool ship lay behind him. However, it was now safe, no longer at risk of being pursued by the black mist, so there was no need to linger. Captain Yu Dawei shared this sentiment, and they coincidentally crossed paths. Brother Yang, I have great faith in you. Would you care to join my Iron Brotherhood? Iron Brotherhood? Yang Yi Ichoit, perplexet. In fact, I have already gathered several young brothers and am preparing to unite with them, Yu Dawei explained. Yang Yi quickly comprehended that the Iron Brotherhood was an organization Yu Dawei intended to establish. Although the log system lacked a guild feature, players could organically band together to form groups. They could already converge using coordinates. Nevertheless, Yang Yi had no desire to join a faction and politely declined Yu Dawei's offer. I apologize, but I am accustomed to my freedom and do not wish to join an organization at this time, he replied. That is fine. If you ever need my assistance, feel free to contact me. I will have your back, Yu Dawei said with generosity. Having escaped from peril, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Moreover, Yu Dawei's words were not mere boasting. The Ironwool ship possessed that capability. No wonder many players sought his protection. However, the speed of the Ironwool was rather slow. Yang Yi couldn't help but imagine numerous small boats trailing this iron behemoth through the waters. It was not merely strange, it was exceedingly peculiar. Next, Yu Dawei tossed over a small piece of meat. What is this? Yang Yi inquired, receiving it and delighting at the information revealed. Name, giant bobbit worm. Description, a mutated bobbit worm, contaminated by the abyss, has grown to an enormous size, with individuals exceeding 100 meters in length, capable of swift movement in the sea, and possessing highly developed hearing. A pleasant collaboration. This is a gift for you. This creature holds little significance for me, and the more I extract, the worse the offerings become. Yu Dawei chuckled. If his calculations were correct, his 1,000 steel was amassed from slaying monsters, relying on gacha pulls. If he were to rely solely on fishing, even with young brothers gifting him steel, he could never accumulate such a quantity. Thank you. Yang Yi expressed his gratitude without hesitation, accepting the gift. The two exchanged a smile before parting ways. The speed of the Night Star far exceeds that of the Ironwool, reaching an impressive 60 knots, soon leaving the Ironwool far behind. Yu Dawei stood at the bow, watching as the Night Star vanished into the horizon. The nightmare. Has the Night Star merged with it? Yu Dawei mused to himself. He had come to recognize Yang Yi's identity. It was he who had found a path to survival at the moment the monstrous insects emerged. One of Yu Dawei's subordinates had successfully escaped, thanks to Yang Yi's timely warning, and the two had become friends. Thus, Yu Dawei was aware of Yang Yi's true nature and had altered his course of action. He presented Yang Yi with a piece of flesh, deciding to forge a deeper connection with him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood before the creature gacha machine, feeling a surge of excitement. He possessed 2 pieces of flesh from the colossal bobbit worm, one obtained from the Iron Will and the other left on the deck of the Night Star. This afforded him 2 chances to spin the gacha. He first washed his face with fresh water to ensure it was suitably pale. Then he the flesh and began the spinning process. The octopus tentacles flickered incessantly, yet no golden light erupted. In a short while, 2 unremarkable gacha capsules were ejected from the octopus's head. Yang Yi initially felt disappointment at not having drawn a golden legend. However, upon picking one up, his outlook swiftly changed. Yes, a soul-stirring moment. In his hand lay a prized artifact, specifically a piece of ship equipment. Name: Head of the Colossal Bobbit Worm. Type: Ship Equipment, Relic. Quality: Prized. Description: Can be installed at the bow, enhancing the hull's durability and the force of impact. With its sharp mandibles, it can sever any attacking enemies. Additionally, it possesses a strong deterrent effect, potentially reducing assaults from marine creatures. Yet, it may also provoke even more fearsome monsters. After reading the information, Yang Yi felt a pang of worry. This ship equipment was undeniably powerful, yet it bore the risk of attracting dreadful creatures. Nevertheless, Yang Yi did not hesitate for long and resolved to install it. If he were to shy away from using such a tool, then he would be even less inclined to utilize the equipment acquired in the future. After all, the benefits must outweigh the drawbacks. Otherwise, the relic would serve no purpose. He extended his hand toward the second gacha capsule. Chapter 32. The Witch's Laboratory and Potions. Name: Black Iron Resource Chest. Type: Chest. Description: Open to receive a moderate supply of resources. Yang Yi felt a tinge of disappointment upon discovering that the second gacha was not equipment. Nonetheless, resources were urgently needed at this juncture. The recent reconstruction of their vessel had nearly depleted their entire savings. He opened the chest. You have acquired lumber 200, fabric 200, stone 200, steel 50, crystal 50, sulfur 50. Such a bounty? Yang Yi could scarcely believe his eyes. While the lumber and fabric were expected, he was astonished at the abundance of high-grade materials. The Black Iron Resource Chest is truly formidable. No wonder the Steel Heart had casually dispensed 100 lumber without a second thought. They must have an ample supply. Suddenly, a private message arrived from Captain Su Dao of the Gale. Brother Yang, I am planning to form a fleet. Would you be interested in joining? Yang Yi was taken aback by his unexpected popularity, yet he politely declined. I'm sorry, but I currently have no plans to join a group. All right. If you change your mind, feel free to message me. My Gale fleet will surely have a spot for you. Thank you. After graciously declining, Yang Yi marveled at the swiftness of these individuals. The ocean map had only just opened, and they were already eager to establish their own fleets. Perhaps I should form a fleet as well? Yang Yi pondered. He did not wish to be dependent on others, yet the thought of managing a fleet seemed burdensome. Just then, Su Na came running over, her face flushed with excitement. Did you just acquire a substantial amount of resources? Indeed, I just opened a Black Iron Resource Chest. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the enormous head of a giant bobbit worm lying on the ground. Before installation, it had been no larger than a palm and could easily be grasped in one hand. It was crafted with exquisite detail and appeared lifelike. Suna picked it up, examining it closely, touching here and there, and even took out a notebook to jot down notes. Seeing her pull out a dagger, Yang Yi could no longer hold back. He snatched the worm's head back. Stop. This is a precious piece of equipment. What if you damage it? Suna paused, dissuaded from her initial intent, and revealed her purpose. I want to build an expansion structure. Which one? Suna began operating on her log, and soon Yang Yi received an application. Crew member Su Na has applied to construct a witch's laboratory. Construction requirements: expansion space 2, lumber 200, fabric 200, stone 100, steel 50, crystal 50, sulfur 20. Once this building is constructed, it cannot be dismantled. Please consider carefully. A witch's laboratory? Yang Yi was perplexed. He recalled that this option was not even listed among the expansion buildings. Furthermore, It required such a large quantity of resources and occupied 2 expansion spaces. He immediately checked the list of expansion buildings. In addition to the original cargo hold of the nightmarish vessel, the ancient war room, and the magnificent statue, there are 2 expansions derived from the astrological ship. Watchtower, capable of scanning the surrounding 1,000 nautical miles. Any islands will be displayed on the nautical chart every 3 days. Construction requirements. Expansion Space X1, Wood X200, Fabric X100, Stone X100, Crystal X30. Glass cannon. A formidable yet unstable cannon that is prone to shatter. Construction requirements. Expansion Space X1, Crystal X100, Sulfur X20. Where did you see a witch's laboratory? It's not on my list, Yang Yi remarked with a peculiar expression. This is an additional expansion granted by my talent. It will undoubtedly prove worthwhile, Suna confidently asserted. Yang Yi hesitated. He had initially planned to construct the cannon, allowing them to confront colossal creatures like the giant bobbit worm at sea. Additionally, he intended to build the watchtower, as island resources are far richer than those found at sea, potentially yielding treasure chests. Frequent resource acquisition from islands would grant them a significant advantage. However, the functions of the witch's laboratory remained unclear, and it required 2 expansion spaces. This meant that before reaching level 3, the nightmarish vessel would lack the necessary space to build the cannon. If they encountered a ship equipped with cannons, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. No, I decisively refuse. The cannon takes precedence. Everything else is secondary. We shall discuss it later. Come on, Suna insisted, pulling at him. This is my only request. In the future, whatever you want to build, I won't interfere, all right? Speak properly. No need for tugging. Yang Yi sternly interrupted, halting Suna's actions. This woman was not simple. Her feigned innocence was merely a disguise. Simultaneously, Yang Yi realized the importance of maintaining harmonious relationships among the crew. Any discord could lead to dire consequences, such as a knife in the back. Thus, he began to inquire about the function of the building. What exactly does this witch's laboratory do? Yang Yi asked. Upon hearing this, Suna's crimson eyes sparkled with excitement. Realizing her chance, she had almost given up, but now she elaborated with enthusiasm. This laboratory can provide various research tools, assisting me in studying the anatomical structures of the otherworldly beings and developing new formulas. You could develop formulas? Yang Yi's interest was piqued. Seizing the moment, Suna produced a vial of liquid. For instance, this bottle of Vitality coconut juice. Does its formula ratio guarantee it is the best? What if we were to add some other ingredients? She handed Yang Yi a reagent bottle, which did not display specific information, but rather, name, unknown potion, type, consumable potion unique, quality, description, you won't know what it is until you drink it. Try it. If I had the laboratory, I could create something even better. Suna urged. Are you certain there's no poison in it? This bottle is absolutely safe. And the others, are they toxic then? Every medicine has its risks. You should just drink it. Suna's mood soured as she snatched the potion and consumed half of it on the spot. With her bold action, Yang Yi felt it inappropriate to hesitate any longer. Filled with trepidation, he gulped down the elixir. Its texture was smooth and viscous, and a familiar, pungent odor rushed to his senses. Just as he was about to express his discontent, he paused. The potion had a name. Energy Restoration, 10. Energy Recovery Rate increased by 50, only half consumed. Name, Vitality Siren's Brew. Type, Consumable Potion Unique. Quality, Premium. Description, a potion crafted by the witch Suna. Made from a mucus secreted by sirens, salt, and Vitality coconuts. Upon ingestion, it restores 15 energy, increases energy recovery rate by 75, and lasts for 8 hours. Overconsumption may lead to poisoning. Is this your creation? Yang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, if I had a laboratory, I could concoct even more extraordinary potions. Yang Yi was taken aback. The ability to develop formulas on her own was extraordinary, a realization that struck him profoundly. Suna was akin to a veritable goldmine. With her, he no longer needed to worry about how to replenish his energy once the Vitality coconuts ran out. He could simply request her to devise an entirely new potion. As the captain, it was only natural to set expectations for his crew. Compliance was to be anticipated. Thus, he resolved to establish that laboratory. Yang acquiesced and promptly endorsed Suna's request in his journal. Little did he know, he might regret this decision in the future. Regret for initially indulging in the intoxicating concoction that this woman had provided. Chapter 33. The establishment of a new world. The ship, the Nightmare Star, welcomed its first expansion structure, the Witch's Laboratory. Upon the confirmation of its construction, a radiant blue light emanated from hull, followed by the completion notification. Witch's Laboratory construction complete. Please proceed to the interior of the ship for inspection. The two entered the cabin from the stern, discovering an additional room. This chamber was spacious, nearly occupying half of the vessel's interior. With a pristine floor that was not the decayed and moldy wood, but rather smooth, dark stone, providing a firm footing. The room was largely vacant, containing merely two large metallic tables that seemed to possess their own illumination, though he could not discern where the light originated. Lining the walls were rows of metal shelves, their touch chilling, adorned with numerous empty glass vessels. There's nothing inside. He thought the expenditure on materials was unwarranted. However, Suna's face radiated excitement. She alone understood the functions of this room and how to utilize it. Her journal contained an additional page compared to that of ordinary players, the mysticism interface. Here, one could purchase experimental apparatus using conch coins to conduct studies in mysticism. The details of the Witch's Laboratory were as follows. Witch's Laboratory, a special edifice that only witches who covet forbidden knowledge may construct. Within the laboratory, energy consumption for research is reduced by 50, sanity loss by 25, and the samples of aberrant creatures will not decay. Displayed aberrant samples will enhance the witch's inspiration. Currently, the sample count is 0, and the inspiration occurrence rate is elevated by 0. Note, mystical research is accompanied by risks, including but not limited to sanity deterioration. After perusing the information, Suna immediately retrieved the remnants of aberrant creatures from her bag and placed them into the glass vessels on the shelves. These cadaveric fragments, which were on the verge of decay, gradually regained vitality once ensconced within the vessels, as if they had just been harvested. The scene was somewhat disturbing to the psyche. Your sanity decreases by 2. He furrowed his brow. He felt that visiting this laboratory might be best avoided. At that moment, the body of a double-horned devil shark, which should have been covered, was also extracted and divided into 3 substantial pieces, awaiting dissection. Alongside, it was a desiccated specimen of a fishman, measuring merely 30 centimeters. He encountered this creature for the first time, yet it felt oddly familiar. Suna must have slain fishmen before their meeting. The combination of these 3 items brought the laboratory's sample count to 3, thereby increasing the inspiration occurrence rate by 3. I require a substantial amount of conch coins. I have no funds. Suna extended her hand towards Yi, resembling a researcher beseeching for research funding. Yi, the unwitting benefactor, inquired, "What do you need so many conch coins for?" "The apparatus in the laboratory requires conch coins for purchase," Suna elucidated. "The equipment in this laboratory also demands payment?" He suddenly realized that this laboratory might prove to be an insatiable pit. Yet, with resources already invested, he could not afford to abandon it. The sunk cost was too significant. Consequently, he transferred 1,000 conch coins to Suna, a considerable sum indeed. After this transaction, he was left with a mere 50 conch coins. Suna appeared somewhat discontented, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts and immersed herself in the dissection of the devil shark, wielding a newly acquired scalpel with ease. Meanwhile, Yi swiftly retreated to the deck, eager to avoid further monetary demands, as he harbored an aversion to remaining in the laboratory, fearing he might unwittingly become one of the specimens. He sent Suna a private message, advising her to prioritize the research on stamina restoration potions and healing elixirs, preferably avoiding the use of vitality coconuts as their raw material, as those were rather elusive. He then began to strategize his own affairs. To venture into the frigid seas of extreme winter, it was imperative to prepare ample supplies for warmth. In addition to winter clothing, He believed that fire was indispensable. Fire not only provided hot water and cooked meals, but also offered warmth and illumination during the biting cold, an essential for survival. Furthermore, he needed to stockpile sufficient provisions, amassing a substantial reserve of non-perishable food and fresh water, as sustenance would be scarce in the icy wasteland. Moreover, it would be prudent to elevate the ship to level 3 and construct cannons. However, the resources required for a level 3 vessel were exorbitant, prompting Yang Yi to place this objective at the bottom of his list. Through the global channel, he learned that upgrading a standard ship to level 3 necessitated 500 units of wood, 300 units of cloth, 100 units of stone, and 20 units of steel. In contrast, the Night Star required a staggering 200 units of wood, 500 units of cloth, 300 units of stone, 50 units of steel, 100 units of crystal, and the corpses of 10 aberrant monsters. The sheer volume of materials was daunting, especially the 10 monster corpses, for which Yang Yi had no leads and could only rely on luck. Sticking to his plan, Yang Yi opened the chat channel, searching for any available fire-starting tools for sale. To his surprise, he found several listings. One caught his eye, a lighter being sold at a negotiable price. Name, Longevity Brand Lighter. Type, Tool, Quality, Good. Description, an exceptionally durable lighter, the ideal choice for igniting fires, ensuring you need never worry about running out of fuel in your lifetime. Yang Yi promptly contacted the seller. How much for the lighter? He inquired. You're too late. It's already been sold. The one in my possession is for personal use, came the disappointing reply. Yang Yi felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that his thoughts were likely parallel to those of other players. Everyone was on the hunt for fire-starting tools, creating a market scarcity. Just as he was mulling over this predicament, he noticed the global channel buzzing with activity as new messages flooded in. He quickly scrolled to the latest updates, which revealed a recruitment announcement. I am Captain Shun Guanchuan of the Hope, and also the leader of the New World Fleet. We have gathered over 10 like-minded captains, including the Farmer and Ironhead, among other unique vessels. Our New World Fleet imposes no entry barriers. Anyone can join. However, joining players must grant access to their ships, disarm themselves, comply with our directives, and surrender all equipment and resources, which will be redistributed by the fleet. In return, your safety will be assured. We have guards responsible for combat, fishermen for angling, and farmers for tilling the soil. As our division of labor expands, let us all strive together to restore human civilization. I, Shun Guanchuan, assure you that as long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall never face starvation or the bitter cold. Those willing to join us, please proceed to the coordinates X, 38201, Y, 53182. Do remember to disarm and grant landing permissions. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. My New World Fleet will remain here for half a month. These words seem to have been meticulously prepared and delivered in one breath, eliciting a significant response. The overwhelming majority perceive this as a trap. Disarm and provide you with all resources. Does this not render us mere prey? Why should we trust you? Only a fool would comply. Skepticism abounds, yet Shun Guanchuan remains unperturbed. There will inevitably be some who come. His target is the players. Given the vast number of players, even if merely 100 arrive, his New World Fleet will experience unprecedented growth. However, the name of his vessel, Hope, is rather imposing, though it remains uncertain whether it is a special ship. Yet, Yang Yi possesses a means to ascertain this. He hurried to the atrium of the Nightmare Star and grasped a small crystal orb nearby. Upon merging, the number of these small orbs doubled, resting beside the larger crystal orb, allowing both Yang Yi and Su Na to consult the nautical charts at will. Activate scrying. Searching Hope, Shun Guanchuan. Soon, the image of the Hope vessel materialized within the crystal orb. Little did Shun Guanchuan anticipate that a player could utilize a skill to observe him covertly. Chapter 34. A Grand Trade Captain Hope did not deceive. His vessel indeed anchored at this coordinate. However, the ship was far from extraordinary, merely a commonplace large sailing boat devoid of any distinguishing features. The word Hope emblazoned on the sail was likely his own handiwork. It was reasonable to assume he had renamed the ship himself, as ordinary vessels are permitted one name change, whereas special ships are bound to their names unless they undergo a fusion. Surrounding the Hope were several ships tethered together by ropes. The image captured by the crystal ball did not fully reveal the appearance of these vessels. Yet Yang, he could discern a few. One ship, substantial in size, featured farmland atop it, where individuals were engaged in cultivation. It must be the farmer. Another ship, with enormous, sharp horns and a dark hull encased in iron plating, was presumably the Ironhead. There was yet another ship, just surfacing from the sea, its hull sealed and seemingly capable of submersion. Yang, he was unaware of its name, so he dubbed it the Submersible for the time being. Captain Hope himself was visible, a stern man clad in a pristine Captain S uniform, radiating an air of authority. It was unclear how he had managed to unite these individuals. Yang, he could not perceive Shen Guanxuan's talents. Had he been able to, his confusion would have dissipated. Shen Guanxuan possessed two talents: psychological suggestion through verbal stimulation. One can enhance or diminish their own or another's attributes and sanity, with a range of 1 for attributes and 20 for sanity. Those with high mental attributes may resist the suggestion. This effect lasts for 24 hours and can be activated once within that time frame, not exceeding the limits of ordinary beings. Great leadership. You are a natural leader, easily winning the affection and trust of others, allowing them to let down their guard. Your followers, except for their mental attributes, experience a growth rate increase of 25. Those with high mental attributes may resist this effect. How long had the ocean map been open? Not even a day. It was impossible for Shen Guanxuan to amass such a multitude of players in such a brief span. The only plausible explanation is that, prior to the map's opening, they had already formed a union, whether by chance encounter or by being embroiled in a certain event. Yang, he could not ascertain the details. At present, he had little interest in forming alliances. Without cannons, he was reluctant to engage with other players, feeling excessively vulnerable. Not to mention the obligation to surrender equipment and supplies. It was akin to placing one's life and fortune in the hands of others. Possessing a detailed map, Yang, he could effectively evade contact with other players, which was one reason he agreed to construct the witch's laboratory first. Yet various organizations flooded the world channel, all seeking recruits, which imposed significant pressure on Yang Yi's survival. Currently, the situation was manageable, but as these organizations grew, the space and resources available to lone wolves would inevitably become constrained. He needed to become sufficiently powerful, or perhaps join a fleet, albeit with absolute freedom for himself. Yang, he was accustomed to seizing his fate into his own hands. He found Shen Guanxuan's message and sent a private note. The resources in his possession must be considerable, making him a promising trading partner, and Yang, he had a blueprint that he could sell. Your ship is an ordinary vessel, is it not? I possess a unique blueprint for a special vessel. Would you be interested in purchasing it? Yang, he attached information regarding the blueprint for the pirate ship. Who are you and how do you know so much? Do not concern yourself with that. I merely wish to conduct a transaction. Yang, he replied anonymously. After a few minutes of silence, a response finally came. Since you have the blueprint, you must understand that the upgrade efficiency of ordinary ships surpasses that of special vessels. I am not in haste to utilize the blueprint, and furthermore, the blueprint for the pirate ship is not what I desire. This succinct statement bore multiple layers of meaning. Firstly, this was not the first time he had encountered ship blueprints, suggesting that he had taken lives and that his adversary possessed special vessels. A chill suddenly washed over Yang Yi. The special ships surrounding the Hope might not belong to their original owners. Secondly, since the blueprint for the pirate ship was not what he sought, the price offered would likely not be substantial. Such blueprints had yet to be publicly sold in the world channel, leaving their value uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi tentatively quoted an exorbitant price. The other party, possessing a farmer ship, likely had considerable resources at their disposal. I require 2 months' worth of food, capable of long-term preservation, 200 liters of fresh water, 200 units of wood, 800 units of cloth, 400 units of stone, 100 crystals, 100 steel, 5,000 con coins, and fire starting tools for the ship, such as a lighter. A minute later, Shen Guanxuan replied, "You truly are asking for a king's ransom. I shall decline. This blueprint is not worth what you think." "Very well, farewell." Yang Yi replied décisively. The blueprint is not valuable? What nonsense! Special ships are limited in number, and the higher the level of a special ship, the greater the disparity compared to ordinary vessels. As time progresses, the value of blueprints only increases. Indeed, before long, Shun Guanchuan sent a friend request. Captain of the Hope. Shun Guanchuan requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi promptly declined. He did not wish to reveal his identity. Once a friendship was established, both his name and ship name would be known to the other. You are indeed overly cautious. Are you interested in joining my New World fleet? I can offer you a significant starting advantage. You wish to obtain my blueprint for free? Not a chance. Shun Guanchuan sent a smiling emoji. Your asking price is too steep. I cannot meet it at this time. How about this? I also stockpile non-perishable rations, but I can only provide you with 1 month's worth. The second month's supply will consist of fresh food, such as vegetables, fruits, and fish. As for the materials, I can offer you at most half of what you requested. I have several ships in urgent need of upgrades. The 5000 con coins are agreeable. But regarding fire-starting tools, I cannot produce those. The quantity is limited, and I must ensure the safety of my crew, so I cannot sell them to you. However, I will offer you a rare spatial item, which is undoubtedly of significant worth. He attached information about this item. Name, greedy stomach. Type, relic. Quality, exquisite. Description, the stomach of an unknown beast, retaining vitality even when separated. Within the confines of a 10 cubic meter space, one may store various items. However, each time it is accessed, one must offer sustenance, lest it resort to biting. It is worth noting that food cannot be stored, as the remains of the otherworldly creatures would be entirely consumed, leaving only bones and shells, which do not affect the capsule machine. Upon reading the information regarding this peculiar item, Yang Yi inhaled sharply. This fellow, Shun Guanchuan, truly possesses a lavish disposition, especially this stomach pouch, which is an unexpected delight. Yang Yi greatly desired it. Yet, it was evident that such an item would undoubtedly come with considerable side effects, far beyond mere biting. Using it would surely diminish one's sanity. This was likely why Shun Guanchuan had chosen to sell it. Thus, he hesitantly inquired, is this stomach pouch an artifact? Does each activation cause a loss of sanity? Well, I want to hide it from you. It does indeed reduce sanity by 20 points. If you're not interested, I have other items, though their quality does not compare. Very well. Yang Yi quickly interjected. I shall take this. I prefer high quality, and I can manage my usage. The transaction was smoothly concluded. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Should you have other items to sell in the future, please contact me first. I assure you, the price will be fair. If I have anything, I will reach out to you. Yang Yi replied as he exited the chat channel. Finally, the blueprint had been sold. Considering its potential value, Yang Yi might have incurred a slight loss. However, at present, securing such a price for the blueprint was quite commendable. He deposited the blueprint into the octopus-headed capsule machine, and before long, a plethora of resources began to flow in. The octopus had continuously produced food, 20 loaves of black bread, 10 sausages, and a bounty of dried fish. Additionally, there were fresh fruits and vegetables, including 5 cabbages, 5 cucumbers, 1 apple, 1 pear, and a large fresh tuna. These provisions would sustain an individual for 60 days. Ultimately, a smooth, palm-sized black pouch was expelled. Reminiscent in texture to a century egg, it was indeed the greedy stomach pouch. Yang Yi attempted to open the pouch, exerting considerable effort to create a small opening, only to be startled by a sudden wail emanating from within. The strange sound causes a decrease of 5 sanity points. How does one use this thing? He pondered. He tried inserting a piece of dried fish, and this time the pouch responded, eagerly drawing the fish inside before obediently opening its mouth. Yang Yi cautiously extended his hand into the pouch, feeling an unsettling numbness and a slimy texture that was quite revolting as the pouch emitted laughter, as if it were being tickled. You feel inexplicably nauseated, resulting in a decrease of 10 sanity points. Yang Yi frowned. The side effects of this item were indeed severe, likely deterring most from utilizing it. The interior space was ample, alleviating his concerns about storage, and the pouch was conveniently suited for hanging at the waist. He opened his log to review the ship's inventory and discovered that the supplies were indeed accounted for. As for the conch coins, they were duly recorded in Yang Yi's account. Did you sell something? Could you send me some conch coins? Sunamesith. Seemingly sensing the change. The shared interface of the ship had its drawbacks. One could not conceal goods. With a sense of resignation, Yang Yi replied, I can send you a maximum of 1,000 conch coins, but no more. He transferred another 1,000 over, hoping that Suna would soon produce results. Otherwise, he could hardly afford to sustain her. Yang Yi moved all the food into the cabin and proceeded to install the head of the bobbit worm. As soon as it was affixed, the head expanded, its jaw wide enough to measure 10 meters, vividly lifelike and ready to be maneuvered while steering. The jaw was exceptionally sharp, yet regrettably, there was nothing to test its prowess on at present. He cast the red-glowing fishing net into the sea. Although the net had been in his possession for quite some time, it was unsuitable for use during a storm, which explained its delayed deployment. The result was that after a certain interval, it would yield a specific quantity of catches. Once everything was set, Yang Yi picked up his fishing rod and began to fish. With 4 hours remaining until dusk, every catch counted, and idleness would only squander precious time. Chapter 35. The water-soaked bronze chest aboard the Hope, part of the New World Fleet. Captain Shen Guanxuan expended considerable resources and provisions, along with a treasured relic, to acquire the blueprints for the pirate ship. Boss, why not just arrange a meeting with that kid and seize it directly? Inquirit abuli, scowlfaced Baitman. Seize. 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 All you ever think about is seizing. Shen Guanxuan retorted, rapping the man on his bald head. If I hear you utter the word seize again, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. You're right, boss. I won't say seize anymore, yet you still utter it. Someone, toss him into the sea. Without needing any persuasion, the bald man leaped into the ocean voluntarily. He was Zhao Tai, captain of the Iron Head, aptly nicknamed for his blunt nature, and a trusted aide of Shen Guanxuan. Enough. Now that he is sober, go back to your Iron Head. Shen Guanxuan scolded with exasperation. In truth, he had also considered meeting with Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi was exceedingly cautious, refraining from adding even acquaintances, let alone meeting in person. He gazed at the pirate ship blueprints in his hand. How should he utilize them? Shen Guanxuan pondered. He had no intention of using them himself, as the image of a pirate ship captain clashed with the leader he aspired to portray. Instead, an ordinary vessel would enhance his approachability. He envisioned creating a maritime empire, and the first step required establishing a noble and upright persona to facilitate recruitment in the early stages. A day later, the nightmare was sailing the seas. While Yang Yi was fishing, you have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a piece of rotten wood. You have caught an eyeball fruit. You have caught. Frustrated, Yang Yi cast aside his fishing rod and sprawled on the deck, surrounded by a pile of long-legged sardines and several eyeball fruits. Why are all these just trash fish? He lamented, questioning his life choices. Yet within moments, he rallied himself. After such an extensive period of fishing, he had come to understand the dynamics of this ocean. In these waters, the likelihood of catching long-legged sardines was high, with a slim chance of landing eyeball fruits, cystic pufferfish, and an exceedingly rare chance of encountering red-lipped eels. Perhaps I should try the deep waters? Yang Yi told, and immediately set to action, baiting a long-legged sardine, removing the float, and beginning to fish for deeper sea species. Previously, he had caught a mako shark, and if he could land another such fish this time, it would surely yield a handsome profit. After all, it was all about the gotcha. With his upgraded vessel and Suna's archery skills, he felt no pressure in tackling such creatures. While waiting for a bite, he browsed the World Channel, hoping to purchase tools for making fire. Such tools were currently in high demand. He had seen them twice before, but had missed his chance. During this time, numerous organizations were recruiting new members. For instance, the Cherry Blossom had formed a group called New Humanity, exclusively accepting individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Meanwhile, there were organizations like New Rome and Eden, which were evidently dominated by foreigners. Yang Yi noted that the publicly shared coordinates of Eden were quite distant from his location. It appears that individuals from different regions, born far apart, may not cross paths for quite some time. Unable to procure fire-starting tools, Yang Yi promptly posted a request for purchase, offering a handsome price for such tools, and additionally seeking down jackets or other warm garments. Before long, he received private messages, but they were all from those selling clothing. One seller offered down jackets at 150 fabric each, with a 5 discount if he bought 4. Yang Yi dismissed this offer outright. More messages trickled in, and he noted that the lowest price for a down jacket was 120 fabric, totaling 480 fabric for 4. Substituting with cotton-padded jackets could be somewhat cheaper, but Yang Yi intended to purchase only the finest. With time still on his side, he resolved to check the prices again in a few days. Suddenly, the fishing rod's reel spun rapidly. Something had taken the bait. Yang Yi quickly tightened the line and pulled the rod with force. It was not a massive creature, and the struggle was not particularly great. Within 8 minutes, he had reeled in his catch. To his astonishment, it was a human-headed octopus, its multitude of tentacles writhing beneath, while its head exhibited a remarkable mimicry. "Sir, could you spare me a few minutes of your time?" Before it could finish its sentence, Yang Yi crushed it underfoot. Cursing his ill fortune, he baited the line with a long-legged sardine and continued fishing. In the deep waters, the rate of catch slowed significantly. As day turned to dusk, Yang Yi managed to haul up 3 items from the depths: a human-headed octopus, a red-lipped eel, and a bronze treasure chest. Under normal circumstances, catching a bronze chest would be a cause for celebration. Yet Yang Yi felt an ominous tension. He had previously caught inert objects, such as the farmer's 3 fists, which did not resist when reeled in. However, this bronze chest exhibited unusual behavior, struggling against the line with considerable force. Initially believing he had hooked a large fish, he tugged and pulled for nearly half an hour before finally bringing it to the surface. The chest measured approximately half a meter in width. Its surface coated with a thick layer of verdigris, bearing numerous signs of seawater erosion, with one corner even adorned with red coral. He examined the chest's information: name, waterlogged bronze treasure chest; type, treasure chest; description, it may contain treasures, but also, this chest bore a striking resemblance to a previously encountered waterlogged rotten wood chest, from which a human-headed octopus had leapt out, startling Yang Yi. Thus, he remained wary, suspecting that this waterlogged bronze chest might harbor a monster within. He noticed that the fishing line was attached to the chest, indicating that the bait had been swallowed by it. Taking a step back, he held his flintlock in his left hand and attempted to pry open the chest with a wooden spear in his right. It was stubbornly tight. His initial attempt to pry it open proved futile, resulting in a broken spear tip. Resolutely, Yang Yi bound the tooth of the sea serpent to the spear and continued to pry, inserting the short sword into the crevice. Suddenly, he felt as though he had pierced something. The chest emitted an eerie cry and sprang open. Instantly, a jet of black water shot forth from the chest, which Yang Yi narrowly evaded, having been prepared for such an eventuality. What on earth was this? A chest monster? Startled, sanity -5, within the chest lay succulent flesh. It appeared that with a single strike, he had severed something, causing the chest to thrash about uncontrollably. After expelling a jet of water, the chest ceased its movement, seemingly lifeless. To guard against feigned death, Yang Yi prodded it with a few more strikes, from which a transparent fluid oozed. At last, this creature, resembling a treasure chest monster, lay still. That solitary jet of water was its sole method of attack, possessing a certain corrosive quality, which produced a wisp of white smoke as it made contact with the ground. Name, treasure chest clam. Type, food. Description, a bivalve mollusk that, upon reaching maturity, favors the occupation of treasure chests as its shell. It can expel corrosive acidic fluid and preys upon small fish. It delights in collecting shiny objects from the seabed, within which one can find conch coins and other brilliant treasures. Non-toxic and edible once the innards are removed. It was in fact a sea clam. Yang Yi used the fong of a sea serpent to slice open the clam flesh and began his search. The flesh was merely a thin layer, beneath which lay an array of shiny objects collected by this treasure chest clam, alongside a pearl the size of a fist. You have obtained conch coins 600. You have obtained healing pearl. You have obtained crystals 50. You have obtained stone materials 20. Chapter 36. 3 bottles of elixir. Name: healing pearl. Type: treasure. Quality: exquisite. Description: soaking the pearl in 1 L of water for 12 hours imparts healing properties to the liquid, hastening the recovery of wounds. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This is indeed a precious treasure. It seems that this treasure chest clam is a rare find, capable of yielding extraordinary items. As twilight approached, Yang Yi gathered his fishing net, intending to conclude his day. The net had yielded 2 items. Name: one-armed crab. Type: food. Description: preferring its right claw in childhood, it constitutes half of its body weight. Non-toxic and edible, its claw is meaty. The other unsightly creature would diminish one's sanity. Strange starfish, sanity decreased by 3. At first glance, this starfish resembled a human hand, with 5 fingers of varying lengths, crawling on the ground like a spider. Quite peculiar indeed. Yang Yi crushed it beneath his foot and picked it up. Upon inspecting the details, he suddenly found it less unattractive. Name: palm star. Type: food. Description: a starfish twisted by abyssal pollution. Mildly toxic. Consuming it grants 1 agility at the cost of 20 sanity, lasting 1 minute. This item is akin to a human-headed octopus. Ingesting it could enhance attributes, perhaps even serve as an ingredient for elixirs. With this thought in mind, Yang Yi hurried toward the cabin with his assortment of bizarre fish. Suna, take a look at these. Inside the laboratory, Suna was still dissecting a devil shark. 2 vibrant, fist-sized eyeballs had been extracted and were resting in a glass tank, emanating a faint red glow. She noticed Yang Yi and the strange fish he held, along with a large pearl. Have you caught all of these? Indeed. Suddenly, inspiration struck Suna. She glanced between the fish and the devil shark's eyeballs, her mind racing with ideas. 2, no 3. In 3 days, I shall present you with several prototypes. Suna exclaimed, her excitement palpable. There's no rush. It's already evening. You should return to your room and rest. We can discuss this more tomorrow. Suna hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied and returned to her quarters. Her room was adjacent to the captain's quarters, making it convenient for both to notify each other in case of any disturbances during the night. Yang Yi took the crystal ball and made his way to the captain's quarters. This crystal ball featured a vibration alert function. Should any player's ship appear in the nearby waters, it would vibrate as a warning. Placing it by his pillow would allow him to foresee potential dangers. Otherwise, he might be completely unaware if surrounded by other players during the night. Once prepared, Yang Yi removed his outer garment, savored a bottle of coconut juice, and reclined on the ship. He was accustomed to glancing at the chat channel before sleep, primarily to monitor the price trends of warm clothing and to seek out sellers of fire-starting tools. As he perused, he gradually succumbed to slumber. His brow furrowed as nightmares ensued. In the stillness of the night, a noise emanated from next door, and Suna's door creaked open once more. A shadowy figure darted forth, heading towards the ship's aft cabin, with the laboratory as its objective. Suna intended to work late into the night, delving into the study of potions. 3 days elapsed without any significant events. Yang Yi continued his routine of fishing, collecting his nets in the evening, and occasionally practicing his marksmanship. He held a disdain for claws and hooks. While they yielded consistent catches, they lacked the thrill of fishing. He generously bestowed his catches upon Suna, trusting her judgment on their utility. With food in ample supply, it was prudent to consume perishables first, rendering the raw consumption of these peculiar fish unnecessary. During this period, the yield was modest. Aside from the bizarre fish, he collected 28 units of wood, 25 units of fabric, 650 conch coins, and 9 liters of fresh water. He discerned a disparity between the yields of nets and fishing rods. The nets produced a greater variety of shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. In the interim, he also reeled in 2 resource chests, a wooden resource chest, which granted 20 units of wood and 20 units of fabric, a meager reward, and a bronze resource chest, which was far more generous, providing 100 units of wood, 100 units of fabric, and 20 units of steel. Among the fish, he captured 2 new species. Name: eyeball octopus. Type: food. Description: an octopus tainted by abyssal pollution, with eyeballs at the tips of its tentacles. Mildly toxic. Consuming it temporarily enhances perception by 1 for 1 minute. Name: abdominal lobster. Type: food. Description: a lobster afflicted by abyssal pollution, possessing 6 abdominal muscles. Mildly toxic. Consuming it temporarily boosts constitution by 1 for 1 minute. Coupled with the head octopus and palm star, these corresponded perfectly to the 4 primary attributes, excluding mental prowess. He handed all these peculiar fish over to Suna. As evening descended, and with Yang Yi's fishing proving fruitless, he began to peruse the chat messages. As anticipated, the price of down jackets continued its steady decline over time, as more individuals took to crafting them. The current market price had plummeted to a mere 105 units of fabric. It was estimated that the production cost of a down jacket hovered around 100 units of fabric, suggesting the price had reached its nadir. He took stock of his current resources: 841 units of wood, 560 units of fabric, 408 units of stone, 5,700 conch coins, 208 liters of fresh water, 77 units of steel, 51 units of crystal, and 40 units of sulfur. While it appeared to be a substantial quantity, acquiring winter clothing would cost over 400 units of fabric. Moreover, upgrading the ship to level 3 would require a considerable amount of resources. A daunting task indeed. Should he opt to purchase down jackets with conch coins, the price was approximately 600 conch coins. However, players preferred fabric transactions due to the erratic exchange rate of conch coins. Presently, the market exchange rate for basic resources to conch coins was roughly 5:1, meaning 5 conch coins equated to 1 unit of basic resource, though actual trading often skewed slightly higher. Advanced resources commanded a higher price, approximately 25 conch coins for 1 unit. In summary, while Yang Yi appeared affluent, he was, in reality, quite impoverished, wary of frivolous expenditures. The cost to procure fire-starting tools remained uncertain, prompting him to habitually post in the World Channel: high prices for fire-starting tools, private chat for bargain deals on winter clothing. Having just sent a message, Yang Yi immediately noticed Su Na's private message, which had been sent a few moments prior. Su Na, the potions have been prepared as per your request and are placed upon the laboratory table. Please collect them yourself. There are 3 varieties. The red one enhances attributes, but may have mild side effects. The colorless one restores energy. You may wish to test it yourself. The pink one is for healing wounds. Upon reading the message, Yang Yi dashed into the witch's laboratory. Such a significant investment had finally borne fruit. Inside the laboratory, Su Na was sprawled across the table, seemingly resting. The surface was cluttered with an array of instruments, including a microscope, a rack of test tubes, conical flasks, and even an alcohol lamp. Would this contraption ignite? Yang Yi lifted the alcohol lamp, discovering it surprisingly light. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was empty. Laboratory-specific instruments will vanish if taken outside. Fuel must be provided by the user. Yang Yi thought to himself, I truly cannot fathom why Su Na purchased this instrument. Did she not realize it was empty until after the purchase? He set the alcohol lamp down, his gaze drawn to the 3 vials of potions, each differing in hue. Though all were labeled as unknown potions, Yang Yi had prior experience. By consuming them, he could discern their specific effects and properties. Chapter 37. Yang Yi's observational journal: the red and pink potions were manageable, being merely liquid. However, the colorless potion contained several long, sardine-like legs, making it a rather viscous concoction that required both sipping and chewing. Suna, what on earth are these potions made from? Yang Yi inquired. Yet, Suna remained unresponsive. Suna? He called again, but there was still no reply. Sensing something amiss, Yang Yi reached out and felt her body slightly warm to the touch. This woman. He promptly opened the nautical log and checked the cruise section for Suna's details. The information available was limited to her health status, devoid of any attributes or talents. Suna's status: injured, fevered, exhausted, and unconscious, an outline of a human figure. Slightly yellowed all over. Rationality: 3580, madness, obsession, vitality. 82-100 energy, 12-100. Is her rationality capped at only 80? Yang Yi frowned. This was the first time he had actively sought Suna's information. After reading, he understood the cause. Suna must have been neglecting her sleep over the past few days, consumed by her work in the laboratory, ultimately exhausting her body. With her energy below 30, she was on the brink of fainting. Obsession. This was the first time Yang Yi had witnessed a state of madness, and it seemed to manifest in various forms. His unique talent prevented him from descending into madness. Hence, he received no notifications, even if his rationality dropped to 1. What a troublesome woman. She cannot even take care of herself. Yang Yi frowned again. As the captain, he held the highest authority, including the ability to restrict access to rooms. Thus, he imposed a ban on Suna, revoking her rights to enter the laboratory. He then procured salt and vitality coconuts, skillfully concocting a refreshing coconut drink, lifting Suna's chin to feed it to her. Though he spilled quite a bit, it mattered not. Initially, he had intended to administer the colorless potion, but its thick and sticky consistency, coupled with the necessity to chew and its uncertain effects, made it too perilous for a patient. He quickly abandoned that thought. She truly is heavy. Yang Yi complained. Under normal circumstances, his strength rated only 4, below the average for an adult, making it quite a struggle to carry Suna. After considerable effort, his strength experience increased by 1 point, enabling him to transport Suna back to her quarters, panting like a bull. This woman must be made of cement. Her figure is not substantial, and she does not appear overweight. How can she be so heavy? Thankfully, the ship, the Nightmare Star, was not large. Had it been a massive vessel like the Steel Heart, Yang Yi would have likely needed to drag her. Suna's room was adjacent to the captain's quarters, and this was Yang Yi's first time entering. The decor was entirely different from his own captain's cabin, devoid of any musty odor, and the floor beneath his feet was solid wood. A few luminous crystal orbs embedded in the ceiling provided illumination. This room appeared to have been transplanted from the original astrologer's captain's quarters, feeling entirely out of place aboard the ghost ship. Gently placing Suna on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Yang Yi left a note in the log. I have restricted your access to the laboratory. Check the activity log upon your awakening. You are utterly oblivious to your madness. Yet, do those who have lost their sanity genuinely concern themselves with activity logs and monitor their rationality levels? Yang Yi, having never experienced madness, remained oblivious to such matters. After sending his private message, he prepared to take his leave. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a small booklet resting on the adjacent table, inscribed with the words, Yang Yi's Observation Diary. What is this? A wave of curiosity washed over him as he opened it, but after merely a few pages, he felt a chill run down his spine. It meticulously chronicled his every detail, from what he ate, the hour he retired for sleep, the duration of his slumber, when he relieved himself, and for how long, encompassing every trivial aspect. Suna remarked, his rationality is below 50, yet he remains sane. Could he possess some unique talent? I am eager to observe the structure of his brain. Upon reading this, a sense of dread enveloped Yang Yi, his gaze turning cold as he glanced at the slumbering Suna. This woman, has she always regarded him as a mere specimen for experimentation? A flicker of murderous intent crossed his mind. Fortunately, the tone of the diary shifted dramatically toward the end. To his surprise, he too could be flustered. The expression on his face when I pointed a gun at him was utterly hilarious. I had captured it in my diary. He mistakenly believed fusion meant something entirely different. How amusing. He is quite the lecher. He promised to construct a witch's laboratory for me. I must hasten to produce some results. After finishing the entries, Yang Yi's murderous intent dissipated. He carefully repositioned the diary to appear untouched and retreated cautiously. Suna was unharmed. Her fever merely stemmed from lack of rest, and she would likely recover after a day's sleep. With several hours remaining before dusk, Yang Yi returned to fishing. He sought to acquire fire-starting tools like lighters at a premium price, along with warm clothing. Habitually, he posted a request for fire-starting tools and prepared to purchase 4 down jackets, awaiting responses from sellers. Before long, he received a flurry of private messages. However, just as he was about to procure the jackets for a price of 105 fabrics, he unexpectedly received a distinctive private message. Would you like a firewall sweater? It is lighter than a down jacket, yet more insulating, requiring only 100 C-Conch coins for labor. Name, Firewool Sweater. Type, Treasure. Quality, Exquisite. Description, a sweater crafted from firewool, providing exceptional warmth akin to wearing a heating pad. It is lightweight and allows for easy movement. However, caution is advised. Its insulating properties diminish significantly upon contact with water, so avoid snow and rain. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled. This garment was evidently superior to a down jacket. It was thin enough to wear underneath with a pirate outfit over it, thus avoiding the risk of snow soaking the sweater. However, he still needed to steer clear of freezing rain. Yang Yi promptly messaged the seller, intending to purchase this firewool sweater. What do you mean by labor costs? The seller quickly replied, literally what it implies. This sweater requires special materials, firewool, for its creation. I have run out of materials, so you must provide them yourself. 10 units of firewool are needed to craft one sweater. If desired, I can also make thermal pants. I only charge 100 C-Conch coins for labor, while you supply the materials. The price is quite reasonable, but where did Yang Yi acquire the fire fluff? Just as he pondered this, the other party sent a new message. I will provide you with a coordinate. There exists an island where a plant known as fire fluff grows. You need only collect 10 specimens to craft a sweater. Then why not gather the materials yourself and sell the finished product? I have already sold them all. I only have 2 left, which I must keep as a reserve. Moreover, I am no longer in that sea area. If you desire it, you must come to me for the crafting. If not, then let it be. Yang Yi fell into contemplation. He indeed desired the fire fluff sweater, yet the request for him to collect the materials seemed rather peculiar. Perhaps sensing Yang Yi's doubts, the seller sent another private message. Believe it or not, apart from me, you are the 3rd individual to know this coordinate. Previous transactions went smoothly. It is uncertain how much fire fluff remains on the island. If you want it, it is best to act quickly. Yang Yi had no faith in his words and inquired, how much for those 2 you possess? I'm sorry, but these 2 are not for sale. I intend to keep them for my own use. Yang Yi furrowed his brow, glancing at the coordinate the seller had sent, which was not far away. At full speed, he could arrive in 2 days. Then let us add each other as friends. Yang Yi suggested. All right. Captain Hui of the Great Sailing Ship requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi immediately accepted. Names like XX Ship are common among ordinary vessels. Yet ship owners can alter their names. The Night Star, is that a special ship? Indeed. Once you have materials, just message me privately. Understood. I am quite far away. Estimating it will take 5 days. I will contact you then. All right. Yang Yi ended the communication. He was certain there was something amiss. Yet the fire fluff sweater was the finest cold-resistant garment he had encountered thus far, and he truly wished to possess it. If he was to acquire it, he might as well seek out the best. Yang Yi retrieved a crystal ball and activated the skill of the Night Star to scry. Searching. Great Sailing Ship. Hui. 3 results appeared, leaving Yang Yi momentarily dumbfounded. Ordinary ships can easily share names, which is understandable. However, he did not expect to find players with the same name, 3 of them, to be precise. It appeared that the player base was still considerable. To differentiate, the 3 results were numbered from 1 to 3. Yang Yi randomly selected one, and the image materialized within the crystal ball. It depicted a 2-tiered ship, quite distant from the island, seemingly not the individual he was searching for. After casually observing for a few minutes, he closed the image. I'll check another person tomorrow. Yang Yi adjusted his course towards the island. He intended to sail there first, as he possessed the maritime chart, granting him the advantage. Even if an ambush awaited, he could evade it in advance. Chapter 38. The euphoric potion. That evening, Yang Yi lay in bed. As was his custom, he would typically indulge in a bottle of invigorating coconut juice before sleep. However, today presented him with an alternative, a colorless potion. This concoction was reputed to restore vitality, and he trusted that Sun Na would not deceive him. Thus, the dilemma arose, to drink or not to drink. Yang Yi scrutinized the bottle of potion, noting its translucent, viscous consistency, with several elongated appendages suspended within. In dim lighting, it emitted a faint, ethereal glow. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to sample a small quantity. Having invested so much, he felt compelled to experiment. Perhaps he could start with half. pinching his nose to suppress his aversion to the sticky substance's ingredients. He unscrewed the cap and attempted to siphon out a bit of liquid. To his dismay, the potion proved too thick to sever. Furthermore, it reeked, reminiscent of a slime that might dwell in the depths of a sewer. Yang Yi fought against a rising wave of nausea, biting down on one of the elongated appendages before swallowing it whole. You have consumed an unknown potion as the potion slid down his esophagus. A warm sensation radiated from his stomach, sweeping away his fatigue. Such remarkable effects. Almost immediately, a notification appeared. Energy restored. 30. Energy recovery rate increased by 125. Lasting for 8 hours. Impressive. Yet suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Numerous parts of his body began to flush, particularly his eyes, and you have entered an euphoric state, lasting for 1 hour. Damn. I knew this potion had issues. Yang Yi's eyes reddened as he sat upright. The potion's details now displayed before him. Name: euphoric potion. Type: consumable potion. Unique. Quality: premium. Description: a potion crafted by the witch Su Na. Composed of materials including the secretion from Siren's pituitary gland, Siren saliva, Siren glandular mucus, and the limbs of long-legged sardines. Upon consumption, energy 30, sanity -20. Energy recovery speed 125, lasting 8 hours, with a 24-hour activation interval. The user will enter an euphoric state, persisting for 1 hour. Repeated use will prolong the euphoric duration, but carries a risk of toxicity. The side effects. Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words. If marketed, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. Yet, Yang Yi had no intention of selling the potion, for its description bore the creator's name. He felt that this could lead to unwarranted complications. An hour later, he reclined once more. He would need to ask Su Na to refine the potion, eliminating these adverse effects. He left her a message. The side effects of your potion are too severe. It requires improvement. Next time, try it yourself to assess its efficacy before passing it on to me. With the message sent, he drifted off to sleep. Nightmares persisted, and despite the potion's enhancement, his sleep quality remained poor, leaving him with dark circles under his eyes. The following morning, Yang Yi was jolted awake by a knock at the door. He had been ensnared in a nightmare, startled into alertness, gun drawn and aimed at the entrance. "Who is it?" "It's me, Su Na," came her voice. Yang Yi relaxed his tense posture. He had just dreamt of an infestation of spiders crawling out from within him, feasting upon his flesh until nothing remained, and upon awakening, he found his clothes drenched. Once he composed himself, Yang Yi retorted irritably, "What are you banging on about so early in the morning?" Su Na, equally vexed, replied, "Why did you revoke the laboratory access? Did you not see the message I sent you?" At that moment, Su Na began to check the messages in the log. Yang Yi seized the opportunity to glance at Su Na's sanity level. Fortunately, it had nearly returned to full capacity. Sanity level, 7680. The recovery rate was quite rapid. Her mental attributes must be high, not to mention the added benefit from her clothing. "You were already in a state of madness yesterday, did you know?" Su Na, now belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, seemed to awaken from her stupor. It appeared that those who descend into madness are utterly oblivious to their condition and neglect to monitor their sanity levels. "What about that potion? How effective is it?" Su Na's anger dissipated quickly as her focus shifted to the elixir. "The effects are promising, but the side effects, well, you can see for yourself." Yang Yi sent her the potion's attributes. "I see, but every potion must have some side effects." Su Na explained. "This particular side effect is unacceptable. You need to modify it." "I can't guarantee the effectiveness then." "No problem. What about the other 2 vials? Have you tried them?" At this point, Yang Yi expressed some dissatisfaction. "Why must you insist that I be the one to try it? I'm not a guinea pig. The potion could potentially diminish my sanity, and that's not safe for me." Su Na replied defiantly, adding, "Moreover, the potion does not taste good." "Oh, so you're aware that it is unpleasant as well?" Yang Yi remarked. "Your sanity won't plunge you into madness, so it is more suitable for you." Su Na added. Yang Yi fell silent, realizing he could not escape the fate of being a test subject. 1 vial of the stimulant potion would deduct 20 sanity points. If Su Na were to mistakenly consume a stronger version, she would directly plunge into madness. How many of these potions can be crafted? Yang yi inquiret suddenly. Knowing that potions require materials primarily sourced from otherworldly creatures and some indescribable beings, we can still make 3 vials of the stimulant potion. If you don't like it, I can alter the formula and try different combinations. For the red potion, it requires the eyeball of a devil shark, so we can only produce 2 vials at most. As for the pink potion, its main ingredient is water infused with healing pearls, so we can create many vials. Suna elaborated. Could you modify the energy-boosting potion's formula to make it slightly less potent, yet still feasible for mass production? The materials must be easily obtainable. After all, creatures like sirens are not commonly encountered. Yang Yi suggested. Suna nodded in agreement. Additionally, you need to limit your time spent in the laboratory to a maximum of 8 hours per day. Once that limit is reached, I will revoke your access without hesitation. Although Suna felt some discontent, she did not argue, recognizing the validity of Yang Yi's words. After the access was restored, Suna received a notification and immediately rushed to the laboratory. This woman truly had a penchant for experimenting with these unusual concoctions. Yang Yi stepped out of the captain's cabin, picked up his fishing rod, and prepared to cast his line when he suddenly recalled an important matter: the fire velvet sweater. He had forgotten to mention it to Suna. He resolved to approach the potentially existing island for a closer inspection. Instantly, he activated the observation skill of the Night Star, searching for Hu Wei's true form. Searching large sailing ship Hu Wei. This time, he selected a different individual. Soon, the crystal ball revealed an image. It depicted a sizable sailing vessel, seemingly upgraded to level 3, with 2 cannon ports on each side, equipped with cannons. The captain was a fair-skinned young man, intently observing something through a telescope. His location was remarkably close to the coordinates of the island, less than 10 nautical miles away. Thus, this person's identity became evident. He was indeed the Hu Wei they were seeking. What was he observing? Yang Yi cross-referenced the map and surmised that Hu Wei was gazing in the direction of that very island. To be certain, he sent a private message. If a sweater and trousers set is needed, how many fire velvet herbs would suffice? The individual in the image promptly responded, confirming it was indeed him. Similar to the sweater, the trousers required 10 herbs, so for a complete set, you should prepare 20 herbs, with a labor fee of 200 com coins. All right. Yang Yi smiled and continued to observe the image. The man appeared peculiar, standing at the ship's edge for a while before steering the vessel away. However, he did not venture far, maintaining a distance of 100 nautical miles from the island. Then, every 3 to 4 hours, he would navigate back to take another look. This Yang Yi squinted his eyes. Chapter 39. Ambush. Yang Yi conveyed the matters regarding the firewolf sweater and the island to Suna. She too expressed her agreement to visit the island, considering its abundant resources. Should they encounter any opportunities, they must not let them slip away, unless the risks prove too perilous. The dangers here encompass not only the unknown creatures inhabiting the island, but also other players with ill intentions. If there are any peculiar life forms on the island, I desire a few specimens. Suna stated, revealing that this might be her primary motivation for venturing to the island. 2 days later, Yang Yi arrived near the island. Indeed, there lay an island approximately 5 kilometers in diameter, easily located on the nautical chart. If he wished to proceed, he could do so at any time. However, he needed to address the potential dangers beforehand. Through 2 days of observation, he discerned Hu Wei's activities. He was fishing, using bait to entice other players to the island. Yet, it seemed there existed some exceedingly dangerous creatures or traps on the island that could lead to the swift demise of any player who ventured there. Following a player's death, Hu Wei would approach to seize and dismantle the abandoned vessels, thereby acquiring a wealth of supplies. This was a morally reprehensible yet highly profitable endeavor. Fraught with risk, no one knew the identities of the players arriving. Should they encounter a formidable opponent, such as Yang Yi, who possessed the ability to spy, Hu Wei could find himself in grave peril. Little did Hu Wei dream that there existed a pair of eyes capable of disregarding distance and the fog of war. Observing his every move, through his surveillance, Yang Yi gathered a plethora of intelligence. Before approaching any player's vessels, Hu Wei would employ binoculars to ascertain that the ships were uninhabited. Only once he confirmed their emptiness would he cautiously draw near, firing a symbolic shot to further ensure the absence of life aboard before attempting to board. He refrained from directly bombarding the hull, as any damage could diminish his spoils from disassembly. Over the course of 3 days, Hu Wei had dismantled 2 vessels in this manner. Yang Yi, having witnessed the entire process, communicated his plan to Su Na. I am convinced that a dangerous creature must exist on this island. Su Na asked confidently. Is this what I meant? Were you even listening? Yang Yi scratched his head, stating, What I propose is to turn the tables and set an ambush for him. He would never suspect that someone is lying in wait for him. When we lift the boarding restrictions, he will believe we are dead upon discovering he can access the ship. We will hide in the cabin, and as soon as he enters, we shall take his life. But what if he does not come aboard? She questioned. It is impossible for him not to. If I were in his position, I would certainly enter. Besides, once he is on the ship, can he evade a bullet? Yang Yi responded, brimming with confidence. He understood the process of commandeering a vessel, recognizing that it necessitated the owner's demise and required maintaining control of the ship for a duration of approximately 10 minutes. Only after this period would the system provide a notification allowing for disassembly. However, disassembling the ship would not recover all items aboard. The equipment and items on the vessel would need to be scavenged independently. Yang Yi surmised that Hu Wei would leave no corner of the ship unsearched, including the cabin itself. Were it Yang Yi, he too would meticulously scour every inch, and he would do so with remarkable speed. Su Na nodded, indicating her agreement. Thus, the plan was finalized. For the sake of caution, Yang Yi instructed Su Na to prepare an additional 3 vials of restorative pink potion, ensuring that each individual would have 2, a prudent measure against unforeseen circumstances. At dawn the following day, he intended to set sail for the island, subsequently concealing himself in the ship's cabin to surprise Hu Wei. On the morrow, Yang Yi took the helm, steering towards the island. The journey was smooth, devoid of any peril. This marked Yang Yi's first direct observation of the island, which appeared rather unremarkable at first glance. The coastline was composed of sturdy, dark brown rocks, smoothed and refined by the ceaseless caress of the sea. Barnacles clung to the rocky surfaces, while numerous crabs scuttled within the crevices of the rock formations. The island was shrouded in dense forest, its secrets hidden within. Yang Yi found no signs of struggle along the shore, not even a trace of blood. This suggested that the site of the incident was not along the coast, but rather deeper within, or that the unfortunate victim had been dragged into the heart of the thicket. Regardless of the scenario, Yang Yi had no intention of disembarking. He consulted the crystal ball, which revealed that their adversaries were approaching, still several nautical miles away from the island. Though the distance was considerable, Yang Yi called for Su Na, and they both retreated into the ship's cabin, relinquishing control of the vessel. Upon entering the cabin of the Night Star, they encountered a corridor that veered to the left. At its end, a staircase descended into the depths of the ship. The atmosphere was dimly lit, with only small windows on either side allowing faint light to seep through, creating a damp and shadowy ambience. The witch's laboratory was situated here, in a separate chamber. The two took their positions as planned. Su Na concealed herself in the shadows at the bottom of the cabin, armed with a pirate longbow, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance. She carried a makeshift quiver on her back, containing over 30 arrows, each equipped with sharp steel tips, far superior to the rudimentary wooden arrows. Following Su Na's remarkable display of archery, Yang Yi had provided her with better ammunition. Each arrow was coated in the venom of a porcupine fish, ensuring a swift and lethal strike. Yang Yi positioned himself at the end of the corridor, atop the staircase, a mere 4 meters from the door. He was poised to initiate the assault. If the flintlock musket failed to discharge, it would signal Su Na to unleash her arrows, ensuring that their adversaries would be caught completely off guard, unable to react. Meanwhile, Hu Wei was nearing the island. He produced a pair of binoculars to survey the area. As anticipated, he spotted the Night Star, a distinctive vessel. Hu Wei was elated, jumping in excitement, wholly unaware that his every move was being observed by Yang Yi, who held the crystal ball. After waiting for a full hour, and confirming the coast was clear, Hu Wei cautiously approached and fired a symbolic cannon shot. His aim was poor. He had no intention of hitting anything, and the cannonball splashed down in front of the Night Star, sending up a spray of water. This was a familiar routine that Yang Yi had previously witnessed in the images. After another 15 minutes of silence from his ship, Hu Wei decided to advance at full speed. He was now only 10 minutes away from boarding. Yang Yi signaled to Su Na to stash the crystal ball in her greedy pouch, simultaneously holding her breath, her focus unwavering on the cabin door, poised for the imminent arrival of their quarry. It was Su Na's first experience lying in wait for an ambush, and a hint of nervousness coursed through her. Yet she possessed exceptional psychological resilience and showed no fear. Before long, the sound of grappling hooks clashing against the hull resonated, soon followed by the unmistakable noise of a plank being laid. The prey had taken the bait. Yang Yi was already poised with his rifle, aiming at the cabin door. The dim lighting within would obscure his presence until it was too late for the intruder, likely resulting in a swift shot. Time ticked away inexorably. To enhance the realism of the ruse, Yang Yi carelessly discarded the fishing rod and net upon the deck. The intruder, likely reveling in his good fortune, remained oblivious to the fact that Yang Yi had granted him the illusion of opportunity. The massive head of the creature was stowed away in the cabin to prevent any unnecessary delays on deck. His ultimate aim was to lure the intruder into the confines of the cabin, the safest strategy. As a 9-minute mark approached, Yang Yi and his companion would have to take the initiative. Fortunately, within 5 minutes, there was movement in the cabin. With a creak, the door swung open. Hu Wei, beaming with pride, swaggered in, his back laden with a barnacle-covered fishing rod and a vibrant red net, brimming with self-satisfaction. He was still marveling at his substantial haul when, in an instant, a gunshot erupted from his left. Bang! A bullet struck Hu Wei in the abdomen, causing him to collapse, clutching the wound tightly. It was then that he noticed a figure standing to his left, brandishing a flintlock pistol, the barrel still exuding wisps of smoke. "You, how could you?" Hu Wei stammered. Disbelief etched across his face. "I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time," Yang Yi replied with a smile. He refrained from aiming for the intruder's head, partly out of concern for a misfire, but also because he still had questions to pose. Chapter 40. The Kiss of a Spider, What Lies Upon This Island? Yang Yi inquired coldly. His intention to spare Hu Wei's life was solely to pose this question. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Hu Wei, slumped on the ground, struggled to lift his gaze towards Yang Yi. "You can trust me." Yang Yi lowered the muzzle of his gun. "Liar, your eyes are clearly filled with the intent to kill." Hu Wei began to cough, each utterance appearing laborious. Yang Yi furrowed his brow, as he indeed had no intention of granting Hu Wei a reprieve. "You are formidable, I concede. No need for you to lift a finger. As for what exists on the island, let that be for you to discover." Hu Wei chuckled ominously, blood spilling from his mouth, staining the ground crimson. "What do you mean?" Yang Yi bresset. Hu Wei offered no reply, but instead drew a kitchen knife from behind his waist. Yang Yi immediately sensed danger, aiming his gun, yet refraining from pulling the trigger, for Hu Wei had already taken his own life. With resolute determination, he plunged the blade into his own throat, not a shred of hesitation in his actions. This man was indeed ruthless. Though unseen, Hu Wei's journal updated with new information. "You have died. Both preconditioned task failed. Completion rate 610. 2 glowing orbs fell beside him, likely the loot from a player's demise. Just as Yang Yi prepared to retrieve them, he sensed an unsettling disturbance. A rustling sound emerged, as if myriad creatures were crawling. The source of the noise was none other than Hu Wei's corpse. In the next moment, Hu Wei's body convulsed, trembling violently. Simultaneously, countless spiders, each the size of a fingernail, emerged from the wounds and orifices of his corpse. "What on earth?" "You are frightened. Sanity decreased by 5. Yang Yi squeezed a trigger, just in case, employing the cannon mode of his weapon. Boom! The force of the shot was tremendous. Hu Wei's body, along with the hatch, was obliterated, leaving a gaping hole in the ship's hull through which sunlight streamed. The recoil sent Yang Yi flying, crashing against the wall. "What are you doing?" "He is already dead." Su Na rushed over, her expression tinged with discontent. If the shot had been aimed slightly lower, it would have punctured her beloved witch's laboratory. There are spiders within him, an abundance of them. Yang Yi explained, recalling the previous scene with lingering trepidation. In his nightmares, he had met a fate akin to Hu Wei's. Yet, how could spiders emerge from a human body? Suna surveyed the debris. Spiders? Where are the spiders? I see none, she said, scanning her surroundings. Right there. Yang Yi pointed towards the nearby fragments, but suddenly froze. He was certain that he had seen spiders on the ground just moments ago. Albeit minuscule, they had been conspicuous. Yet now, aside from shredded flesh, splintered wood, and splattered blood, there was nothing to be found. I definitely saw spiders just now. Yang Yi asserted. Enough. Your shoulder is dislocated, you know? Suna remarked, noticing Yang Yi's left arm hanging limply at his side. Fortunately, Suna is a medical student, although her studies do not focus on orthopedics. She possesses a rare versatility and, with remarkable speed, expertly relocated Yang Yi's dislocated left arm caused by the recoil. Meanwhile, Yang Yi remained preoccupied, searching for traces of spider. It can't be. I definitely saw a spider. Suddenly, an itch in his nose led to a trickle of blood, likely a result of the recoil from the flintlock. However, the itch persisted as if something were crawling within. Unable to resist, Yang Yi probed his nose and astonishingly extracted a black spider the size of a grain of rice. A spider crawled out from within. Your sanity decreases by 10. Startled, Yang Yi swiftly crushed the spider and continued to dig at his nose, relieved that no second spider emerged. There truly was a spider. When did you get inhaled? Suna bent down and collected the spider's remains from the ground. Inhaled? Yang Yi suspected that the situation was more complicated. The spider must have crawled out from his own body. He immediately checked his status. Status: injured, a large human silhouette, with his back and left arm appearing pale yellow. Sanity: 85-100 energy, 94-100 health, 93-100. Everything seemed normal until he noticed an additional status following his talents. Spider's Kiss, a gift from the spider mother. Occasionally, spiders will crawl out of your wounds, but you will soon grow accustomed to it. Un lox prerequisite quest. Hostility from spider-type aberrations -100. When did this status appear? He quickly checked his activity log. You have received the Spider's Kiss. Based on the timing, it must have occurred at the very moment Hu Wei died. Did his death transfer this status to me? Yang Yi narrowed his eyes. Suna, unafraid of the spider, prepared to step into the sunlight for a closer inspection. However, as soon as the spider encountered the light, it vaporized into nothingness. Yang Yi noticed this and hurried over. Glicking Suna's kind. It vanished. He exclaimed in disbelief. Let go, you're hurting me. Suna protested, retracting her hand. Yet, Yang Yi paid her no mind. His mind racing. This status was undoubtedly linked to Hu Wei's demise. After his death, the next successor would emerge. Suna, check your status bar and see if you have a negative status called Spider's Kiss. Yang Yi urget. She immediately checked and shook her head. I don't have it here. Clearly, this curse targeted only one individual, coupled with Hu Wei's recent actions. The answer became glaringly apparent. This Spider's Kiss is related to this island. Let's south leave this place. My flintlock is in cannon mode and has a 12-hour cooldown. Moreover, the Nightmare Star has a significant breach that requires repair. Yang Yi instructed. Suna nodded, and together they began to gather their spoils. The matter of the spider would have to be set aside for now. They needed to address the battlefield first. The 2 luminous spheres dropped by Hu Wei were collected, one of which fell into the sea. They contained 12 50 seashell coins and the recipe for the Fire Flea Sweater. Fire Flea Sweater requires 100 strands of fire flea spider's fur. An adult silk spider can gather 8 to 12 units of silk. What nonsense about silk grass? It is clearly a fabrication by Hu Wei. There must surely be such a creature as the silk spider on that island. To Yang Yi's astonishment, players who perish actually drop recipes. Upon this realization, he turned to Suna. This woman possesses a unique talent that allows her to create distinctive recipes. If she were to die, would those crafted recipes also be lost? That would pose a considerable danger, making her a target for others. Yang Yi promptly cautioned Suna, do not sell the potions you create, nor give them away to others. You mean I should just let you drink them all? Sunari tortid. Well, that is a matter to be discussed later. Yang Yi recalled the bottle of exhilarating potion that he had been unable to resist and suddenly felt somewhat queasy. After they finished clearing the battlefield, they discovered 3 equipment items. Name, web gloves, type, treasure, quality, good description, enhances grip, allowing one to climb rocky surfaces without being ensnared by webs. Indeed, with these, you can traverse walls like a shadow. Name, delectable chef's knife. Type, relic, quality, fine. Description, a sharp kitchen knife that renders items it slices exceptionally delicious, creating an addictive quality, perfect for those with anorexia. The delightful effect lasts for 5 days and only has a localized effect on objects exceeding 3 cubic meters. Name, healing spray. Type, consumable, quality, fine. Description, when sprayed on wounds, it accelerates healing. Available uses, 3 out of 10. Yang Yi picked up the 30-centimeter-long chef's knife. Would anything cut by this knife truly become delectable? His expression became peculiar as he caught a hint of sweetness in the air. Chapter 41. The tiny spider Hu Wei's vessel is a level 3 ship, with both expansion spaces occupied by cannons. Name, ordinary cannon. Type, ship equipment. Quality, ordinary. Description, a standard cannon with a range of 200 meters. The cannon in the combat room is fixed and cannot be dismantled. Yang Yi contemplated whether he could transfer the cannon to his own ship, but upon reviewing the information, he entirely dismissed the idea. However, Hu Wei is indeed quite prosperous, having stockpiled a substantial amount of resources, which unfortunately have now benefited Yang Yi. The supplies and equipment aboard the ship are as follows. Wood, 912, fabric, 808, stone, 995, iron, 83, crystal, 63, sulfur, 35. Freshwater, 50 L, and various food items such as sausage bread, sufficient for Yang Yi and Su Na to sustain themselves for half a month. The equipment includes an ordinary quality telescope, a simple fishing rod, and 2 Firefly sweaters. Yang Yi calculated that these resources are adequate for upgrading the Nightmare to level 3. Yet, he currently lacks the required bodies of the exotic demon. By dismantling this level 3 sailing ship, he could additionally acquire wood, 520, fabric, 233, stone, 240, and iron, 20. The total resources would exceed the capacity of a Nightmare. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to refrain from dismantling the ship for the time being. When he eventually obtains the bodies of he can elevate the Nightmare to level 3 and then dismantle this ship. For now, he can utilize this vessel as a storage unit, towing it behind. After Yang Yi and Su Na transferred the food, freshwater, and high-quality supplies to the Nightmare, they maneuvered the ship away from the island. As they sailed 200 nautical miles, Yang Yi suddenly changed countenance, overcome by an unbearable itch, as if countless insects were crawling and biting him. He promptly halted the ship and turned back, and the itch subsided. Yang Yi realized why Hu Wei remained on this island. It appeared he was unable to leave. What happened? Su Na inquired, noticing the commotion as she emerged from the cabin. The spiders within me do not permit me to stray from this island, Yang Yi replied, his expression grim. Su Na furrowed her brow and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Anchor the ship. Come with me." She led Yang Yi into the laboratory, where 2 large metallic tables stood. On one table lay an array of instruments, along with a heap of fragments of flesh, Hu Wei's dismembered remains, which Su Na had collected. "I have just completed the examination and can now confirm that this corpse is hollow." Su Na's expression was more serious than ever. "Hollow? Indeed. There are no organs, no bones, only a thin layer of skin," Su Na explained as she picked up a piece of flesh with tweezers. "Did you not notice how remarkably scant the fragments of his body are, and the minimal amount of blood? Initially, I thought he might have fallen into the sea, but upon inspecting each piece, I found no skeletal structure or internal organs, only superficial skin and muscle." Yang Yi's understanding crystallized. The corpse was devoid of organs, lacking a brain, intestines, and heart. All of this must have occurred in an instant after Hu Wei's demise. All internal organs and bones have been consumed by the spiders. Su Na articulated the conclusion. Upon hearing her account, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Yang Yi's forehead. It was likely that such spiders existed within him as well, rendering him a mere shell, vulnerable to their voracious appetite, poised on the brink of death. Suddenly, he became aware of an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Once recognized, it was impossible to ignore. It tantalized the senses and elicited involuntary salivation. This was the power of the exquisite chef's knife, transforming Hu Wei's lifeless form into a delicacy. Suna, you haven't indulged, have you? Youngie exclaimed in horror. Given her nature, it would not be surprising if she had sampled even a morsel. What nonsense! This is a precious specimen. How could I possibly partake? Suna riplaut, sambat myth. That's a relief. Yang exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. He feared that consuming anything crafted by that remarkable chef's knife could lead to an insatiable addiction. All right, it's your turn, Suna declared, as she meticulously placed Hu Wei's body into a glass vessel, clearing the table and motioning for Yang to recline. What is this? He inquired. We need to examine your body to ascertain how the spiders emerged within you. Suna elucidated. Yang felt a flicker of trepidation, yet ultimately complied and lay down on the metallic table, driven by his curiosity about the peculiarities occurring within him. Suna commenced her examination, probing and feeling his body. Everything appears normal. Now, open your mouth, she instructed. Yang Yi compliet, and Suna utilized a magnifying glass to inspect the interior before scraping a sample of mucosal tissue to create a makeshift slide, which she placed under a microscope for observation. The sight of her furrowed brow made Yang immensely uneasy, as though he were a patient awaiting a doctor's verdict. The more hesitant the doctor appeared, the more the patient would fret. After several minutes, Suna approached him, brandishing a sharp dagger. What are you doing? Yang Yi exclaimed, bolting upright and retreating. No need to panic. If you're afraid of pain, just give me some money. I'm out of sea snail currency. Suna stood, wielding the dagger with an air of authority. Swiftly, Yang Yi transferred 2,000 sea snail coins to her. She efficiently logged the transaction, and soon a modern blood collection kit materialized in her hands. You're going to draw blood? Yang Yi inquired. Indeed, I initially intended to make an incision, but since you seem quite averse to pain, let us opt for this instead, Suna replied, approaching with the blood collection kit. Damn, this woman must be deliberately staging this charade to swindle my sea snail currency. Although Yang Yi lacked concrete evidence, he found it highly plausible. As she prepared to draw his blood, he seized the opportunity to inquire about the laboratory's resources. Does this laboratory provide every conceivable tool? There are significant limitations. It primarily offers experimental apparatus and medical tools, with the more intricate and larger items commanding higher prices. What about lighters? Lighters are available, but without fuel. Currently, the laboratory could only produce items made of glass, metal, ceramics, and plastics. However, it did not supply fuels like alcohol, and all equipment procured from the laboratory could not be removed. Suna responded. Ah, I see. Yang Yi nodded in understanding. No wonder there was no alcohol in the alcohol lamp I previously encountered. Can you generate flint or other fire-starting tools? Yang Yi inquired once more. That is not feasible, but you might attempt to start a fire by friction. Forget it. Yang Yi did not believe he could ignite a flame through friction in the dampness of the sea. Even if he succeeded, such a method would not be sustainable. Come the depths of winter in these waters, he would be unlikely to spark a fire. No matter how long he persevered, Suna extracted 300 cubic centimeters of Yang Yi's blood, then prepared a blood smear for further examination. Indeed, you should come take a look. She beckoned Yang Yi over. Yang Yi possessed limited knowledge of biology, yet he managed to navigate the adjusted microscope. Within his field of view, alongside the red blood cells, there were numerous minuscule particles. Do you see those black particles? Prepare yourself. Suna magnified the microscope and adjusted the focus. In Yang, he was immediately struck by a cold sweat. Before him was a cluster of tiny, curled-up spiders, only discernible at a significantly magnified scale. Theoretically, spiders smaller than cells should not exist. Yet, here Yang, he was witnessing them under the microscope. It was highly probable that his body was teeming with these minuscule spiders. Lying dormant, should they awaken, Yang, he would endure unimaginable torment, ultimately being devoured entirely, leading to his demise. It seems this island is absolutely essential to visit. There must be a solution there. Do not rush. Grant me a moment, Suna urged as she moved closer. I can attempt to eliminate the spiders within you. Chapter 42. Maritime Weekly. The Nightmare Star suffered a significant breach, and the repairs proved to be quite costly, requiring 332 units of timber, 125 units of fabric, 108 units of stone, and 20 units of steel, taking half a day to complete. This system indeed understands resource recovery. The materials obtained from disassembling the ship were severely diminished, while the resources needed for repairs multiplied exponentially. Nevertheless, Yang Yi harbored no regrets about firing his weapon. Even if given the chance to relive the moment, he would unhesitatingly pull the trigger again. Who could foresee the chaos that would ensue once that swarm of spiders emerged? They might bite, or perhaps coalesce into a monstrous entity. In any case, it was prudent to exercise caution. The bounty was substantial, and a little resource deficiency was inconsequential. 3 days later, the Nightmare Star continued to drift around the island. Armed with a nautical chart, Yang Yi possessed an inherent advantage, allowing him to monitor the movements surrounding the isle. Yet, for 3 consecutive days, not a single vessel was sighted nearby. Perhaps Hu Wei had perished. The other deceived players, upon privately messaging, discovered he was untraceable, and thus became wary of approaching that coordinate. Of course, it was also plausible that Hu Wei had managed to deceive only a handful of individuals, leaving Yang Yi as the last. During these 3 days, Suna sequestered herself in the laboratory, emerging infrequently except to draw a few more vials of Yang Yi's blood as she diligently pursued some research. As evening approached and dusk began to settle, Yang Yi entered the cabin, calling out loudly, "Suna, it's time to return to your quarters for rest." The 8-hour workday was a strict rule Yang Yi had imposed upon Suna, limiting her time in the lab to no more than 8 hours daily. This regulation effectively prevented her sanity from waning and descending into madness. "Suna," Yang Yi called again, his patience wearing thin. "Just 5 more minutes," she replied. "You're bartering for time. 5 minutes is excessive. Come out this instant, or I shall forcibly remove you." Yang Yi threatened vehemently. As the captain, he possessed the authority to expel Suna from the laboratory, quite literally allowing the system to eject her from the room. "Please don't. I'll come out myself." After a brief commotion, Suna emerged. "Have you made any progress?" Yang Yi inquired. "Still a bit short." Suna appeared somewhat dazed, as if her mind were elsewhere. Yang Yi, accustomed to her behavior, recognized that she was lost in her own thoughts, and gently urged, "All right, return to your room and rest. We can discuss it further tomorrow." Suna exhibited little reaction, moving towards her room like a somnambulist. Yang Yi then returned to the deck, maneuvering the vessel to a halt, maintaining a distance of over 100 nautical miles from the island. During these days, he had only caught the same old fish, save for one peculiar specimen, which he had reeled in from the depths using an eye-catching bait. Measuring approximately half a meter in length and covered in coral, at first glance, it resembled a bamboo basket. However, the fish itself was merely the size of a palm, nestled within the coral encasing. Name: coral cage fish. Type: food. Description: a species from the abyss. Its surface is encrusted with highly toxic coral, which serves as a protective cage. The flesh of the fish is also poisonous and is not recommended for consumption. Upon reading the word toxic, Yang Yi felt no inclination to touch the fish at all. He impaled the fish with a wooden spear, much like puncturing a ball, and delivered it to the laboratory. Recently, fortune had eluded him. He had not encountered a single treasure chest, and aside from the fish, he had only managed to catch 12 units of wood and 15 units of cloth. The vulnerabilities of fishing became glaringly apparent, with rewards being exceedingly unstable, relying on both luck and skill. However, even the most adept anglers are not immune to the occasional dry spell. Once such droughts occur, fishermen often descend into self-doubt, embarking on a quest for superstition. They might believe that casting the line at precisely the right moment will yield treasure chests, or that it is essential to keep casting regardless of whether they catch fish, or even that recording the locations of treasure chests or large fish will guarantee success upon return. Essentially, fishing for fish by carving a boat into the water. Furthermore, they might pay homage to their fishing rods with elaborate rituals, hoping to curry favor and thus reap bountiful catches. Yang Yi dismissed such notions as mere superstition, having tried them all to no avail. Now, he lay in bed like a salted fish, perusing the World Channel. "Collect lighters," he added, hoping someone might take the initiative to contact him. After scrolling through a few pages, a particular organization, the Special Fleet of the Grand Newspaper Society, caught his eye. This group had emerged a few days prior and was actively recruiting members. The leader appeared to be the owner of a special vessel and seemed capable of publishing newspapers. Thus, he resolved to establish a newspaper dedicated to gathering the latest maritime intelligence, to be sold in the form of a weekly publication. After much preparation, their inaugural edition was finally ready for release. The first issue encompassed sections on trade, maritime affairs, and monster intelligence, with additional content still in the works. The price for the weekly was set at 100 conch coins, while monthly membership would cost 300 conch coins. He welcomed all to contribute news tips, offering rewards in conch coins based on the quality of the information provided. However, those who submitted false news would face permanent blacklisting. Additionally, advertising space was available for rent. It must be said, the leader of this newspaper was a commercial genius. The paper was affordably priced, allowing for thin margins but high sales volume. Attracting even a few thousand customers would result in staggering profits. The key, however, was to establish a reputable standing for the publication. Yang Yi was intrigued by the newspaper and sent a private message expressing his desire to purchase a copy. He received a prompt response, payment first, followed by a message indicating the desired language of the paper. Subsequently, the newspaper would be delivered via a free transaction. One could also add friends to obtain a membership. For 300 conch coins, a monthly subscription would include at least 4 issues, with a promotion offering an additional month free for a 3-month commitment. Yang Yi opted not to pursue a membership just yet and simply sent over 100 conch coins for a single issue. He was disinclined to add friends for the membership, as he was not short on funds. Anonymously, he purchased 1 copy, intending to evaluate its merit first. Should the content prove valuable, he would consider future purchases. The newspaper society was remarkably efficient, dispatching the product even at night. Within mere minutes, the item was transmitted via trade. The result was an exceedingly rudimentary newspaper, printed with ink, resembling the archaic newspapers of old, smudging under pressure. However, at this moment, no one cares about this issue, as long as the newspaper's content holds value. That suffices. The Phantom Star is devoid of light and fire, with only the witch's laboratory and Suna's chamber illuminated. Yang Yi is not inclined to visit under the pretense of reading the newspaper. Instead, he stealthily enters the witch's laboratory. Inside, it is desolate, resembling another realm. The air thick with an indefinable scent, a complex mixture of foul odors and a unique essence of aberrant flesh. Glass jars line the walls, containing numerous organs. But Yang Yi dismisses them, for prolonged observation might jeopardize his sanity. Such scrutiny is unnecessary. He unfolds the newspaper and begins to read. It is bifurcated. One side features a trading section, detailing various trade offers, some seeking to purchase, others to sell, with clear pricing, accompanied by the names and IDs of the players, enabling private negotiations at any moment. The commodities listed are predominantly self-produced. A cursory glance reveals a familiar name, Zhou Dai, captain of the Dawn Goddess. She is peddling holy water at a rather exorbitant price, 2,000 conch coins per vial, or a trade for equipment. By this calculation, her pricing is already a friendly insider deal, influenced by the earlier chaos in pricing and scarcity of basic resources. As Yang Yi continues, he stumbles upon a troublesome relic. Name, Beginner's Guide to Cannibalism. Type, Relic, Quality, Rare description. This tome documents 18 methods of consuming corpses, truly achieving the effect of like cures like, whatever you eat, you replenish. Except it cannot restore your wits. Upon reading this, Yang Yi's vision darkens. This newspaper must be destroyed at once. It cannot fall into Suna's hands. Otherwise, that madwoman would undoubtedly stop at nothing to acquire this book, eager to experiment with its contents. The mere thought sends shivers down his spine, conjuring images of Su Na consuming corpses. Resolutely, he revokes Su Na's trading privileges, extinguishing that possibility entirely. The other items, however, are not as sinister. Yang Yi schemes through, discovering that most are either overpriced or ineffective. If they were of good quality at a reasonable price, they would have already been sold in the chat channels. Nevertheless, he does find an intriguing piece of ship equipment. Name, Barbaric Catapult. Type, ship equipment. Quality, good. Description, capable of launching items for ranged attacks. Effective range, 0, 500 meters. If too heavy, it cannot be launched. Before installation, ensure there is 1 square meter of deck space available. The Phantom Star's most pressing deficiency is its lack of ranged attack capabilities, and this catapult could serve as an emergency solution, provided the price is reasonable. Upon checking the price, he sees it is set at 2,000 conch coins. Outrageous. Upgrading the ship to construct cannons is far more beneficial than this difficult-to-aim catapult. The firepower of a cannon surpasses that of a catapult. The sole advantage of the catapult is its slightly greater range compared to standard cannons. Yet the projectile speed is inferior, making it easy to evade. Thus, Yang Yi concludes that this contraption is hardly worth 2,000 conch coins. A price of 500 would be more acceptable. He promptly sends a private message to the seller. A catapult is priced at 500 each. Those interested may contact me privately. The other party has not responded. Perhaps they are asleep, and I shall await their reply until tomorrow. Yang Yi glanced once more at the procurement section, where he encountered several familiar organizations, such as the New World, New Humanity, and the Iron Brotherhood, all seeking to acquire supplies, equipment, and fire-starting tools. The prices typically hovered slightly below market value, with the primary aim being rapid liquidation for cash. It is no wonder that fire-starting tools are elusive. Yang Yi mused. At present, he finds himself unable to compete financially with these fleets, as his storage capacity is rather limited. After perusing this page, Yang Yi turned to the other side of the newspaper. This side is divided into 2 sections: Maritime Affairs and Monster Intelligence. Chapter 43. Sudden outbreak. The content of these 2 sections is rather sparse. Despite the editor's attempt to enlarge the font, the scanniness of the material remains evident. Tales of the Sea chronicles various intelligence reports and insights, including introductions to certain fleets, coordinates of several publicly known islands, and speculations regarding the internal environment of the frigid oceanic regions. The veracity of this information is left to one's own judgment. However, it is certain that the publicly disclosed island coordinates hold little value. Either the trees have been completely felled, or one risks their life upon arrival. Yang Yi spotted a familiar face Zudai. She was in the process of recruiting teammates to undertake an expedition to a perilous island. It had been established that a formidable werewolf resided there. She was gathering allies for the mission. Those who passed her assessment would be granted the precise coordinates of the island. Werewolves, Yang Yi pondered, stroking his chin. In his recollection, werewolves were terrifying creatures, not only swift in their movements, but also possessing keen senses, with claws and fangs capable of effortlessly tearing through flesh. In the face of such a creature, the more allies one had, the better. In the event of a retreat, one merely needed to outrun their companions. Yang Yi chuckled and moved on, dismissing the notion that ordinary individuals could contend with a werewolf unless equipped with a high-caliber machine gun and exceptional aim. He continued to scroll down and came across a valuable insight from the captain of the fishermen, whose name remained anonymous. However, Yang Yi, being a friend, knew him as He Chi, a seasoned angler. On night fishing. Firstly, I must declare that I do not recommend any player attempt night fishing. This report serves as a warning to all. Night fishing often yields bizarre creatures. I once caught a small fishman and a drowned soul, the latter nearly costing me my life. There is a 30% chance that the fish you catch will belong to abyssal species, such as sardines with 4 legs, eels with human-like lips, or even octopuses resembling human heads. For the sake of your sanity, I shall refrain from providing images. Suffice it to say, they are utterly repulsive. Catching these grotesque fish will deduct sanity points, and consuming them will do the same. I deem them devoid of value. If after reading this, you still wish to engage in night fishing, I advise you to be thoroughly prepared. For risk and opportunity coexist, I managed to reel in a prized fishing rod. Yet upon regaining my senses, I was overwhelmed by dread. At that moment, I might have gone mad from fishing, who can say? In conclusion, night fishing is perilous. Do not attempt it lightly, as I suspect I shall refrain from night fishing for a considerable time henceforth. Hichi undeniably lived up to his reputation as an angler, achieving what I would not dare to do. Young Yi reflected. Yet, he recognized all the abyssal species Hichi had caught. They were all familiar faces. Yang Yi could now consume them without losing sanity points. Barring any fish with special effects, night fishing should be avoided unless absolutely necessary, he resolved. The nightmare star bore the curse of anglers. Should he venture into night fishing again, he might inadvertently hook a giant bobbit worm and be overwhelmed by the tides. Yang Yi flipped to the monster information section. It prominently detailed various common sea monsters, including their weaknesses, many of which Yang Yi had encountered previously. The drowned victim, corpulent in physique, possesses a notable vulnerability in their clumsiness, yet is capable of self-detonation with tremendous force. The siren, a perilous threat to men, compels one to cover their ears within 2 seconds upon hearing her enchanting song, lest they succumb to her allure. Typically, she prefers to hunt at night. Thus, it is advisable to don earplugs while slumbering. However, should one be confronted by the drowned, the earplugs would prove fatal. Yang Yi shook his head, dismissing that notion. The skeletal creature presents an average threat across the board. It can be vanquished by shattering its skull, with blunt instruments recommended for this endeavor. The small merman, diminutive in size, seldom ventures alone and is frequently encountered in swarms. The colossal bobbit worm, immense in stature, lacks vision, yet wields razor-sharp mandibles capable of being dispatched by cannon fire, thanks to the intelligence provided by Captain Steelheart. These monsters are certainly not limited to those mentioned, particularly the more formidable ones, as survivors are scarce, making information about them hard to come by. After perusing the information, Yang Yi noted the absence of intelligence regarding the hammerhead shark, prompting him to contact a major newspaper. I possess information on a monster. What is your typical remuneration? He inquired. The newspaper responded, starting at 200 conch coins. The more detailed the information, the higher the payment, with no upper limit. Proof of relevant spoils or cadaver information is required. This posed no issue, as the laboratory housed the organs of the hammerhead shark. The hammerhead shark, a gregarious creature, can be caught. Its large eyes appear as red lanterns underwater. They possess 2 powerful hind limbs, showcasing remarkable leaping ability, with their eyes being their only weakness. Though they lack climbing prowess, Yang Yi transmitted the information about the hammerhead shark to the newspaper, and approximately half an hour later, he received a payment of 800 conch coins. Surely, others had encountered the shark, but those who survived the meeting were likely few. The following day, before dawn, Yang Yi abruptly sat up, his body racked with an unbearable itch and pain. He understood what was transpiring and immediately rushed to the helm of the ship, controlling a nightmare star at full speed towards the island. After traveling over 10 nautical miles, the excruciating pain began to subside, due to the ship's rapid pace. Suna was roused by the commotion. She emerged from her quarters to see Yang Yi gripping the helm, unsteady, his veins prominent, and his eyes bloodshot. What has happened? Suna inquired. Yang Yi began to speak, only to expel a copious amount of blood, with spiders crawling within. He subsequently collapsed into a pool of blood, losing consciousness. Yang Yi then found himself in a nightmarish vision, lying upon a metallic table. Suna, adorned with a beaked mask reminiscent of the medieval plague era, approached him wielding a scalpel. What are you doing? Yang Yi exclaimed in terror, attempting to resist, yet feeling as if he were paralyzed. You are ill. I am here to cure you, Suna replied coolly. She used the scalpel to slice open Yang Yi's skin, severing blood vessels and muscles, searching for the spiders within, extracting them amidst a gruesome spectacle of blood. There are many more within you. I shall remove them all, Suna declared as she continued her operation. No, you will kill me, Yang Yi cried out in terror. Due to the increasingly perilous nature of Suna's crimson eyes, Yang Yi was jolted awake from a nightmarish slumber, only to find a surgical knife poised ominously before him. In a moment of instinctive panic, he swiftly pushed it away. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, still disoriented from the haunting dreams that had plagued him. His emotions in disarray and his body curled defensively, reflecting a propensity for aggression. "Calm yourself. I am here to save you," Suna replied coolly, gesturing toward a metal table where a graduated cylinder brimmed with a multitude of lifeless spiders, their bodies stained with blood. "If these foreign entities are not extracted, we shall encounter grave complications," she continued. As Yang Yi began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, he gradually regained his composure. A glance at his condition revealed that his vitality had dipped below 50, and his rationality was a mere 37. He noted that his left eyelid appeared to have been sliced open, blood trickling into his eye and tainting a significant portion of his vision. Upon touching it, he felt 2 tiny spiders tumble from his eyelid. "My apologies. I just had a terrible nightmare," he hastily offered as he fully awakened. "It's good to be awake." Suna smiled, seemingly unconcerned. However, her left hand was concealed behind her, tightly gripping a witch's dagger, her fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Chapter 44. The Dead Spider Elixir. Yang He examined his body, discovering it was marred with countless stitched wounds, so numerous that he lost the desire to count them. The hour had advanced into the deep of night, yet the laboratory remained illuminated without interruption. "How long have I been unconscious?" Yang inquired. 35 hours and 17 minutes. "It is already the second day," replied Suna. Nodding gravely, Yang Yi began to review the activity log. Following his unconsciousness, the captain's authority had been temporarily transferred to the first mate. On the Nightmare Star, there were only 2 individuals, making Suna the de facto captain, endowed with full privileges to perform surgery on Yang Yi. He leaped from the metallic table and donned the pirate attire resting nearby, retrieving from its depths a healing spray. This was Hu Wei's legacy, and it was proving invaluable at this moment. He applied it to the larger wounds, feeling a cool, refreshing sensation. Its healing properties were commendable, though the quantity was limited, as he exhausted it after just 3 sprays. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a vial of pink elixir, gritted his teeth, and swallowed it down. The taste was excruciatingly pungent, akin to gulping a bottle of chili oil. "You have consumed an unknown elixir. Vitality restored by 20. Wound healing accelerated. Vitality continues to recover. Your wounds itch intensely. Sanity -20. Yang Yi's sanity plummeted to 17, and he writhed on the ground like a worm. The wounds healed rapidly amidst his contortions. Suna observed intently, taking meticulous notes before inquiring, "How do you feel? I see your wounds beginning to scab. Is the efficacy not remarkable? If you were to rate this elixir from 1 to 10, what score would you give it?" Yang Yi, drenched in sweat and glaring at Suna with wide eyes, felt an urge to curse, yet remained silent. To utter a word could unleash a cacophony akin to a ghostly wail, utterly unbecoming. He dared not scratch, fearing it would exacerbate his condition. After a brief interval, Yang Yi finally ceased his writhing, standing as if nothing had transpired, his vitality recovering from just over 40 to nearly 70. In terms of efficacy, this elixir surpassed even holy water. Name: Regeneration Elixir. Type: Consumable Elixir. Unique. Quality: Exquisite. Description: An elixir of Suna the witch's own creation. Its taste is fiery. Composed of water steeped with healing pearls, powdered scales of small fishmen, and the secret fiery lips of the red-lipped eel. Upon consumption, vitality is restored by 20, sanity reduced by 20, vitality continues to recover, and wounds heal at an accelerated pace. The wounds will itch unbearably. If one can refrain from scratching, the efficacy is enhanced. Yang Yi, after perusing the information, wore a grim expression and replied flatly, "I give it a score of 0. 0? How is that possible? The effects are evidently quite good. Your wounds are already scabbing." Suna retorted with dissatisfaction. "You cannot disregard the efficacy merely because of its unpleasant taste." Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words. To be fair, the elixir was remarkably effective, yet the side effects were undeniably intolerable. "I will send you the information. You can judge for yourself." Yang Yi transmitted the details of the regeneration elixir to Suna. Indeed, I am preparing for a journey to the island. Time is of the essence. I can no longer afford to delay. Yang Yi added. This recent episode can be interpreted as a warning. The spider's kiss is urging Yang Yi to embark on his journey, reducing the previously safe distance of 200 nautical miles to a mere 100. Should another incident occur, it could very well lead to immediate death. In truth, I have developed a potion capable of eradicating the spiders within you. Otherwise, survival would have been uncertain this time. Suna produced a vial of black liquid. What is this? It is my specially concocted poison. The ingredients are derived from the cystic pufferfish and the coral trapfish you recently caught. The toxins have been meticulously calibrated to be minimally harmful to humans while possessing formidable potency against spiders. Suna elucidated. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi immediately took the vial to examine it. Name, Spider's Death Elixir. Type, consumable potion unique. Quality, good. Description, an original potion crafted by the witch Suna, specifically formulated as a potent venom targeting spiders, with low toxicity to humans, albeit not suitable for excessive consumption. Will this potion cure me? Yang Yi inquired with excitement. Regrettably, it cannot. Suna shook her head. It can eliminate the spiders within you, but this is merely a temporary measure. Once the toxins have been metabolized, new spiders will emerge within your body. To achieve a permanent solution, we must locate the source of the spider infestation and address it at its origin to truly cure your ailment. Ailment? Indeed. Do you not perceive it as akin to a disease? Yang Yi pondered, realizing the truth in her words, though this affliction possessed a touch of the fantastical. He exited the laboratory, grabbing a piece of black bread to accompany a sausage, and pried open a fresh coconut to rehydrate. It had been nearly 2 days since he last ate. As sustenance entered his system, Yang Yi felt revitalized. While eating, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to dash back to the laboratory. Suna, you mentioned that this poison is highly effective against spiders? Yang Yi hastily asked. Indeed, that is correct. How much of the potion can you produce? Would it be lethal to those enormous spiders featured in urban legends? Certainly. As long as their physiological structure is classified as a spider, this elixir will be effective. Its primary components are sourced from the cystic pufferfish and the coral trapfish. The former is abundant, yet the latter is singular. Thus I can produce a maximum of 10 vials, approximately 1 liter in total. So, as long as we have the coral trapfish, we can manufacture this potion in large quantities, correct? Yang Yi mused, formulating a plan to eliminate the spiders on the island before setting foot on it. Based on the information from the fire fluff sweater, it can be deduced that a creature known as the fire fluff spider surely inhabits the island. The following day, Yang Yi awoke, fully re-energized, with vitality restored to 90. He checked the weather forecast. Today's weather sunny and bright, with a gentle sea breeze. A splendid day for fishing. Location: the origin sea sunlight duration. 9 hours remaining temperature. 1525 sea wind force. Level 3 without a moment's hesitation. He seized his fishing rod and ventured out. He first prepared the fishing net, then retrieved several eyeball fruits from the ship's cabin, remnants from his previous catch that had remained untouched. These fruits, possessing an unpalatable texture and flavor, were perfect for attracting coral trapfish, especially since food was in ample supply. Employing deep-sea fishing techniques, he used the eyeball fruit as bait. You have caught a red-lipped eel. You have caught a human-headed octopus. You have caught a long-legged sardine. Holy moly! To think one could catch long-legged sardines in the deep waters. Fortunately, on his 4th attempt, he finally made a successful catch. You have caught a coral trapfish. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly speared the fresh coral trapfish with his wooden spear and sent it to the laboratory. At this rate, he would soon catch 10 coral trapfish, allowing him to concoct 100 bottles of the dead spider potion. As he continued fishing, he suddenly received a private message from the seller of the catapult he had previously inquired about. The first line read, "Do you really want to buy it? Of course. I'll 1T hide it from you. I possess the formula to create such a catapult. However, at 500 con coins each, I am left with no profit. 600 con coins for 1 unit, and I require a bulk purchase of 4. If you wish to sell, we can transact. If not, this conversation is over." Yang Yi responded promptly. He had previously suggested 500 con coins per unit, and the seller's reply indicated that this price was not excessively low, likely resting on the cost line. Thus, he increased his offer by 100, hoping to create a margin for profit. Additionally, it was clear that not many players would be inclined to purchase a catapult, given its inferior effectiveness compared to cannons. Before long, the seller replied, 700 con coins is the lowest price I can offer. It takes time for me to produce this. 650 con coins, not a single coin more. You know that in 2 weeks, this item won't fetch even 200 con coins. After a few minutes of hesitation, the seller ultimately agreed to the transaction. Chapter 45. A culinary assault. As the morning slipped away, Yang Yi had successfully caught 4 coral cage fish. With a little more effort in the afternoon, he aspired to reel in a total of 10. His goal for the day was indeed 10 fish, sufficient to concoct 100 vials of the dead spider potion, equating to 10 liters. Before long, a private message arrived. The second catapult had been completed and was ready for trade. The seller operated on a made-to-order basis, messaging Yang Yi to sell each unit upon completion, with each catapult priced at 650 con coins, totaling 600 coins for the 4 units. Yang Yi's previously amassed fortune had dwindled to 600 coins, but fortunately he had ample food and water, ensuring his sustenance was secure. In the afternoon, he successfully caught 5 more coral cage fish. Just as he thought he might fall short of his task, he discovered an unexpected bounty within his fishing net, another coral cage fish. He handed over all the coral cage fish to Suna, then made his way to the courtyard of the Nightmare Star, preparing to find a suitable spot for the catapult installation. When not in use, the catapult resembled a miniature figurine, merely a few centimeters in size, making it quite portable. It was likely that all ship equipment was designed this way. Otherwise, transportation would be nearly impossible. After surveying the area, Yang Yi ultimately installed the catapults symmetrically on either side of the courtyard, bestowing the Nightmare Star with the capability for ranged assaults. However, Yang Yi had ulterior motives for purchasing these catapults. He opened the chat channel and, adhering to his routine, announced, willing to pay exorbitantly for fire-starting tools, such as lighters. He quickly followed up with, in search of foul fish, rotten shrimp, spoiled meat, decayed vegetable leaves, and moldy bread. Only the stinky ones. Please, interested parties, message me. Wait, you want moldy fish? Really? Absolutely. Your taste seems rather peculiar. Are you composting? Hoping to cultivate crops aboard your ship? Yang Yi, uninterested in explaining, proceeded with his purchases as the prices were shockingly low. Sellers of such putrid food had little regard for the price, as they intended to dispose of the waste in the sea. Even a single con coin would suffice for a transaction. In the end, Yang Yi acquired hundreds of pounds of foul fish and rotten shrimp for a mere 100 con coins, along with an uneaten, decayed sheep and a pile of spoiled vegetable leaves. Suddenly, a private message arrived from Captain Udawe of the Iron Will. Do you want stinky whale meat? I can send it to you for free. Yes, but not too much. My ship is small. Here are 3 pieces I didn't manage to throw away. They're yours. Soon enough, 3 sizable pieces of whale meat, each measuring a meter, were ejected from the gacha machine. One could only wonder how the octopus, with its fist-sized tentacles, managed to produce such large items. Yet the gacha machine's bizarre mechanics were best left unexamined. Yang Yi gazed at the deck, overflowing with foul fish and rotten shrimp, and chuckled. This should suffice. He planned to employ his exquisite chef's knife to transform these spoiled ingredients into delectable dishes, then coat them with the dead spider potion and launch them onto the island using the catapult. This scheme was aptly named Delicious Poison. What a horrid smell. What are you doing? Yang Yi exerted considerable effort to drag the stinking fish and rotting meat into the ship's cabin, much to Suna's displeasure, as she pinched her nose and stepped outside. Due to the interconnectedness of her, which laboratory and the cabin, rest assured, you will soon find it quite fragrant. Let be known beforehand. Do not indulge yourself, and do not blame me for not warning you later. Yang Yi grinned mischievously. Suna seemed to grasp Yang Yi's intentions, wrinkling her nose as she donned a beak mask acquired from a laboratory. The two collaborated in their tasks. Suna was responsible for concocting the poison, while Yang Yi took on the duty of transforming the spoiled food into delectable dishes. He portioned the food into approximately 1 pound each, wrapping them in cloth to create ammunition. The total weight of these ingredients exceeded 1,000 pounds, culminating in precisely 100 portions. The hour had grown late, and although the cabin was filled to the brim, it bore no trace of foul odor. Instead, it exuded an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. This was the effect of the exquisite chef's knife. While the knife appeared ordinary and lacked significant lethality, it was, in fact, exceedingly perilous. Yang even felt that this chef's knife was more dangerous than all his possessions combined. Even he, wielding the knife, had to remain vigilant, fearing that one misstep could lead to his indulging in this heap of dubious delicacies. The potion was complete. Suna handed him a bundle of dead spider poison, totaling 104 vials. "All right, you should take a break. I will work a bit longer." Yang Yi instructed. "Would you like me to assist you?" "No need. I fear you might overindulge." Yang Yi gisted, declining Suna's sofa. He had not disclosed to Suna that the peculiar aroma emanating from the decaying meat could adversely affect one's rationality. Yang Yi was fine, his spirits were high, and his mental resilience was strong enough to withstand any decline in sanity without succumbing to madness. However, with Suna's rationality below 60, if she were to lose her mind, it would likely lead her to devour this pile of refuse. Van Su na departed. Yang Yi spent 10 units of wood to craft a simple wooden barrel, pouring the dead spider poison into it. The poison amounted to over 10 liters, sufficient to fill half the barrel. He submerged the cloth bundle containing the decaying meat into the poison and then withdrew it. Leaving it to marinate overnight would enhance the flavor. The 10 liters of dead spider poison were transformed into 462 corrupt meat projectiles. The barrel had dried up, with even the final drop of poison completely absorbed. The remaining decaying meat could be reserved for tomorrow's use, as he could continue fishing for coral cage fish and concocting potions. Gazing at the weather forecast, he noted that only 2 hours remained until dawn. Time indeed flew by swiftly. Tomorrow promised to be a day of fatigue. He needed to urge Suna to hasten her preparation of restorative potions, as the side effects of the stimulant potion were far too dreadful. After a deep slumber until dawn, Yang Yi experienced a vivid nightmare within those brief 2 hours. Although the details of the dream eluded him, its presence felt overwhelmingly potent. It seemed to involve a colossal spider, one so immense that its size was nearly impossible to gauge. Whenever he attempted to recall it, a splitting headache ensued, accompanied by waves of nausea. Was there such a formidable creature on the island? A chill of dread coursed through Yang Yi, solidifying his resolve to exterminate these spiders. He glanced at his energy level, which was below 70. However, today, Yang Yi had no intention of going to the island, so it was sufficient for his needs. At present, he was quite close to the island, less than 50 nautical miles away. The Dream Star was towing an unassembled sailboat, and within 2 hours, it approached the island. Along the way, Yang Yi did not forget to fish. He brought the 3 newly caught coral cage fish to the laboratory, then used a large cloth to transport the 462 pieces of rotten meat ammunition in batches to the courtyard. "Let me treat you to a meal," Yang Yi grinned, tossing a package of delicacies into the dense forest. This makeshift catapult was quite effective, capable of launching a pound of rotten meat over a distance of 400 meters. Although this distance was still considered the periphery for an island with a diameter of 5 kilometers, Yang Yi believed that the spiders would follow the scent and find their way to it. The cloth used to wrap the food was not sturdy, so when it fell to the ground, it would undoubtedly burst open, turning into a puddle of shredded meat and decayed vegetables, which could be devoured by multiple spiders at once. After launching a dozen packages, Yang Yi noticed movement in the forest caused by some large creature. It worked. Yang Yi maneuvered the Dream Star, shifting to different angles, and launched again. Soon, the 400-plus packages of delicacies dwindled to just a few dozen. Yang Yi had also reached the opposite side of the island. Strangely, the spiders had discovered the Dream Star and were emerging in droves from the forest. They varied in size, with the smallest being the size of a palm and the largest reaching 1 meter in length, their long legs causing Yang Yi to feel a shiver of dread. Among them was a unique specimen, measuring 3 meters, with a desiccated human torso atop its head. Devoid of limbs or a skull, only the trunk remained. Upon encountering an abnormal creature, your sanity decreases by 5. What on earth was this spider? Chapter 46. The uninvited guest. Before the fiery spiders could draw near, he had already sprinted to the bow of the ship, prepared to maneuver the Nightmare Star for departure. The consequences of having so many spiders leap aboard would be dire. Fortunately, these arachnids feared water and remained stationed at the shoreline, making no further advances. Even more astonishing was the revelation that these spiders could speak. Spider A, how fragrant it is. Spider B, a unique individual. There's something delicious here. Spider C, this is incredibly aromatic. He stood dumbfounded for several seconds, scarcely able to believe his ears. Had he lost his mind and begun to hallucinate? Hai promptly outed Suna. Suna, come to the deck quickly. It seems these spiders can talk. Upon receiving the message, Suna dashed outside with remarkable speed. Her gaze was quickly captured by the peculiar individual adorned with a human torso atop its head. Did you hear that? These spiders are speaking human language, and in standard Mandarin, no less. He inquired of Suna. The latter furrowed her brow, casting a strange look, and indicated that she heard nothing. A chill ran down Yi's spine as he realized that the issue lay with him. He checked his sanity level, noting it was above 80, and he was not on the verge of madness. The remaining possibility was the spider-esque kiss. It possessed hidden effects, enabling players to comprehend the spider's speech and, perhaps, even communicate with them. Immediately attempted to engage, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he called out, "Come, cool me. I have plenty of delicacies here. When you eat, don't forget to take some back to share with everyone." As he spoke, he tossed the meager remnants of spoiled food toward the spiders. Spider A, how wonderful. Spider B, I'll bring some back for my mother to taste too. Spider C, thank you. E grinned widely, throwing additional bags of goodies toward Spider B. He felt no sympathy for these creatures simply because he could converse with them. After all, they were merciless monsters, particularly the one bearing a human torso. They had already claimed the lives of numerous players before E's arrival. He tossed the remaining food, garnering an abundance of heartfelt gratitude. He waved cheerfully, bidding farewell to the giant spider with the human torso as it departed, its rear end dragging a large bag of delicacies with silk. Eat well. I shall return tomorrow. E shouted, indifferent to whether the spiders understood him. Having distributed this batch of food, E steered the ship away from the island. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he caught 3 coral trap fish and enlisted Suna to concoct over 60 bottles of dead spider potion. One poisoning would surely not eradicate all the spiders. By repeating the process several times before returning to the island, he would ensure greater safety. For the following 3 days, Yi continued his poisoning endeavors. Due to the excessive procurement of rotting food, he acquired a new nickname in the chat channel, the Scavenger. Fortunately, Yi preferred to remain anonymous in his transactions, with only a select few friends aware of his true identity. "What on earth are you doing?" inquired Captain Zhou Dai of the Dawn Goddess, sending him a private message. She could be considered an old friend. He had no intention of concealing anything. "I am attempting to poison the creature, to see if I can bring it to its demise," Yi replied. "It seems you possess considerable skill in dealing with monsters?" "I manage fairly well. These creatures, when killed, do indeed perish." On the 4th day, Yi continued to administer poison, and no spiders had approached in search of food. This indicated that the spiders on the island were nearly exterminated, and they could set foot on the island the following day. The ship Night Star could anchor closer today in preparation for tomorrow's expedition. That evening, Yi busied himself in the cabin, preparing his belongings, packing essential items while storing spare supplies in the stomach bag. Suna approached him. "What? You wish to accompany me?" Yi frowned, glancing at Suna. "Yes, I want to go too. But if you go, who will guard the Night Star? What if we encounter other players?" He was reluctant to have Suna join him. "We can simply bring the crystal ball. The island is not vast. We won't exceed the signal range." After much contemplation, Yi ultimately acquiesced. Even if he refused, given Suna's nature, she might stealthily follow him. It was better to have her accompany him openly. They completed their preparations, including weapons, potions, provisions, and fresh water. Yang Yi's arsenal consisted of a flintlock pistol, a tainted sea serpent's fang, a spare chef's knife, 1 vial of red, unknown potion, 2 vials of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice, and 2 vials of spider venom potion. Yang Yi had also asked Suna to concoct a few additional vials of regeneration potion. Some spare items were stored in the stomach bag, and they carried a few long-legged sardines for easy access. Suna's weaponry included a pirate longbow, over 40 poisoned iron arrows, 2 vials of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice, 2 vials of spider venom potion, a witch's dagger, and a treasure pouch containing 2 loaves of black bread and sausages. For freshwater, each carried 2 liters. Once prepared, they returned to their quarters to rest and regain their strength, ensuring they would be in optimal condition for the following day. Yang Yi's sleep was light, plagued by nightmares, and he relied on coconut juice to restore his energy. However, he had scarcely fallen asleep when he was jolted awake by a tremor. Sitting up, he noticed the crystal ball beside his bed vibrating violently, indicating the presence of another player nearby. Yang Yi became alert and immediately checked the nautical chart. The name of the approaching ship was visible on the chart, Fortune. He quickly searched for the ship's name and activated his spying skill. Searching. Fortune. The results yielded several entries. This indicated that Fortune was an ordinary vessel, a name chosen by a player. Ordinary ships can be renamed once, provided the name does not match that of a special ship. Yang Yi randomly selected one, only to realize he had chosen incorrectly, failing to identify the target vessel. He had no choice but to deactivate the imagery and consult the nautical chart, speculating on the purpose of the Fortune's arrival. The ship's speed was approximately 40 knots, though it may not have been at full throttle. This course, he deduced it was heading toward the island. Fortune was 100 nautical miles from the island, but its trajectory was unwaveringly directed towards it. This was likely no coincidence. The other party probably possessed the coordinates of this very island. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi resolved to navigate the vessel and investigate the past. In preparation for conquering this island, he had made considerable arrangements, and there was the matter of the spider's kiss status that needed resolution on the island. He could not allow anyone to seize the advantage. With dawn approaching after 5 hours, he surmised that they would not dare to land on the island at night. Yang Yi skillfully maneuvered the Night Star, approaching the good luck from the side while maintaining a significant and safe distance. He decided to wait until daybreak to ascertain the situation before proceeding with his next course of action. Should this ship be armed with cannons, Yang Yi could seek a discreet landing spot and engage in conversation with a player on shore. If it lacked cannons, that would simplify matters. He could simply board. Let's not forget, Yang Yi's vessel was equipped with a catapult. Moreover, the Night Star boasted a rare ship enhancement, the head of a giant bobbit worm. Surely, it would create a substantial breach. Were there other players? Suna had awakened, noticing Yang Yi at the helm, his eyes fixed intently on the crystal ball. Indeed, let us wait for dawn to investigate. I surmise that even if he possesses audacity, he would not dare to land at night. We need not rush. Several hours later, the sky brightened swiftly. Leaning against the ship's wheel, Yang Yi had been observing the crystal ball throughout the night. The good luck had remained stationary after nearing the island, leaving Yang Yi to watch in vain. He called Suna to take the helm and approached the good luck while he retrieved his telescope and climbed the mast. Name: ordinary telescope. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: a standard telescope that in good lighting conditions can clearly view ships up to 10 nautical miles away. As they drew closer, Yang Yi discerned the characteristics of the opposing vessel. Astonishingly, it bore no cannons. Was it merely a level 2 ordinary ship? Yang Yi was taken aback, realizing he had been overly cautious. This ship resembled Huwei's sailing vessel in design, but was noticeably smaller, undoubtedly only a level 2. He instructed Suna to throttle up and prepare to discover the identity of their counterpart. Chapter 47. The Gourmet. The Yinxing vessel gradually approached, coming to a halt approximately 300 meters from the Fortune. At such a distance, an ordinary bow could hardly reach. Yang Yi leaped down from the mast. his brow furrowed in perplexity. It was strange. Why was there no movement whatsoever? Had the person disembarked onto the island? Or perhaps they were hiding, attempting to ambush him? Yang Yi scrutinized the fortune. It was a modest sailboat, less than 20 meters in length. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, and upon closer inspection, it was even more so. Suna, take the helm. I shall fire a few shots to test the waters, Yang Yi declared, retrieving several units of stone from the cabin. Each unit was about the size of a cubic decimeter and weighed approximately 5 to 6 pounds, making them ideal for his catapult. He aimed and launched a projectile. Having practiced with the catapult for several days, he was quite adept, and his first shot landed squarely on the deck of the Fortune, creating a significant commotion. Though it did not break through the deck, it was rather sturdy. Yang Yi fired another 6 or 7 shots, one of which left a hole in the deck. Yet still, there was no response. Suna, move closer. Let us breach the hull and see if anyone is hiding inside. Yang Yi commanded. Having previously outsmarted others in such a manner, he was particularly cautious, determined not to falter this time. However, he had overthought the situation. The bobbit worm, with its 4 razor-sharp jaws, swiftly severed a portion of the Fortune's stern, revealing the interior. Yet, to his astonishment, it was utterly empty. Yang Yi stood there, momentarily speechless, a hint of embarrassment washing over his face. After mobilizing so much effort, he found himself engaging in a battle of wits with thin air. Relinquishing any hesitation, he directed Suna to draw closer, extending a gangplank, and armed with a flintlock pistol, he prepared to board the Fortune. To his surprise, he encountered no resistance as he stepped aboard. 10 minutes later, Yang Yi received a notification indicating that he could dismantle the Fortune. This implied that the owner was unequivocally deceased. But how had this transpired? How could someone perish so rapidly? I arrived just at dawn, and it has barely been an hour. Even if you let a pig loose on the island, it wouldn't die so quickly. Yang Yi lamented to Suna. How would I know? Should we toss in some poison? No, I suspect it's not the spider's doing. We must simply exercise caution. Ultimately, Yang Yi dismantled the Fortune and resolved to seek vengeance on the island. The resources he found were as follows: black bread 2, freshwater 2L, wood 23, fabric 15, and a fishing rod. By dismantling the Fortune, you have acquired wood 143, fabric 95. The destruction of the vessel indeed diminished the spoils of disassembly. A few hours earlier, before dawn, the Fortune had just made landfall. Captain Li Rong cast aside his fishing rod and waded ashore. Yang Yi could hardly fathom Li Rong's audacity in daring to set foot on the island under the cover of darkness. Sneaking onto the island in the dark, catching them off guard. There will be no ambush. Li Rong, filled with self-satisfaction, felt a tinge of emotion welling in his eyes. Were he to glance at his own condition, he would realize. Li Rong energy, 67-100 rationality, 42-100 madness, hubris, vitality, 100-100. After reaching the shore, Li Rong retrieved his mountain-cutting knife and swaggered toward the island. He intended to search for fire moss in the darkness, while also keeping an eye out for any potential treasure chests. Should he uncover the recipe for a fire moss sweater, fortune would be his. However, after only a couple of steps, Li Rong halted. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating and irresistible. How incredibly fragrant. You detect a sweet scent. Rationality -10, following the alluring fragrance. Li Rong discovered a patch of chocolate smeared on the ground, crawling with numerous maggots, yet he remained oblivious to them. Perhaps it was the dim light or some other reason. He scooped the chocolate into his palm and inhaled deeply. How delightful. The fragrance is overwhelming. Rationality -10. Rationality below 30. You succumb to an unusual craving. Li Rong devoured the chocolate in one gulp, an unprecedented look of satisfaction gracing his face. How delectable. In his ravenous state, he consumed every morsel of chocolate from the ground, even scraping away the dirt, his abdomen swelling and his fingertips curling. As for the mountain-cutting knife, it had long been discarded. Grateful for nature's bounty, Li Rong's face contorted in pleasure from the exquisite taste. His nose twitched. Was there more? He dashed to the next location, scooping up a pile of decayed leaves, a blissful expression illuminating his features. Having consumed an unprecedented delicacy, your body and mind are satisfied. Rationality -20, rationality below 10. Before embarking on the island, Yang Yi assessed his own condition. Status: healthy, a large human figure depicted entirely in green. Strength: 4, 97-100. Spirit: 7-1, 2,388 8,000. Talent bonus: agility: 5-1, 23-200. Pirate outfit bonus: Constitution: 4, 99-100. Perception: 5, 172-200. Rationality: 100-100. Energy: 72-100. Vitality: 100-100. Talent: Iron Will. Refusal of death. Special status: Spider's Kiss. During this period, his agility had grown slightly, reaching the human average of 5, allowing him to run faster and move more nimbly than before. His strength and constitution were also nearing an increase, with perception close behind. However, the enhancement of his spirit proved exceedingly challenging. High attributes developed far more slowly than low ones. After preparing, Yang Yi exchanged a glance with Su Na, both nodding in mutual acknowledgement of their readiness. They proceeded directly ashore, making their way into the woods. Yang Yi remained vigilant, seeking traces of the good fortune's captain, a pursuit not difficult to undertake. As the individuals disembarking waded through the water, they left behind distinct footprints in the mud. This person has reached the island and has soon met their demise here. We must remain vigilant, Yang Yi said earnestly to Su Na, forging ahead. He was still unaware that the other party had lost their senses, opting to land on the island by night. With a semblance of skill, Yang Yi trailed behind and quickly stumbled upon a discarded machete. Name: ordinary machete. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: a common machete. The quality of this blade was quite low. To venture onto the island wielding such a mundane weapon speaks either to the individual's remarkable courage or perhaps a hidden prowess. The duo soon noticed peculiar markings nearby. A layer of soil had been excavated, though not deeply, and nothing appeared to be buried. Yang Yi found himself at a loss. Su Na, positioned behind him, possessed a more acute sense of smell. She wrinkled her nose and glanced upwards. She observed that a tattered piece of cloth hung from the branch above the markings, and she immediately grasped the situation. Yang Yi, it seems this person may have consumed the putrid flesh you discarded? What? Surely not. That meat was infested with maggots, even if it smelled fragrant. It couldn't possibly be appetizing. Yang Yi followed Su Na's pointed finger and caught sight of the ragged cloth. They truly ate it? A sense of horror washed over him. He had no clear understanding of what it was, and had consumed it without hesitation. This cannot be blamed on me. Chapter 48. The giant. The two followed the trail, gradually uncovering more delectable remnants of consumption. However, neither spiders nor any large creatures were sighted. Only some thoroughly devoured spider shells remained. Much like the shells of crabs, the flesh and innards of the spiders had been completely extracted, leaving behind only light, hollow exoskeletons, which emitted a foul stench. This indicated that the spiders had been dead for some time, their bodies consumed by some entity. Yang Yi picked up one of the larger shells and gleaned information from it. Name: fire velvet spider. Adult. Description: a large carnivorous spider exhibiting considerable social behavior, capable of collective action to hunt large creatures. Its hairy exterior provides excellent insulation. Can be deposited in the monster gacha machine. Note: remains of monsters treated as food or materials by players cannot be entered into the gacha. On one of the abdominal shells, tufts of hair were attached. Name: fire velvet spider hair. Type: material. Quality: good. Description: a material with insulation properties superior to wool and goose down. Can be collected to craft sweaters. Yang Yi collected the shells and hair, placing them into his stomach pouch. When the time came, whether to utilize them for gacha or to craft a sweater would depend on the gacha's yield rate. Su Na, however, paid no attention to the shells and instead focused intently on a footprint on the ground, gesturing with her hand. What's wrong? Yang Yi inquired as he approached. Don't you think this footprint is larger and deeper than the previous ones? It seems as if it wasn't wearing shoes, Su Na remarked, placing her hand into the footprint to feel its contours. Yang Yi observed closely, his brow furrowing. It indeed appeared to be the case. He glanced back. They had been following the footprints all along, and the owner could not have changed, the captain of the Good Luck ship. Yet, it seemed his body had undergone some extraordinary transformation. A normal human could not possibly experience such a dramatic change in such a short span of time. That was the domain of insects with metamorphic development, such as caterpillars transforming into butterflies. Yet, even such transformations were not typically so swift. So could the owner of this footprint still be considered human? Lost in thought regarding the footprints, Yang Yi finally spoke. Let us proceed and see where this leads. He too desired to uncover what had befallen this player, hoping to prepare himself for the future. After all, he had no path of retreat. The two continued onward, with Yang Yi leading the way and Su Na closely following. Her gaze remained fixed on the chef's knife at Yang Yi's waist, her mind seemingly adrift in thought. As they ventured deeper, they approached the island center. Here, the density of spiders was even greater, shells scattered about, all stripped bare. The footprint of the player had reached an extraordinary magnitude, swollen and irregularly circular, nearly as thick as an elephant's leg. Its weight must have reached staggering proportions, having consumed so much. Moreover, there was not a trace of excrement along the path. Consuming without excretion and indulging in such copious amounts, could his digestive capacity be somewhat exaggerated? Yang Yi marveled. After advancing a few hundred meters, he abruptly halted and gestured for Su Na to stop. Hush! He signaled for silence. Soon, Su Na too discerned the sound of heavy breathing and swallowing. Yang Yi made a gesture, an agreed signal between him and Su Na, indicating that he would investigate ahead. After traversing several meters, Yang Yi maneuvered through a thicket and finally beheld the source of the noise. Discovered a grotesque monster. Your rationality decreases by 5. Before him stood a grotesquely rotund giant, exceeding 3 meters in height. Its body, having rapidly expanded, had burst through its skin, resembling a creature flayed alive. Drenched in blood, its abdomen was left with only a translucent membranous layer, filled with a yellowish liquid that seemed to be fat or some other viscous substance. Even from 5 meters away, Yang Yi could detect the foul odor emanating from it, reminiscent of rancid grease. Moreover, this creature possessed the ability to articulate speech. Meat. Where have you concealed the delectable flesh? It uttered, while gnawing voraciously on the body of a nearby fire spider. This spider was a unique specimen. Its head presumably grafted with a segment of a desiccated human body, now absent, leaving merely a cavity, likely consumed by the giant. After some effort, the giant located the intestines within the spider's abdomen, squeezing out the undigested remnants and consuming them. These remnants were delectable morsels, laden with deadly venom for spiders. The giant, unfazed by what it was ingesting, devoured everything with abandon. Having finished this, it seemed unsatisfied and proceeded to consume the spider's carcass entirely, doing so with astonishing speed. This human has been grotesquely transformed. Su Na messaged privately. Noticing Yang Yi's silence, she cautiously approached and squatted behind him, maintaining a small distance. How could he have metamorphosed into such a monster? Yang Yi replied in the log. The two communicated silently through their logs, avoiding any sound. Unclear. The section would reveal the truth, but it likely relates to the decayed flesh you discarded. Is that my fault? Yang Yi retorted with a smirk. In that moment, he comprehended a crucial fact. In this world, player death might manifest in 2 forms. The first is physical demise, such as being directly slain. The second is spiritual death, where players may undergo a transformation into monsters due to certain circumstances, a state that the system also recognizes as death. This giant is massive. It will undoubtedly be difficult to slay. Allow me to deliver a powerful blow. It should obliterate him. Yang Yi prepared to act. No, please try to leave him intact. I wish to ascertain the reasons behind his transformation. Yang Yi pondered and ultimately acquiesced to Su Na's request, for he too sought to understand the cause of the distortion. Only through comprehension could they transcend the fear of the unknown. Suddenly, the giant lifted its head, sniffing the air. Oh no, it may have detected us. Su Na mesik trigantly. Yang Yi, however, did not respond. Instead, he opted to take the initiative. At a distance of over 5 meters, Yang Yi would undoubtedly not miss the shot aimed at the giant head resembling that of pig. Bang! The gunfire erupted, flames bursting forth. The bullet struck the giant's cheek, shattering half of his face. However, given the giant's pig-like head and the resilience of his skull, the shot did not penetrate his brain. It merely disfigured him, sending both eyeballs flying and tearing the cheek open to reveal the jawbone. A single shot in standard mode could not fell this monster. Moreover, Yang Yi and Suna's position had been compromised. Fresh meat. The giant howled through the gaping hole in his mouth, lumbering towards the two with heavy steps. The loss of his eyeballs seemed to affect him little. The pair quickly retreated, using the trees as barriers to maintain their distance. 2 iron arrows coated with potent poison struck the giant's abdomen, yet yielded no significant result. The giant rampaged wildly, uprooting trees in his path. If he were to collide with a human, the consequences would be dire. Bang! Another shot rang out as Yang Yi hit the giant's knee, causing him to kneel. Enraged, the giant spewed a mouthful of pus towards Yang Yi, who narrowly dodged the onslaught. Unfortunately, the tree behind him suffered the brunt of the attack, as if doused with strong acid, emitting white smoke and shedding its bark. Beware of the yellow liquid within him. Suna warned, it could be his digestive fluid. The arrows have been digested. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, noticing that the arrows previously lodged in the monster's belly had vanished, now lying on the ground, their tips completely eroded and emitting wisps of smoke. Fresh meat. The giant charged once more. He appeared to possess regenerative abilities. As the wounds on his face were slowly healing, Yang Yi dared not linger, sprinting away while contemplating strategy. However, as he ran, an eerie silence fell behind him. Turning back, he was astonished to see the giant consuming the earth beneath him, the delectable poison that Yang Yi had previously cast upon the island. The giant seemed to be driven mad by the taste, indiscriminately devouring anything, even dirt. A glimmer of inspiration struck Yang Yi, and he swiftly drew his exquisite chef's knife, slicing into a nearby tree. The moment he did so, the tree emanated a sweet fragrance. The giant, catching a whiff of the aroma, dashed towards the tree, embracing it and gnawing at it with fervor. Chapter 49. The gluttonous behemoth. This giant appeared to accelerate its regeneration through consumption. After devouring an entire tree, fresh flesh buds sprouted upon its visage, seemingly reconstructing its face, yet the form was markedly distinct from its prior appearance. Yang Yi, wielding a chef's knife, made a slash upon the ground. The giant immediately rushed over to consume the soil, excavating a substantial pit. Could it truly ingest anything? Doubting the veracity of its appetite, Yang Yi carved a protruding boulder from the earth, applying a modicum of force to leave a white mark. The giant lunged at once, embracing the stone and gnawing at it, heedless of the fact that its teeth shattered in the process. Strangely, this seemingly impenetrable rock began to soften under the influence of the giant's saliva, becoming progressively malleable. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. This giant appeared capable of digesting anything, including wood, earth, and stone, with an astonishing capacity for digestion. Yet, it seemed to possess little discernment. Anything emanating a sweet aroma was devoured with fervor, regardless of its true nature. Thus, what might transpire if the giant discovered that it itself was the most delectable morsel? Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them as he hurled the chef's knife, embedding it into the giant's flesh. Instantly, the giant ceased its gnawing on the stone, resembling a dog as it began to sniff around, ultimately honing in on itself. Then, with great force, it bit into its own left hand, severing it cleanly, followed by the left arm and the right hand. Scene of horror, sanity reduced by 10, the giant consumed its own arms, then gnawed at its foot and part of its calf. Subsequently, its neck elongated as it attempted to bite into its own torso. Unable to bear the sight, Yang Yi, standing several meters away, fired his weapon. After a misfire, the flintlock erupted in flames once more, striking the giant squarely in the forehead. Thereafter, every 10 seconds, he delivered another shot. After firing 7 or 8 rounds and experiencing 3 or 4 misfires, The giant's head was finally obliterated, rendering it utterly motionless. Suna documented the entire process. She had recognized the giant posed no further threat as soon as He began his assault with the chef's knife. Initially, she intended to prevent Yi from shattering the giant's skull, as an intact head would be more advantageous for anatomical study. However, without a viable method to slay the giant without damaging its cranium, she remained silent, observing in quietude. Upon the giant's demise, a copious amount of corrosive fluid seeped from its body, causing the ground to emit wisps of white smoke. This fluid resembled gastric juice, Suna speculated, as she collected some in a glass vial. Yet, it appeared incapable of digesting the glass, at least for the time being. The two lingered nearby for a while, until the fluid had mostly drained away. Yi then used a twig he found by the roadside to scrape the chef's knife free. After cleansing it with fresh water, the properties of the knife seemed altered, now evidently corroded. Name: corroded chef's knife. Damaged. Type: relic. Quality: ordinary. Description: having been immersed in acidic liquid for too long. This knife has suffered severe corrosion, losing its sharpness, yet it possesses a certain probability of rendering the objects it slices into delicacies. This weapon seems to be rendered useless. He felt a pang of regret. Although this chef's knife is perilous, it could also serve as a formidable piece of equipment when wielded appropriately. It withstood the onslaught of Yi's flintlock, but could not endure the corrosive effects of the acid. Of course, it might also be due to the fact that weapons do not sustain damage during player-versus-player combat. To retrieve the giant's body, Yi and Suna began to excavate the earth, covering the colossal figure to mitigate the corrosive impact. Subsequently, they bound it with makeshift ropes, preparing to haul it back to their vessel. During this process, Yi gleaned information about the giant. Name: gluttonous guest, Li Rong. Description: a human tainted and distorted by abyssal corruption, possessing unparalleled digestive capabilities, yet ensnared in an unending thirst. Can be deposited into the monster gacha machine. He noted the critical term: low sanity. This suggested that diminished sanity would lead to bodily distortion, transforming a human into something inhuman. How terrifying! Yi often overlooked his sanity levels, dismissing them as inconsequential, believing that a slight reduction could even bolster his attributes. However, if such a decline could induce distortion, the stakes were drastically different. He certainly did not wish to forfeit his humanity. Fortunately, thus far, his sanity had not fallen below 10. A sanity level of 10 appeared to serve as a threshold, marking the divide between human and inhuman. A sanity level below 50 indicated madness, below 30 could lead to suicidal tendencies, and below 10 would undoubtedly result in distortion. Those who fell below 30 and chose to end their lives, perhaps they were not entirely wrong. At the very least, they would retain their human identity in death rather than devolving into monsters. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi, diminishing sanity and hastening distortion could also be viewed as a form of self-destruction. He shared his thoughts with Suna, who concurred with him. Regardless, one's sanity should never drop below 10. After expending considerable time and losing 3 makeshift ropes, the duo finally dragged the gluttonous guest's body to the shore. Once aboard the ship, a mere claw hook would suffice to retrieve the body into the cabin. Yi glanced at the time. Less than 5 hours of daylight remained. He resolved to postpone further exploration and instead focus on collecting the remains of the deceased fire silk spiders on the island. Suna, however, had already entered the laboratory, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to dissect the body. Yi knew she would likely not follow him if he called. Thus, he returned to the island alone, concentrating on gathering the spider corpses. These bodies could be categorized into 3 types: juvenile, adult, and giant. Juveniles could not be used for the gacha, while adults could. The special giant fire silk spider, naturally, was also eligible. Name: giant fire silk spider monster, evolving. Description: a rare special individual of the fire silk spider monster. With potential for evolution, it can achieve a leap in life hierarchy through human transplantation. He found only a single giant fire silk spider monster. The adult fire silk spiders were found in a quantity of 20, while numerous juvenile spider creatures swarmed around. Fortunately, each of them possessed varying degrees of fire silk, making them valuable for collection and suitable for crafting sweaters. In total, 327 units of fire silk spider hair were acquired, excluding the adults. As evening approached, Yang Yi returned to the Nightmare Star. He initially attempted to upgrade the Nightmare Star using the carcasses of the adult spiders, only to be met with a failure notification. This is a beast and cannot be used for upgrades. It appeared that the monsters of this world were classified into categories. Only those deemed sinister were referred to as otherworldly demons. The large spiders fell under the classification of beasts, while only the giant fire silk spiders were considered due to their capability to graft onto human bodies. With that understanding, Yang Yi resolved to utilize the 20 adult fire silk spiders' remains for gacha pulls. He also sent a private message to Suna. Suna, are you sure you don't want to try the gacha? Your luck seems better than mine. Don't bother me. Came Suna's curt reply. As she was engrossed in dissecting a gluttonous creature, Yang Yi shrugged. Her reluctance was her own loss. Nevertheless, he left her two opportunities, primarily to validate the gacha machine's output rules. The initial two pulls generally resulted in guaranteed items, but he was uncertain if their counts were calculated independently, thus necessitating verification. Yang Yi invested the flesh and began the gacha pulls. This time, he refrained from hoarding items. He opened each one as it was obtained. You have received a bug shell heart guard. You have received a silk sack. You have received with X3. Subsequent pulls yielded basic materials and a modest amount of comp coins, with only one additional bronze material treasure chest appearing. In total, he amassed 138 units of wood, 112 units of fabric, 10 units of stone, 1 unit of steel, 21 units of sulfur, 1 unit of crystal, and 100 comp coins. Were it not for the treasure chest, the last several gacha attempts would have felt like a significant loss. It would have been more prudent to craft sweaters from the adult fire silk spiders instead. However, the rules of the gacha machine were now thoroughly understood. For the same type of monster, the first two attempts were nearly guaranteed to yield results, but subsequent attempts proved far more challenging. As for the golden legends, it seemed only those with extraordinary luck could acquire them, likely independent of the number of attempts made. Name: Bug Shell Heart Guard. Type: Treasure. Quality: Premium. Description: a heart guard crafted for the hardest shell of the fire silk spider's head, providing excellent protection. Name: Silk Sack. Type: Consumable. Quality: Good. Description: a silk sack that can expel spider silk when squeezed, exceeding the strength of ordinary ropes with a weight capacity of 500 kilograms. Lightweight and highly adhesive, it can bind enemies with a capacity of 100, though it is vulnerable to fire. Chapter 50. Returned to the island during the day, Yang Yi explored approximately 1/3 of the island, yielding 20 adult spider corpses and 327 units of fur. Should he complete the exploration, these figures could potentially quadruple. It is highly likely that the island harbors spider nests, teeming with numerous arachnids. If he were to gather all the spider fur and craft it into sweaters for sale, he would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. As dusk descended, Yang Yi set sail away from the island, planning to return the following day. It was unwise to remain too close to the island at night, as any unknown creatures lurking there could pose a threat, especially since he had yet to fully explore the area. Tomorrow, he intended to rise early, arriving before dawn to ensure ample time for exploration throughout the day. Suna, return to your quarters and rest, Yang Yi called out as he entered the cabin. This woman lacked restraint. When engrossed in research, she easily forgot to take care of herself. A glance revealed her sanity had dwindled to a mere 53. After several prompts, Suna finally emerged from the laboratory, her expression one of disbelief, mumbling to herself. She had discovered that she possessed only a single organ, a remarkably large stomach, while all other organs appeared to have been digested. The fluids within her body consisted entirely of gastric acid, and even her brain seemed directly connected to her stomach, as if the stomach were orchestrating her cognitive functions. If this continued, it was likely she would no longer require a brain. All right, check your sanity, Yang Yi urged, nudging her onto the deck. You still have 2 chances to spin the gacha. Give it a try. Suna displayed little enthusiasm for the gacha, her spirit lacking as she casually tossed in a corpse piece, spun the machine a few times, and then departed, too indifferent even to collect the capsules scattered on the ground. Yang reluctantly gathered them up. You have obtained Wood X5. You have obtained Crystal X1. These were merely basic resources. This indicated that the gacha spins were shared among the crew of the same ship. After the first 2 spins, the quality of the rewards diminished. Having completed this task, Yang returned to the cabin. He had one more endeavor to undertake, crafting the over 300 units of fur into sweaters. Although Yang was not adept at knitting, the system would compel him to master it. After 15 minutes, he had manually fashioned a pair of woolen pants. The entire process felt almost magical, and he was unsure how he accomplished it. He simply managed to do so. After 45 minutes, expending 9 points of energy, he produced 2 pairs of woolen pants and 1 sweater. He arranged these 3 garments alongside the 2 sweaters left by Hu Wei, intending to keep them for himself. Subsequently, he returned to the captain's cabin and, as was customary, opened the World Chat channel. The number of individuals seeking fire-starting tools remained consistently high. Currently, no one had discovered a method to produce such tools. Yang attempted to leave a message. High prices paid for fire-starting tools. Immediately, someone echoed his words like a parrot. It appeared that securing one would be quite challenging. Yet, Yang remained unhurried. After all, there was still some time before the extreme winter regions encroached. He drank a bottle of revitalizing coconut juice, locked the door, and lay down to sleep. The following day, before dawn broke, Yang was already awake. He assessed his condition. Apart from a mere 93 energy points, all other attributes were at their peak. After having breakfast, Yang meticulously organized his supplies, which included 2 liters of fresh water, several long-legged sardines to stimulate his appetite, 2 sausages, a crystal ball, potions, a bottle of coconut juice, and his weaponry, including the newly acquired Heartguard mirror. He stored some spare items in his stomach pouch, such as silk pouches and additional regenerative potions. Once prepared, Yang reviewed his attributes again, noting that both strength and constitution had risen to 5, reaching the average level of an adult human. He piloted the Nightmare Star towards the island. This time, Suna chose not to accompany him, as she was fully engrossed in studying the corpse of the gluttonous guest. 10 minutes before dawn, Yang arrived at the island. His objective was to locate the spider nest, thereby eliminating the island's potential hazards and facilitating a safer environment for future endeavors. Furthermore, the state known as the Spider's Kiss should provide answers within the spider nest. As dawn broke, Yang set foot on the island, making his way toward the center. He recalled that the density of spider carcasses was higher at the center, and the nest was likely located there. As he walked, he collected several fire silk spider bodies along the way. The insatiable stomach pouch eagerly consumed the corpses, devouring flesh and blood, leaving only shells and down behind. It even feasted on decaying bodies. As he continued on, Yang began to ponder. What did this swarm of spiders feed on to survive? There were no small animals in sight, only spiders. They could not possibly fish in the waters. Yang found it peculiar. After circling the island's center, he finally discovered an opening. This was a vertical entrance, 2 meters deep, leading to a passage that sloped downwards into darkness. The opening was broad, indicating that the creatures entering and exiting were of considerable size, and the absence of underbrush nearby suggested frequent activity. Approaching the entrance, he noticed several small dead spiders at his feet, about the size of a palm, their bodies already desiccated. If nothing unexpected occurred, this should be the location of the nest. He attempted to discern the odor emanating from the cave, which reeked of decay. This indicated a substantial number of corpses inside. The spiders had suffered heavy casualties, possibly resulting in their total demise. This was fortuitous. Yang picked up a spider corpse from the ground to feed his pouch and retrieved the crystal ball stored within. This crystal ball not only displayed the nautical chart, but also emitted a faint glow, although its brilliance paled in comparison to a candle. It was certainly better than having no light at all. With one hand gripping his firearm and the other holding the crystal ball, he ventured inside. There was no danger within. The ground was strewn with spider bodies. As Yang delved deeper, The passage widened to about 5 meters and exceeded 3 meters in height, allowing even giant spiders to navigate without hindrance. He maintained a vigilant caution until, after progressing 100 meters, he made a notable discovery. The ceiling was adorned with a peculiar type of mushroom, densely arranged and emanating a red luminescence, with each specimen remarkably uniform in size. Name: Firefly mushroom. Description: a special type of mushroom that emits a red glow in darkness and grows rapidly. The juice possesses a certain toxicity and is not recommended for consumption. Some ants and spiders utilize this mushroom as their primary food source. Upon absorbing this information, Yang Yi immediately comprehended the implications. These mushrooms must have been cultivated by the fire silk spiders, showcasing their remarkable ability to cultivate. Under the glow of the crimson fluorescence, the brilliance of the crystal orb became excessive. He stowed the orb into his stomach pouch, replacing it with the fang of a sea serpent, and ventured further into the depths. After traversing over 100 meters, the passage expanded to a width of 7 or 8 meters, revealing a series of deceased adult fire silk spiders along the way. Yang Yi also discerned a gentle breeze within the cavern, its origin a mystery, yet utterly fascinating. He refrained from hastily collecting the corpses, prioritizing his safety above all. As he delved deeper, the density of the bodies increased. He stumbled upon 2 colossal fire silk spiders, each grotesquely fused with human remains. One even bore a human arm, no longer merely a bare trunk. They were all lifeless, their bodies in a state of decay, posing no threat whatsoever. Yang Yi harvested their tissues. Unlike the adult fire silk spiders, these gigantic specimens could be utilized to upgrade the Nightmare Star. It was prudent to take them along. As he passed by an opening, Yang Yi was confronted with a chilling sight. Dismembered human remains dangled from the rocky ceiling, suspended by spider silk, akin to cured meat, awaiting desiccation. Some of the corpses appeared relatively fresh, suggesting they had only recently been hung. To dry the bodies and then attach them to themselves? Yang Yi found it incomprehensible to fathom the spider's behavior, as well as how they accomplished such feats. While Suna might have been exhilarated at the prospect of conducting an in-depth investigation, Yang Yi was solely intent on exterminating these repulsive spiders. Chapter 51. The astonishing statue. This cavern is rife with numerous forks, yet the main path appears singular. Yang Yi is reluctant to embark on any perilous detours. These side passages are typically rather narrow, measuring merely 1 or 2 meters in width, with some even situated at the pinnacle of the rock. Encountering danger within would render retreat exceedingly difficult. He progresses along the main route, traversing approximately 1,000 meters when the ground beneath him shifts. The surface is cloaked in a layer of spider silk, now dried and non-sticky, offering a sensation akin to walking on carpet. The expanse here is remarkably vast, spanning over 10 meters in width. Yang Yi is perplexed as to why these arachnids would excavate such a grand cavity. The ahead remains shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the bioluminescent fungi atop the rocks, rendering visibility limited. Yang Yi continues onward, unaware that the moment his right foot touches the silk-laden floor, the vibrations travel along the threads deep into the cavern's recesses. There resides an enormous spider, twice the size of a giant spider, with a human form affixed to its head. Unlike other giant spiders, this one's attached human form is no longer emaciated. Rather, it is filled with flesh and blood, its skin glistening in hues of red and gray. This human form possesses 2 arms and 2 legs, affixed to the torso at somewhat awkward angles, with limbs of varying lengths, exuding an air of peculiarity. The head, presumably the last addition, appears somewhat shrunken and leans askew. Upon sensing the disturbance transmitted through the web, the eyelids of his head flutter slightly. Oblivious to the danger, Yang Yi strolls several hundred meters further, encountering no living spiders along the way, his vigilance waning. The potency of the dead spider potion seems to surpass Yang Yi's expectations, as not a single living specimen remains in this den. Thus far, he has collected 8 samples of giant spider tissue, adding to the one already aboard, totaling 9. Absent unforeseen circumstances, the Nightmare Star is on the verge of reaching level 3. As he continues, a sudden wave of anxiety washes over Yang Yi, prompting him to raise his weapon and aim ahead. Before him materializes an enormous spider, surpassing even the giant spiders in size. Its exterior adorned with an abundance of red velvety hairs, its exoskeleton and appendages bristling with thorn-like spines. This spider exudes immense pressure upon Yang Yi. Upon sighting an unknown creature, your sanity decreases by 10. This arachnid is likely the matriarch of the giant spiders, possessing a complete human form atop its head, resembling a fantastical hybrid of human and spider. It remains motionless, yet its body shows no signs of decay, suggesting it may have only recently perished, or perhaps it feigns death. Regardless, the decision is made. Fire a shot. Initially, Yang Yi intended to aim for the head of the humanoid form, but he swiftly alters his course of action. The research value of this corpse is substantial. If he inflicts excessive damage, Suna will undoubtedly express her dissatisfaction. To ascertain its state of life or death, merely breaking a leg should suffice. There is no reason for it to remain still if its leg is shattered. If it is indeed alive, he can always deliver a more powerful shot later. Given its size, he need not fear killing it outright. Yang Yi fires a shot at the spider's leg. Bang! The gunfire reverberates throughout the cavern. One of the spider's legs snaps cleanly at the base, releasing a foul, viscous, dark red fluid, yet it remains utterly silent. Could indeed be dead? Yang Yi stood in place for a moment, then fired another shot, severing the legs of the creature. Yet, the spider remained unmoving. Only then did Yang Yi cautiously approach, keeping his gun trained on the giant spider, and kicked aside the severed limbs before daring to examine the attributes. Name: Fire Silk Spider Queen in Evolution. Description: the queen of the fire silk spiders, responsible for laying eggs to ensure the continuation of the species, possessing considerable intelligence, and serving as the leader of the colony. Evolution: Yang Yi glanced at the human grafted atop the spider queen, contemplating the dried body before attaching it to himself. Is this what evolution entails? He captured a photograph with his log and sent it to Suna. Do you want this bizarre giant spider? If not, I'll take it to the gacha. Yang Yi inquired. In less than 10 seconds, a message from Suna arrived. I want it. I've already dissected the gluttonous beast. The only valuable part is its stomach. I'll use its gastric juices to concoct a potion for you to try. Guaranteed to whet your appetite. That is quite unnecessary. My appetite is always robust. Why not attempt to create something else? Yang Yi swallowed with heart. I'll come over now. Send me your coordinates. After ensuring no other players were nearby, by glancing at the crystal ball, Yang Yi replied, I'm currently in the lair. I'll send you the entrance coordinates. Just follow the main path. All the spiders along the way are dead, but remain cautious. If you encounter any living ones, notify me immediately. After imparting his warnings, Yang Yi sent the coordinates to Suna. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation at his feet, as if something were crawling upward. Instantly alert, he looked down to see a fist-sized fire silk spider, still glistening with slime, as if just hatched. Yang Yi swiftly flicked it away and crushed it underfoot without mercy. He despised spiders crawling on him. Their multitude of eyes and legs were utterly repulsive to him. More small spiders, each the size of a fist, began to emerge from ahead. Over a dozen in total. Each met the same fate under Yang Yi's feet. The eyelids of the spider queen stirred slightly, but in the dim light, the movement was too subtle for Yang Yi to notice. He continued onward. After traversing several more meters and emerging from a tunnel, he found himself in a brightly lit space. Rows of eggs radiating a red fluorescence illuminated the area. This must be the ovary of the fire silk spiders. Those small spiders had hatched from these eggs. However, Yang Yi was not drawn to the spider eggs, but rather captivated by a pile of stones before him. These stones were immense, the largest exceeding 100 meters in length, appearing to be naturally piled. Yet, upon closer inspection, new revelations emerged. 8 elongated stones rested atop an oval boulder, resembling the body of a spider with its 8 legs. Furthermore, these stone pillars were adorned with dried vines and weeds, akin to the bristles on a spider's exterior. As this thought crossed his mind, the resemblance became increasingly pronounced. Yang Yi found himself entranced by the artistry of nature. scrutinizing the stones and uncovering further discoveries. At the forefront of the oval boulder, a stone towered prominently. The stone bore no signs of carving, seemingly shaped by the forces of nature, increasingly resembling a humanoid figure. It possessed 6 arms and 4 legs, evoking the image of a graceful and dignified woman seated upon the stone. Yang immediately lowered his gaze, his cheeks tingling, cold sweat breaking forth, and he dare not look a second time. You have discovered an astonishing statue. Sanity -20. Simultaneously, whispers began to echo in his ears, indistinct murmurs that Yang strangely comprehended. It was, "Offer up." He felt as if a silver needle had pierced his brain, pain radiating deep within, and tears involuntarily welled in his eyes. At that moment, a notification appeared in his activity log, projected onto his retina. Oath prerequisite task activated. Please pledge your loyalty to the mother of 1,000 limbs. 1. Offer 1/3 of your flesh and blood. The spider's kiss will stitch your wounds, reconstructing your body. 2. Offer the bodies of 10 kin, enticing them to the island. The spider's kiss shall bestow upon you strength. 3. This is a prerequisite task. Upon completion, you shall become a follower of the mother of 1,000 limbs. You may formally pledge your oath in the next ocean, undergoing transformation to gain extraordinary power. Extraordinary power, transformation, mother of 1,000 limbs. Yang recited these pieces of information, gradually grasping the entirety of the situation. These fiery spiders were either followers or progeny of the mother of 1,000 limbs, serving as guardians of this temple. The mother of 1,000 limbs was a magnificent entity, a deity. Occasionally, she would bestow her favor, implanting her offspring within the fortunate, guiding their destinies. More whispers flooded Yang Yi's consciousness, persuading him. Offer up, offer up, offer up. Chapter 52. Disbelief in the divine. The preceding oath task, transformation, and the extraordinary. Each of these words, when taken individually, is sufficient to incite a frenzy among players. Now, such an opportunity lay before Yang Yi. By merely offering a portion of his own flesh or sacrificing the lives of 10 compatriots, he could complete the preceding oath task and become a devotee of the matriarch of many limbs. What is there to hesitate about? It would only require the severing of 2 legs. The matriarch might even reward him with 4 legs in return, a double boon. Why delay any further? Such thoughts raced wildly through Yang Yi's mind, accompanied by a decline in rationality. Strange whispers. Your sanity decreases by 10. Strange whispers. Your sanity decreases by 10. As Yang Yi raised his gaze, he discovered that the statue had come to life. It had transformed into an enormous black spider, unfathomably large, with 8 legs and a body covered in a multitude of fine hairs. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these were not mere hairs, but rather the limbs of various creatures. From reptiles to mammals, from fish to birds, from insects to plants, and even bizarre appendages composed of fungi. Among them, Yang Yi discerned human hands and feet, the wings of an eagle, the pincers of a lobster, the tentacles of an octopus, the claws of a tiger, the trunk of an elephant, and the fins of fish, among others. In essence, any limb that Yang Yi could conceive could be found within this ethereal form, and upon contemplation, its location would become immediately apparent. This apparition resembled a living encyclopedia of biology, embodying the limbs of all creatures. Yang Yi felt lightheaded and nauseous as his gaze was drawn to the figure atop the spider's head. It was a dignified maiden, possessing 6 arms and 4 legs. Her first pair of arms being slightly elongated, with the other 2 pairs situated at her waist and flanks, her hands crossed in a posture of sanctity. Her face bore no mouth or nose, but instead was adorned with a chaotic array of eyeballs that roamed incessantly across her gel-like visage. Gazing directly at the manifestation of a great being, your sanity decreases by 100. Warning, your sanity is below 10. Yang Yi's eyes burned as if he were staring directly at the sun, even more blinding than that, tears streaming down his face, gradually turning a pale red. Yet he did not avert his gaze. Instead, he slowly raised the gun in his hand, attempting to aim. Among the 3 options for the preceding oath task, He chose the third. 3. Destroy the statue. The matriarch of many limbs will withdraw her favor. The spider's kiss state will be lifted. And enmity from spiders and spider-like aberrations towards you will increase by 100 apologies. I, Young E, have never believed in deities throughout my life. Moreover, you are rather unappealing to behold. Young E widened his eyes, staring intently at the apparition, his trembling hand gradually steadying as he gripped the gun. Gazing directly at the manifestation of a great being, your sanity decreases by 100. Gazing directly at the manifestation of a great being, your sanity decreases by 100. He disregarded these warnings, focusing solely on his aim, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Young E aimed for the spider's head. While he did not trust he could strike the figure, hitting that colossal spider's head was well within his reach. As the phantom dissipated, the shot struck the front of the elliptical boulder, shattering a small segment. The humanoid stone figure atop the boulder consequently plummeted, breaking into several pieces, rendering the once six-armed, four-legged feminine form unrecognizable. As the dust settled, Yang E struggled to rise. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Moments ago, he had been thrust backwards by the recoil, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, experience had taught him to roll with the impact, preventing any dislocation of his arm, though he did sustain minor abrasions. Suddenly, Yang E realized that his left field of vision had vanished, engulfed in darkness. Simultaneously, the entire cavern trembled as if an earthquake had struck, causing the statues to crumble and fracture into numerous stones, as if they had lost some intrinsic power and could no longer maintain their previous forms. Yang E sensed something was amiss. He had not injured his eyes. So why was he blind? He instinctively reached for his left eye. The sensation was peculiar, akin to soft jelly, as if three spheres were fused together, sticky and seemingly still moving. What is this? How could it be on my face? A wave of dread washed over him, sending chills down his spine, his limbs growing numb. This thing could never be his left eye. He promptly checked the activity log, where a warning appeared. Warning, sanity below 10. You may be afflicted by the abyss. You have unlocked the extraordinary pathway, polluter. The pollution interface has been unlocked. You may now view your status. Yang E immediately accessed the pollution interface. Yang E, pollution level 4, a large humanoid silhouette. The left eye is black, affected area. Left eye deformed organ. Third eye provides 3 perspectives, allowing sight of most intangible entities. Perception 2, third eye. Lacking a mirror, Yang E would not dare to look even if he had one. At that moment, a private message from Sunao arrived. Yang E, are you dead? There has been an earthquake on the island. You haven't been buried alive, have you? Upon reading the message, Yang E nearly choked. This woman truly had a way with words. If she were sent to rescue someone, the victim might well perish from exasperation. Who inquires if another is dead? If he were dead, would he respond with, oh, my apologies, I am deceased? I'm not dead. Yang Yi replied curtly. That's a relief. I noticed your sanity was down to just 1 point. I thought you had transformed into a monster. I'm glad you're all right. I'll come over now. Sunao's interruption eased the tension that had gripped Yang E. Suddenly, he felt a slight itch in his left eye, as though tiny needles were pricking him. And then his left field of vision gradually returned, as if his eyeball and optic nerve had reconnected. However, what he perceived was peculiar. It lacked color. The entire world had become monotonous, yet remarkably clear. His left eye had acquired 3 perspectives, as if 3 eyeballs were collaborating seamlessly, sharing information. The first perspective appears to be thermal imaging, endowing Yang E with the ability to see in the dark, allowing him to perceive everything clearly even within the dim confines of the cave. The second perspective grants him the capacity to magnify and reduce his vision, akin to having built-in magnifying glasses and telescopes within his eyes. With a mere thought, he could discern the fine hairs on a spider located 100 meters away, accurately gauging the distance. The third perspective offers him exceptional dynamic vision. Yang E tilted his head, evading the web that shot towards him from an oblique direction. His left eye's field of vision expanded remarkably, with 3 eyeballs protruding from their sockets, capable of independent rotation, thus enabling him to detect attacks approaching from behind at an angle. Yet, the stark contrast between the two radically different visual fields left Yang Yi feeling quite disoriented. It was as if a vibrant little world had been embedded within a colorless vastness, the two realms clashing and distorting his perception, inducing a sense of dizziness. Rather than endure this discomfort, he opted to close his right eye, relying solely on his left. This adjustment provided him with slight relief. His left eye, however, seemed incapable of closure, perhaps lacking an eyelid. But at this moment, such concerns were trivial. Yang Yi turned to gaze at the Spider Queen behind him. Having severed two of her forelegs, was emerging from the passageway. Chapter 53. Blindness. Yang Yi cast aside his distractions, focusing intently on the adversary before him. It was the Spider Queen, having recovered from the venom of the dead spider, though two of her forelegs were severed. This did not impede her mobility, as she was still able to crawl with her remaining 6 legs. He silently regretted not having completely dismembered this monstrous creature, pondering how she would manage to approach him like this, should he encounter such a seemingly lifeless beast again. He vowed to utterly maim or slay it at all costs. The distance between the man and the spider was nearly 20 meters. A standoff ensued. The circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for Yang Yi. His flintlock had entered a cool-down phase, leaving him with only the sea serpent's tooth at his disposal. Suddenly, the Spider Queen's withered, crooked head emitted a piercing shriek, charging forth like a heavy tank. Perhaps due to the loss of 2 legs, her balance appeared somewhat compromised. Yang Yi turned to flee, simultaneously consuming a bottle of a tribute-enhancing red potion. The liquid was scorching, akin to swallowing magma. You have consumed an unknown potion. Your body feels overheated. Perspiration streams down. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Perception 1, Sanity -20, duration 15 minutes. The potion's information became apparent. Name: Crimson Potion. Type: Consumable Potion. Unique. Quality: Premium. Description: A potion created by the witch Suna. Concocted using the eyeballs of the double-horned devil shark, octopus with a human head, starfish, and abdominal muscle lobster, as well as the eyeball octopus. It has a fiery taste and should not be consumed with water during its effect. After consumption, all attributes except for mental ones increase by 1, causing intense sweating and reddening of the skin, lasting 15 minutes, after which a severe dehydration state will ensue. P.S. Attributes cannot exceed mortal limits. The potion's effects were noteworthy, albeit its taste left much to be desired. Yang Yi's sanity had dwindled to a mere 1, plunging him into a state of madness. Coupled with the potion's effects, all attributes except for mental ones increased by 1, yielding the following overall attributes: Strength 5-2-1, Mental 8-1-2, Iron Will 1, Agility 5-1-1-1, Constitution 5-1-1, Perception 5-1-2, Madness, Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Pirate Attire, Agility 1. With his perception, strength, and agility all reaching 8 points, Yang Yi felt as though his body was remarkably light, as if he could ascend into the air. His mental state, having suffered from previous losses, had garnered significant experience, bringing it to 8 points. He dashed towards the shattered statue, taking refuge among the debris. The area was strewn with rubble of varying sizes, some towering over 20 meters high. As Yang Yi navigated through the wreckage, the Spider Queen, hindered by her massive form, found it difficult to pursue him. He had to eliminate the Spider Queen before the potion's effects faded. With a steely gaze, Yang Yi scavenged a complete spider egg from the ruins, feeding it to his stomach, extracting the silk sac and the dead spider potion. This act undoubtedly enraged the Spider Queen. It was worth noting that the spider eggs in the ovary were already scarce, most having been shattered by the debris. However, Yang Yi continued his mischievous antics, deliberately running towards areas teeming with spider eggs, crushing one after another. The Spider Queen emitted a piercing shriek and recklessly charged towards him, disregarding the small stones in her path, which she violently cleared. Yang Yi remained remarkably composed, as provoking the Spider Queen was part of his strategy. He positioned himself beneath a colossal boulder, bracing for the Queen's collision. With a resounding crash, a massive cloud of dust erupted, scattering debris everywhere. The Spider Queen failed to collide with Yang Yi. Instead, a lithe shadow descended from above, landing upon the Queen's back. In that precarious moment, Yang Yi utilized the silk from his pouch to secure himself to the top of the massive stone, swiftly climbing upward. As the Queen's charge concluded and her mind momentarily dulled, Yang Yi leapt onto her back. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance, leaving even the most skilled gymnast astounded and speechless. Yet this was largely due to the unique perspective granted by his third eye, which allowed Yang Yi to perceive distance and balance in an astonishing manner, enabling him to execute various complex maneuvers with ease, almost like a Spider-Man. Equipped with webbed gloves and his silk pouch, Yang Yi possessed unparalleled agility. Upon landing on the Spider Queen's back, he swiftly advanced to her crown, seizing the head of her humanoid torso and using the sea serpent's fang to sever it cleanly. The blade sliced through her cervical vertebrae effortlessly, unleashing a torrent of dark crimson ichor from the severed neck. The skin at the wound's edge bubbled and blistered, resembling burns, likely a result of the fiery venom embedded within the sea serpent's fang, further augmented by the deadly spider toxin coating the blade, truly poison upon poison. A withered head now rested in Yang Yi's grasp, and the Spider Queen let out a shrill, anguished wail, the sound reverberating from below. She possessed another spider head, and her demise was not assured by the loss of one. Yang Yi crouched low, yet was still violently hurled away by the enraged Spider Queen, losing his footing entirely. He crashed heavily against the debris, tasting blood in his mouth as his throat constricted painfully. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed upon the Spider Queen, and with a powerful kick, he narrowly evaded a pool of viscous silk. Had he been ensnared, it would have been his end. This creature proved rather formidable to vanquish, presenting a challenge for Yang Yi. He had discovered that the carapace atop the Spider Queen's head was exceedingly tough, impervious even to the sea serpent's fang. He needed to target her vulnerabilities. Shifting his focus to the Queen's 6 eyes, arranged in 2 rows upon her head, he observed them clearly. The first row comprised 2 large eyes, while the second featured 4 compound eyes, each as large as a fist, and he was confident in his ability to strike them. As he ran, he assessed the remaining capacity of his silk pouch, noting that 86 units remained, sufficient for his needs. He gathered small stones from the ground, binding them together with silk and the sea serpent's fang to fashion a morning star. Once completed, he revealed himself and hurled the morning star directly towards the Queen's eye. Aiming to strike true, the 3-eyed entity transformed Yang Yi into a master marksman, whether wielding firearms, archery, or the nearly meter-long meteor hammer crafted from spider silk. He struck with unwavering precision. His attack struck the Spider Queen's large eye, causing her form to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi swiftly retracted the meteor hammer and maneuvered away, refusing to linger. The Spider Queen was driven to the brink of madness by Yang Yi's relentless assault. The battle raged on, with Yang Yi utilizing his small stature to his advantage, darting in and out of sight, successfully blinding the Spider Queen's remaining 3 compound eyes. With each successive blow, her vision deteriorated, rendering her sluggish as she collided with the massive boulders strewn along her path. Despite her formidable carapace, she could not escape injury, particularly as a deep gash was inflicted upon her abdomen, where her armor was weakest. Yang Yi, too, was not without his struggles. The intensity of his sprinting had drained his energy reserves to a mere 12 points. If this continued, he would soon have to rely on his vitality to sustain him. Just then, another unforeseen meteor hammer soared through the air, shattering the Spider Queen's final compound eye. She was left with only her 1 large eye remaining. Although she had managed to shield it well, the reality of her impending blindness was undeniable. At that moment, however, the Queen seemed to tap into an untapped potential, her intellect awakening. She arched her rear upwards and spewed forth a thick strand of silk towards the rocky summit, effortlessly ascending it. Astonishingly, she even managed to traverse the peak in an inverted manner, an act defying gravity. Yang Yi was baffled. How could such a heavy creature navigate the heights of a nearly 40-meter cliff? Moreover, With only a handful of spider silk units remaining, he could barely muster the strength for one final strike. Chapter 54. Blindness atop the rocky summit. The Spider Queen moved with ease while Yang Yi could only watch helplessly. His options severely limited. There was nothing he could do. His attack range was insufficient. The queen arched her abdomen towards him and unleashed a torrent of glistening silk, cascading like rain. This viscous webbing was sticky and treacherous. Entanglement would render escape nearly impossible. The Spider Queen intended to confine Yang Yi's movements in this manner. Yet, to his surprise, Yang Yi embraced the challenge. In a wild frenzy, he stomped heavily onto the silk, and when he lifted his leg, he found it laborious. He then raised his gaze to the Spider Queen and extended a finger toward her. "Come here." Yang Yi taunted. In truth, he had no choice but to act this way. The Crimson Potion's duration was dwindling to a mere 2 minutes. If he continued to dawdle, he would soon succumb to dehydration, rendering him immobile without the queen needing to ensnare him in her web. Rather than succumb to such a fate, he resolved to fight fiercely while he still possessed strength. "Are you afraid to come down? I'm already stuck," he provoked again. His audacity confounded the Spider Queen, momentarily short-circuiting her thoughts. However, she quickly regained her composure, unleashing a furious roar as she propelled herself downward. "Excellent," Yang Yi rejoiced as the Spider Queen descended. Her form loomed larger in his vision. He could even discern her mandibles, drooling, poised to devour him. Yet, in Yang Yi's perception, her descent seemed to slow. Timing his strike, he hurled a meteor hammer directly at her final eye. His prediction was remarkably precise, appearing as though the Spider Queen's own eyeball collided with the weapon. This was the advantage of his tri-eyed dynamic vision, which allowed him to anticipate his foe's movements with a degree of accuracy. Yang Yi felt his thoughts forcibly accelerated by this enhanced perception, adapting to the extraordinary dynamic vision. With a sickening thud, the combined forces resulted in the meteor hammer embedding itself within the Spider Queen's eye. Her body quivered violently in mid-air, her attack morphing from a bite into a collision. With a resounding crash, Yang Yi was flung away like a marionette with severed strings, crashing against a jagged stone while blood gushed forth. The impact was severe, sapping over 50 health points from him. It was likely that 4 or 5 ribs were fractured, and his left arm was shattered into 3 segments. Had it not been for the protective heart mirror safeguarding his chest, that blow might have completely drained his vitality. Fortunately, he was still alive. His health remained at 16, and he had not yet triggered the refusal of death. "You must be blind now." Yang Yi struggled, his right hand reaching for his waist, only to discover that the regeneration potion had shattered, spilling its contents everywhere. Thankfully, he had a spare. He rummaged through his jacket pocket and retrieved a long sardine, feeding it to his stomach, then extracted the backup regeneration potion and downed it in one swift motion. Gurgle. As you consume the regeneration potion, your vitality restores by 20, injuries gradually heal, and an insufferable itch spreads throughout your body. Enduring this torment, Yang Yi's vitality rises to 40 points. He struggles to rise and gazes at the Spider Queen, who appears to be flailing like a headless fly, attacking the rubble indiscriminately. With ill intentions, Yang Yi moves toward the Spider Queen, but before he can take his first step, an itch suddenly strikes his nose, causing 2 streams of blood to flow forth, and he promptly loses his vision. It seems that Yang Yi has gone blind. What is happening? He immediately opens his right eye, only to find darkness. Both eyes are shrouded in obscurity. Shortly thereafter, a notification alerts him that the effect of the Crimson Potion has expired. Yang Yi feels as if his throat is being scraped by a blade, desperately needing hydration. He crouches low to lessen any noise, retrieves a foul-smelling, long-legged sardine from his pocket to satiate his stomach, and takes out a bottle of water, sipping it slowly. 2 minutes later, he finishes the 2 liters of fresh water, gradually recovering from his dehydrated state, yet still unable to engage in vigorous movement. He listens intently, realizing that the chamber is eerily silent, with even a pin drop echoing. What is happening? In his blindness, Yang Yi refrains from making any rash movements. Time passes unnoticed, and he finally remembers to contact Suna. "Suna, Rian, I think I've gone blind." "Blind?" "Yes, I can't see." Yang Yi types rapidly, without sight. His only options are to check his log and chat. This log, bound to his soul, can still be navigated without vision. How did you go blind? I'm not quite sure. Yang Yi recounts the events to Su Na without delving into the details of the monster spider. Merely mentioning the bizarre occurrences along the way, the consumption of the potion, the depletion of his sanity, and the subsequent distortion in his left eye, leading to his peculiar vision loss. That large spider was playing dead. I fought her, and then I went blind. Be careful, I poked both her eyes out. Oh, she is already dead. I'm looking for a place to strike, but her shell is too tough. My dagger can't cut through. Where are you? Lend me your short sword to try. Su Na had evidently arrived long ago, leaving Yang Yi in solitude. He stands up and calls out a few times. Soon, footsteps approach, and Su Na runs over. Her first words are, "Your left eye, how beautiful." Huh. Although Yang Yi cannot see, he has touched it. It protrudes from the socket, three spherical forms huddled together. No matter how one thinks about it, the word beautiful seems utterly unrelated. One might say that Su Na possesses a rather unique sense of aesthetics. Your eyeball is still moving. It should be functioning normally. Can you truly not see? Su Na extends her hand, waving it before Yang Yi's face, then tentatively attempts to touch his left eye. Don't touch. Yang Yi steps back, feeling goosebumps rise. Yet, Su Na follows closely, lingering near him, and Yang Yi can even sense her breath. Your left eye lacks an eyelid and cannot close autonomously. If what you claim is true, that it can simultaneously transmit three perspectives, then your brain must surely be overwhelmed. As Su Na observed, she elucidated further. Yang Yi soon grasped her meaning. You imply that indeed, you are not blind. It is merely that a protective mechanism in your brain has been triggered, obstructing your vision to prevent overload, thereby safeguarding your mind from damage and preventing you from becoming foolish. How long will it take for me to recover? Yang Yi inquired with palpable excitement. I do not know. It could be the next moment, it might take a year, or perhaps you may never regain it. The brain is a remarkably intricate organ. Su Na chose not to pursue this topic any further and handed Yang Yi an object. Here, take this. What is it? A piece of insect shell. Place it over your left eye, and it should impede the transmission of visual information, which may assist in your eyesight's recovery. Chapter 55. The extraordinary path Yang Yi has lost his sight, uncertain of when he might regain it. Under the guidance of Su Na, he approaches the side of the Spider Queen. Lend me your short sword and gloves. These webs are excessively sticky. You can take the gloves yourself. As for the short sword, it should be lodged within the queen's head. Oh! Su Na retrieves the gloves, her intentions unclear. Had Yang Yi been able to see, he would have observed Su Na digging into the Spider Queen's eye sockets, bending low to peer inside, and eventually extracting a meteor hammer entangled in silk. Though the details are obscured, her strike seems to have shattered her cerebral matter, leading ultimately to her demise. With the aid of the gloves, Su Na extracts the tooth of the sea serpent from the webbing and, using it as a makeshift chisel, strikes it forcefully against the joints of the Spider Queen's head to pry it loose. Approximately half an hour later, the queen's head is severed. This solitary head boasts a diameter nearing 1 meter, gushing forth a substantial amount of dark crimson fluid. Su Na retrieves the humanoid head as well, preparing to take both back with her. Let us depart for the ship. We shall return for the remainder another time, Su Na suggests. Yang Yi has no objections. His current blindness renders any action cumbersome, and resting to restore his vision is of paramount importance. The two of them roll the spider's head as they exit the cavern, making their way towards the shore. Stay here. I will board the ship first, and then use a grappling hook to bring you up. Yang Yi is left speechless. His blindness renders entering the sea and boarding the vessel exceedingly inconvenient. He cannot even see the ship, let alone climb the ladder affixed to its side. Thus, using the grappling hook proves to be the most expedient method. About 10 minutes later, a clamp secures around Yang Yi's waist, hoisting him upward. In the next moment, he finds himself inside the cabin of the Nightmare Star. Although this method of boarding is peculiar, it inflicts no harm upon the body. Wait here for a moment. Su Na's voice resonates beside him. She has just descended from the deck, retrieved something from the cabin, and is now headed towards the laboratory. Moments later, she emerges again, presenting Yang Yi with an eye mask. The mask is quite rudimentary, fashioned from a suitably sized insect shell with a hole pierced through it, then threaded with fabric. Wearing this should prove beneficial. She assists Yang Yi in donning the eye mask before bustling back into the laboratory. Yang Yi stands in place for a while, ultimately resorting to feeling his way up the ladder, relying on memory and sensation to ascend to the deck, then navigating along the ship's edge back to the captain's quarters. He sheds his captain's attire and reclines on the bed, assessing his condition. Upon confronting the phantasm of the mother of 10,000 limbs, he has unlocked the extraordinary path, pollution, and thus a new interface has appeared in his log. Pollution interface, Yang Yi, pollution depth 6, a large humanoid figure. With the left eye depicted in black, affected area. Left eye distorted organ. Third eye warning. Rationality below 10 will result in player pollution, intensifying over time. However, players with high mental attributes can resist and delay the deepening of pollution. When reason dwindles to nothing, players will utterly lose control, transforming into distorted monsters. Unlike the other pale blue interfaces, the polluted interface is a dark crimson hue, ominously signaling danger. Through pollution, players can transcend the boundaries of the mundane and ascend to the extraordinary. Yet this path to transcendence resembles a tightrope walk. A moment's lapse in caution could lead to an abyss of despair, resulting in a mental demise and a metamorphosis into a mindless beast. Even if one is fortunate enough to survive, with reason intact, their corporeal form will undergo grotesque distortions. Yang Yi reached towards his left eye beneath the eye mask, which continued to spin slowly. In a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to gouge out that left eye, but ultimately restrained himself. This eye grants him greater strength, and only by growing stronger can he distance himself from pollution. The weak, devoid of choice, must passively accept their fate. Yang Yi continued to examine his attribute panel, only to discover that the state spider's kiss had vanished, and his personal panel had undergone new transformations. Yang Yi mundane, path to transcendence. Pollution, depth 6. The path to transcendence is not singular. Players can explore multiple paths simultaneously. Status: injured, a large human silhouette. Deep yellow near the left waist. Strength: 5-2, 12-200. Madness bonus: Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1. Spirit -2, Spirit: 8-1-2, 119-16,000. Iron will bonus: Agility: 5-1, 23-200. Constitution: 5-1, 21-200. Perception: 5-2, 192-200. Third eye bonus: Reason: 3-100. Energy: 17-100. Vitality: 51-100. Magic essence: 9-7. With spirit below 10. Each point of spirit will provide 1 point of magic essence. When magic essence reaches 0, severe headaches ensue, incapacitating movement. Full recovery of magic essence requires 24 hours. A reduction in spirit will decrease the maximum limit of magic essence, but will not deduct from the current amount. Talent: Iron Will. Refusal of death spells: none. Spells require an active release, consuming magic essence, and may necessitate incantations, formation of magical arrays, ritual sacrifices, etc. Abilities: Third eye, physical capability. Some abilities may consume magic essence. Confronting the phantom of the mother of all spiders resulted in a tremendous surge in his mental experience, propelling him directly to 8 points. The terms path to transcendence, magic essence, spells, and abilities all emerged post-transcendence. Yet, Yang Yi possessed no spells, rendering magic essence unnecessary. His sole ability was a deformed left eye. After deliberating for over 10 minutes, Yang Yi resolved not to share this information with Suna. Once she learns that reason has dropped below 10, granting access to transcendence, who knows what reckless actions she might undertake. Suna, remember to monitor the sea chart to prevent other players from approaching. Understood. Suna responded swiftly. Yang Yi had initially intended to request Suna to venture to the island in search of the colossal fire silk spider's corpse. Only one body was needed for the Nightmare Star to upgrade. Upon her return to the Nightmare Star, the woman immediately sequestered herself within the laboratory, meticulously dissecting the cranium of the queen spider. Consequently, Yang Yi refrained from disturbing her, as the lifeless body posed no threat of revival or escape. A delay in retrieval was of little consequence. He habitually posted a message in the global channel, expressing his earnest desire to procure fire-starting tools at a premium price. To his delight, he promptly received a response. Would you like a flint stone? Name, instant ignition flint. Type, tool, quality, good. Description, this metallic implement, when struck, emits a multitude of sparks capable of igniting fabric or wooden debris. Caution, it must remain dry. Otherwise, it is merely a nondescript stone, redolent of gunpowder. Yang Yi's interest was piqued. How much? 300 stone materials. He swiftly perused the chat records, discovering that 2 or 3 players were offering this flint stone in unlimited quantities. This indicated they had acquired the manufacturing recipe. However, the current pricing was inflated, with a single flint stone selling for around 200 stone materials or over 1,000 conch coins. The seller's asking price of 300 was indeed exorbitant. Yang Yi chose to disregard the offer, feeling no urgency. The price of fire-starting tools would undoubtedly continue to decline, akin to that of winter garments. There was no need for hasty decisions. Furthermore, superior fire-starting tools might exist, such as lighters, which, unlike flint stones that require dry conditions, boast unlimited gas supply and superior functionality. Yang Yi examined the vast ocean map. The encroachment of the extreme winter sea was slow, with an estimated 10 days to half a month remaining before it intersected with the black mist. Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to slumber. Having felt the weight of tension for an extended period, he required this respite to rejuvenate. Chapter 56. Constructing the cannon. 4 hours later, Yang Yi awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by light. His vision had returned. A surge of vitality coursed through him. Although his sight was slightly hindered due to the singular eye, it did not impede his daily life. He attempted to close his right eye, removing the eye patch to switch to his left. Instantly, the world lost its colors, yet became remarkably vivid. With a mere thought, he could even count the strands of his eyebrows without the aid of a mirror. He exited the captain's cabin. It was still daylight, with 2 hours of sunlight remaining. However, the absence of light had no effect on his left eye. This peculiar eye did not seem to rely on the reception of light to perceive the world. To his left eye, sunlight was not blinding. It was merely a sphere suspended in the air. Yang Yi retrieved a crystal ball from his pouch, utilizing its reflective surface to examine his left eye with his right. He observed 3 gelatinous orbs clustered together, each harboring a yellow point the size of an almond. Seemingly the pupil. They rotated slowly, adjusting their position as needed. After a brief experiment, he switched back to his right eye and secured the eye patch. The vibrant world was far more agreeable. Whenever he utilized his left eye, Yang Yi felt an inexplicable gloom enveloping the surroundings. Were these monstrous orbs truly beautiful? He recalled Suna's initial reaction upon seeing them. Her aesthetic sense must have been profoundly distorted. In a normal context, no creature would possess such eyes. Only Suna could regard them with admiration. Were it Yang Yi, he would find them inexplicably repugnant. The time limit for usage appeared to be around 10 minutes. Thus, he resolved to keep each session with the 3 eyes under this duration. Yang Yi sent a message to Suna, ikeva vacant. And my vision has returned. I shall venture to the island to search for the carcass of the giant fire silk spider. I must hasten to upgrade the Night Star. Lingering with this grand sailing vessel severely hampers its speed. Suna did not respond, likely still preoccupied with her dissection. He glanced at her sanity level, which stood at 62, remaining within a safe range. Whenever she found the time, she would likely notice his message. With 2 hours until nightfall, Yang Yi was eager to search for the spider's remains, aiming to elevate the Night Star to level 3 by nightfall. He did not intend to visit the spider's lair. He had already extracted some tissues from the giant fire silk spiders there. Even if there were any stragglers, they would likely be hidden in the labyrinthine paths, difficult to locate. Moreover, the lengthy distance to and from a lair rendered it impractical to venture there at this moment. He resolved to scour the nearby forest for the remains of the giant fire silk spider, while also collecting some spider silk for future sweater-making endeavors. After searching for over an hour without success, just as he was about to concede and head back, he stumbled upon a giant fire silk spider on his return route. Choosing an alternate path home proved to be the right decision. Yang Yi beamed with delight and immediately sprinted back to the Night Star. As he boarded the vessel, the sky had yet to darken, and Yang Yi commenced the transport of supplies aboard the grand sailing ship, Hu Wei's vessel, which had not yet been deconstructed. Once he amassed the requisite materials for a level 3 upgrade, he promptly operated the logbook and pressed the confirmation key for the enhancement. In an instant, a ghastly green soul erupted from the nightmarish star, while countless skeletal arms intertwined to form a structure that ascended the ship's hull, enveloping the deck like a dense layer of armor. Although the ship's dimensions remained unchanged, its exterior underwent a dramatic transformation. The skull of the captain at the bow ignited with the fire of souls, ensnared by myriad skeletal arms, rendering it motionless except for the skull, which could still pivot up and down. Upgrade complete. The nightmarish star has ascended to a level 3 vessel. Specific changes can be viewed in the ship interface. Yang Yi immediately accessed the ship interface. Nightmarish star, level 3, durability 4500, capacity 12,000 units. Speed 65 knots. Note, 500 durability is attributed to the head of a bobbit worm. Ship skills, nightmare. Sleep quality aboard is exceedingly poor, plagued by nightmares. Energy recovery efficiency -75, effective only for the captain. Fisherman's curse increases the likelihood of catching abnormal objects rather than regular fish. Astrology displays the surrounding nautical map with a radius of 150 nautical miles, viewable in a crystal ball. Can set up warnings to alert other players of their presence via vibrations. Peeping allows the retrieval of ship names and player names. Acquiring the coordinates of that ship and viewing its image, limited to 1 target per day. Embrace of the dead. The ship's hull is protected by numerous skeletal arms, enhancing durability. When durability drops below 2,000, it will self-repair. These skeletal arms will attempt to grasp intruders, though their strength is limited. Description: this ship has begun to grow bones. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Upon reviewing the attributes, a broad smile spread across Yang Yi's face. The most lamentable flaw of this vessel had finally been rectified, with a durability soaring to 4,500. Though its appearance was somewhat peculiar, it was a ghost ship. After all, the presence of animated skeletons aboard was hardly cause for alarm. With time, one would naturally acclimate to it. After examining the attributes, Yang Yi operated the logbook to deconstruct Hu Wei's grand sailing ship, thereby acquiring a substantial amount of materials once more. With a heart brimming with excitement, he stepped into the ship's cabin. There were 2 additional expansion spaces. This time, he could construct the cannon he had long desired, ensuring his martial virtue was maximized. He immediately opted to build an offensive structure, the ancient combat room. Consuming 200 units of wood, 10 units of steel, and 10 units of sulfur, the radiance dissipated, revealing a new room on the right side of the cabin, containing 2 formidable cannons. Such a combat room could be constructed in pairs, perfectly corresponding to the left and right flanks of the ship. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to erect another to avoid any last-minute adjustments should an enemy appear on the left. He entered the ancient combat room to examine the attributes of the cannons. Name: soaked cannon. Type: ship equipment. Relic: quality. Description: this cannon has been soaked. The projectiles it fires will not explode, but they possess a longer range and a low probability of launching some inexplicable objects, with a range of 300 meters. Upon reviewing the information, Yang Yi could not help but scoff. Indeed, nothing normal comes from waterlogged contraptions. Yet, the enigmatic object remained a mystery. Yang Yi attempted to fire a dozen rounds, but nothing transpired except for the shattering of coastal rocks. It dawned on him that this device was merely a more refined catapult. After all, a non-explosive shell bears a striking resemblance to a mere stone. He discovered that the expansion buildings were eligible for upgrades. To elevate the ship to level 4, all expansion buildings needed to be upgraded to level 2, with the exception of special structures such as the Witch Laboratory. Currently, it was unclear whether the Witch Laboratory could be upgraded, as no options for such were available in the log. Without further deliberation, Yang Yi promptly upgraded the ancient war room to level 2, expending precisely 100 units of wood, 400 units of fabric, 100 units of stone, 40 units of steel, and 20 units of sulfur. A flash of radiance enveloped the room, and the floor was adorned with a layer of moldy carpet that bubbled underfoot, reminiscent of something freshly retrieved from the water. The cannon's surface was embellished with rusted metallic patterns, transforming it into a level 2 waterlogged cannon. Name: Level 2 waterlogged cannon. Type: ship equipment. Relic: quality: exquisite. Description: this cannon is waterlogged. The shells it fires will not detonate, yet possess an extended range and a certain probability of launching inexplicable objects, with a range of 350 meters. The cannon in the war room is fixed and cannot be disassembled. With a range of 350 meters, it far surpasses that of a typical cannon, presenting a significant advantage. Yang Yi had also contemplated constructing a glass cannon, yet its exorbitant cost of 100 crystals and fragility deterred him. Perhaps he would revisit that idea after future upgrades. Upon completion, his inventory was as follows: 535 units of wood, 285 units of fabric, 945 units of stone, 47 units of steel, 14 units of crystal, 25 units of sulfur, and 1,400 seashell coins. Huwei's legacy had nearly been squandered. The materials required for upgrading to a level 4 ship were now displayed. For 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of fabric, 1,000 units of stone, 500 units of steel, 1,000 units of crystal, 500 units of sulfur, and 1 unit of proliferating flesh. Witnessing this staggering surge in material demands, Yang Yi resolved to temporarily disregard it. Chapter 57. A sudden awakening. Yang Yi unleashed a barrage of fire, obliterating vast stretches of coastline. It was then that he beheld an utterly perplexing sight: a long-legged sardine. At the moment it exited the cannon, it might have still been alive, but having collided with the reef, it was now irretrievably stuck. The damage inflicted was minimal, yet the insult was profound, leaving Yang Yi momentarily speechless. What good is this? Is the intention to provoke laughter? Of course. It might simply be a result of Yang Yi's ill fortune. Thus, the projectile was a long-legged sardine. Had it been a fortunate soul, it would likely have been a majestic hammerhead shark, exhibiting a significantly greater destructive potential, albeit not by much. Yet, why was there no reaction from Suna at all? Yang Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. The upgrade of the Nightmare Star, coupled with the thunderous sound of cannon fire. How could Suna not emerge to investigate? A sense of unease gripped him as he checked Suna's status, discovering that her rationality had dwindled to a mere 49, while her state of madness remained fixated. He promptly entered the witch's laboratory. At that moment, Suna had just finished dissecting the brain of the queen spider, her cheeks flushed with excitement. On the table lay 2 glass jars, one containing a large, incomplete brain resembling that of a human, and the other a smaller one. Upon seeing Yang Yi, she exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm, "You have finally arrived. I was just about to inform you." Yang Yi frowned, observing the deranged state of Suna. "I have made a monumental discovery, akin to the unveiling of a new continent." Suna spoke rapidly, eager to share her astonishing revelation. "I have uncovered an entirely new, controllable, and directional form of evolution in the queen spider. Unlike the prolonged accumulation of genetic mutations, these spiders possess the conscious ability to transform their own bodies, akin to editing their own lives. I shall term this evolutionary method Evolution 2.0. Yang Yi raised a hand to interrupt her, cutting through her lengthy exposition with a pressing inquiry about the ultimate outcome. "Suna, what do you intend to do?" "Yang Yi, do you wish to evolve?" Suna brandished a syringe, exclaiming, "This contains the cerebral fluid I extracted from the queen spider. With further separation and purification, it should be applicable to humans. By injecting this liquid into the spine, we could, like spiders, attach additional limbs to our bodies. Any limbs we desire, gradually achieving the evolution of life." Yang Yi was suddenly reminded of the mother of all limbs. Though his memories were faint, he vaguely recalled that she possessed 6 legs for arms, and an immense spider body, adorned with various appendages. It seemed she had reached the pinnacle of evolution through such a form, a grand existence, or perhaps a deity. Recalling the shadow of a great existence causes a 30-point decrease in rationality. Yang Yi's gaze hardened as he solemnly threatened, "Suna, cease your mad aspirations. Do not delve further down this path." "Why?" Suna inquired, her eyes wide with confusion. "If you're not interested in evolving, I could try it myself." "Do you dare?" With a thunderous roar akin to a resounding bell, Yang Yi startled Suna, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. "If you dare to attach any inexplicable items to yourself, I assure you, I will methodically remove each one from your body. Mark my words." Yang Yi's gaze was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Moments later, Suna pouted and retorted, "What s with the hostility?" However, after Yang Yi's admonition, she appeared to abandon her plans for evolution. And before him, she destroyed the unfinished, unknown potion. This unexpected action took Yang Yi by surprise. A glance at Suna's rationality index revealed it had risen to 51, pulling her away from madness. Is it truly possible to rouse someone with scolding? Yang Yi pondered in astonishment, though he maintained a composed exterior and inquired, "Is the potion for restoring energy ready?" "I have some leads, but it will take a few more days." "Very well. It's getting late. Let us return to rest." Suna nodded and exited the laboratory, only to discover that the Nightmare Star had undergone a remarkable transformation. "It has reached level 3? Indeed." Suna began to examine the ship's interface, acclimating to its new features. As night fell, the once pitch-black Nightmare Star finally illuminated. Yet, the means of illumination was peculiar. Eerie green ghostly flames appeared on the ship's deck, meandering back and forth through the night. These flames bore no temperature and posed no threat. They could even be touched, resembling a peculiar gas. Their sole effect was to provide light to the Nightmare Star, while simultaneously bestowing it with an unsettling spectral atmosphere. Yang Yi took control of the vessel, testing the enhanced acceleration capabilities of the Nightmare Star. Although the maximum sailing speed had only increased by 5 knots, the acceleration was significantly improved. The formidable power could even destabilize those unprepared for it. However, before he had traveled a few nautical miles, a commotion arose behind him. Another earthquake ensued, churning the seawater with tremendous force, the entire episode lasting several seconds. Yang Yi turned his gaze back, utilizing his left eye. He observed that the island's area had diminished by several hundred square meters post-quake. This phenomenon had occurred earlier when Yang Yi had damaged the statue, though at the time, he had paid little attention and had been blinded. Now, from a distance, he noted that the island seemed to be subsiding. An ominous premonition washed over him. The earthquakes would likely become more frequent, and the island would ultimately sink. Yet, this mattered little, as Yang Yi planned to stay only briefly. Once he had collected the corpses and gathered some supplies, he intended to depart. After all, the ominous black mist was always in motion. Upon anchoring in a suitable position, Yang Yi secured the ship. He then returned to the captain's quarters, which had also undergone a transformation. A red velvet carpet adorned the floor. Though old, it was quite comfortable underfoot. The room also featured a new lamp, a skull that illuminated with a ghastly green flame when its jaw was opened and extinguished when closed. Though dim, it was a welcome addition. Lying on the bed, he discovered it had softened as well. This upgrade was indeed worth the investment. He began to peruse the chat logs and noticed a surge in players selling Flint, leading to a continuous decline in its price. The major newspaper had also released its latest weekly edition. Yang Yi spent 100 conch coins to procure a copy and subsequently sold information regarding the kindling spider. However, he refrained from disclosing any details about the gluttonous guest, the Spider Queen, or the matriarch of countless limbs. This information was crucial and related to the extraordinary, yet the compensation offered by the newspaper was, to be frank, rather meager. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yi received a payment of 400 conch coins, effectively allowing him to acquire a newspaper for free while profiting 300 conch coins in the process. As he scanned through the newspaper, he noted that the trading section had not undergone significant changes. There was nothing of interest to purchase. However, it seemed that the book Introduction to Cannibalism had been purchased by someone. He wished them good fortune. The Sea Storm Chronicles recorded several events that Yang he had overlooked. A few days prior, a gun had been sold in the chat channel for an exorbitant price of 120,000 Kong coins. Name: White Rose. Type: treasure. Quality: exceptional. Description: an exquisite white and gold revolver capable of firing silver bullets, dealing minor damage to otherworldly creatures and suppressing regeneration. It can harm incorporeal entities such as phantoms. It has a capacity of 5 and requires 3 minutes for automatic reloading. How astonishingly wealthy. Young Yi Muset. He, of course, could never muster such a sum. He also found himself perplexed as to why the seller would part with such a weapon. Were he in the seller's position, he would certainly retain it unless he possessed multiples. Nevertheless, this news indicated a growing accessibility of firearms, prompting Yang Yi to remain vigilant. He could not evade bullets. Perhaps, with the aid of the three-eyed entity, he could devise a plan simultaneously. The Sea Storm Chronicles unveiled the coordinates of a new island. This island, formed by an active volcano, is home to a peculiar creature known as the lava slug, capable of traversing molten lava. This creature does not actively attack humans, but its emitted bodily fluids are scaldingly hot. Contact with them is almost certainly fatal, rendering it an extremely dangerous entity. However, the creature lacks intelligence, and players quickly discovered a method to eliminate it by cooling it down with copious amounts of seawater. Once cooled, the slug perishes and transforms into solid stone. The remains can be utilized for gacha pulls, with a high probability of yielding flint recipes or even a lighter. Now it made sense why the number of players selling flint was rapidly increasing. Yang Yi glanced at the map of the sea. This island was quite distant, positioned to his rear left, and would require a voyage of 7 or 8 days. By the time he arrived, it would likely have been consumed by the encroaching black mist. He dismissed the notion of joining the fray, concluding that if the situation proved dire, he could simply purchase a flint to suffice. Chapter 58. The Book of the Limbs and Spiders Dual Edition. The following day, before the first light of dawn, Yang Yi rose early and knocked on Suna's door. After a considerable wait, Suna finally opened the door, displaying a hint of annoyance. "What is it?" "The island is sinking. We must hasten our efforts to recover the corpses, focusing on the red, velvety fibers from the spiders' abdomens. If time permits, we might also gather some timber," Yang Yi instructed. Suna nodded in agreement and then closed her door. Yang Yi took the helm, steering the nightshade toward the island. And by the time they reached the shore, daylight had broken. Suna quickly freshened up, shouldered her pirate longbow, and prepared to accompany Yang Yi onto the island. However, as they waded ashore, Yang Yi suddenly realized a critical concern. If they discovered an island in the frigid winter seas, they would indeed have to wade through the icy waters to reach it, which could prove fatal. It seemed prudent to construct a raft. He resolved to craft one by hand later. Once the corpses were collected, he planned to utilize the logs and spider silk to fashion a simple raft, as the remaining dozen units of spider silk in his pouch should suffice. Upon reaching the island, the two would execute their plan, starting with a visit to the nest. This area boasted the highest density of spider corpses, and they needed to retrieve the remains of the fire velvet spider queen from deep within, a task that would be unmanageable for one person alone. Subsequently, Suna would focus on the region closest to the boat, gathering the fire velvet spider fibers from that area, while Yang Yi ventured further afield, including the opposite end of the island. They resolved to complete their collection of the fibers within the day. Having visited the island twice before, they navigated with ease and quickly arrived at the entrance to the nest. The stench had intensified, and a new type of insect had appeared within the cavern: tiny, rice-sized ants. These ants seemed to emerge from nowhere, their numbers overwhelming as they gnawed on the bioluminescent mushrooms above and the corpses of the fire velvet spiders. Suna captured a few ants for inspection, finding them rather ordinary and unremarkable. She proposed a theory. These ants and the spiders may be in a hostile relationship. Once the spiders perish, this cavern becomes a paradise for the ants. Without lingering, they proceeded to harvest the fire velvet spider fibers along their path, working efficiently. The collection posed no challenge. With a swipe of their daggers or short swords, the fibers fell easily. They also ventured into side passages, though the narrower ones proved unfeasible for exploration due to the smaller spiders that inhabited them. Soon, they stumbled upon an unexpected find. In a 2-meter-wide side corridor, Yang discovered a curled, lifeless giant fire velvet spider. The chances of obtaining a unique egg from this specimen seemed promising, and they decided to take it back for a spin at the egg machine. As they delved deeper, they arrived at a cavern they had encountered previously, one adorned with the desiccated remains of human limbs. Suna had paused to observe it during her earlier passage, but had refrained from entering, mindful of the enormous spider queen awaiting her ahead. Yang stepped into the cavern, harvesting the spider silk from the deceased spiders within. He noted a platform in the cave, covered with dark stains. Suna leaned in to take a whiff, her brow furrowed. Bloodstains. It was reasonable to suspect that the gruesome dismemberment was carried out here, with some blood splattering several meters away. There was ample reason to believe that the victims were still alive during their dismemberment. Yang remained silent as he discovered a broken bow and a dozen rudimentary arrows on the ground. No other equipment or items were found. Wei may have already scavenged this area. The luminous orbs of fallen players were also absent. Without lingering, they harvested the fire silk spider hairs and ventured deeper into the lair. Upon entering the ovary chamber, the finale of the spider's nest, they found that the once majestic stone statue had crumbled into a pile of rubble. Even a deity would struggle to guess its original form. Yang noticed that many newly hatched fire silk spiders were present, but they were quickly assaulted by ants and swiftly met their demise. Simultaneously, a multitude of spider eggs were being destroyed by the ants, and even the corpse of the spider queen was swarmed by ants, a veritable mass of them. Suna did not hasten to salvage the spider queen's remains. Instead, she hurriedly collected several intact fire silk spider eggs. These eggs, each the size of a goose egg, were regarded as living entities and could not be stored in her treasure bag. Thus, she could only carry a limited number, placing them in a simple backpack. Meanwhile, Yang focused on the spider queen's body, contemplating how to transport it back. After all, a 10-meter spider, even without its elongated legs, was considerably larger than an average cow, especially its rotund abdomen, which measured around 3 meters in diameter. It was clear that stuffing it into a stomach bag would be futile, as it would be reduced to mere shells. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The island was experiencing another earthquake. Yang swiftly pulled Suna to take shelter beneath a massive boulder. The tremors persisted for a minute, more intense than the previous ones, causing a multitude of glow mushrooms to rain down from above. Strangely, however, no stones fell. During the first earthquake, the situation had been similar, but Yang had not paid much attention. This time, however, he sensed something was amiss. Was the rock ceiling excessively sturdy? He looked up and noticed that the broad stone wall at the top of the ovary chamber seemed to bear some sort of pattern, but the dim light, coupled with the numerous fallen glow mushrooms, obscured his view of the ceiling. Suna also gazed upward. It appeared to be some form of writing. She squinted, attempting to discern more clearly. Without the use of her third eye, her vision surpassed Yang. However, should she employ her third eye, the experience would be entirely different. Yang removed the eye patch from his left eye and activated his third eye to examine the ceiling, and then he beheld. This was Yang froze, his body tensing, unable to avert his gaze. Simultaneously, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, brutal and overwhelming, nearly bursting his consciousness. Suna had been correct. These patterns indeed constituted writing. The ability to recognize them indicated her heightened perceptual attributes. Yet constrained by her naked eye, she could only perceive blurred outlines. Nevertheless, this also shielded her sanity, preventing her from being thrust into the same predicament as Yang. Forced to read and comprehend the text, it is an exceedingly ancient script, one that bears no resemblance to any documented writing in the annals of human history. This script requires no acquired knowledge. Upon merely gazing at its form, one instantly comprehends its profound significance. Hieroglyphics can only be regarded as a crude imitation of this script. The disparity in the information conveyed by the two is akin to comparing pristine gravel to a complex microchip, utterly incomparable. This script possesses no fixed structure. Each character is unique. and the vast quantity of information overwhelms Yang Yi's mind, causing his head to throb with pressure, veins bulging at his forehead, as if it might burst, with his head seemingly expanding. Confronting bizarre characters reduces your sanity by 50. You have thoroughly read the book of the limbed spider. Reducing your sanity by 100, you have acquired the limbed spider magic. It can be viewed in the panel Huff. Huff. Yang Yi gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, as if he had wandered through the gates of the underworld and just returned. Simultaneously, his mind felt as though it had been invaded by 100 wriggling worms, leaving him in a state of bewilderment, severing his connection to the external world. It took several minutes for him to regain his composure and reassert control over his body. Suddenly, he felt warmth in his nose, and a spray of blood erupted, containing even fragments of tissue. Yang Yi, what is wrong with you? Suna, having been absorbed in observing the rock summit, snapped back to reality upon hearing the commotion beside her. Yang Yi, still shaken, grasped her arm urgently, warning, "Do not look up." "What did you see?" Suna inquired. Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate what he had witnessed. The meanings embedded within those characters were too weighty to be conveyed by the superficial language of humanity. Thus, he could not find suitable words to describe his experiences. Instead, he replied, "Open the crew interface and check my sanity level." Understanding his intent, Suna immediately complied, only to discover that Yang Yi's sanity had plummeted to a mere point. Her excitement surged, and she eagerly pressed, "What on earth did you see?" "An ugly, malevolent spider that is utterly repulsive," Yang Yi responded. When viewed through the broad perspective of the three-eyed gaze, it became apparent that all the characters interconnected, forming the shape of a spider. "Do not look up. Dismember the corpse of the Spider Queen, and then let's return." Yang Yi, feeling fatigued, wished to divert the conversation. Suna, however, appeared conflicted, lingering with her gaze downward, seemingly intent on uncovering the mysteries of the summit. Yet, Yang Yi offered her no opportunity. He drew forth the tooth of the sea serpent and, like a skilled butcher, effortlessly severed the joints of the Spider Queen, swiftly dismembering her into the abdomen, thorax, and several segments of her arachnid limbs. His precision indicated a profound understanding of the Spider Queen's anatomy. "Let us depart. If we linger, the ants will consume this carcass." Yang Yi Urget, Suna, resigned, abandoned her curiosity and focused on transporting the Spider Queen's remains. After some discussion, they resolved to roll the abdomen back to the shore, where the majority of the organs resided. The thorax and limbs, being comparatively smaller, could be awkwardly stowed within their treasure pouch. Two individuals pushed the abdomen of the Spider Queen, rolling it towards the cave entrance. This proved to be quite a challenge, even with their combined efforts. They could not maneuver the abdomen through the opening. The steeply vertical shaft was ill-suited for human passage, after all. The spider's head was manageable, as the queen's brain was rather vacant. Without the weight of bodily fluids, it was merely a few dozen pounds. However, the abdomen was an entirely different matter. Yang Yi had no choice but to draw his flintlock pistol and fire a shot at the cave's mouth, creating a slope. With the aid of this incline, the two were finally able to extricate the massive spider abdomen from its lair. The pair returned to the coastline. Unsurprisingly, the island had once again sunk, its area likely diminished by over 1,000 square meters. Fortunately, both were adept swimmers, particularly Yang Yi, whose fervent vigor allowed him to glide through the water like a fish, swiftly approaching the nightmare star before boarding the vessel. He maneuvered the ship closer and used the grappling claws to hoist both Suna and the Spider Queen's abdomen into the hold. After a brief respite, they emptied the gathered fire silk and set off once more for the island. In the forest, numerous corpses awaited retrieval. They proceeded according to their plan, with Suna responsible for the area near the ship while Yang Yi ventured to the far end. Alone, he began to examine his interface, only to discover it had changed once again. Yang Yi, common entity, extraordinary path, pollution, depth 7, Book of Limbs. Having fully studied the Book of Limbs, you have acquired the art of limb magic. Casting this magic requires no incantation. If under the effect of the spider's kiss, the consumption of magical essence is reduced by 2 points. Strength, 5-2, 22,200. Fervor bonus, Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1. Spirit -2, Spirit. 8-1 to 2, 13 20 16,000. Iron Will bonus, Agility. 5-1, 29 200 Constitution. 5-1, 42 200 Perception. 6-2, 22 4000. Third Eye bonus, Reason. 5 100 Energy. 87 100 Vitality. 91 100 Magical Essence. 9-7 Talents. Iron Will. Refusal of Death Spells. Limb Enhancement. Stimulates and enhances a specific limb's strength by 0 to 3. The stronger the limb, the less effective the enhancement. Consumes 5 Magical Essence. Lasts for 15 minutes, after which the limb will experience a temporary paralysis. Limb Restoration. Restores limbs, capable of repairing damaged or severed appendages. Requires sufficient flesh and blood. Consumes 3 Magical Essence. It can also reconnect limbs. Limb Detonation. Causes a limb to explode. Requires a severed limb to cast. Can also target one's own limb. The stronger and fresher the limb, the greater the explosion's power. Consumes 8 Magical Essence. 10,000 Limb Spider Matron Summoning. Sacrifices all of one's limbs. The more limbs sacrificed, the stronger the summoning and the higher the success rate. Successfully summons the ephemeral figure of the 10,000 Limb Spider Matron. Ability. Third Eye. Reading certain text can also yield extraordinary results. Young, he scrutinized the 4 new spells he had acquired. If under the effect of the spider's kiss, the magical essence consumption for these spells would be reduced by 2, which would significantly enhance their efficacy. However, these spells felt somewhat out of sync with his own essence. Shouldn't we begin with the fireball spell? Young, he scratched his head. Although the effects were not explicitly stated, he felt certain that employing these spells would inevitably diminish his sanity. Furthermore, there might be unspoken side effects as well. Unless absolutely necessary, he was disinclined to wield magic, especially the last incantation, which required the sacrifice of all his limbs to summon the mother of all spiders. Setting aside the success rate, even if he managed to conjure such a creature, it would offer no advantage. Did one wish to perish alongside their adversary? Aside from a madman, Yang, he could not conceive of anyone who would resort to such a tactic. Returning to his thoughts, he redirected his focus to the task of retrieving the spider carcasses. Through the utilization of his third eye, his efficiency in collection significantly improved. However, the constant toggling between 2 different perspectives placed considerable strain on his mind. Thus, he would periodically take a moment to rest. Nevertheless, his pace far surpassed that of Su-Na. After 4 hours, Yang Yi completed the retrieval process ahead of her and even managed to discover a giant fire spider, which could be used for a gacha game. Su-Na, on the other hand, would likely require another hour. With ample time remaining until sunset, Yang Yi returned and set to work, chopping several logs and using the remaining silk from his silk pouch to craft a rudimentary raft. He then hoisted the raft aboard the Night Star. After a few days of sunbathing, once the silk dried, it would be ready for the water. This would allow for future expeditions to the island, preparing for the harsh conditions of the extreme winter sea. Having accomplished this, Su-Na returned just in time. As dusk fell, the island experienced yet another tremor, causing it to sink by a quarter right before their eyes. Chapter 59. Selling sweaters. The island sank at a pace swifter than Yang Yi had anticipated. It was highly likely that by tomorrow, this isle would be entirely submerged. Fortunately, the task of collecting spider corpses had been completed. The two had amassed a pile of fire silk spider hair, forming a small mountain. Su-Na gathered 517 units, while Yang Yi had significantly more, as the spider silk from the nest was stored in his stomach pouch, amounting to an impressive 695 units, over 7 times Su-Na's collection. Altogether, these silks could yield 42 sweaters or pairs of trousers. Yang Yi already possessed 3 sweaters and 2 pairs of trousers. By crafting 1 more sweater and 2 additional pairs of trousers, he would have a total of 4 sets, perfectly allocating 2 sets for each of them. The remaining 39 garments could be sold for substantial profit. However, before embarking on the sweater-making endeavor, he contemplated indulging in 2 capsule draws using the remains of the 2 colossal fire silk spiders. As he prepared to ascend to the deck for the draws, he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes intently fixed upon him. "What is it?" He inquired of Suna. She hesitated, organizing her thoughts before finally speaking. In the cave, you saw something, right? Could you possibly draw it? Even just a portion or a rough outline. She handed Yang Yi paper and a pen, her gaze fervent with hope. Yet, disappointment was inevitable, for Yang Yi's artistic skills were akin to those of a primary school student, and he possessed little artistic flair. To expect him to depict the ancient script was as unreasonable as asking a newborn to replicate a QR code from memory. I cannot draw it, Yang Yi firmly rejected, turning to leave, only to be halted by Su Na's grasp. Please tell me. I will compensate you. She attempted to entice him, tugging at her collar. With a derisive laugh, Yang Yi scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. What did this woman think of herself? Some sort of livestock. It was utterly laughable. His will was as unyielding as steel. How could he be swayed by mere beauty? A fleeting glance sufficed, and with a resigned sigh, he took the pen, scribbling haphazardly on the paper, producing an abstract sketch that, if gazed upon long enough, might resemble a spider. He handed the drawing to Su Na and swiftly exited the cabin, eager to evade further entanglement with her. Holding the rudimentary drawing that resembled the work of a third grader, Su Na examined it thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Yang Yi made his way directly to the capsule machine. He exchanged a spoiled, long-legged sardine as payment, extracted bottled fresh water and the remains of the giant fire silk spider from his stomach pouch. However, the fresh water was not for drinking. It was intended for washing his face. After days without cleansing, his visage had darkened, an unideal state for the capsule draws. Once he had scrubbed his face clean, Yang Yi officially commenced the capsule draws, inserting the spider remains twice and spinning the dial on the octopus head capsule machine. In no time, 2 unremarkable capsules dropped out. Yang Yi picked one up to inspect it, his heart soaring with delight. What a splendid find. Name: low-level craftsman inscription stone. Type: consumable. Quality: rare. Description: a stone capable of enhancing the quality of treasures, allowing for the elevation of items from exquisite to above. Your treasures will be revitalized. The next capsule was not as impressive. It contained the insect armor heart shield, identical to the one Yang Yi had previously acquired. One of these would suffice, and it could be given to Su Na. After completing the capsule draw, he returned to the cabin, where Su Na had already gone back to the witch's laboratory. Yang Yi glanced at Su Na's sanity level, which stood at 72, so he did not rush her. He concocted a bottle of Vitality coconut juice and drank it in one gulp. Is the salt nearly gone? Yang Yi noticed that only 30 grams of salt remained, and he had just 2 bottles of coconut juice left, reserved for emergencies. Fortunately, he still had 54 Vitality coconuts. It would be prudent to purchase some salt and convert all the Vitality coconuts into Vitality coconut juice. He exited the cabin and maneuvered the Nightmare Star to a relatively safe location. Tomorrow, if the island had not sunk, he planned to chop some wood before departing. If it had sunk, then so be it. He scrolled through the chat channel, first exchanging his machete for 2 bags of salt, totaling 1,000 grams. He actually had a fondness for that knife, but its quality was too low. It could barely chop branches or fend off foes. Attempting to use it against the hardened shell of an adult fire velvet spider would be futile unless one possessed extraordinary strength. Otherwise, even defense would be hard to breach, and it might even break. Yang Yi checked his energy, which remained at 55, as he had expended considerable effort during the day. Crafting a sweater or a pair of thermal pants required 3 energy each, allowing him to create a maximum of 8 items this time. If he crafted more, his energy would drop below 30, risking fainting, which was unnecessary. In under 2 hours, he fashioned 4 sweaters and 4 pairs of thermal pants, preparing to sell them as a set. He set the price at 4,000 sea snail coins per set, which was more than 3 times the current price of down jackets, approximately 600 sea snail coins each, totaling 1,200 for 2. He began to peddle his wares. Fire velvet sweaters and thermal pants, set available. Check the effects for yourself. 2 pieces per set, priced at 4,000 sea snail coins. Only 4 sets remaining. Below, he included the attributes of the fire velvet sweaters and thermal pants. Just after posting, a flurry of private messages flooded in. For 1,000? Did you accidentally add an extra 0? I'll buy it for 400 sea snail coins. How about 2,000? Down jackets are only around 600 each. It's merely winter clothing, not a weapon. Can't you sell it cheaper? Young, he glanced at several messages that were merely disruptive, and he could not be bothered to respond. After all, these individuals were not his target customers. The players he aimed to sell to were those who were thriving. They lacked basic supplies and equipment and would be willing to spend money on superior gear, even if it came at a higher price. Soon, his first customer appeared, and to his surprise, it was Shun Guanchuan, the leader of the New World fleet. Didn't I tell you? If you have good items, just message me privately. I'll buy all 4 sets. Youngi Inhalets Harpli. It appears that this fellow has recently been thriving, displaying the demeanor of a wealthy individual even in his purchases. With wealth at his disposal, he has every reason to profit. The transaction was swiftly concluded, with 16,000 conch coins credited to his account. Just as he completed the sale, he received private messages from several other friends, including Captain Udawe of the Ironheart and Captain Su Da of the Gale. Having sold out, I will contact you again once I have new items, He replied to each in turn. After summoning Su Na back to the room, he prepared for sleep, readying himself for the actions of the following day. Meanwhile, at the New World fleet, Shun Guanchuan received 4 sets of woolen sweaters and pants. After keeping 1 set for himself, he intended to distribute the others among his capable subordinates. "Boss, did you perhaps pay too much for these sweaters?" inquired Captain Zhao Taitu of the Iron Head, looking concerned. "What do you know? When the temperature drops and you need these sweaters to withstand the cold, you will understand their true value." Shun Guanchuan retorted. "But if I wear 2 thick padded coats, isn't that the same? If it's still cold, I'll just wear 3. Upon hearing this, Shun Guanchuan was momentarily dumbfounded and turned to Zhao Taitu with difficulty. "Taitu, sometimes I think you're quite clever." "Absolutely. It's all thanks to the boss's excellent guidance," Zhao Taitu replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. Just forego the sweaters and wear 2 padded coats instead." With that, Shun Guanchuan prepared to distribute the sweaters to others, leaving Zhao Taitu chasing after him, calling out, "Wait, boss, I was wrong. I prefer wearing sweaters." Chapter 60. The Yellow Elixir. On the following day, with the first light of dawn, He set sail aboard the Night Star, heading towards the island. The day's tasks were formidable. Not only did he need to fell trees, but he also had to rush to produce sweaters, which would demand considerable energy. A glance at his energy reserves revealed a mere 92. Should he summon Su Na to assist with the lumbering? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught sight of the island ahead and dismissed the idea. The island had dwindled to a mere 200 square meters, likely due to several earthquakes that had transpired the previous night. There were only about 70 trees left that were easily accessible, many submerged in the sea, revealing only parts of their trunks. Upon closer inspection, He perceived this as a fortuitous occurrence. It meant that the claw hook could easily grasp these trees, greatly facilitating the collection of resources. He would simply need to sever the trunks with his gun, hoist the logs onto the vessel, and they would automatically be converted into lumber, sparing him the effort of manual collection. He checked the weather forecast. Today's wind speed was a mere level 1, and the sea surface was tranquil, alleviating concerns about driftwood being carried too far. He donned his sharkskin swimsuit, prepared to eat a light meal, and warm up before commencing his endeavors. Meanwhile, Su Na had just awakened, finding herself sprawled over her desk. She had not slept well the previous night, engrossed in studying the drawings left by Yi. She had attempted to replicate several versions, yet none resonated with her. Something essential felt amiss. In her quest for originality, she endeavored to infuse the artwork with her unique interpretations, only to lose consciousness mid-creation. Upon awakening, she discovered a singular, exceptional piece among the chaos of discarded sketches strewn across her desk and floor, a stark reminder of her artistic wastefulness. Fortunately, her room was well stocked with paper. As long as she was willing to pay, she could readily access an abundance of supplies from her shelves and cabinets. Casting her gaze upon her creation while glancing at her sanity meter, she noted it had plummeted to a mere 51. This indicated that she had entered a state of frenzy, only now regaining her composure after channeling her madness into the artwork. The piece was composed of 9 intertwining lines converging at the center, forming a complex spiral pattern that, upon prolonged observation, induced a sense of dizziness. Suna stared at the painting for several seconds, until it began to contort beneath her gaze, ultimately transforming into a tightly wound ball of paper. You have created a spell, unlocking the extraordinary path, truth. Truth. You endeavor to comprehend and master the reality of this world, allowing for the creation of unique spells without depleting your sanity. You have learned the touch of curling. Touch of curling. Curl any object within your field of vision. Your strength equals your mental value, requiring 7 magic essence. Upon casting the spell, Suna was struck by an excruciating headache, rendering her nearly incapacitated, and she collapsed onto the floor. Suna, how long until you can concoct the elixir for restoring energy? Yang Yi sent a message. Minutes later, he received a response. I have a lead. I could provide you with a sample tonight. Okay, Yang Yi replied, not particularly concerned. It was typical for her to respond slowly unless something peculiar piqued her interest. After sending the message, he plunged into the sea, commencing his lumbering task for the day. The Nightmare Star is actually quite close to the island, posing a risk of being ensnared by the trees. However, Yang Yi remains unconcerned, as long as the vessel does not run aground. After all, its durability will automatically restore. The armored exoskeleton covering the ship's hull is formidable, and even if the trees were sharpened to a point, it would be difficult to inflict damage upon the Nightmare Star. Approximately 3 hours later, Suna finally recovered from her headache, with her magical energy replenished by 1 point. Given her current mental attributes, she lacked sufficient power to wield this spell. Should she attempt it, she would become incapacitated. Fortunately, once her magical energy was restored, her body returned to normal. She exited her chamber and hurried to the witch's laboratory, eager to concoct the new potion, as she was only a step away from the dilution process. Another hour passed, and Yang Yi had felled all the trees on the island. He swam back to the ship, only to find his energy had dwindled to 52. It seemed he would be unable to craft all the sweaters today. Nevertheless, he decided to gather the raw wood first. He maneuvered the Nightmare Star, utilizing its grappling claws to retrieve the timber. In total, he collected 73 logs, though some may have drifted away. It was of little consequence. Ultimately, he acquired 635 units of wood, which was significantly more efficient than fishing or collecting flotsam at sea, barring the ultimate fishing master. Having completed these tasks, he retreated to his quarters for a brief respite. Upon waking, his energy had replenished to 82. Evening had arrived, and he found a note from Suna urging him to visit the laboratory. If all went according to plan, the restorative potion should be ready. Yang Yi hastened to the witch's laboratory, where he received 2 bottles of yellow potion from Suna. One was a pale yellow, the other an orange hue. Why are there 2 bottles? Yang Yi inquired. Bouzlet. This potion is crafted from the gastric fluid of a gluttonous beast. The deeper one has a higher concentration, while the lighter one is less potent. Yet both restore energy, Suna elucidated. Gastric fluid? Yang Yi echoet, incredulos. Indeed, after consumption, you may feel an urge to eat. So it would be wise to prepare ample food, she added. Yang Yi was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that Suna would actually use gastric fluid for potion making, and a frown crossed his face. This concoction wouldn't burn through his esophagus, would it? Observing his troubled expression, Suna assumed he was worried about the yield and reassured him, do not fret. This gastric fluid can be produced in abundance. Simply feed the beast, and it will continuously generate more. She gestured toward the glass jar on the shelf. Yang Yi glanced over. The jar measured 40 centimeters in diameter and contained a pale yellow solution, with a portion of a stomach submerged within it, presumably severed from the gluttonous beast. The stomach still exhibited vitality, occasionally contracting slightly. Seeing the peculiar stomach causes a decline in rationality by 3. Yang Yi es gazi faltret. Suna, fixed her eyes on him, seemingly urging him to drink. Resolute, he steeled himself, reasoning that with the regenerative potion, he would not perish from corrosion. He approached the ship's cabin, eyeing the black bread displayed, and then gulped down the pale yellow potion in one swift motion. It burned as it went down, akin to swallowing sulfuric acid. You consume an unknown potion. A wave of hunger washes over you, your appetite surging, sanity -10. Yang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at him, the rumblings of his stomach incessant. At that moment, he felt as though he could devour an entire cow. After consuming several dried fish, 3 loaves of dark bread, and a sausage, the ravenous feeling finally subsided. Under ordinary circumstances, such a quantity of food would sustain an adult for 3 days. You are now satiated, achieving a state of fullness. Energy recovery rate 100. Sanity recovery rate 25. Vitality recovery rate 25. Upon witnessing the system notification, Yang Yi was overjoyed. This was precisely the state he had desired. Suna, you are truly a genius. Yang Yi readily lavished praise upon Suna, giving her a thumbs up. Name, appetite potion. Type, consumable potion unique. Quality, premium. Description, an original potion created by the witch Suna, derived from the gastric juices of a gourmet. Specially diluted and neutralized through unique process. Upon consumption, it significantly enhances appetite and digestive capacity. After ingesting a sufficient amount of food, the user will enter a state of fullness lasting for 8 hours, accelerating recovery. Failure to consume enough food within a short period may result in severe gastric and gastrointestinal hemorrhaging. The effects are only active once within a 24-hour period. Repeated consumption leads to binge eating, and insufficient intake may cause gastric bleeding. Suna was exhilarated by the praise she received for the first time. Previously, Yang would only lament the side effects, but this time was different. After all, the side effects could be deemed minimal, provided one prepared ample food. However, what remained unspoken was, Yang Yi discreetly concealed another bottle of orange potion, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The pale yellow version had already induced a state of thirst. If he were to consume this enhanced orange variant, would he not end up devouring the entire vessel? This orange potion could pose a significant danger. Chapter 61. The sail as Yang Yi returned to the deck, another earthquake struck, shaking the nightmare star relentlessly. Within 2 minutes, the island vanished entirely, submerged beneath the ocean's waves. Along with it, the lair, inscribed with the book of limbs and spiders, or perhaps referred to as the temple, also disappeared. Yang Yi felt no sense of loss. He believed that such transcendent miracles should not exist in the mortal realm. Only the dim, profound depths of the ocean could serve as their true sanctuary. Taking control of the nightmare star, Yang Yi adjusted the ship's course and headed straight towards the frozen sea. He had lingered here for too long, and the ominous black mist behind him showed no signs of dissipating. Upon returning to his quarters, he resolved to complete the remaining sweaters, a total of 31, requiring 93 points of energy to finish. It seemed he would spend the next couple of days immersed in the art of knitting. Whenever he had energy, he knitted. When he did not, he rested or slept, occasionally sipping on a bottle of invigorating potion. By noon the following day, he had finally crafted the sweaters. He immediately contacted several friends who had expressed interest in purchasing them. First, he sold a set to Yu Dawei for 2,000 Kong coins. As the captain of a steel heart, Yu was generous and even gifted Yang Yi some flesh and blood from a giant bobbit worm, establishing a bond worth nurturing. However, Yu Dawei did not purchase solely for himself. He additionally bought 4 sets for 4,000 Kong coins each, intending to distribute them to his subordinates. Next was Captain Su Do of the Gale. Although they had not met in person, they had added each other as friends. In Yang, he offered him a friendly price of 3,000 Kong coins. Suda promptly paid and provided valuable information regarding the frozen sea. Currently, the vast majority of players had yet to enter the frozen sea, remaining at its periphery to prepare. Only Suda and a handful of others had ventured deep into the frozen sea for exploration. According to him, there were numerous large icebergs within. Encountering one was best avoided, as what appeared on the water's surface might only be the tip of the iceberg. Additionally, the temperature in the frozen sea could plummet to -10 degrees Celsius, making resupply challenging, with fishing failures being a common occurrence. Furthermore, after progressing a certain distance into the frozen sea, one would encounter a white mist, which Suda had also not explored, leaving its mysteries unknown. But was likely even colder. Grateful for the intelligence provided by Suda, Yang Yi continued their conversation. His Gale Brigade differed from most fleets. It was a loosely knit alliance composed of swift, adventurous young sailors. They engaged in information sharing and internal trading, gathering only occasionally. Yang Yi then privately messaged several players who had previously expressed interest in purchasing, selling 3 additional sets. Thus far, he had sold 9 sets. Following this, he began reaching out to other friends, allowing for quicker sales without consuming his chat quota in the World Channel. In doing so, he could also enhance his presence in the community. For the remaining sweaters, Yang Yi planned to sell them all at once to Shen Guanchuan, who had a considerable appetite for such goods. The first person he contacted was Captain Zhou Dai of the Radiant Goddess. She too was likely well off, and her holy water had aided Yang Yi on several occasions. Thus, he could extend her a friendly price. After waiting for more than 10 minutes without receiving a reply from Zhou Dai, he concluded that she might not be interested. Consequently, Yang Yi attempted to reach out to the seasoned angler He Chi, inquiring if he desired the Firefly sweater. This time, the response was swift, almost instantaneous. He Chi, apologies. I just caught a big fish, accompanied by a photograph of a nearly 5-meter-long ribbon fish. Yang, hey, who asked you about fishing? He Chi, haha. The attributes of this sweater are decent, but I have no need for it as I possess something better. He sent information about another piece of equipment. Name, Fluffy Seal Fur Coat. Type, Treasure. Quality, Rare. Description, a coat crafted from fluffy seal skin, capable of enveloping the entire body. It not only provides warmth, but is also waterproof, ensuring that even if one were to unfortunately fall into icy waters, they need not fear succumbing to the cold. Its sole drawback is that prolonged wear may lead to an unpleasant odor. Yang Yi perused the information and remained silent for a considerable time. This angler certainly had some impressive skills. He then ventured to ask, Brother He, are you selling that garment? I've just come into a substantial fortune. He Chi, not for sale. It's the only one I have. What would I wear if I gave it to you? Yang Yi, in truth. The sweater is rather splendid. It accentuates one's physique. He Chi, get lost. Are you hoping to attract passing sea nymphs with your physique in the ocean? If you desire this coat, you could fish in the extreme winter sea. As long as you catch a fluffy seal, slay it, and perform a lottery, there is a high probability of obtaining it. He Chi also sent a coordinate, indicating the location where he had caught it. Yang Yi fell into silence, for he knew he could hardly catch normal fish. The fluffy seal, in his hands, would likely transform into a skeletal seal. Yet, He Chi remained resolute in his fishing pursuits. While other players were still preparing, he had already ventured into the extreme winter sea to fish. No wonder he had become the captain of the fisherman's ship. Furthermore, his vessel was special, though its skills would only manifest after leveling up. Currently, the level 3 ship possessed 2 skills. 1. Angler's Blessing. In any sea, you can catch normal fish, and the probability of obtaining rare items is increased. 2. Angler's Persistence. You will never return empty-handed. If you are willing to fish for an entire day, you will hook at least once. Upon reading about these skills, Yang Yi was left dumbfounded. So, it turned out that all his fishing luck had been siphoned away by He Chi. Subsequently, he sold the remaining 6 sets of Firefly sweaters and miscellaneous pieces to Shen Guanchuan, who accepted everything without hesitation. Thus, Yang Yi's account balance of conch coins soared to 76,800. This amount was quite substantial. Excluding guilds, it was estimated that less than one of players could muster such a fortune. Yang Yi intended to use this money to upgrade his equipment and replenish the supplies on his ship. There was no need for medicines, as the potions crafted by Su Na surpassed any comparable products available on the market in efficacy, albeit they were considerably less palatable. He began browsing through equipment in the chat channel and inquired with Su Na if there was anything she wished to purchase. Su Na responded promptly and succinctly. If you have extra money, you might as well transfer it directly to me. I am completely out of funds. Yang Yi read the message and shook his head in disbelief. The woman harbored no desire for equipment. She seemed intent on pouring all her funds into the laboratory. Had a flintlock pistol been in her possession, it might have already been sold. Yang Yi no longer pursued the matter with her and transferred her 6,800 conch coins, hoping she would act wisely and know when to cease, striving to concoct potions with optimal efficacy and minimal side effects. By the way, Please prepare another vial of that crimson elixir for me, just in case. After sending the message, Yang Yi noticed a marked improvement in Su Na's demeanor upon receiving the funds. I will prepare it for you right away, she responded. Yang Yi chose not to engage further and continued to strategize regarding supplies. He contemplated selling the Vitality coconut juice, considering that an appetite-enhancing potion could serve as a superior substitute. However, after some reflection, he abandoned this plan, deciding instead to reserve the coconut juice for Su Na. Her rational limits were quite low, and the risks associated with potion consumption were too great. Thus, the coconut juice was more suitable for her. With a total of 54 bottles, it would suffice for quite some time. Yang Yi resumed browsing weaponry and equipment, examining food prices in preparation for a substantial procurement. Chapter 62. The Grand Procurement. Yang Yi meticulously examined the provisions and fresh water in the ship's hold. The inventory included 273 liters of fresh water, 32 loaves of black bread, 20 sausages, 4 pounds of dried fish, several spoiled fish, and a modest quantity of eyeball fruit. The supply of fresh water was sufficient, and with the ability to distill more once a fire was lit, acquiring a flint would ensure a continuous source. However, the priority lay in procuring dry rations. Yang Yi consumed an appetite-enhancing potion daily, resulting in an unprecedented increase in his food intake, now thrice his usual amount. Therefore, provisions needed to be prepared based on a standard for 4 individuals, the daily dietary standard for an adult being 1 loaf of black bread and half a sausage. After some contemplation, he resolved to purchase 200 loaves of black bread and 100 sausages, alongside the remaining provisions. This would sustain both him and Su Na at sea for a month or two, a preparation for the extreme winter waters. Should they fail to catch fish, they would still have ample supplies. Additionally, he recognized the necessity of acquiring some vegetables and fruits to supplement their vitamin intake, particularly vitamin C, as eyeball fruit might become scarce in the extreme winter waters. He surveyed the market conditions. Currently, the market price for black bread was 5 units of wood, approximately 25 sea snail coins. Although the texture was coarse and unpalatable, it boasted excellent shelf life. Yang Yi harbored serious suspicions that the recipe for this bread included wood. In contrast, sausages were significantly pricier, providing essential protein and sodium, each costing 50 sea snail coins. Both items were commonplace and could be produced in the food processing workshop of a standard ship. Yang Yi was unaware of the recipe requirements, as a Nightmare Stars expansion list did not feature such a building. To him, food was simply a commodity to be purchased. Moreover, fishing and drying fish could be accomplished without wasting expansion space on food production. He deemed it far more prudent to invest in cannons or other functional buildings. Having made up his mind, Yang Yi extravagantly acquired black bread and sausages, spending a total of 10,000 sea snail coins. Next on his agenda were vegetables and fruits, a market essentially monopolized by the farmer's ship. Currently, only the farmer's ship could produce substantial quantities of vegetables and fruits. Other vessels were incapable. While a few players attempted to cultivate vegetables aboard their ships, the outcomes were dismal, yielding slow harvests unlike the farmer's ship, which benefited from skills that accelerated production. Upon reviewing market prices, he discovered a single apple commanded 100 sea snail coins and was not suitable for long-term storage. He decided to contact Shun Guanchuan, as the farmer's ship was under his management, to see if he could negotiate a better deal. Yang, do you have any vegetables or fruits that can be stored long-term? Shun Guanchuan, just in time. I've just produced some dried fruit rich in vitamin C, made from the finest apples. It's 800 sea snail coins per pound. Name, dried apples. Description, dried fruit produced by the farmer's ship food factory, retaining over 90 of its vitamins and resistant to spoilage, with a sweet and tangy flavor. Yang, isn't that a bit overpriced? Shun Guanchuan, if you think it's expensive, I find it even more so. It takes 10 apples to yield a single pound. You can take it or leave it. This is the lowest price. The market rate is 1,000 sea snail coins per pound. Yang Yi perused the chat channel and indeed confirmed this. The farmer's ship currently held a monopoly in the industry, with prices dictated solely by him. All right, you may provide me with 5 kilograms. Very well. Yang Yi gritted his teeth and purchased 5 kilograms, expending 4,000 conch coins. This item merely serves as a supplement of vitamins. Consuming it in moderation suffices. There are also some fruits in the warehouse. At the appropriate moment, he shall experiment with drying them into fruit snacks. After these transactions, he found himself with only 56,000 conch coins remaining, which he intended to use to enhance his equipment. This process cannot be rushed. One must take their time, scrutinizing carefully to discover a powerful weapon that suits him while acquiring it at the lowest possible price. As Yang fished, he perused the chat channel, examining the weapons for sale and leaving messages. He sought melee weapons, particularly long ones. The longer and thicker, the better. Only weapons of superior quality would suffice, preferably relics, with negotiations to be conducted privately. Every hour, he sent out such a message, preparing to procure a large cold weapon. After his encounters with the Spider Queen and the gluttonous beast, he recognized a significant shortcoming. His weapons were too short to inflict substantial damage on large creatures. Short swords like the tooth of the sea serpent were effective against smaller beings, but when faced with colossal foes measuring several meters in size, he found himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he urgently required a long weapon to compensate for this deficiency, one capable of delivering effective damage to large entities. After browsing for a considerable time, he received several private messages. However, he was unimpressed by the offerings. After all, most individuals wish to retain quality items for themselves unless they had discovered superior alternatives. Several hours later, He identified 3 suitable long weapons, each of fine quality and reasonably priced, preparing to select one. Name: Great Slashing Saber. Type: Treasure. Quality: Fine. Description: a long and sharp saber capable of effortlessly severing cow bones. Once mastered, it can be wielded to decapitate a cow with a single stroke. Price: 15,000 conch coins, accompanied by an image, the blade slightly curved with a certain arc, reaching nearly 1.5 meters in length, including the handle. The second weapon is a medieval two-handed greatsword. Name: Two-handed greatsword. Type: Treasure. Quality: Fine. Description: a hefty greatsword, not particularly sharp but exceedingly sturdy. Requires a strength of at least 7 to wield, and 8 to fully master. Though it cannot cut, it can crush bones. The seller of this greatsword was a female player with a strength of only 5, who could only watch helplessly and would be better off selling it. Yet she had struggled to sell it for a long time, as players with a strength of 7 were exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix feather. Moreover, her asking price was high, set at 20,000 conch coins, with no room for negotiation. Lastly, there was a spear. Name: Fine Steel Spear. Type: Treasure. Quality: Fine. Description: crafted from cow tendon wood soaked in tung oil, with a fine steel spearhead, possessing formidable penetrating power and remarkable resilience. If one understands the techniques of force application, it can inflict severe penetrating wounds. Price: 12,000 conch coins. Each of these long weapons possessed its own merits and drawbacks. The Great Slashing Saber excelled in sharpness. The two-handed great sword delivered overwhelming force, while the fine steel spear offered extended reach. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself increasingly inclined towards the formidable two-handed sword. This weapon demanded a strength of 7, and with his madness enhancing his strength by 2, he was perfectly capable of wielding it. Had he possessed the sword back then, combined with the three-eye technique, he was confident he could have shattered the Spider Queen's skull with a direct strike. Even if he couldn't crush it, he could certainly deliver a jarring blow to her senses. He attempted to negotiate, but the seller remained steadfast, unwilling to budge from the price of 20,000 conch coins. With no other options presenting themselves, he resigned himself to the possibility of purchasing the two-handed sword. Just then, a private message arrived. "Brother, do you want the giant sword? It's of a satisfactory size, and it's the relic you desire." Chapter 63. The Shattered Iron Greatsword. He was immediately intrigued and requested to see it. I just dragged this weapon back with great effort." The seller, evidently loquacious, recounted the entire backstory of the weapon. According to him, this colossal sword was discovered on a desolate island, barren of any vegetation, with soil of a pallid hue, exuding an aura of lifelessness. The only structure on the island was a charred blacksmith's forge, within which lay this greatsword. If I weren't so desperately in need of resources and pressed for time, I wouldn't part with this sword. The seller elaborated, imbuing the weapon with cultural significance in just a few minutes. Yang Yi, growing weary of the narrative, impatiently interjected, "Are you selling the sword or the story?" "Of course. I'm selling the sword. Send me the attributes." "All right." He promptly delivered the weapon's attributes. Name: shattered iron. Type: relic. Quality: rare. Description: a greatsword forged by a blacksmith filled with rage. The blade is crafted from an unidentified metal, so extraordinarily hard that it is difficult to shape, resulting in a crude form. Requires a strength of 9 to wield it with any semblance of control, while a strength of 10, the human limit, is necessary for even basic mastery. Humans are far too weak. Only by wielding such an extraordinary object can one hope to slay. Accompanying the description was an image of the weapon, which elicited a series of impressed exclamations from Yang Yi. To refer to this as a sword seemed an understatement. It resembled a substantial block of iron. It was hard to fathom what sort of individual, in what state of mind, could conceive such a frenzied weapon. The blade measured approximately 35 centimeters in width and 220 centimeters in length, its tip appearing to be broken, leaving a slanted edge. The overall craftsmanship was exceedingly rough, resembling an unfinished product, with a surface marred by uneven hammer marks. Even the blade's edge was irregular, prone to causing jagged wounds. A strike from such a weapon would not create a clean cut, but rather a gaping, brutal laceration, akin to a beast's tearing, leaving a gruesome mess that would render suturing nearly impossible. Yang Yi was instantly captivated by the weapon's fierce and rugged appearance and inquired about its price. "How much do you intend to sell it for?" 50,000 conch cains, non negociable. If it weren't for the high strength requirement, I would keep it for myself. His reasoning was sound. The requirement of 9 points in strength to wield it was indeed severe. The average adult possesses a strength of merely 5. And attribute growth is not linear. Based on Yang Yi's experience, 8 points in strength essentially equated to double that of 5, and the disparity only widens as one progresses. The number of players capable of reaching 9 points in strength is exceedingly rare, if not non-existent. Even Yang Yi would need to activate both the frenzy and death denial states to barely achieve that figure. Of course, he could also resort to potions and physical enhancement techniques to meet the requirements. However, for the average player, it would simply be a case of watching helplessly. No discounts? None. If not for the high attribute requirement, I would sell it for 100,000. After reviewing the information, Yang Yi shook his head in disbelief. The weapon was indeed impressive, but selling it for 100,000 felt like a ruse. The previous exquisite revolver had only fetched 120,000. Surely, a firearm is far superior to this great sword. Currently, it is an undeniable fact that ranged weapons surpass melee ones, and firearms outshine cold weapons. Furthermore, this great sword is an artifact, and artifacts often come with adverse effects. This is why many players specifically state they will not accept artifacts, clearly having been burned in the past. Only someone like Yang Yi, unperturbed by the loss of sanity, would dare to wield an artifact. After all, artifacts can possess unique advantages over treasures in certain aspects. Could you divulge the adverse effects of this weapon, so I have some clarity? Yang Yi sent another message. What else could it be but a deduction of sanity? By how much? The seller seemed overly chatty, whether you buy it or not. The lowest I can go is 40,000. Noticing Yang Yi's probing questions, the seller hastily lowered the price by 10,000. This eagerness to negotiate indicated that the weapon likely harbored significant risks, and the seller was keen to offload it. Thus, Yang Yi countered 35,000. Let's finalize this deal without further ado. 38,000. Deal. After negotiating down to 32,000, Yang Yi promptly paid for the great sword. As for the weapon's adverse effects, he was unconcerned. Thus far, he had never feared any adverse consequences, save for the notably dangerous chef's knife. If it merely deducted sanity points, it was of little consequence, provided it wasn't excessively punitive. The transaction was swiftly completed. A hefty, rugged great sword emerged from the octopus-headed gumball machine, crashing onto the deck and creating a deep indentation. Fortunately, the current deck was reinforced with bone armor, capable of self-repair. Otherwise, he would have had to expend materials to repair the ship. It was indeed heavy. Upon testing, he found that he could barely lift the great sword with both hands, resorting instead to dragging it by the hilt, leaving a deep scratch across the deck. Before long, a private message flashed on his screen. It was the seller, in high spirits, offering a warning. Hey, just a heads up. If you don't plan to use this weapon regularly, it's best to wrap it tightly in cloth and stow it away in a corner. I want to elaborate further. Huh? What do you mean by that? He quickly replied, only to find that his message had been sent. The system informed him that he had been blocked by the seller. The adverse effects must be severe. He glanced at the jagged sword, feeling nothing particularly unusual. Wait. He noticed that the uneven blade reflected light, revealing an ethereal white skull phantom hurtling towards him. The spirit of fear passes through you, sending chills down your spine. Sanity decreases by 5. A shiver coursed through and goosebumps erupted on his skin. Yet the onslaught continued, the spirit of fear repeatedly crashing into his body. The spirit of fear passes through you, sending chills down your spine. Sanity decreases by 5. The spirit of fear passes through you, sending chills down your spine. Sanity decreases by 5. This was an intangible specter, invisible to ordinary individuals. He furrowed his brow, realizing he had been duped. No wonder the seller swiftly blocked himself. This weapon, it seems it will be unusable for the foreseeable future. It requires repeated training to acclimate to this overwhelming sensation, to minimize the drain on one's sanity, before it can be wielded effectively. The process may be rather protracted. He was contemplating this, preparing to wrap the weapon in cloth and discard it in a remote corner to prevent this little vengeful spirit from causing harm. However, your sanity has fallen below 50, entering a state of madness, valiant and fearless. The spirit of fear passes through you, leaving you unmoved. The spirit of fear passes through you, leaving you unmoved. A few minutes later, the spirit of fear has relinquished its pursuit and returned. He was at a loss for words. He had switched to his left eye, yet his third eye could still perceive such intangible entities. In Yi's view, this little skeletal spirit had a contorted eye socket, appearing quite pitiful. As it gradually floated back into the broken iron, this sight, oddly enough, seemed somewhat endearing. He suddenly found himself amused by his own thoughts. To find this entity adorable, perhaps there was something amiss with his own sanity. Chapter 64. Weapon Enhancement. He procured a piece of cloth to wrap the broken iron and subsequently tucked it into his insatiable pouch. For the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from wielding this weapon unless confronted with particularly large creatures, primarily due to its stringent requirements, necessitating a strength of 9. However, should he manage to elevate his base strength to 6 points, the situation would become considerably more manageable. Once in a frenzy, he would only be lacking by 1 point, which could be compensated with a potion. Thus, he resolved to expedite his efforts in augmenting his strength. After acquiring the broken iron, he found himself with a mere 18,000 currency units remaining. He intended to purchase some miscellaneous items and also peruse the bows available, supplementing with resources if necessary. He scoured the world channel but found no enticing offerings. Currently, the market favored ranged weapons over melee counterparts, exhibiting a notable scarcity of the latter, particularly firearms. He engaged in private conversations with several individuals, only to discover that their weapons had already been sold. Securing a suitable bow appeared to be a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, he had ample time to wait, as he planned to fish at sea in the coming days. Having failed to find a fitting ranged weapon, he shifted his focus to acquiring other essentials, primarily necessities at reasonable prices. He spent 120 stone materials to procure a flint. Subsequently, he purchased 2 sets of down jackets for 200 con coins, acquired 2 cotton hats for 800 con coins, and finally, secured 4 pairs of long plush boots for 0.000 conch coins. The reason for acquiring down jackets despite already having sweaters was his concern over the extreme cold of the frigid sea. Should the sweaters and thermal pants prove inadequate, he could don the down jackets outdoors, as the expense was negligible. Having completed these purchases, the night had already deepened. He downed a bottle of appetite-enhancing potion, consumed 3 loaves of black bread, a sausage, and drank 1 liter of fresh water before finally succumbing to slumber. Name: cotton hat. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: soft and comfortable. It wraps around the head well, preventing ears from freezing. Name: long plush boots. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: the soles feature non-slip patterns, are thick and lined with long plush, suitable for traversing snowy terrain. Warm and slip-resistant, though not very breathable. It is advised not to inhale the interior scent. The following day, the Nightmare Star continued its voyage as usual. Absent any unforeseen events, it would enter the frigid sea within 2 days. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was at the bow, engaged in fishing. "Hey, mate, can you comprehend my words?" He attempted to converse with the skeletal captain at the bow. However, the captain showed no response, merely opening and closing his jaw repeatedly. "Here, sample the long-legged sardine I've caught." Yang Yi stuffed a long-legged sardine into the skeletal captain's mouth. Although it could bite through the fish, it evidently lacked a digestive system, resulting in the fish flowing out through the gaps in the bones. Yang Yi's enthusiasm waned. He realized that this skeletal captain was merely a decorative piece. He pondered whether future upgrades might bring about any changes. He resumed his fishing, aspiring to catch more eye fruits before entering the frigid sea, intending to dry them and transform them into eye fruit jerky. Now that he had fire, he could set up a stove and hang the eye fruits nearby to expedite the process. As he pondered, he caught another eye of the beast. Today's catch was quite impressive. While fishing, he also checked the chat channel to see if he could procure some equipment for Suna to enhance her offensive capabilities. Her bow and arrow were limited in effectiveness against tough-skinned or armored creatures, making it challenging to inflict significant damage. Thus, Yang Yi had been on the lookout for more powerful bows or crossbows. However, after searching for the entire morning, he still hadn't found anything suitable. Either the prices were exorbitantly high or the quality was disappointingly low. Ultimately, the core issue remained. Yang Yi simply did not have enough funds. Ranged weapons were significantly more expensive than melee weapons, with price disparities that could reach up to double, particularly for firearms. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a fine double-barreled shotgun being sold for a staggering 40,000 C conch coins. Name: double-barreled shotgun. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a cherished weapon among hunters, with an effective range of 50 meters, a capacity of 2 rounds, and an automatic reloading time of 3 minutes. Ideal for hunting wild boars. Yang Yi had only 14,000 C conch coins left in his account, and if he converted his supplies to currency, he might add another 20,000. With such a modest sum, acquiring a prize bow would be akin to chasing a mirage. However, opting for a fine bow would yield only marginal improvements, lacking any substantial transformation. Perhaps he could purchase a fine bow and then enhance it using a low-tier craftsman's inscription stone? As he contemplated this, an epiphany struck him. While he couldn't afford the bow, he could certainly buy arrows. He searched for relevant keywords and indeed found something promising. Although there were no specialized arrows like explosive or icy arrows for sale, armor-piercing arrows were available. Name: triangular armor-piercing arrow. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: an arrow designed for penetration, featuring a hollow point that causes profuse bleeding upon impact, making the wound difficult to heal. After reading the description, Yang Yi decided to purchase these arrows. Their effectiveness far surpassed that of the iron arrows produced by the basic synthesis system. The only downside was their slightly high price of 300 C conch coins each. However, considering that arrows could be recovered, the price was reasonable. He immediately contacted the seller. "How about 250 C conch coins each for 30 units? Will you sell them?" "No deal." The seller responded defiantly. Yang Yi attempted to negotiate and ultimately purchased 40 arrows at a price of 280 C conch coins each, totaling 11,200 C-Kong coins. His account now held a mere 2,800 C-Kong coins. He decided to hold on to the remaining funds until he remembered something else he might need. Suna, I bought some armor-piercing arrows and placed them in your room. Yang Yi sent her message. Suna was usually engrossed in her laboratory work, and Yang Yi did not wish to pry into her activities. A few minutes later, she replied, "Got it." After dealing with that, Yang Yi took out the low-tier Craftsman S inscription stone he had previously obtained. This item could only enhance treasures, which he had not utilized until now. Originally, he had planned to purchase a suitable fine pole arm for enhancement, but serendipitously, he had acquired a treasure instead. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to enhance the Sea Serpent S-Fong, as Yang Yi preferred not to hoard items. When it comes to such enhancement items, they should be utilized at the appropriate moment. Otherwise, one might find themselves in a dire situation, regretting the unutilized items that could have bolstered their strength. Quite a humorous predicament indeed. He directly enhanced the serpent's tooth. A dazzling flash of golden light enveloped the item, transforming its attributes. Name: Scorching Serpent's Tooth. Transformed. Type: Treasure. Quality: Rare. Description: A short sword fashioned from the fong of a serpent, infused with the power of flame and significantly sharpened. Inflicts burn damage upon wounds. It possesses the ability to unleash its contained fiery energy in a single burst, emitting a fan-shaped flame that ignites objects within its range, with a cooldown period of 48 hours. After utilizing the flame projection, the short sword will dim and cease to produce burn effects. After reading the information, Yang Yi felt immense satisfaction. He had not anticipated that the serpent's tooth, once enhanced, would possess an active skill, a remarkable transformation indeed. It seems that once weaponry ascends to the status of rarity, its attributes undergo substantial enhancement. Furthermore, this skill can also serve to ignite flames, albeit with the risk of unintentionally incinerating unnecessary items. However, given the lengthy cooldown period of the skill, it is prudent to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 65. The ingenious use of the skeletal arms as evening descended. Yang Yi began to tally his catch for the day. He had harvested 15 eye fruits, 9 long-legged sardines, 1 red-lipped eel, and 3 cystic pufferfish. The fishing net also bore 3 hand starfish and 1 unilateral crab. Quite satisfactory. Yang Yi nodded in approval. His primary objective today was the eye fruits, as he intended to stockpile them in preparation for the upcoming extreme winter sea. Yang Yi sent some of the fish he did not plan to consume into the laboratory, then retrieved some stones and timber from the cabin, preparing to attempt to kindle a fire. He selected an open area in the courtyard and formed a simple circle with the stones, subsequently stuffing it with spider silk. These spider silks had become obsolete, as their quantity was insufficient to craft into a fire-wool garment. Hence, Yang Yi resolved to use them to ignite a fire. After all, the abundance of hair in the silks, when dry, rendered them highly flammable. He arranged the timber and scraped a sea serpent's fong against a flint, resulting in a shower of sparks that successfully ignited the spider silk. Witnessing the flames, Yang Yi displayed an uncommon expression of excitement. Indeed, survival necessitates fire. Seizing the moment, he added the prepared timber, meticulously cut into slender strips for ease of ignition. Once the fire stabilized, he introduced larger pieces of wood. 5 minutes later, Yang Yi finally achieved a steady campfire. Lighting a fire aboard the Nightmare Star was exceedingly safe, provided that no clutter surrounded it. The deck of the Nightmare Star was safeguarded by a layer of skeletal bone, rendering it nearly impossible to ignite. He pondered what to use to hang the eye fruits nearby. As he surveyed his surroundings for a solution, a few skeletal arms emerged from the deck, extending their palms as if eager to assist Yang Yi. "What is this?" Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it appeared they wished for him to entrust the eye fruits to them, complying with their unspoken request. He watched as the skeletal arms delicately cradled the eye fruits and raised them above the campfire. This is feasible? Yang Yi seemed to have discovered a new realm of possibilities, fervently experimenting to discern how these arms operated. He soon concluded the essence of their function: need. As long as there was a desire, these arms would instinctively converge and offer their assistance. Before long, 9 skeletal arms began roasting the long-legged sardines without requiring Yang Yi's intervention. However, he still needed to supervise the cooking process, for the arms lacked any comprehension of doneness and would merely mindlessly execute commands. If left unattended, they would continue roasting the fish until they turned to charcoal and eventually ash. This is quite useful, Yang Yi nodded, savoring a piece of the roasted long-legged sardine, and then messaged Suna. Suna, the skeletal arms aboard the Nightmare Star are controllable. They will assist as long as there is a need. You should try it. I knew it this morning. What? Why didn't you tell me? I thought you were granting me the permission. Yang, he was at a loss for words. He ceased roasting fish and, clutching 2 perfectly cooked, long-legged sardines, made his way to the laboratory, just as he encountered Suna engrossed in her tasks. Several skeletal arms, resembling diligent assistants, fetched various tools for Suna, significantly enhancing her efficiency. A few more arms swiftly spun test tubes, agitating the liquids within. A centrifuge? Yang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, compelled to admire Suna's ingenuity. He handed her 2 charcoal-grilled sardines. Give this a try. I season it with salt. It should be quite delightful. Suna accepted the grilled fish and took a tentative bite. Upon discovering its pleasant flavor, she quickly devoured it. Is there a fire? She inquired. Indeed. I purchased a flint and left it in the cabin. Additionally, I set up a temporary campfire in the courtyard. Perfect. If we have fire, we can attempt to concentrate the potion. Suna mused, stroking her chin, seemingly deep in thought. However, time was of the essence. Yang Yi had come to urge her to rest. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a large glass tank in the laboratory, housing a dozen juvenile fire silk spiders, with some dead fish provided as sustenance. Are you breeding spiders? Yang Yi asked. Yes, the survival rate is quite low. From dozens of eggs, only a few have survived. What purpose do these spiders serve? Yang Yi frowned. Because these spiders are hardly desirable. They are neither palatable nor visually appealing, thus lacking any real value. Don't you think the laboratory is in need of some white mice? Suna retorted casually. Very well. Yang Yi observed a moment of silence for the newborn spiders before exiting the laboratory. 3 days later, the Nightmare Star continued its course across the sea at a speed of 40 knots, barring any unforeseen events. It was set to enter the frigid winter sea the following day. This morning, Yang Yi was roused from slumber by the morning chill. The first thing he did upon waking was to reach for his left shoulder, sighing in relief. He had experienced a nightmare. In his dream, an additional head had appeared on his left shoulder, and it bore a face that was not his own. It was utterly terrifying. Upon awakening, he found himself drenched. The sea breeze outside chilling him to the bone, as his room had a few drafts. Yang Yi hastily donned a fleece sweater, regaining his composure. He then began to recall the face from his dream, attempting to piece together its features. After several seconds, he arrived at a conclusion, which only intensified his fear. For it was the visage of a woman, though blurred, undeniably feminine and quite beautiful. Furthermore, she possessed a pair of blood-red eyes. The thought sent shivers down his spine. A wave of dread. Your sanity decreases by 10. Had he merged with Suna? Transformed into a 2-headed demon? Impossible. Yang Yi slapped himself, striving to regain his calm. Over time, he had come to understand this nightmare. It indeed held prophetic qualities, but it was not a premonitory dream. Rather, it was a meticulously crafted nightmare. It would capture fragments of a future moment, editing, truncating, and exaggerating them into a terrifying vision. Yang Yi roughly categorized these nightmares into 3 distinct types. The first category encompasses nightmares from which one awakens unscathed, indicating that the peril faced was not lethal. For instance, dreaming of a sea monster with Suna aiming a gun at oneself. The second category involves one's demise within the nightmare, suggesting the danger was indeed fatal, such as being assaulted by a drowned soul. The third category represents the most terrifying of nightmares, characterized by a profound sense of presence, yet the details remain elusive. Any attempt to recall them results in excruciating headaches. Thus far, there has been only one such instance, a dream featuring an enormous spider, likely symbolizing the mother of all spiders. This particular nightmare belonged to the first category, Yang did not perish, but rather appeared somewhat peculiar, possessing two heads. However, the fate of these two heads begs the question, is it truly preferable to death? It is difficult to ascertain. To err on the side of caution, Yang resolved to refrain from approaching the witch's laboratory anytime soon. He sat on his bed for a while, allowing himself to fully regain composure before donning his pirate attire and stepping outside. The sea breeze greeted him with a chill. Today's weather, the temperature has dropped. You will need an additional layer. Location: the sea of origin, sunlight duration, 7 hours remaining temperature, 2 to 7 sea wind speed. Level 4, is it truly down to 2 degrees? We have yet to enter the depths of the extreme winter seas. Yang mused, furrowing his brow. Chapter 66. The man with hair on his face. Not long after Yang stepped out, Suna woke. She opened the door, and the frigid sea breeze enveloped her, prompting her to decisively shut the door again. 10 minutes later, the door swung open once more. This time, Suna was fully attired, clad in a sweater and thermal pants, a woolen hat adorning her head, and plush boots enveloping her feet. Although her witch's attire provided some warmth, it paled in comparison to specialized winter clothing. Yang, ever observant, quickly noted the details. Suna had evidently put on some weight, leading him to jest. Is it really that cold? We have yet to enter the depths of the frigid sea. Suna ignored his quip, tacitly acknowledging her sensitivity to the cold. Meanwhile, Yang engaged in his morning exercises in the courtyard. Ever since acquiring the sword known as Iron Breaker, he had cultivated a habit of attempting to lift this colossal weapon daily, all the while strengthening his physique. He discovered that since using the appetite-enhancing potion, his efficiency in gaining physical prowess had significantly increased, and he was indeed becoming more robust. Thus, he felt the necessity to train, to ensure he did not balloon into his fear. After completing his morning routine, Yang proceeded to the courtyard to inspect the drying fish. He estimated that within a day or two, they would harden. Ever since he uncovered the ingenious utility of the skeletal arms, Yang had transformed into a nefarious capitalist, employing these skeletal appendages to incessantly smoke fish and desiccate eyeball fruits around the clock. The undead did not tire, nor could they voice their fatigue, having no mouths to speak. Upon concluding his inspection, Yang prepared a fish. He had previously attempted to use the skeletal arms for fishing, but their lack of intelligence rendered them ineffective, as they could not discern the right moment to reel in the line. Thus, fishing was a task he had to undertake himself. The morning passed without a single catch, likely due to the inhospitable conditions of the frigid sea. It was only in the afternoon that he finally felt a tug on his line and promptly began to reel it in. It's quite large. Yang muscled against the pull, nearly being dragged into the sea. Adapting his strategy, he loosened the line to tire the creature before reeling it in again, engaging in a protracted battle with this unknown fish. After 20 minutes, he finally glimpsed the true form of his catch. What was this? A large, grayish-white disc emerged, its surface adorned with semi-transparent, jelly-like tentacles. With a strong heave, he brought the approximately 1 meter wide disc to the surface, and at that moment, he discerned its true identity. It was a colossal jellyfish, translucent, with its underside facing up as it was pulled from the depths. The jellyfish's head resembled a large disc, seemingly composed of a bony structure, exceptionally sturdy. Yang prodded it with a spear several times until it finally ceased all movement. Name: Iron-crowned jellyfish. Description: a giant jellyfish hardened by abyssal corruption. Its sting can cause pain for several days, but is edible and non-toxic when heated. The jellyfish's cap is tough, rich in calcium and iron, and remarkably resilient to high temperatures. It withstands high temperatures. Could this not serve as a pot? Yang, previously troubled by the lack of cookware, found himself fortuitously reeling in an unexpected solution from the ocean. He lifted the iron-crowned jellyfish, allowing the skeletal arm to make way, and then placed the jellyfish head down over the campfire. Soon, the creature's body began to melt, transforming into a viscous puddle that bubbled and churned. Yang attempted to take a sip, but discerned no flavor. His tongue was numb to the point of insensibility. Could this jellyfish have been nourished on Sichuan peppercorns? Initially inclined to discard it, he suddenly realized that this substance could serve as a form of pepper oil. He promptly decanted the melted jellyfish into a bottle, with the remaining iron crown serving perfectly as a pot. As twilight descended, Yang Yi had caught nothing and decided to abandon fishing in favor of physical exercise. Suddenly, he noticed a change on the nautical chart. A sliver of an island appeared in the upper right corner. Although only a fraction was visible, its size appeared substantial. He scrutinized it through his crystal sphere. How peculiar to encounter an island so close to the frigid waters of the extreme winter seas. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to navigate closer for a better look. Ignoring the island would certainly not be the wisest choice. He altered his course toward the isle, and the chart began to reveal its full outline. Yang Yi misjudged the island's dimensions. It was not as expansive as he had imagined, taking on an elongated, spindle-like shape with a slightly broader center. The island measured approximately 10 kilometers in length, with its widest section spanning around 2 kilometers, larger than the previous Spider Island. Yet not overwhelmingly so. There were no other vessels in the vicinity, suggesting a lack of ambush. As night fell, the Nightmare Star anchored 2 nautical miles from the island. He retrieved his telescope to survey the land, and gasped in astonishment. What was a ship doing on the island, blown ashore by the sea breeze? Wait. Yang Yi felt a surge of anxiety. On the shoreline, he spotted a pair of glimmering green eyes. Yet, due to the dim light, the creature remained indistinct, possibly some sort of beast. He switched to his left eye, which possessed night vision capabilities. A plaid shirt. Was this individual a player? Yang Yi was taken aback, but why was he crawling on the ground? Sensing something amiss, he prepared to call Su Na to take a look. Su Na, come quickly to the bow of the ship, he messaged. What is it? I've discovered an island. There's a hairy player crawling on the ground. I'm on my way. Su Na dashed over, snatching the telescope from Yang Yi's hands to take a look herself. Yang Yi, meanwhile, gazed into the crystal sphere, puzzled. If this strange creature was once a player, where was his ship? Surely he couldn't have swum over. Su Na, engrossed in her observation, eventually lowered the telescope. His physique has undoubtedly undergone changes. A normal person's arms are not this long. We must capture one for dissection to investigate further. Tomorrow, as it is too late today, Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star away from the island. As night enveloped the sea, he returned to the captain's quarters. Lying on his bed, contemplating the peculiar figure on the island. Unlike Su Na, who was fascinated by the creature's physical transformation, he found himself bewildered as to why he had not spotted its ship. After much contemplation, he conceived 3 potential scenarios. First, his vessel may have been dismantled by other players. Second, it is possible that his ship possesses cloaking capabilities. Third, it could be that his ship vanished after his demise. Each of these possibilities holds merit. As for the latter conjecture, Yang Yi surmised it could be attributed to the system's reclamation mechanism. Upon a player's death, their ship would not persist indefinitely, but rather would dissipate after a certain period. System reclamation? If it pertains to a unique vessel, would it not become a limited edition, considering there exists only one? Or perhaps, after reclamation, these blueprints might manifest in alternative forms? Yang Yi could not ascertain the truth, yet answers may emerge in due course. Chapter 67. Arrival on the island the following day. As dawn broke, Yang Yi maneuvered the Night Star towards the southern edge of the island. This was a spindle-shaped isle, its central portion bulging, with a maximum width of approximately 2 kilometers. In the heart of the island lay a dilapidated vessel, its remains half submerged, seemingly stranded for an extended period, with its surface cloaked in a plethora of vegetation. Had the ship been intact, its length would likely have exceeded 100 meters, classifying it as a colossal craft. Yang Yi did not rush to disembark. Instead, he meticulously examined the crystal orb to ascertain that no other players' vessels were in the vicinity. Only after confirming this did he proceed with his next action, raising his firearm above his head and discharging a shot into the air. Bang! The report of the gun echoed resoundingly. If fortune favored him, the sound would draw the peculiar inhabitants of the island towards him. The previous night, he had observed these strange beings wandering along the southern shoreline. Within 2 minutes, there was activity on the island as 2 hairy creatures emerged. One was the man in the checkered shirt from the previous night, while the other was a woman, her face similarly adorned with hair, her long arms ending in glossy, dark fingertips. They approached on all fours, halting at the water's edge, lifting their fur-covered faces to gaze at the night star. Yang Yi would not allow their journey to be in vain. He skillfully adjusted the ship's position, aiming the thick, rusted cannon at them, and launched 2 fist-sized projectiles. Boom! The submerged cannon fired, the sound resembling that of bursting water balloons rather than a crisp report. At a distance of less than 100 meters, the projectiles struck with precision, their formidable destructive force severing the creatures in half, leaving behind a scattering of parts and 2 deep craters in the sand. What was that for? Suna expressed her displeasure. The 2 creatures, intact just moments ago, were now reduced to mere remnants before her eyes. This would undoubtedly complicate any dissection efforts. We're uncertain of their strength, so I opted for the cannon first. If it can't take them down, then stepping onto the island would be far too perilous. Yang Yi replied, leaving Suna without a counter-argument. Fear not. Based on my gaming experience, where there's one, there will surely be a second. You can handle it when the time comes. I shall not interfere, he continued, steering the ship to find a suitable place to anchor and disembark. These creatures posed little threat, far inferior to the gluttonous guests. Had it been one of them, enduring this cannon fire would likely not have been fatal unless it struck their head directly. After waiting a while longer, ensuring there were no other disturbances on the island, he released the raft, preparing to venture ashore with Suna. What is this? Suna we a makeshift mask, rather rudimentary, consisting of several layers of fabric with some fire tinder interspersed within. Though the hastily crafted mask offered minimal protection, it was certainly better than nothing. These beings might be afflicted with some illness, necessitating caution. After donning her mask, she descended the ladder to the ship's lower deck and successfully jumped onto the raft. With Yang Yi closely following, the 2 paddled the raft ashore, propelling it smoothly onto the beach. Suna rushed towards the remains, while Yang Yi remained vigilant, dragging the raft up onto the sand. After confirming his safety, he approached to inspect the body lying on the ground. Name: half-werewolf, Xiadonglei. Synopsis: a human infected with lycanthropy, having lost their sense of self and undergoing a transformation into a wolf-like state. Their attributes enhance at night. Half-werewolf. Lycanthropy. No wonder these individuals move on all fours and their eyes glow green at night. Yang Yi mused, discarding a severed ear as if it were refuse and washing his hands in the sea. He hadn't anticipated that Suna's guess would be so accurate. It truly was a disease. Hopefully, this malady isn't airborne. Otherwise, it could spell trouble, Yang Yi thought to himself. Meanwhile, Suna, wielding a chistig, crouched before the mangled corpse. She used the dagger to slice open the checkered shirt, inspecting the body. The injuries were severe. It had been severed in 2, with entrails strewn about. Observing the damage to the man's clothing and the healed scars on his skin, Suna deduced. This individual had previously been clawed by some creature, and the wounds had since healed. Thus, it is highly probable that this lycanthropy is transmitted through such injuries. If that is the case, his claws, or perhaps his teeth, could also harbor the pathogen, Suna remarked as she methodically collected the remains, placing them into a bag of holding for further examination in the laboratory. Yang Yi felt a twinge of regret, as this corpse would not yield any rewards. It was likely too weak and had not fully transformed. Are you familiar with rabies? Suna inquired suddenly. It is a contagious disease that can be contracted through bites or scratches from animals, with a mortality rate reaching 100 once symptoms manifest. Yang Yi replied casually. Precisely. The incubation period for rabies varies, but it progresses rapidly. Patients exhibit extreme hydrophobia, heightened emotions, mental tension, and aggressive behavior. Suna picked up a piece of skin tissue, scrutinizing it closely. Did you notice? Even in death, their muscles remain tense, their hairs stand erect, accompanied by excessive sweating. She proceeded to examine the half-werewolf's eyes and teeth, as well as the grotesquely elongated arms and claws. The pupils were constricted to a pinprick, the teeth sharpened. The humerus elongated, and the phalanges had pierced through the fingertips, forming lethal talons. Suna recorded her observations diligently. Yang Yi sensed a looming threat, his gaze fixated on the forest on the island, noticing the leaves rustling. Soon, 3 half-werewolves emerged from the thicket, one of whom was covered in gray fur, its nose elongating as it transformed into a wolf-like visage. Their twitching noses suggested they had been lured by the scent of blood. "Which one do you want?" Yang Yi asked nonchalantly, his flintlock rifle already aimed with precision. "The furriest one is mine," Suna replied, drawing her longbow and knocking a tri-blade, armor-piercing arrow. "Agreed." The 3 half-werewolves charged forward, but before they could cover 2 meters, one of their heads exploded, dropping lifelessly to the ground. The furriest half-werewolf was struck in the knee by an arrow, losing its balance and collapsing. Following swiftly, an armor-piercing arrow struck its throat, sending it sprawling. By the time the last half-werewolf had covered 5 meters, it was left entirely alone. Yet, undeterred, he charged towards Yang Yi and Su Na. Then, he witnessed Yang Yi unveil the eye patch over his left eye, only to be engulfed in darkness and lose all awareness. For the fangs of the sea serpent had precisely pierced his eye socket. Once Yang Yi secured the eye patch, he delivered another shot to the werewolf, shattering its remaining eye to prevent a feigned demise. Subsequently, he extracted the venomous fang from its socket. Meanwhile, the fur-laden half-werewolf rose once more. Despite arrows lodged in its knees and throat, it managed to stand. Blood gushed from the wounds, for the armor-piercing arrows possessed a bleeding effect. The arrowheads harbored cavities, rendering the injuries difficult to heal and perpetuating the flow of blood. Suna furrowed her brow and aimed several arrows at its neck. Had she not intended to preserve an intact brain, she would have aimed for the eyes long ago. Ultimately, the half-werewolf's neck became adorned with several more arrows. The ground soaked in blood, and it could no longer rise. "Drag this furry werewolf a bit closer. I shall board and use the grappling hook to haul him aboard," Suna commanded, before turning and sprinting towards the wooden raft. Yang Yi approached the furrier half-werewolf and found it still clinging to life, though its breath was growing increasingly faint. Given the volume of blood lost, survival was impossible. Under Yang Yi's watchful gaze, the half-werewolf finally ceased to breathe. He then dragged the lifeless body to an appropriate position on the shore and gestured an OK towards the ship, the Nightmare Star. The grappling hook soared through the air, expertly seizing the half-werewolf's corpse. Chapter 68. The Radiant Goddess. Upon boarding the vessel, Suna had no intention of disembarking, opting instead to dissect the near-werewolf cadaver within the laboratory. Yang Yi remained on the shore, surveying the surrounding bodies. He noted that their garments were not thick, indicating that the temperature was not low upon their arrival on the island. The frigid waters of winter were still a considerable distance away. It was likely that these individuals had met their demise several days prior, succumbing to the frenzy of wolf disease while meandering about this isle. As he rummaged through the half-werewolf corpses, he uncovered a few pieces of equipment. Name, survival knife, type, treasure, quality, premium, description, a robust and portable survival knife. Favored by survival enthusiasts, it is capable of skinning, cutting meat, paring, and hammering. The handle features a non-slip design and is corrosion-resistant. Name, hand axe, type, treasure, quality, ordinary, description, a well-balanced small axe, easily portable and designed specifically for throwing. Name, illumination grenade. Type, consumable, quality, good. Description, a spherical device that emits a powerful light upon impact with the ground, illuminating the surroundings and dispelling creatures that favor darkness. Name, quick heal bandage. Type, consumable, quality, good. Description, a unique bandage that staunches bleeding and accelerates wound healing for the area and its surroundings. Yang Yi placed the items he had gathered together, his brow furrowed. These individuals were well-equipped, possessing not only secondary weapons, but also practical tools and restorative items. Moreover, this was not the entirety of their arsenal. They had undoubtedly utilized some of their gear, and somewhere on the island, their primary weapons must still be scattered about. Yet, the source of Yang Yi's concern lay with 2 vials containing a transparent liquid. He was intimately familiar with this substance, having consumed it several times before. Name, holy water. Type, consumable, quality, premium, description, blessed pure water that can be ingested or applied externally. It also serves as a throwable item. when confronting otherworldly demons. Holy water is always in abundance. It can cure various toxins and curses, accelerate wound healing, and slightly restore vitality. Could this holy water cure the frenzy of wolf disease? Yang Yi picked up one of the vials. Simultaneously, a memory surfaced. He recalled an article from the inaugural edition of the weekly publication. At the time, Zhou Dai had been recruiting allies to prepare for an expedition to an island inhabited by werewolves. This island was likely the very one upon which Yang Yi stood. Given the numerous coincidences, had they been annihilated by the werewolves? Yang Yi pondered. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. If they had been assaulted by werewolves, how could so many intact corpses remain? They would have been utterly disfigured. Moreover, why had the scent of blood failed to attract the werewolves? Were they located on the opposite end of the island? Yang Yi gazed toward the wooded area, sensing an ominous presence lurking within. He resolved to halt his exploration for the moment and attempted to employ his observation skill to assess the situation aboard the Radiant Goddess. "Suna, pull me aboard." Yang Yi sent the message. Moments later, a claw seized him and pulled him into the cabin of the Night Star. Yang Yi first entrusted his survival knife to Suna, as this small blade was of superior quality compared to his witch's dagger, and thus should be sharper. Subsequently, he made his way to the deck, retrieved a crystal ball, and activated his scrying ability. However, before employing this skill, he sent several messages to Zhou Dai to ascertain her well-being. The ability to send messages indicated that she was alive and had not been erased from existence. She was still among the living, and the messages were transmitted successfully. Yang Yi recalled the incident a few days prior regarding the sale of sweaters. He had reached out to Zhou Dai then, but she had not responded, suggesting that she may have encountered trouble at that time. Retrieving. Goddess of Radiance. The crystal ball swiftly revealed coordinates and imagery. Yang Yi cross-referenced these with a maritime map, confirming that the coordinates pointed to this very island. However, the imagery did not depict any vessel, only showing the nearby shore. Could it be that the ship had sunk? He noted the coordinates and maneuvered the Night Star toward them. The distance was not great, situated on the right side of a spindle-shaped island. Upon reaching the vicinity of the coordinates, he stood on the deck, observing the surroundings, yet saw no sign of a ship, nor anything unusual on the water surface. Nevertheless, the scrying skill indicated that the Goddess of Radiance was indeed located here. Inspired, Yang Yi removed his eye mask and attempted to use his third eye. At last, a vessel approximately 40 meters in length emerged before him. A three-masted sailing ship adorned with exquisite carvings, and at its bow stood a magnificent statue of a goddess. A layer of translucent gauze cascaded from above the mast, enveloping the entire ship. As Yang Yi scrutinized the vessel, he discovered a church on board, substantial in size, located in the ship's central area. Through the windows, he could discern intricate decorations and a statue of a goddess, devoid of arms, exuding an aura of solemnity and purity. Gazing upon it for a prolonged period instilled a sense of tranquility, as if one had attained salvation. Quickly, Yang Yi averted his gaze. He held no fascination for such deities. He stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering whether this was an invisible ship or an invisibility device. Were it not for the third eye, he would not have perceived this vessel, even if it were placed directly before him. The scrying ability of the astrologer could only reveal the ship's coordinates. He procured a wooden plank, attempting to board, but was thwarted by an invisible force field. This indicated that Zhou Dai was indeed alive and most likely on this very island. Using his third eye once more, he scanned the surroundings but found no other concealed vessels. What to do? Yang Yi felt a pang of frustration. Bound by the rules, he could not plunder this unmanned ship, nor could he destroy the Goddess of Radiance. The system seemed intent on concentrating the conflict around the captain. Only by eliminating the captain could he seize the fruits of victory. After a period of contemplation, he resolved to disregard this ship for the time being. He bore little animosity toward Zhou Dai, nor did he possess profound affection for her. The notion of risking his life to rescue her was utterly out of the question. His curiosity was piqued, however. What lay on this island that warranted her gathering so many individuals for a joint expedition? Yang Yi gazed toward the island. This position was in close proximity to the colossal ship upon the island. He had ample reason to believe that they were indeed here for that great vessel. Regrettably, the dense forest obstructed his view, and the distance was considerable. Even with his keen third eye, he could only ascertain that the vessel was ancient, older than himself. However, the specifics of what lay within remained a mystery to him. One thing was certain: when this ship was intact, it was quite substantial in size. Should he proceed or not? He found himself in a quandary. From the perspective of risk aversion, retreating would be prudent. Knowing when to withdraw is wise. Yet, one cannot navigate these vast seas solely by evading danger. If he were to forsake this island, he might have to abandon the next as well. After a few such withdrawals, his maritime journey would effectively come to an end, leaving him with little choice but to align himself with an organization for protection. Having reached this conclusion, He resolved to explore any islands he encountered, unless faced with insurmountable peril. Even if this island harbored werewolves, he would not be deterred. After all, he was no longer the same person. With the enhancement of the third eye, he felt confident he could dispatch a werewolf with a single shot. Moreover, he possessed the fangs of a sea serpent. With his determination set, he navigated the night star back to the position he had initially landed upon the island. The coastline remained tranquil, the corpses still strewn about, and no new half-wolves had appeared. He surmised that the concentration of these half-wolves in this area was undoubtedly purposeful. As for the ship on the island, it likely resembled a spider's lair, warranting cautious approach. It would be prudent to first ascertain what had befallen these players before embarking on further exploration. Chapter 69. The Wolf's Den. Suna, have you made any new discoveries? He inquired from the threshold of the witch's laboratory, refraining from stepping inside. Since the introduction of fire, the laboratory had undergone notable transformations, now illuminated by flames. A large black cauldron, reminiscent of the classic imagery of a witch's abode, occupied a corner, large enough for an adult to bathe within. Inside, a peculiar concoction bubbled, occasionally revealing unidentified substances that churned within the depths. Hearing the commotion, Suna glanced up at Yi before resuming her meticulous dissection. Adorned with a mask and plastic gloves, she held what appeared to be the stomach and digestive tract of a half-werewolf, diligently examining its contents. After several moments, she finally spoke. The skeletal structure of this half-werewolf exhibits multiple deformities, enhancing its running capabilities, yet its brain shows signs of regression. I did not inquire about that. He promptly interrupted her lengthy exposition. What I wish to know is whether you can concoct a poison, perhaps something like the dead wolf potion, capable of exterminating the werewolves on this island. Suna paused her work, casting a disdainful glance at Yi as she replied no. The cellular activity of this half-werewolf is remarkably high, with rapid metabolism. A complete specimen would be even more formidable, rendering toxins largely ineffective. Yi grimaced, realizing that poison was not a viable option. As he prepared to turn away, Suna's voice once again broke the silence. You'd best avoid being scratched or bitten by a werewolf. If you contract lycanthropy, I cannot guarantee that I can revert you. Rest assured, I know how to take care of myself. He waved her off and returned to the deck, entering the captain's quarters. Upon emerging, he had donned a new outfit, a sweater, thermal pants, web gloves, and plush boots. His attire was not a result of fear of the cold, but rather a precaution against potential scratches. A heavier outfit would afford him some degree of protection. Moreover, he had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with these half-werewolves. It was unnecessary. After meticulously checking his supplies, which included weapons, potions, drinking water, and rations, among them scarlet potion, 2 vials of regeneration potion, and an unknown orange potion, he assessed his readiness. Satisfied, he lowered the raft and set foot on the island once more. The coastline remained unchanged, save for a few dark seabirds scavenging the remains of carcasses, larger than crows. Surprisingly, they did not flee upon noticing Yi's approach. Instead, they opened their beaks and emitted harsh, guttural croaks. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, feathers scattering in the air. One seabird was instantly reduced to a pulp, startling the others into flight. The coast returned to its eerie tranquility. Yi approached and picked up a feather. Name: Sea Crow. Description: a scavenging seabird resembling a crow, equipped with sharp teeth, commonly seen at low tide, feeding on leftover dead fish. Edible, with fat that bears the taste of decayed flesh. Having read the information, Yang Yi dismissed the notion of roasting the seabird, as he had no desire to create a mess aboard his vessel. Departing from the shoreline, he ventured toward the forest, embarking on an ascent into the unknown. He discovered numerous chaotic footprints on the ground, likely left by the band of half-wolves. Numerous claw marks on the nearby trees indicated their frequent passage through this area. Yang Yi ventured deeper and stumbled upon remnants of shells and scales scattered across the ground, presumably from fish and shellfish. It appeared they had come to the coast in search of sustenance. Following the trail of food remnants, he was soon met with an unbearable stench. It was a foul odor, a nauseating amalgamation of excrement, decay, and body odor, indescribable in its intensity. Approaching the source of the smell, he inevitably uncovered the lair of these half-wolves. A large heap of soft branches had been gathered and laid upon the ground, adorned with several tattered pieces of clothing, seemingly forming a makeshift bed. Scattered about were numerous bleached human bones, stripped clean of any flesh. He picked one up, acquiring information. Skeleton, Zhong Fan. He collected several more, noting some belonged to the same player while others to different ones. In total, it appeared that 8 players had met their demise, devoured by this savage pack of half-wolves. He took a photograph and sent it to Suna. Suna, upon discovering the half-wolves' den, noted the presence of an abundance of human bones, indicating at least 8 victims. A swift response came from her side. These half-wolves possess a formidable digestive ability and are not picky eaters. I found decaying flesh and bone fragments within their stomachs. This suggests they are scavengers with a strong digestive capacity. The bones on the ground are likely too hard, left behind because they could not be bitten through. Once they fully transform into wolves, their bite force will increase further, and, at that time, there will be nothing left of the bones. Scavengers? After reading the message, Yang Yi picked up a femur, marked with numerous bite impressions. This indicated that the half-wolves had bitten it, yet had not shattered it. He even suspected that these bones were kept by the half-wolves for dental wear. However, this did not seem to be a result of mere biting. He then picked up a vertebra, its cross-section smooth, as if severed by a sharp weapon. In Yang Yi's recollection, the creatures most likely to wield weapons are humans. So, was it an internal conflict? Or could there be other peculiar beings on the island? Yang Yi furrowed his brow in confusion. Just as he prepared to leave, a glint caught his attention. The reflection emanated from beneath the soft branches. He lifted a femur to clear the branches away. What lay before him was a trove of weapons and armor. There were breastplates, long swords, shields, great axes, and even flails, crossbows, and bows. It seemed these half-wolves had amassed a collection. Perhaps they had forgotten how to wield these items, yet their subconscious recognized their significance, prompting them to conceal everything beneath the branches. Name: damaged steel plate armor. Type: treasure. Quality: common. Description: sturdy full body plate armor, while offering substantial protection, affects mobility and vision. Increasing energy expenditure. However, it is severely deformed and cannot be worn properly. P.S. Armor with a damage rate exceeding 30 will display signs of wear, while those below this threshold will recover within 24 hours. Name: chainmail. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a chainmail composed of small iron rings, offering protection to the upper body and legs. It is lightweight and flexible, effectively resisting slashing and piercing attacks. Name: steel longsword. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a sturdy and sharp longsword, a quintessential armament for knights. Name: iron shield. Damaged. Type: treasure. Quality: common. Description: a wooden shield reinforced with a layer of iron, severely damaged, resulting in significantly reduced protective capabilities. Name: poleaxe. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: a durable and powerful poleaxe, suitable for both lumbering and self-defense. Name: spiked flail. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a flail adorned with spikes, with a heavy 10-pound head capable of effortlessly shattering skulls. Name: hunter's bow. Decayed. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a hunter's bow imbued with the power of the wind, enhanced by its influence to achieve greater range and penetration, causing arrows to inflict tearing wounds. Name: crude repeating crossbow. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: a user-friendly small repeating crossbow capable of firing miniature arrows, with a capacity to load 10 bolts at once. While most weapons are singular, there are 7 crossbows, likely acquired in bulk. This group possesses commendable equipment, both armor and weaponry. The hunter's bow is perfectly suited for Suna. He shared the bow's details with her, and then picked up the ironwood shield from the ground. It bore distinct claw marks, having not only torn through the iron, but nearly penetrated the wooden shield as well. How formidable is a fully transformed werewolf? He furrowed his brow. He donned the chainmail beneath his clothing and subsequently stowed these items in his stomach pouch, deeming it an additional bounty. Whoosh! He tested the crossbow. It was operational and still contained bolts. He opened the bolt case, which could hold 10 special arrows, albeit shorter and less powerful. Its mechanism resembled that of a bolt-action rifle, requiring a press of the bolt case for each shot, though far inferior to firearms. It was simpler than a bow and had a satisfactory firing rate. After securing all the items in his pouch, He departed from the den of wolves. If all went as anticipated, there should have been a fierce battle on the island, undoubtedly leaving traces of the battlefield, where more clues ought to be found. Chapter 70. The Sacred Box. 2 hours later, He approached the heart of the spindle-shaped island, still about a kilometer away from the wrecked giant ship. Here, he discovered an abundance of signs of battle. The ground was littered with turned soil, toppled grass, and even several broken trees. Though these trees were no thicker than a wrist, breaking them was no trivial task. He also found some damaged weapons on the ground, none of which held any significant value. Among them were 2 shattered swords, a shield riddled with holes, and a broken scythe. Not far away, an open space was piled high with numerous damaged arrows, seemingly collected after the battle. Had someone cleaned up the battlefield? He furrowed his brow. In his view, only players would engage in such activities, and only after defeating the werewolves would they have the opportunity to do so. The 3 pits surrounding the area further supported this theory. Each pit was about half a meter deep, just large enough to accommodate a body. It appeared that they had been buried, but subsequently excavated by some entity likely to steal the corpses. Upon observing the traces closely, he sensed they were dug out with hands or claws, indicating the culprits were undoubtedly half werewolves. With their acute sense of smell and scavenging nature, they would not overlook a shallowly buried corpse. After examining the traces left on the battlefield, he was convinced that this group of players must have triumphed over the werewolves. Subsequently, they had cleaned the battlefield and buried their fallen comrades. However, due to the infection of the rabid wolf disease, some players had transformed into half-werewolves. But what of the werewolves' bodies? Surely they did not share Su-Na's peculiar penchant for taking corpses with them? Yi pondered it. He re-examined the battlefield. Although he found no werewolf corpses, he did discover a robust finger covered in gray bristles and adorned with sharp, black claws that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Name: Claw of the Gray Werewolf. Description: a claw left behind by a patient fully transformed due to rabid wolf disease. Upon reading the information, he was taken aback. It only displayed details regarding the claw, not the individual gray werewolf. This suggested that the gray werewolf had not perished, leaving behind only a finger. He placed the decaying finger into his satchel, feeling that the situation had grown increasingly enigmatic. He gazed toward the distant giant ship, where he believed more information and clues awaited. Nonetheless, he remained confident that this group of players had emerged victorious, at least managing to repel the werewolves. Casting a glance at the time, he noted that there were still 6 hours until dusk, ample time for further exploration. With 88 stamina remaining and other values nearly full, he was ready to continue his journey. Thus, he set his sights on the giant ship. From this point onward, he had to remain fully alert, prepared to confront potential enemies, and ready to employ three-eyed tactics, potions, or even spells if necessary. As he traversed further, he found himself only 500 meters from the giant ship. At this proximity, the trees could no longer conceal the imposing silhouette of the vessel. The ship was only the forepart, its hull mottled and cloaked in moss, vines, and other vegetation. The ship was adorned with rusted metallic patterns, exuding an air of ancient nostalgia. Beside it lay an overturned cannon, towering to the height of a man, covered in dust and even sprouting weeds, rendered utterly unusable. Yang Yi stood still, surveying the colossal vessel with his third eye. However, he lacked the power of insight, leaving the interior shrouded in mystery. One thing was certain. This ship had remained here for an exceedingly long time, perhaps decades, or even centuries. Suddenly, within the realm of his third eye, Yang Yi discerned a peculiar area, a clearing where trees had been felled. It seemed illogical to commence logging at the heart of the island, and the timber lay abandoned on the ground. Cautiously approaching, he noted the evenness of the tree stumps, severed cleanly, indicating the use of a remarkably sharp instrument. Moreover, the air was thick with a metallic scent. Yang Yi recognized this odor. It had permeated the spider's lair, the site of dismemberment, reminiscent of the lingering smell of a slaughterhouse. Such a stench could only arise from an abundance of spilled blood, suggesting that a massacre had recently transpired here, leaving a gruesome scene. Surveying the surroundings, Yang Yi found no corpses, only traces of dragging marks, implying that the bodies had been removed by some creature. Judging by the direction of the drag marks, it was likely the work of half-wolves, who seemed to have a penchant for consuming corpses. Yet, one particular mark stood out, an unusually dark brown shoe print, smeared with blood, leading towards the immense ship. Yang Yi approached and compared it with his own foot. The print was small, reminiscent of a sneaker, likely belonging to a woman, he hypothesized. Further scrutinizing the marks, he discerned additional details. It appeared that only 5 bodies had been dragged away, aligning with the bones discovered at the half-wolf encampment. These half-wolves must have been survivors of the massacre. Curiously, they had all contracted the rabid wolf disease, which manifested shortly thereafter, prompting them to return and remove the corpses. Could it be that the creature responsible for the slaughter could distinguish those afflicted with the disease and deliberately spare them? Yang Yi speculated. Searching the vicinity, he found no further traces, save for an exquisite wooden box that had fallen to the ground, its lid askew. Name: Sacred Box. Description: a blessed wooden box, the contents of which are known only to the holy military responsible for it. It is exceptionally sturdy, nearly impossible to open from within. The absence of a grade or type surprised Yang Yi as he picked it up for closer examination. The box was entirely white, adorned with intricate golden thorn-like patterns at the edges, presenting a visually striking and refined appearance. Both the inside and outside of the lid were illustrated with the image of a man draped in a long robe. This figure was handsome yet sorrowful, his eyes concealed by a strip of cloth, tears trickling from beneath it, forming 2 distinct trails. His right hand extended from the robe, holding a scale, while his left hand was hidden within the folds of the garment. Yang Yi did not recognize this being, but he was certain of one fact. This entity was not human, despite the striking resemblance, because the left arm hidden beneath his robe appeared somewhat large, causing the fabric to bulge. Of course, he might also be a distorted individual. Who cares? Yang Yi no longer focused on the structure of the box, but instead directed his gaze towards its interior. It was a cube-shaped space, dimensions equal approximately 25 centimeters, hardly capable of accommodating anything substantial. By a curious turn of fate, Yang Yi leaned in and inhaled, catching a whiff of a delightful fragrance. It was the scent of a luxurious perfume, indicating that the box had not been empty but contained some object. Moreover, various indications suggested that this sacred box was extraordinary, likely housing some living entity. Among the players who had come to the island, one individual, unable to suppress their curiosity, opened the sacred box, releasing the creature within, which subsequently led to a massacre. This was Yang Yi's conjecture. He attempted to place the sacred box into his stomach pouch, but to his surprise, the greedy pouch expelled the box immediately. Yang Yi tried 3 times, yet the pouch rejected it each time. On the 4th attempt, even when offered food, it remained closed. How peculiar! Was this pouch being selective? Confused and bewildered, Yang Yi could only cradle the box in his arms, as he made his way towards the colossal ship. The situation had become largely clear. The remaining clues would likely be found aboard the vessel. Chapter 71. Arsene Yang followed the bloodied footprints, ultimately arriving before the colossal vessel. The tracks vanished approximately 2 meters from his ship. Instead of encountering a gaping cabin or deck, he found a slanted hull. Perhaps it had ascended through some means. He speculated. He stepped back a few paces, removed his eye mask, and attempted to peer inside the ship's structure using his enhanced vision. One window appeared particularly peculiar, devoid of any overgrowth, seemingly cleared with intent. At that moment, Yang caught a glimpse of a shadow racing towards him in his peripheral vision. The creature moved with remarkable stealth, treading silently upon the grass, rendering any noise undetectable until it was far too late for its prey to evade. However, Yang possessed a unique advantage. He captured the shadow's movement with his enhanced sight. Without hesitation, he pivoted, aimed, and pulled the trigger of his flintlock pistol. Click! The gun misfired. Yet, he did not falter. He swiftly hurled a hand axe. This missile, though of inferior quality, was convenient to carry and quite effective. The axe struck true, colliding with the shadow's knee, producing a sharp sound. However, the damage inflicted was minimal. The axe rebounded off its spiny, fur-covered exterior, failing to penetrate. The creature did not pause for an instant, accelerating towards Yang with alarming speed. Its appearance was grotesque, marred by numerous wounds, arrows protruding from its body, and gaping gunshot wounds. Flesh hung in tatters. Even a broken spear lodged in its back. The dark, grayish fur left no doubt. It was the missing werewolf. The creature's ability to move despite its grievous injuries was not a testament to its vitality, but rather an indication that its flesh no longer required life. The wounds had festered and rotted, exuding a pungent stench. This was likely a reanimated corpse. Detected an anomalous being, your sanity decreases by 5. In an instant, Yang reacted. Upon realizing the ineffectiveness of the axe, he switched to his sea serpent's tooth and ironwood shield. Faced with such a swift adversary, retreat was not an option. He had to confront it head-on. Activating the sea serpent's tooth skill, he unleashed a fiery breath. He opted not to employ the cannon mode of the flintlock, intending to reserve the weapon for another potential threat. Calculating the distance, he unleashed the skill, releasing a fan-shaped torrent of flames from the short sword. The flames ignited everything within a 3-meter radius, approximately a 110-degree arc, including the werewolf. Its spiny fur, while offering some defense, could not withstand the intense heat and was immediately engulfed in flames, transforming it into a blazing inferno. Yet, it felt no pain and feared neither fire. With a swipe of its claw, it struck Yang Yi's hastily raised ironwood shield. Crash! Wood splintered as the shield could no longer withstand the force, shattering completely. Yang Yi was thrust backward, colliding with the ship's hull, his left arm going numb and losing all sensation. Even the fabric of his sleeve was torn, exposing the chainmail beneath. Had it not been for the chainmail he wore, Yang Yi would have surely been grievously injured. Not far away, the werewolf had been reduced to a blazing fireball, although it was impervious to flames. The damage inflicted upon it was undeniable, its flesh charred and emitting a foul odor. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi switched to his flintlock and fired a second shot, which struck the werewolf's knee with pinpoint accuracy. Without the protection of its mane, the knee was shattered, causing the creature to stumble and collapse to the ground. Yang Yi, unrelenting, hurled the tooth of the sea serpent, which pierced the werewolf's left eye and embedded itself into the hilt. The intense heat traveled along the blade, swiftly scorching the werewolf's brain, rendering its body rigid and completely motionless. Rather than revel in his victory, Yang Yi remained vigilant, his third eye scanning the surroundings as he concealed himself within a thicket. After a tense few moments, reassured by the stillness emanating from the colossal ship, he donned his eye patch. By this time, the werewolf had succumbed to the flames, its body transforming into charred remnants, releasing plumes of thick black smoke. The recent conflagration had ignited a vast expanse of nearby vegetation. Fortunately, the area surrounding the massive vessel was devoid of trees. and the moist earth prevented the fire from spreading. Had it not been for this, the entire island would have been ablaze. In Yang, he would have had no choice but to flee. Approaching the scorched werewolf, he wielded the long-handled axe retrieved from his satchel and aimed for the creature's head. To his surprise, the first strike produced a metallic clang, failing to sever the werewolf's neck. This indicated the remarkable hardness of its bones. He withdrew the axe and delivered 3 more strikes before finally decapitating the charred wolf's head. After extinguishing the flames with earth to cool the remains, Yang reclaimed his treasured short sword and discovered a silver bullet lodged in the werewolf's jaw. The sight of the silver bullet prompted memories of a white revolver he had once seen, rumored to fire silver bullets capable of impeding regeneration and vanquishing evil. Yang also gleaned information about the werewolf. Name: Gray Werewolf, reanimated. Description: a corpse of a gray werewolf reanimated by necromancy, covered in tough black-gray fur. It will attack all living beings except for its summoner. Can be used in a monster gacha machine. Reanimation, summoner. Yang noted the keywords, indicating that some entity had employed necromancy to resurrect the gray werewolf's corpse. Another adversary must surely exist. He placed the charred, still steaming wolf's head into his satchel, intending to take it back for the gacha. Since it was already burned beyond recognition, he deemed it of little anatomical value and preferred not to disclose it to Suna, to avoid her teasing about his failure to preserve the entire corpse. As for the werewolf's body, it was nearly reduced to ash. Yang did not rush into the colossal ship. Instead, he lay in wait, sipping a vial of holy water to restore his condition. Only when the flames had diminished did he cautiously emerge. Remarkably, there had been no signs of activity from the ship during this time, suggesting that the enemy was likely not aboard. He glanced at the time, noting that 4 hours remained until dusk, ample time for exploration and a return journey. 2 hours for exploration and 2 hours to return would be more than sufficient. Moreover, his condition was rather good. After consuming the holy water, his energy had somewhat replenished, and his vitality remained above 85. Aside from the loss of his sea serpent's tooth skill, he had scarcely expended any resources. With determination firmly set, Yang approached the colossal vessel. Utilizing his webbed gloves to scale its side, he intended to find a suitable entry point, such as the deliberately cleared window. A few minutes later, he stood beside the window and casually tossed a long-legged sardine inside. After confirming that there was no response, he cautiously peered in. Something was amiss. This ship had evidently encountered a maritime disaster and had tragically ended up here. Thus, its interior ought to be in utter disarray. Yet, this room housed neatly arranged tables and chairs, albeit rearranged, as the original floor had transformed into a wall. Nevertheless, a thick layer of dust remained. This indicated that when the vessel was cast away upon the deserted island, there were likely survivors aboard. Instead of hastily risking entry, he opted to observe with his left eye. The interior of the ship was dimly lit, requiring 3 eyes to discern the surroundings clearly. He quickly spotted a row of peculiar objects. It was a line of glass jars, which Yang recognized well from his time in Suna's laboratory. Inside, there floated a series of human heads, neither more nor less than precisely 5, arranged upon a shelf that had clearly been tidied. Chapter 72. The Malevolent, which Yang Yi's gaze traversed the 5 severed heads, noting a singular, unsettling similarity among them. The necks were sliced with an unnerving precision, as if cleaved by a sharp instrument. After a few moments of contemplation, he recalled the remains discovered at the half-wolf camp. At that time, he had unearthed a plethora of human bones, yet the number of skulls was remarkably scarce. Initially, he speculated that the half-wolves had merely misplaced the skulls. However, it now dawned upon him that these corpses were entirely headless, for some creature had deliberately collected their heads. Employing his 3-eyed vision, he scanned every corner of the room, finding no immediate threats, only a series of disordered footprints, likely left by players who had recently entered this colossal vessel. This indicated that the holy box was most likely concealed within the ship. Utilizing the webbed gloves, Yang stealthily infiltrated the chamber, making minimal noise. Upon landing, he swiftly assumed a defensive posture, his left hand gripping a firearm while his right wielded the tooth of the sea serpent. his body taut and poised for any potential ambush. Yet his apprehensions proved unwarranted. The room remained eerily silent, devoid even of insects. He promptly commenced his exploration. As the duration of his three-eyed vision was limited, it was imperative that he glean the ship's secrets within 8 minutes. Name: head jar. Description: human heads preserved through some arcane technique, capable of long-term retention, particularly the brain, frozen at the moment of preservation. A jar containing brains? A chill coursed through Yang. Aside from the head jars, no other suspicious items lingered in the room. He wasted no time and ventured into the adjacent chamber. Due to the angle of the ship, entry was not feasible in a conventional manner, compelling him to scale the walls to access the neighboring room. Upon confirming the absence of danger within, Yang climbed inside. This chamber differed markedly from the previous one. The floor was strewn with shards of glass and stains, remnants of a past incident that had not faded with time. A thorough inspection revealed that the glass fragments belonged to shattered vessels and instruments. Among them, several jars remained relatively intact, containing unknown substances. However, the fluids within had become murky with age. Yang attempted to examine a few. Name: melting. Decayed human heart. Description: contaminated from prolonged storage. This heart holds no value. Name: melting, decayed human eyeball. Description: contaminated from prolonged storage. This eyeball holds no value. Name: melting, decayed human brain. Description: contaminated from prolonged storage. This brain holds no value. Name: decayed human right foot. Description: contaminated from prolonged storage. This right foot has begun to rot. The jars were filled with human organs. The more he observed, the more familiar they became. As the witch's laboratory had housed a similar collection, albeit containing the organs of otherworldly creatures. A sudden realization struck him. Was there a witch aboard this ship? And did she harbor an unsettling fascination for the human body? Furrowing his brow, he chose not to linger, acutely aware of the dwindling time. He climbed out of the room and ventured deeper into the interior of the ship. Although it is merely a half-constructed cabin, its spaciousness surpasses even that of a nightmarish star. Below, there are 3 adjacent chambers, with the central room featuring a larger entrance, flanked by smaller adjoining spaces. Yang descended along the cabin's floor, and halfway down, he discovered a fixed white platform. Despite the passage of time, this platform exhibited no signs of fading or decay, merely cloaked in a thick layer of dust. As Yang reached out to touch it, he noted that its material bore a striking resemblance to that of the holy relic, suggesting that the holy relic may have once been placed here. He continued his descent, arriving at the bottom chamber, and first entered the largest room. This space was somewhat damp, furnished with 2 rows of weapon racks, while the floor was strewn with an abundance of armor and weaponry, all severely rusted. These armaments appeared to be part of a complete set, each piece of armor adorned with a radiating spherical pattern, reminiscent of a luminescent orb. Name: Holy Knight Armor, damaged. Description: standard armor used by the Radiant Holy Knights, capable of emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece has rusted and deteriorated due to neglect over time, rendering it worthless for recovery. Name: Holy Knight Sword, damaged. Description: standard longsword wielded by the Radiant Holy Knights, capable of emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece has rusted and deteriorated due to neglect over time, rendering it worthless for recovery. Name: Holy Knight Shield, damaged. Description: standard shield used by the Radiant Holy Knights, capable of emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece has rusted and deteriorated due to neglect over time, rendering it worthless for recovery. After a cursory glance, Yang noted the lack of any recoverable value and exited the room, proceeding to the adjacent chamber. This room was markedly different, furnished with a bed and various pieces of furniture, suggesting that someone had once resided here. A thick layer of dust coated the floor, and the furniture had succumbed to decay, indicating that the occupant had not returned in quite some time. The most recent footprints belonged to players, including a trail stained with blood that halted before the bed, as if someone had rested there for a spell. Yang meticulously examined the bed and discovered a severely damaged parchment hidden beneath it. The writing was nearly illegible, inscribed in a unique script that Yang did not recognize. Discover universal human language. Can spend 500 Kong coins to learn. A notification immediately surfaced. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi spent the currency to acquire the language, allowing him to comprehend the text. Thanks to the guidance of the Radiant. A few days ago, we received reports of a massacre that occurred. A deranged, one-eyed man slaughtered his unfaithful wife and her lover, as well as all those nearby. His strength was astonishing, with his left eye dominating nearly half his visage. We purified him with holy fire. Subsequently, we followed the trail to uncover a lurking witch. To capture her, we sacrificed 1 knight and 2 knight attendants. They were truly valiant souls, and we buried them. Only this grotesque, malevolent, and fearsome which remains. We must escort her back to the holy city, where she will comprehend the gravity of her transgressions. Yet the divine shall not offer her forgiveness. The narrative is marred by numerous stains, rendering Yang incapable of discerning the details. Regrettably, we encountered a waterspout that relentlessly pursued our vessel. Cursed be this occurrence. It is undoubtedly a hex summoned by the witch. The ship was torn asunder, plummeting from the sky, resulting in the demise of the majority. We interred them, hoping that in death, they might return to the embrace of the radiant goddess. Cursed be it, the witch's malevolent vessel harbors illness. Some among us began to suffer from fevers, their faces sprouting hair, and holy water proved ineffective against such a vile affliction. They descended into madness, gnawing upon all that lay before them. Sir Knight Will and I vanquished these lunatics, leaving only the 2 of us remaining. That accursed which deserves to be bound to the pyre before all the citizens of the holy city. Let her be redeemed through the most stringent of sacred implements, and let the holy flames purify her soul and flesh. 7 days have elapsed, and this island is far too barren. It is impossible for Will and I to repair the ship alone. Sir Knight Will has resolved to venture out in a spare boat to seek rescue, to which I wholeheartedly agree. For the Radiance shall guide him, and he will surely accomplish his mission. My duty is to guard the holy box, ensuring that the malevolent entity within cannot escape. I am possessed of time aplenty. Hair has begun to sprout upon my face, my teeth have sharpened, and I am tempted to excavate the corpses of my brethren to feast upon. Perhaps I have already begun doing so. My periods of wakefulness grow shorter, yet I shall not forget my mission. I will ensure that this ship remains undisturbed, safeguarding the holy box from being opened. The Knights of the Sacred Order shall surely arrive, and when they do, I shall attain eternal rest. Eternal is the radiance. Eternal is the order. The handwriting deteriorates increasingly as one reads on, a testament to the writer's deteriorating mental state. Upon finishing, Yang Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had misjudged the situation. This vessel did not belong to the witch, but rather to the Knights of the Sacred Order. Their duty should have been to combat heresy. Yet they encounter catastrophe whilst escorting the witch back. However, the holy box, can it contain a living person? Yang Yi deemed it improbable. It is cumbersome to transport, and he had not brought it, leaving it instead in a thicket outside the grand ship. Just then, a feminine voice echoed from behind him. In the brief time it took to dine, I never anticipated a thief would infiltrate, slay my watchdog. Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Although he faced away from her, he could see clearly. Half a head peeked from the doorframe behind him, presumably that of a woman, her eyes tightly shut. Without the luxury of turning around, he aimed backward and pulled the trigger of his flintlock pistol. Chapter 73. Invasion. The gun did not misfire. The bullet struck the doorframe with precision, creating a fissure and scattering debris. How could one shoot so accurately while facing away? Could it be that your eyes are situated on the back of your head? A voice of confusion emanated from above Yang Yi. The previous shot had missed, and it seemed that this creature could anticipate the direction of the gun's muzzle and evade accordingly. Just as she aimed and squeezed the trigger, it lunged in, swiftly crawling atop the wooden beam overhead. He must have set the fire outside as well. Quite impressive. The mysterious entity above commended, exuding an air of confidence. Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine, a layer of goosebumps rising on his skin, for he beheld a head crawling above him. Indeed, just a head. Judging by its features, It appeared to belong to a strikingly beautiful woman, her facial features well-defined and her long, lustrous curls cascading elegantly. Though her eyes remained shut, she possessed an uncanny ability to perceive her surroundings in the darkness, the mechanism of which was unknown. Moreover, her speed was astonishing, as she utilized slender tendrils extending from the base of her neck to propel herself forward rapidly. At the ends of these tendrils were scythe-like blades. In Yang, he had no doubt of their sharpness. 5 players had already tested them with their own heads. Upon witnessing the aberrant creature, your sanity decreases by 10. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the scythe aimed for the nape of Yang Yi's neck, moving with incredible swiftness. For an ordinary person, evasion would be impossible, as their eyes cannot keep pace. Yet Yang Yi was not ordinary. In the final moment, he turned around, narrowly blocking the strike with the blade of the sea serpent's tooth. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, even sending sparks flying. The force nearly dislodged the weapon from Yang Yi's grasp, and a gash was inflicted upon his face by the deflected scythe, blood oozing profusely. "Ah!" the woman exclaimed in surprise. She had not anticipated that Yang Yi could withstand such an attack. However, her curiosity was soon piqued. For Yang Yi possessed a special left eye, a triad of irises slowly rotating within. "What a beautiful eye!" she exclaimed excitedly. "What is the secret of your left eye? Let me see it." With that, she lunged at Yang Yi with a speed surpassing even that of a werewolf. Although Yang Yi could see clearly, he could not evade her. The space was too confined, merely 7 or 8 meters in length, while one of her tendrils stretched a full 3 meters. Nearly half the room lay within the reach of her attacking appendage, not to mention her remarkable agility. In the face of peril, Yang Yi dared not hold back. He immediately activated the cannon mode. Even if this strike could cause the colossal ship to collapse, he was willing to take that risk. Boom! The trigger was pulled, and the sound of the flintlock echoed deafeningly. The shot was aimed at the creature, penetrating through the wooden beam above, bursting through the ship's hull. The already decaying vessel crumbled by a third upon impact, raising a tremendous cloud of dust. Yang Yi was propelled outward by the force of the recoil, crashing through the wall and emerging outside the wreckage of the ship. Even he had not anticipated that he would escape the ruins in such a manner. It seemed the colossal ship was even more fragile than he had imagined. "Just surrender your body to me." The cursed woman's voice echoed in Yang Yi's ears. Although the previous shot was powerful, it did not strike true. Given their proximity, the woman, possessing both intellect and agility, adeptly evaded the shot by anticipating the direction of the firearm. Nevertheless, the bullet's force exceeded her expectations, severing a significant portion of her tentacles. Now, this woman's head had crawled onto Yang Yi's left shoulder, leaving her with only 6 tentacles, which she attempted to ensnare around him. Damn it! Yang Yi Corset, feeling tormented more than if a spider were crawling on him. Anomalous entity in proximity, your sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi grappled with the woman's head on his shoulder. He seized her hair with his left hand while his right wielded the sea serpent's tooth, aiming a thrust. However, the woman anticipated his move, biting down on the blade with her sharp teeth. The standoff ensued, with neither party gaining the upper hand. In truth, the creature's physical prowess far surpassed Yang Yi's. With a single tentacle, she secured herself, clinging tightly to his left shoulder. The remaining 5 tentacles burrowed into Yang Yi's neck, traversing beneath his flesh, inflicting immense agony. Yet soon, the pain became a distant sensation. You are being invaded by the brain eater. Sanity decreases by 20. You will lose control of your body. Yang Yi, stunned by the information, finally discerned the name of this monster, the brain eater. It was attempting to invade and seize control of Yang Yi's flesh, vying for dominion over him. He could even feel the tentacles moving within him, making their way toward his spine as if they were attempting to replace his central nervous system, issuing commands to his limbs. This cannot be allowed to succeed. You wretched parasite! Yang Yi Corset vehemently. Releasing the dagger from his right hand, he clenched his fist and struck at the woman's head with all his might. However, this blow never landed. Unbeknownst to him, his left hand had lost control, now gripping his right wrist in a vice-like hold. The scene froze once more. If one disregarded the woman's head on his shoulder, Yang Yi's current behavior resembled that of a madman, battling with himself as neither hand could prevail over the other. Seizing the opportunity, the brain eater expelled the sea serpent's tooth from her mouth, a viscous purple blood trickling forth. It appeared that she was not entirely unscathed from the previous strike. Yet now, with victory seemingly assured, she erupted into laughter, her face a tapestry of expressions. Lips curling in mockery, eyes gleaming with derision. Ha ha, cease your resistance. It will only intensify your suffering. Why not submit to me? I promise not to kill you and will allow you to dwell in eternal blissful dreams. To hell with you. Yang Yi refused to submit, battling fiercely against her. With his hands rendered useless, he resorted to using his head. Thud! Caught off guard, the brain eater was struck by Yang Yi's headbutt, stars dancing before her eyes. Although she was agile, at that moment, she was immobilized on Yang Yi's left shoulder, unable to evade. With a decisive strike, Yang Yi clearly felt a momentary stillness within his body, followed by an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. He charged forward with even greater force, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of injuring himself in the process. Bang! 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 Are you out of your mind? The brain eater exclaimed, astonished. This was her first encounter with such a tenacious adversary. Unable to endure the relentless assaults, she retracted one of her tentacles, coiling it like a spring to brace against Yang Yi's head, effectively halting his advance. To her, this man seemed utterly deranged, as if he felt no pain at all. Ultimately, Yang Yi's headbutting was curtailed, yet he had still achieved commendable results, though his head was adorned with several bumps. The creature's nose had been bent and was bleeding profusely, 2 streams of deep violet blood cascading down, and there were traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, indicating she had cried out in pain. However, Yang Yi held no sympathy. He was fighting for his very life. Realizing the futility of his headbutts, he swiftly sought alternative methods. He attempted to regain control over his limbs and discovered that he had completely regained command over his right leg, while his right hand and left leg were also under partial control. Struggling to his feet, he fixed his gaze upon a nearby tree and launched himself forward with tremendous force, aiming straight for the back of the brain eater's head, intent on shattering her skull. The brain eater was taken aback by Yang Yi's frenzied maneuver. She hurriedly positioned Yang Yi's left hand behind his head for protection, yet he still managed to land a blow, resulting in a bump forming at the back of her head. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi's right hand broke free from the entanglement of his left, regaining its freedom. Have you lost your sanity? This is your own body. Moreover, my tentacles are currently inside you. If something goes awry and you sever the wrong connection, you will instantly become a cripple. The brain eater attempted to warn him. Yet, she had misjudged her opponent. Without hesitation, Yang Yi formed his right hand into a fist and delivered a powerful blow directly to her eye socket, gifting her with a black eye. He then responded defiantly, I would rather become a cripple than relinquish my body to you. With unwavering determination, he continued to swing his fists. Chapter 74. The clash of the nervous system near the colossal ship. The battle between Yang Yi and the brain eater continued, albeit with diminishing intensity, gradually approaching a state of calm. Initially, Yang Yi, employing a reckless strategy of inflicting wounds upon himself to deal damage, had posed considerable trouble for the brain eater. However, as he began to lose control over his own body, his capacity for resistance waned significantly. Now, he could only command his right leg, lying helplessly on the ground, utterly powerless against the brain eater. A wave of regret washed over him. Had he practiced high kicks earlier, he could have undoubtedly shattered the creature's left shoulder. On the other hand, the brain eater was not in much better shape. After receiving a thorough beating from Yang Yi, her face was swollen and disfigured like that of a pig. If only she had behaved herself earlier. She muttered with a voice slightly strained, as several of her teeth had been knocked out by Yang Yi. Both of her eyes were swollen, resembling ripe peaches, making it nearly impossible for her to open them. Yet, she was undeniably the victor. Despite her appearance being far worse than Yang Yi's, it did not alter the fact of her triumph. What kind of gaze is that? The brain eater haughtily demanded, noticing Yang Yi's head turned sideways, glaring at her with two distinctly different eyes. In reality, Yang Yi was merely putting on a facade of intimidation. He had gone blind and could see nothing. The time limit of the three-eyed vision had expired, and his brain had once again severed the transmission of visual signals. However, he did not wish for the brain eater to discover his blindness, so he glared fiercely at her, attempting to maintain the illusion of sight. The trickle of crimson blood from his nostrils only served to enhance his menacing appearance. As time ticked by, Yang Yi sensed a tendril creeping along the nape of his neck, burrowing up his spine, attempting to infiltrate his brain. Strangely, it did not hurt. Rather, it felt oddly pleasant, and he found himself anticipating the tendril's intrusion. This sensation was likely due to the secretion of the brain eater's tendrils, aimed at diminishing the host's will to resist. In less than a minute, perhaps even sooner, that tendril would invade Yang Yi's mind. At that point, whether it replaced the host's brain, transmitted signals, or destroyed and consumed it, the outcome would be an irrevocably bleak scenario. Moreover, according to the brain eater's insinuations, she seemed intent not on killing Yang Yi, but on ensnaring him within a meticulously crafted dream, ensuring he would be utterly lost, devoid of any perception of the external world. You truly are tenacious, having held on for so long. You should know that the woman only lasted a mere 10 seconds. The brain eater continued, her tone oscillating between praise and sarcasm, exuding an air of superiority. Do you really think you have one? Yang Yi retorted coldly. Of course. Do you think you can turn the tide? Yang Yi had no intention of explaining himself, as a bold plan surged within him. The invocation of a spell. The first would be a restoration of limbs. The target of the spell was none other than the brain eater. Those well-versed in the Book of Arachnids are aware that any organism comprises three components: the essence, the vessel, and the limbs. The essence, which is the locus of self-awareness, resides within the human brain. The vessel, in this context, refers to the torso, serving as the conduit that connects and supports the essence and limbs. The limbs encompass all other organs and tissues beyond these two. They may belong to oneself or to another. This includes the heads of others. Therefore, Yang Yi could employ the limb restoration technique to attach the brain devourer to his left shoulder. Much like in a dream, it appears that this nightmare is not solely a harbinger of doom. It may also offer a path to survival. After resolving to proceed, a manic expression crossed Yang Yi's face as he grinned savagely. You desire my body, do you not? Then let us unite more completely. What? The expression on Yang Yi's face caused the brain devourer to feel a surge of panic. In the next moment, the limb restoration technique was activated. Having thoroughly studied the Book of Limb Weaver, Yang Yi found that casting the spell required no incantation. Soon, peculiar symbols emerged from his left shoulder, the very characters that appeared within the Book of Limb Weaver. These inscriptions rapidly proliferated, swiftly covering the brain devourer's cheek. What? What is this? The brain devourer was taken aback, desperate to flee. Yet, she found herself unable to escape. For while she had ensnared Yang Yi, she had inadvertently ensnared herself as well. Her 4 tentacles had already penetrated Yang Yi's body, rendering them impossible to withdraw in the short term. Moreover, she hesitated to damage this experimental specimen. Thus, the brain devourer could only watch helplessly as the spell took effect, witnessing the transformation of these runes, sprouting limbs and morphing into diminutive spiders. Then, she observed as these tiny spiders worked in unison, exuding silk, much like seamstresses meticulously stitching together the brain devourer and Yang Yi's left shoulder. Even the chainmail was dismantled by these spiders. After several moments, the symbols vanished. The brain devourer's head was now fused with Yang Yi's left shoulder, their flesh intertwined, rendering them inseparable. Simultaneously, Yang Yi gained dominion over the brain devourer's body, including her tentacles. Thus, a new confrontation commenced. The brain devourer was astonished to discover that her tentacles had gone rogue, as if they had suddenly developed their own will, achieving a semblance of freedom. In reality, it was Yang Yi who orchestrated this behind the scenes. The two began a struggle for control over the tentacles, each gaining and losing ground. What have you done? The brain devourer exclaimed in disarray, experiencing the sensation of being dominated for the first time. The tentacles that remained outside had spiraled out of control, striking her several times and leaving deep purple lash marks. This was still the result of her efforts to maintain control. Otherwise, she would have been severed by her own tentacles' blades. The two continued this silent battle, which, to an observer, might seem bewildering. Yet, the perils inherent in their struggle were known only to them. Minutes passed, and Yang Yi found himself at a disadvantage once again, fatigue weighing upon him. He realized that his neural reflexes, or rather his cognitive speed, could not keep pace with the brain devourer. Once she regained her composure, he began to retreat step by step. Now, he had lost nearly all control. The tentacles at the nape of his neck began to advance once more. Damn it! Had it not been for the insufficient magical essence, I would undoubtedly unleash the body explosion technique upon you. Yang Yi thought with fierce intensity. His thoughts, coursing through the neural signals, reached the mind devourer. Body explosion technique. Are you a cultist of the body spider sect? The mind devourer retorted. This body spider sect is a clandestine cult that venerates a deity known as the all-limbed spider mother. Its adherents exhibit an extraordinary obsession with limbs, often affixing bizarre and incongruous appendages to their bodies, rendering themselves neither human nor ghostly, while audaciously proclaiming that they are undergoing a process of metamorphosis and evolution. The mind devourer had heard of this cult, but never expected to encounter one of its true followers here. Fortunately, my skills surpass yours. I will prevail. I shall triumph. Yet, he found himself devoid of magical essence, unable to wield the body explosion technique. However, the subsequent thoughts of Yang Yi plunged her into despair. Damn, I truly cannot endure any longer. If it comes to the worst, if it truly comes to the worst, I shall have no choice but to resort to the all-limbed spider mother's summoning technique. I will deliver this monstrosity to the all-limbed spider mother. Are you insane? This transmission of thought sent the mind devourer into a state of sheer terror. Chapter 75. The Light of Truth Halt. A flurry of urgent neural signals surged into Yang Yi's mind. Do you comprehend the implications of summoning a deity? It is not merely a matter of death. Should humanity appear before a god unprepared, they shall descend into an abyss of madness, unable to even sustain their corporeal forms. The brain devourer issued a warning. The two communicated through neural signals, where what seemed like lengthy discourse was, in reality, a mere pulse of information transmitted instantaneously and understood by the other. Yet, to the astonishment of the brain devourer, Yang Yi disregarded the warning and instead solidified his resolve to employ the mother of all spiders' divine invocation. This was no mere bluff. It was a profound exchange of consciousness. Yang Yi transmitted his thoughts to the brain devourer almost as soon as they formed, leaving little room for deception. He was utterly earnest. The brain devourer was filled with dread, regretting the choice to invade the body of this madman. She could only bombard him with a torrent of signals, attempting to disrupt Yang Yi's spellcasting. You lunatic, cultist, incomprehensible madman. How dare you call me a monster? I dare say you are not even worthy of that title. Even a monster would not summon a god. A multitude of neural signals, interspersed with confusion, fear, shock, and despair, flooded Yang Yi's mind, causing him immense discomfort. It was as if 10 mouths were cursing within his brain, and he could bear it no longer. Silence. Yang Yi interrupted the transmission of the brain devourer's signals. I am quite calm at present. The only course of action that remains is to utterly eradicate you. You crimson-eyed lunatic. Crimson-eyed. How do you know I possess such eyes? Have I confided in you? Confusion radiated from his signals. Yang Yi promptly replied, Is it not evident? Yet unbeknownst to him, his thoughts were transmitted as well, despite his desire to conceal them. The brain devourer then beheld the scene from Yang Yi's nightmares. You dreamt of this? The brain devourer expressed mild astonishment. I did not speak of it. Have you encountered other crimson-eyed beings? I have not. What of Su Na? Where is she now? You wretched fool. Yang Yi seethed with rage. Realizing he could not hide even the slightest secret, his thoughts entirely laid bare to the other. This sensation was particularly dreadful, akin to being stripped bare in a public square, exposed for all to see. However, Yang Yi swiftly devised a countermeasure. to cease all thought and refrain from deciphering the other's signals. Quickly, tell me where she is now. What is your relationship? Yang Yi remained indifferent, preparing to invoke the mother of all spiders' divine summoning, intending to eradicate this menace once and for all. This intention was swiftly perceived by the brain devourer. Halt! Let's converse. I harbor no animosity at present. You must sense this. Indeed, Yang Yi felt no hostility, but rather an exhilarating anticipation and a sense of relief coursing through him. Emotions are generally not deceitful, unless one is capable of hypnotizing oneself into believing a falsehood. The actions of the brain-eater further corroborate her assertions. As the tendrils within Yang Yi's body began to withdraw, he swiftly regained control over himself. What do you intend to do? Yang Yi was perplexed but remained vigilant, instinctively searching his body for a new weapon hidden within his stomach for self-defense. However, his intentions were anticipated by the brain-eater, who ensnared his hands with 2 tendrils, rendering him utterly immobile. Cease your aggressive actions. I merely wish to converse. But I cannot see you. What if you flee? I can share my vision with you. A peculiar visual signal was transmitted, comprised solely of outlines devoid of color, akin to an image derived from radar scanning, meticulously calculated. Simultaneously, the tendrils released Yang Yi's hands, allowing him to stand. Why don't you find a place to sit? My face is aching, and I have no desire to speak. Yang Yi frowned, with a head resting upon his left shoulder, resembling a 2-headed creature as he slowly approached the ruins, where he found a piece of wood lying on the ground and sat down. Meanwhile, the brain-eater appeared to employ magic. Although Yang Yi could not comprehend the intricate incantation, he sensed a warm, fluid energy brushing against the brain-eater's cheek, instantly mending her injuries significantly. I feel much better now, the brain-eater remarked, glancing at Yang Yi. Yet, to Yang Yi, it felt as though he were gazing at himself. An oddly surreal experience, given their shared vision. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi donned a blindfold and inquired what the brain-eater wished to convey. Thus commenced a formal exchange between the 2 heads, with the brain-eater's language becoming increasingly refined. Greetings, Mr. Yang. You may refer to me as Ms. Ronette. As you may have surmised, I am indeed a witch, embodying both beauty and intellect. She began to elucidate her identity. Long ago, she was merely an ordinary, yet strikingly beautiful and exceptionally intelligent witch, leading a discreet life, immersed in her own research in the shadows. However, her tranquility was short-lived, as she was discovered by the Holy Order of Knights, branded as a heretic and apprehended for transport to the Holy City to face the judgment of the Sacred Light. Surely, someone betrayed me. It must have been that Peter. He once knelt before me, pleading for me to cure his blindness so he could behold his new bride. Thus, she acquiesced, removing his diseased eyeball and replacing it with that of a healthy cyclopean giant. The surgery was a resounding success, and before his departure, he expressed his gratitude. Ms. Ronette began to voice her indignation. Yet, within a fortnight, the Holy Order arrived. Fortunately, I was prepared. I transformed myself into a brain-eater, enabling mobility even with just a head remaining. Otherwise, upon leaving the sacred box, I would have perished immediately. The sacred box? Indeed. The sacred box is a device employed by the Radiant Church to contain the heads of heretics. Each is uniquely numbered and inscribed with holy marks. Whenever the Holy Knights apprehend heretics, they wield a divine incantation known as the Holy Decapitation, severing the heads of the condemned with a single stroke. This sinister spell is immensely malevolent, for it does not deliver immediate death upon the act of beheading. They then enclose the severed heads within a sacred box, transporting them to the holy city. As long as the sinner remains within the confines of this box, they shall not truly perish. Such a cruel method is utterly unprecedented. Ronnet recounted the mercilessness of the Holy Knights to Yang Yi, yet he remained unmoved. He believed that witches were hardly better, considering both to be equally vile. His sentiments were soon made known to Ronnet. You harbor a profound misunderstanding of witches. In fact, compared to witches, I would prefer for the world to refer to us as scholars. Ronnet divulged a wealth of secrets to Yang Yi. The world often labels us as taboo entities, accusing us of desecrating the dead and trifling with life. Yet, these are mere misunderstandings and biases. In truth, we are the true guardians of this world and its sole hope. Those who delve into the forbidden and contravene human ethics are merely enduring the pangs of truth-seeking. If we persevere, one day we shall reignite the light of truth. We will drive all hidden existences into the shadows, rendering them incapable of manifesting in the light of truth. We shall accomplish this. We shall realize it. For the light of truth has always existed and shall endure eternally. The visage of Lady Ronnet transformed into one of fervor, embodying a faith unlike that of divine worship. Theirs was a devotion to truth, the essence of all things. In her excitement, her eyes widened, yet within them there were no pupils, only the scorched remnants of flames, as if someone had wrenched her eyes from their sockets with burning tongs. What exactly are you trying to convey? Yang Yi inquired, pondering whether her prolonged confinement had driven her to seek conversation. Not at all, Ronnet replied, shaking her head. I had originally intended to infiltrate the glorious Holy Church to locate and rescue another witch or warlock. But now, it seems that is no longer necessary. She gazed at Yang Yi with her hollow eye sockets. Before me stands a witch who can inherit all that I possess. She delved into her own mouth with her tendrils, rummaging until she produced a red gemstone adorned with purple slime, which she presented to Yang Yi. This is the stone of truth, containing the efforts of countless generations. While I am intelligent, I am not sufficient. I have only inherited a fragment. Should someone of greater talent inherit it, they would directly access the truth and comprehend the reality of this world. I can no longer do so. I shall soon perish. But the legacy of truth must not be severed. Yang Yi grasped the stone of truth, absorbing its knowledge. Name: Stone of Truth. Type: Relic. Quality: Description: Consuming this stone grants vast forbidden knowledge, but if one cannot withstand it, it may result in brain death. Used by individuals other than witches or warlocks is not recommended. If this stone is surrendered to the glorious Holy Church, one shall attain unparalleled glory. Upon finishing his reading, he comprehended the other's intention, to have him deliver the stone to Suna. Why do you believe I would comply with your request? Yang Yi inquired, bewildered. You shall, Ms. Ronnet replied emphatically, yet Yang Yi remained unconvinced. What is your perspective on the? Ronnet suddenly posed a peculiar question. I believe that only the deceased can be deemed good. Yang Yi responded. Excellent. I hope you will remember this statement. Ronnet expressed her satisfaction with his reply, revealing a smile. From an obscure corner, she produced a bottle of wine, deftly removing the cork with her tendrils, and poured 2 glasses from a dusty measuring cylinder. Cool. Share a drink with me, she offered, extending one of the glasses to Yang Yi. I do not consume alcohol. Yang Yi declined. Just make an exception. It is only this once, Ronnet insisted, pressing the measuring cylinder against Yang Yi's lips with her tendrils. Once you finish, I hope you will fulfill your promise. To kill me. Chapter 76. Death. Do you wish for me to end your life? Yang Yi inquired, Dakin Abuk. He had not anticipated that after all her discourse. This which sought her own demise. Indeed, Ronnet affirmed once more. From the moment I became a brain-eater, I set a limit on my existence. Before I consume the 5th brain, I must conclude my own life. She drank from the beaker filled with a liquid that had long since become murky, yet its aroma remained rich and potent. She continued her explanation. In truth, not all creatures possess the courage to take their own lives, particularly among the intelligent and long-lived species, who harbor a profound fear of death. The brain-eater is one such entity. It is a formidable and cunning being, scarcely familiar with the concept of aging. Typically, it prefers to dwell within the cranium of a host, utilizing the host's appearance to approach its prey, seizing the opportunity to devour their brains or reproduce. Ronnet spoke from an objective standpoint, as if recounting the traits of a creature entirely unrelated to herself, despite the fact that she was, in essence, a brain-eater. Yang Yi grasped her implication. A deep-seated fear of death, cloaked in embarrassment, prompting her to seek his assistance. I am a scholar, and above all, I am human. At least for now, I still consider myself human. Even though I am tempted to consume your brain, she remarked. her tentacles twitching restlessly. One tentacle, resembling a straw, was presumably intended for the act of brain consumption. Not long ago, it had attempted to penetrate Yang Yi's mind. Ronette seemed oblivious to the agitation of her appendages and continued, in a year, or perhaps 10, as I consume more brains, my thoughts will inevitably shift. I shall come to regard myself as a noble brain eater, while humans will be perceived as nothing more than lowly livestock. This transformation is an unavoidable, insidious process. And, at that juncture, I would find myself standing opposed to the truth, which I cannot abide. Hence, I have set a limit on my existence. Ronette's thoughts permeated Yang Yi's mind. After a moment's hesitation, he took the beaker from her and drank its contents in one swift motion. He then rose to his feet. This seemingly trivial action caused all of Ronette's tentacles to tense, their razor-sharp edges flailing about Yang Yi, including the one that resembled a straw, which appeared eager to pierce his temple. I apologize. This is merely the physiological response of a brain eater, beyond my control, Ronette expressed regretfully. Due to their neural connection, Yang Yi sensed her myriad emotions: tension, panic, fear, hesitation, all overshadowed by a layer of rationality. Ignoring the threatening tentacles, he began to search the ground and soon recovered his flintlock pistol and the fangs of the sea serpent that lay scattered in the forest. During the retrieval of his weapons, he suffered a shallow cut from a tentacle's blade, which drew a line of blood. Where do you wish to be buried? Yang Yi Suddenly Asked. The sacred casket is unparalleled in its sophistication as a coffin. Subsequently, handing it over to the Radiant Church could pacify those fervent zealots. Ronette stated with composure. Are you prepared? Yang Yi inquired, his hands gripping weapons, perilously close to Ronette's head. There are two ways to die here. Which would you prefer? The musket that. Suddenly, a disarray of neural signals erupted, transforming into a cacophony of illogical gibberish. Ronette's hollow eyes widened in surprise. For Yang, he had made his move. In a swift motion, the tooth of the sea serpent pierced her temple, embedding itself into the hilt of the sword. The strike was so abrupt, occurring in the midst of their conversation, that Ronette had no time to feel fear. Dark purple ichor streamed from her nostrils, and several tendrils writhed chaotically, ensnaring Yang Yi's head like a drowning victim, leaving marks of blood across his face. Moments later, the tendrils lost their strength and fell limp. Yang Yi withdrew the tooth of the sea serpent, having deliberately ceased thought when he picked up the weapon, maintaining a tranquil mind. It was only at the last moment that he revealed his intent to kill, crafting a surprise attack. Within a mere span of minutes, Yang Yi had mastered the art of concealing his true thoughts at the level of consciousness by simply not thinking at all. Thus, by the time Ronette realized his intention, it was far too late for her to feel fear. As silence descended, Yang Yi acquired Ronette's information. Name, Ronette, Brain Devourer. Description, Ronette, the witch transformed into a brain devourer, is a heretic fleeing from the Radiant Church. She can be used in a monster gotcha machine or handed over to the church for substantial rewards. Her body bears a mark of grave sin, detectable by nearby church soldiers and clergy. Brain Devourer, an exceedingly perilous creature that delights in consuming brains, parasitizing, and reproducing. Prolonged absence of brain consumption leads to weakness and thirst, particularly adept in mental magic. With an impassive expression, Yang Yi commenced the excision. After Ronette's demise, he was rendered blind, unable to see anything, relying solely on memory as he crudely severed the head from his left shoulder. It took him about 1 or 2 minutes to detach Ronette from his left shoulder. The effects of this body restoration spell were indeed difficult to articulate. The entire spell took nearly a minute to activate, costing him 10 points of sanity, rendering it unsuitable for combat situations. Moreover, strictly speaking, it should be categorized as a logistical spell. Yang Yi retrieved a regeneration potion from the stomach of a long-legged sardine in his pocket and consumed it. An intense itch surged through him, prompting a desire to rub against the wall. Fortunately, he restrained himself, though the resulting noise was considerable. He checked his attribute panel, particularly his sanity points, discovering he still had 32 remaining. Thankfully, there was no further contamination. Yang Yi exhaled in relief. Earlier, he had suffered an invasion. using spells to alter his flesh, which had deducted a significant amount of his sanity. However, as long as it did not drop below 10, he remained within a safe threshold, rendering it inconsequential. Just as Yang Yi felt at ease and prepared to notify Sun Na to come and fetch him, a stir arose from the ruins of the colossal ship. "Who is there?" A gentle female voice resonated. "Is there someone else?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Yang Yi. However, he quickly recalled the missing Zhou Dai. If there were indeed a survivor, it could only be her. Remarkably, she had survived the ship's collapse, which spoke volumes of her good fortune. Yet her appearance might not bode well for him. Given that Yang Yi was blind, he could not see anything. If Zhou Dai perceived him as an adversary, the situation could become dire. In a moment of desperation, Yang Yi deliberated and resolved to minimize the potential for conflict, attempting to ease the tension in the atmosphere. Therefore, he boldly acknowledged his true identity. "I am Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star," he declared. "Yang Yi? Sul Dayekud. Indeed, who are you?" Yang Yi inquired. Zhou Dai furrowed her brow. The name resonated with her. After all, they had engaged in 2 transactions and had become friends. In her mind, Yang Yi was a formidable figure, often injured, with a penchant for slaying aberrant creatures and selling various useful items. However, Zhou Dai did not immediately believe him. Instead, she opened the chat interface to privately message Yang Yi, only to find 2 previous messages from him. One was from a few days prior, inquiring if she wished to purchase a firewall sweater. The other was from that very morning, asking if she needed stone or timber. After reading them, she replied, "Are you on the island? I have encountered someone claiming to be Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star. Is that truly you?" "Of course it is I," Yang Yi's voice responded. From that moment on, both confirmed each other's identities, and the tension diminished significantly. Chapter 77. Zhou Dai a few days prior. Zhou Dai assembled a team of 14 to conquer the island. They meticulously prepared, acquiring a plethora of equipment. Notably, Zhou Dai spared no expense in procuring a revolver, dubbed the White Rose, capable of suppressing regeneration, specifically to counter the werewolves' healing abilities. The others also equipped themselves with suitable weapons and armor according to their needs. Those wielding shields and clad in plate or chainmail were tasked with drawing and absorbing the werewolves' assaults, while the remainder utilized crossbows and arrows for ranged attacks. In the unfortunate event of close encounters, warriors trained for melee combat stood ready. In essence, their preparations were thorough. The motivation behind their collective endeavor to conquer the island stemmed from a shared mission, an irresistible call to adventure known as the preceding Oath Task. This task was initially entrusted to Zhou Dai by a unique specter, which ascended from the hull of the glorious goddess. Ignoring Zhou Dai, the specter rushed into the ship's sanctuary, kneeling in prayer. Subsequently, it ignited amidst the radiance of the glorious goddess, leaving behind only ashes and a sealed letter. Zhou Dai retrieved the letter and opened it. Preceding Oath Task activated. Retrieve the lost sacred box for the glorious Holy Church. The sacred box is located at coordinates. This is a preliminary task. Upon completion, you will have the opportunity to join the glorious Holy Church, where you may formally bind an oath in the next ocean and acquire extraordinary powers. This task can be completed by up to 15 individuals. Zhou Dai was momentarily stunned, her heart swelling with elation. A person of faith, she had been captivated by the glorious goddess's divine presence since her arrival in this world. After numerous prayers, she became a devoted follower. The prospect of joining the glorious Holy Church was an opportunity she could not forsake. Hence, Zhou Dai hastened to the specified coordinates, discovering the island, which bore the remnants of a colossal, damaged ship. According to the letter, the sacred box was housed within this vessel. However, as she approached, she also spotted a werewolf scavenging along the shore. Initially intending to use the ship's cannon against the creature, she realized the werewolf seemed aware of the danger. Before the cannon of the glorious goddess could be aimed, the werewolf darted into the forest. Zhou Dai, hesitant to set foot on the island, observed the vicinity for 2 days, encountering only this lone werewolf. Consequently, she began to seek allies to form a team for the island's conquest. After careful selection, She successfully recruited 13 companions. Together, they accepted the preceding oath task, determined to complete it, join the glorious Holy Church, and obtain extraordinary power. As the initiator of the mission, the exceptional ship captain, and a person of remarkable talent, Zhou Dai naturally assumed the role of the team leader. Once they were fully prepared, they landed on the island. After sacrificing 3 lives, they successfully vanquished the werewolf, and thereafter, events unfolded as Yang Yi had anticipated. Time returns to the present. Yang Yi and Zhou Dai did not rush to meet each other. Instead, they engaged in a series of discussions regarding the circumstances on the island. Yang Yi conveyed that he had stumbled upon this island by chance, intending to gather supplies. However, he encountered half-wolves and zombie-like werewolves, which he swiftly dispatched with remarkable ease. Subsequently, he ventured into a massive ship, where he faced a brain-eater, ultimately triumphing over her after a considerable struggle. Zhou Dai, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless with astonishment. It is worth noting that their group of 14 had united to combat the werewolf, sacrificing 3 members in the process, only to be utterly annihilated later by the brain-eater from the Holy Box. Yet, Yang Yi, a solitary figure, had surpassed the collective achievements of their entire squad. Zhou Dai found it difficult to believe, but the detailed accounts provided by Yang Yi, including the names of the victims on the island, the werewolf missing a finger, and the parasitic nature of the brain-eater, compelled her to accept the truth. Regardless, it was all factual, without a hint of deception. Yang Yi had merely simplified his narrative, omitting his exchanges with Ronette and instead portraying himself as an invincible force who disregarded the invasion and turned the tide against the brain-eater. Once their conversation concluded, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Zhou Dai recognized that Yang Yi was an extraordinarily powerful player, fervently dedicated to exterminating otherworldly creatures. Furthermore, he did not seem to harbor any animosity towards her. Otherwise, he would have acted against her already. Thus, she attempted to seek assistance, for she found herself ensnared. The colossal ship had collapsed, and, at the time, she had not yet regained consciousness, lying on a metallic table, unfortunate enough to be pinned down by a fallen wooden plank on her left ankle. The board had descended at an angle, simultaneously constraining her left ankle and inadvertently creating a narrow safe space, thereby saving Zhou Dai's life, an unexpected stroke of fortune amid misfortune. However, escaping this confined space proved impossible for her, as she was unable to rise. She was even unaware of the condition of her ankle and could only turn to Yang Yi for help. Yang Yi, I am trapped beneath a wooden plank. Could you assist me? Sudai implored. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, initially believing that Zhou Dai was unscathed, only to realize that she was indeed trapped. But was she truly ensnared? Yang Yi, unable to see, could not ascertain the situation. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, I recently utilized my ability and, for the time being, cannot see. I fear. You gone blind? Only temporarily. After a few moments of silence, Zhou Dai beckoned Yang Yi to approach her, as he was the only person present from whom she could seek help. Under her guidance, Yang Yi moved toward a slanted wooden plank, beneath which Zhou Dai was ensnared. At that moment, Zhou Dai held a white rose in her right hand, aimed at Yang Yi's head, testing whether his blindness was genuine. If he were a deceiver, it would indicate malicious intent. Yet, in reality, she was overthinking. Yang Yi was indeed thoroughly blind. He wore an eye patch over his left eye, could see nothing with his right, and was smeared with blood and dirt, resembling someone who had just emerged from a trench. Even if Zhou Dai pressed the barrel of her weapon against his nostrils, he could not see. He simply could not see. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Yi was silently gathering his strength. Should Zhou Dai make any sudden movements, he would immediately pounce. As he perceived through sound, Zhou Dai was right beneath him. Even amidst the 5 minutes of locked blood, Yang Yi felt confident in his ability to eliminate Zhou Dai, despite her invisibility. The atmosphere grew tense for a few seconds, but it soon dissipated. Zhou Dai holstered her weapon and requested Yang Yi's assistance. Crouch down a bit. I'm right in front of you. Wedged between a gap in the wooden planks, with the board pressing down on my left foot, Zhou Dai instructed. Wait. Shouldn't we first reach a consensus on a certain matter? For instance, the ownership of the spoils? Yang Yi did not hasten to rescue her. Instead, he continued, "It is worth noting that I am the one who eliminated both the corpse-changed werewolves and the brain-eating demons." Chapter 78, Zhou Dai, the distribution of spoils indeed. The issue of distributing the spoils is pressing. Zhou Dai could not afford to yield. Her arrival on this island was solely for the sacred relic it harbored. This artifact was her ticket into the Radiant Church, and she would never relinquish it. After a moment of contemplation, she ventured to propose. "What if you were to undertake this oath-bound mission alongside me? We could collaborate to fulfill the task and gain entry into the Radiant Church." However, her words were abruptly dismissed by Yang Yi. "No, I have no intention of joining any sect." Zhou Dai was taken aback, unable to comprehend how anyone could refuse the guidance of the Radiant Goddess. After a brief silence, she suggested an alternative. "Very well. While I can forego other items, could you possibly relinquish the sacred relic and the corpse of the Mind Flayer to me? I am willing to offer valuable items in exchange." Before Yang Yi could respond, Zhou Dai sent him a private message detailing several items. There were 3 exquisite pieces of equipment in total. The first was the White Rose, a prized revolver capable of firing silver bullets that suppressed regeneration and vanquished evil. The second was a ship enhancement, the Twilight Veil, which rendered stationary vessels invisible. The third was the sword of the church's Knight Commander, an exceptional longsword obtained from a previous encounter with a skeletal foe. Upon reviewing the information, Yang Yi's breath caught, particularly at the sight of the second piece of equipment. This was indeed a remarkable find. The ability to cloak a vessel would greatly facilitate exploration, alleviating his concerns about being raided by malicious players while on the island. As for the terms of the trade, Yang Yi found them wholly acceptable. He had intended to hand over the sacred relic to Zhou Dai for her to deliver to the Radiant Church. After all, his ship was a ghost ship. Once the Radiant Church's members laid eyes upon it, purification would likely ensue. Moreover, both the sacred relic and the corpse of Ronette bore holy symbols that could be sensed by the nearby church forces. The exact distance of this detection remained uncertain.